The story begins at the Kangwu Mountain sect of Dark Spear, a place that could be referred to as the fairyland of Panglai, with a picturesque and poetic landscape. Sky-Peering Peak is located at the summit of the Nether Spear sect and is the most bustling and lively place. Over there, someone was setting up a stall, and they were curious about Zhang Yan. A disciple from the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence was leisurely seated at a stone table, engrossed in reading a book that stated, "The Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, three gives birth to all things." This individual looked exceedingly scholarly. Those outside, upon seeing Zhang Yan so diligent, could not help but gossip. They remarked on how ordinary he seemed, with a cultivation level that appeared shallow. What could he possibly know about edible script? Edible script is as difficult as a heavenly tome, an ancient text that has been passed down through the ages. How could he comprehend it? Truly a fraud. Although Zhang Yan was focused on his reading, he could clearly hear their words. He set the book down on the table and thought to himself that life was not easy. Picking up a radiant gem, he continued to ponder that he had been reborn for over 10 days, and not only had his cultivation not progressed, but even making a living was proving to be a struggle. The former owner of this body shared the same name and surname as Zhang Yan. People still referred to the former owner by that name. 10 days ago, after the Kangwu Mountain, the sky had collapsed, and in his past life, Zhang Yan had suddenly found a piece of jade that had fallen from the heavens. The result of being subjected to the mysterious forces of the anti-system was unfortunate, leading to a descent that felt like falling into 8 layers of hell. Zhang Yan, hailing from Earth's future, had endured 7 years of hardship, sacrificing for the purpose of finding a retreat base, which could also be termed heroic. Both individuals carried a strong desire for survival. After being reborn in the body of this young man, Zhang Yan found himself without any background or opportunities, relying solely on a modicum of talent to piece together ancient texts, traversing an elusive and seemingly hopeless path to enlightenment. While Zhang Yan was engrossed in his reading, Zhao Yuan, a disciple of the Moral Training Pavilion, happened to pass by and noticed him. Zhao Yuan approached, teasingly asking, "Your cultivation level is not high, how can you read the edible script?" Zhang Yan calmly replied, "If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try, Your Excellency?" Zhao Yuan, intrigued, placed a book on the table and said, "I have a copy of the Way book, if you can comprehend it, there will be a significant reward." Zhang Yan took the Way book and replied lightly, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I've been fortunate enough to read the Immortal Journey Through Water book and I grasp its contents well, I do not need to review it at this moment." Zhao Yuan began to display a skeptical expression, looking at the dry and incomprehensible edible script. "Can you remember it? Afraid of being laughed at?" Zhang Yan didn't have the time to respond to Zhao Yuan, he simply dipped his brush in ink, preparing to write. Before he began, he discreetly pulled a piece of jade from his pocket. The piece of jade could help him think faster, and he needed to use it wisely. Zhao Yuan stood beside him, watching as Zhang Yan elegantly wrote and drew butterflies on the paper, feeling a sense of admiration. Normally, those who read edible script had to use a child's card to interpret it, but this person was reading it directly. The world of the gem has transformed. With a tenfold increase in thinking speed, Zhang Yan was able to put pen to paper without wasting much time, even writing continuously without pause. After finishing, Zhang Yan rolled up the sheet of paper and presented it, saying, "It's done. Please take a look, Your Excellency." The Immortal Journey Through Water book, which concealed the eternal flow path method, was an exceptionally rare secret method. As Zhao Yuan opened it and read a few lines, he couldn't help but continuously praise the writing. Truly remarkable, very impressive. Zhao Yuan looked at Zhang Yan and began to calculate carefully. This work elaborately explained the order of power, deserving of being considered a top-tier piece. This person possessed extraordinary talent in this aspect. He was definitely not ordinary, and it would be wise to befriend him. With that thought in mind, Zhao Yuan bowed and introduced himself, saying, "I am Zhao Yuan, a disciple of the Moral Training Pavilion." "May I ask your name, senior brother?" Zhang Yan politely replied, "I am Zhang Yan, a disciple of the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence." Zhao Yuan, surprised, continued, "It seems that both of us are disciples of one of the 3 major lower houses here, so we can consider ourselves senior disciples of the same sect." Suddenly, he placed a small jar on the table and said, I came here in haste today and forgot to bring a treasure. This is pure jade sand from the 5 elements divine sand, valued at 2 taels. I hope the junior disciple will accept it.
Zhang Yan nodded and responded, Thank you, Brother Zhao.
Your feelings seem unstable, and your mind appears quite agitated.
Remember not to practice the edible script.
Zhao Yuan promptly nodded in reply, Thank you for your concern, junior disciple. On that evening, Zhang Yan packed his belongings in preparation for his pilgrimage. The reason was quite obvious: apart from Zhao Yuan, no one else was coming anymore, and it was time to carve a path for survival. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from afar, and a young girl named Zhaoying appeared before Zhang Yan.
With a sharp tone, she asked, You are Zhang Yan, right? Zhang Yan nodded seriously and replied, That would be me.
Zhaoying abruptly drew her sword and shouted, Today, my senior disciple was practicing the edible script that you explained, and he ended up spitting blood and fainting. It must be your fault, you scammer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan frowned and thought to himself, It seems Zhao Yuan didn't heed my advice, he truly is a stubborn one. Even when accused, Zhang Yan remained calm and replied, To determine whether I am a fraud or not, you and I can go to the moral training pavilion and check on Zhao Yuan. Finally, Zhaoying sheathed her sword and said, If anything happens to Brother Jia, I will hold you accountable. After that, both of them returned together to the disciples' quarters at the moral training pavilion.
Zhang Yan sat on Zhao Yuan's bed and examined his condition.
After taking his pulse, Zhang Yan spoke up to diagnose, Brother Zhao's mental state is unstable, and his eagerness to practice the edible script has led to a chaotic flow of energy. Fortunately, it is not too dangerous, he will wake up soon. Zhaoying, upon hearing this, shouted loudly, If Brother Jia doesn't wake up, then you shouldn't even think about leaving here. At that moment, they suddenly heard the sound of the door being flung open. It turns out to be Bian Xiao, the steward of the moral training pavilion, along with a few subordinates, entering with disdainful laughter.
Zhang Yan, you are quite bold.
Zhang Yan pondered deeply. If he remembered correctly, this person was named Bian Xiao, the steward of this place. Normally, aside from managing everything, he also had authority over the disciples in enforcing the law. Bian Xiao stepped forward and mockingly said, You are a disciple of the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence, an outsider who deceives the world for fame, using the understanding of edible script to harm our disciples, so what crime do you deserve?
Zhaoying observed the situation while secretly calculating.
Bian Xiao was not someone easy to provoke. It would be interesting to see how Zhang Yan would handle this. Zhang Yan, of course, remained very calm and replied, The reason Brother Zhao is in a coma is due to improper cultivation, it has nothing to do with me. The Moral Training Pavilion and the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence are part of the same lineage, one of the lower houses of the Nethersphere sect.
In Your Excellency's words, how could I have any intention of sowing discord between the sects?
Upon hearing this, Bian Xiao was so furious that he trembled. That Zhang Yan was quite cunning, he never expected to be caught in his own words. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had prepared early. After thinking for a moment, he reached into his robe to retrieve something. Bian Xiao nonchalantly pulled out 3 volumes of the Wei book and loudly proclaimed, I have always acted according to reason and will not unjustly accuse anyone. Here are 3 volumes of the edible script the Wei book, if you can read them here, I will not hold you accountable. Zhang Yan not only did not refuse but extravagantly agreed, Fine, let's do it your way. Zhaoying looked at the scene before her, unable to contain her astonishment.
How did Zhang Yan have such confidence in interpreting 3 volumes of edible script?
Meanwhile, Bian Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled cunningly, Let's see what you're made of. Zhang Yan, however, remained extremely confident, saying, Today, I must clear my name.
Bian Xiao loudly ordered, Follow me outside to learn more.
With that, both Zhang Yan and Zhaoying, along with the old Bian Xiao, went out to the stone table outside. This rumor quickly spread throughout the disciples' residence, prompting everyone to come over to hear the news.
Some fool, lacking discernment, provoked Bian Xiao.
Thus, a registered disciple of the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence was said to be guilty of deceiving the sect, and he still wanted to prove his innocence while Bian ordered him to read the 3 volumes of edible script right away. The other disciples, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in surprise.
3 volumes, really?
Once everyone had gathered, Bian Xiao spoke loudly, "All esteemed guests present, please bear witness to this, so that when the news spreads, no one can claim that I am bullying others."
The disciples responded excitedly, "Yes, yes."
Seeing Bian's demeanor, Zhang Yan deduced that Bian Xiao must have memorized these 3 volumes of the edible script and was well aware of the secret method. Bian Xiao didn't need to refute this, he simply nodded in agreement, "That's right." Zhang Yan picked up 1 volume of the Wei book and said, "If that's the case, I will read the first volume aloud, without needing to use ink to write. The correctness of the edible script will be determined by Bian Xiao."
This immediately left the nearby disciples astonished, their mouths agape. Reading aloud? Was he out of his mind? Upon hearing this, Bian Xiao inwardly cursed, thinking how arrogant he was. If he didn't understand, what would he do?
Without waiting any longer, Zhang Yan began to read from the sharp weapon diagram, which contained cultivation techniques related to high-level cultivation methods, discussing how to manage the timing of his qi meridian refining.
Zhang Yan continued to speak at length, then proceeded to delve into the flawed mouth section of the sharp weapon diagram. Zhao Ying, observing Bian Xiao's trembling hands, expressed her astonishment.
Bian Xiao felt a bit perplexed. If this truly was a high-level cultivation method, then Zhang Yan would indeed qualify as an extraordinary talent. Zhang Yan continued, "The flawed mouth of the sharp weapon diagram is as follows: opening divine aperture, enemy cleansing spirit pill." The disciples nearby eagerly urged one another, "Whether it's real or fake, hurry and find some paper to write it down, it could be a genuine secret method of the school." Zhang Yan recited the edible script as if it were ingrained in him, entering the divine spirit of time, tempering both body and mind to eliminate wasteful merging. Zhao Ying began to feel something unusual within her body. As the flawed mouth of Zhang Yan circulated inner energy, she sensed a warm current surging inside, akin to stepping into a realm of mystical wonders. It truly was miraculous. At that moment, the disciples around them all began to cultivate in unison. Bian Xiao noticed this and felt a tightness in his expression, akin to a startled deer, fearing that everyone would be swept away by the whirlpool that Zhang Yan had created. He shouted out, "That's enough, stop reciting, this book is fine." He was exasperated and surmised that Zhang Yan must have read this text before, which was why he could recite it so fluently. The next text was a new edible script. He was curious to see what Zhang Yan would do next. At that moment, a new disciple hurriedly ran over and said, "Down here, you're late, oh my." Bian Xiao was afraid of being embarrassed again, so he instructed Zhang Yan carefully to avoid revealing the secret method. "I want you to translate this edible script," he said, and of course, Zhang Yan was not easily intimidated. Zhang Yan looked around for a while and then thought. The extensive canon text seemed simple at first glance. Although there were only 60 bamboo-style characters, they contained 64 types of rules of law, which made understanding them quite laborious. Moreover, if even one type was missing, it would lead to failure. Seeing Zhang Yan suddenly quiet, Bian Xiao mocked him, "Don't tell me that with 60 bamboo-style characters, Zhang Junior disciple still can't read them." Zhang Yan snorted and then thought that the piece of jade could enhance his thinking. After all, one day outside was worth 10 days inside the jade. Zhang Yan discreetly picked up the piece of jade and began to calculate. By borrowing the power of the jade, he had more time to think and could properly understand the edible script. Bian Xiao, seeing Zhang Yan starting to sit at the table, felt anxious. Did Zhang Yan not even need a bamboo cover? Could it be that he had a secret? After scribbling for a while, Zhang Yan slowly put down his brush and spoke, "I have completed the understanding of the 64 types of secret method in the extensive canon texts. Manager Bian can personally verify it, or Your Excellency can read it for yourself." The disciples did not wait for Bian Xiao to respond and rushed in, clamoring to read. However, Bian Xiao abruptly snatched the disordered pile of papers back and shouted, "Let me see." His eyes darted back and forth over the sheets, appearing to read with great concentration. After a while, suddenly, the precious ceramic vase in Bian Xiao's hand was knocked to the ground, shattering into pieces. Bian Xiao was taken aback, his skin prickling with shock. How could this be? A disciple from a lower tier could comprehend the extensive canon texts, and it was much clearer than the translations he had read before. even the difficult parts were explained clearly.
But if he yielded to him, where would that leave his own dignity? Zhang Yan spoke up, asking Bian Xiao what he thought.
Naturally, Bian Xiao did not want to acknowledge it and spoke in circles. I didn't expect you to have such skill, but there is still one final book you can comprehend.
Mr. Bian is truly impressed.
Zhang Yan gently opened the last volume, the Wei book, read for a while, then closed it again, directly exposing him. This true essence refining manual is merely a compilation of borrowed techniques from various sources.
Don't tell me it's just something you wrote for fun in your spare time?
Laughter erupted among the disciples, and Bian Xiao was left humiliated by those words.
You. At that moment, Zhao Yuan suddenly burst through the door and exclaimed loudly, Zhang Yan's senior disciple. Zhao Ying was taken aback and exclaimed, Brother Jia, you're awake.
Zhao Yuan approached Zhao Ying to reassure him, I'm fine, don't worry, brother. Zhang Yan stepped closer to Zhao Yuan and reminded him once again, Brother Zhao, remember the unstable emotions in the unfamiliar cultivation method. Zhao Yuan replied with concern, don't call me senior disciple, I should be calling you senior disciple instead. I feel truly ashamed to trouble you today.
Zhang Yan responded, Brother Zhao, you're overthinking it.
I wonder how the eternal flow path method is progressing. Zhao Yuan honestly replied, the eternal flow path method that you've been studying is indeed a top-notch cultivation method. Although my approach to cultivation may not be correct, after waking up, my cultivation has advanced as if through rebirth and transformation.
Zhang Yan then joyfully congratulated him.
The disciples who overheard their conversation began to praise, Zhang Yan is truly impressive, who would have thought that the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence has such a talent? The Moral Training Pavilion and the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence share the same lineage, so in the future, we can seek Brother Zhang for insights on the edible script.
At this moment, Zhang Yan turned to ask, Bian, am I clean?
Bian Xiao hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying, today was just a misunderstanding, those who cultivate the way do not sweat the small stuff.
Our acquaintance can be seen as a fateful connection.
After that, fearing that Zhang Yan would pursue the matter further, he quickly took out a vial of items. This is the Wisdom Harmony Pill, which can strengthen the essence and unblock the meridian system. Consider it a token of our meeting. Zhang Yan thought to himself, the Wisdom Harmony Pill is a priceless treasure.
If I accept this, I can go with the flow and benefit from it.
With that thought, he sighed. Zhang Yan decided to let everything go as if nothing had happened. Dian's actions were reasonable and justified. Since everyone belonged to the same faction, it was natural to use fire as the source. Bian Xiao naturally chimed in, yes, using fire as the source. However, deep down, he felt a bit suspicious. This kid was indeed quite straightforward. After that, Zhang Yan was surrounded by the disciples who sought his help, saying, Brother Zhang, does the senior disciple have a spiritual partner on the path?
I want one.
I have this book, the Wei book, please take a look, senior disciple. With so many people around, Zhang Yan quickly found an excuse to retreat, saying, the sky is getting dark, I must take my leave. Bian Xiao watched the figure of the boy leave, feeling a sense of confusion that wouldn't go away. He had heard that Zhang Yan was merely a registered disciple. How could he possibly understand something as profound as this? Could it be that this person was exceptionally gifted, perhaps a descendant of some cultivating the Wei family, or even a spy from the demonic sect? Bian Xiao thought seriously about it. This was indeed a bit strange. He decided that he would have to visit the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence the next day to investigate Zhang Yan's identity. What a truly idle person with nothing better to do. 3 days later, early in the morning, at Zhang Yan's cave abode, he was unaware of what he had just accomplished, but he let out a sigh of relief. Looking at his slender hands, he recalled what he had often heard others say. A cultivator on the Tao path, after reaching the mystical bamboo realm, would have arms that could generate 1,000 pounds of strength, eyes that could see through the dense mists of enchantment, and ears that could distinguish the sounds of insects and birds. Zhang Yan gently closed his eyes. It seemed that the saying was indeed true. His former self was merely a beginner disciple of the Heavenly Mountain Gate, and the cultivation method he had acquired was nothing more than the most superficial and rudimentary level. He judged that without a superior cultivation method to guide him, the path of immortality would end here. Zhang Yan suddenly recalled that a few days ago, when he was translating the bamboo-style eternal flow path method for Zhao Yuan, the rigid atmosphere within his body had surged unexpectedly, which led him to cultivate in this manner. Additionally, the Wisdom Harmony pill and pure jade sand helped him stabilize his vital energy and blood, so it wasn't too exhausting. After 3 years of hard cultivation, he had finally advanced to the refining the origin, manifesting the intent mystical bamboo realm, and he was just one step away from the final stage of entering the ultimate truth. Zhou Wangyan felt a bit satisfied. He had finally stepped onto the righteous path of immortality. If he continued to endure in the cave, waiting for the heavenly opportunity to bestow upon him, where would today's opportunity come from? Cultivating the way was like a ladder to the heavens. The higher one climbed, the more difficult it became, and along the way, one would encounter many petty individuals who would cause harm. Zhang Yan silently reminded himself that the path of cultivation was long and arduous, and the mystical bamboo realm was merely the first step on the grand Tao. He must not become complacent and careless. Zhang Yan had just settled into a meditative posture, gazing into the distance. The path of cultivating the way resembled a troop marching along a wooden bridge, with no way back, only forward. Despite the hardships and dangers, one must regard it as a smooth road. After a while, as Zhang Yan was deeply focused on cultivating the way, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Zhang Yan felt extremely puzzled. Since he had entered seclusion for his training, very few people had come to visit him. Who could it be this time? He wondered aloud. Which senior brother is it outside? Immediately, a voice came through. Young master, it's Zhang Shi. Zhang Yan was slightly surprised. Oh, it's Uncle Shi. This person is honest and kind. He is a servant in our family mansion, and in the memories of our ancestors, he has always been regarded as an elder in the household. After thinking this, he quickly stood up to open the door. Uncle Shi, it's been a while since we last met. What brings you up the mountain at this time? Zhang Shi replied sincerely. 3 months ago, when I met the young master, the weather was gradually turning cold. The young master appeared frail. An old servant felt an uneasy worry in his heart, prompting him to venture up the mountain to check on him. Zhang Yan pushed Zhang Shi into the house and said, Uncle Shi, you arrived just in time. Tell me some interesting stories from below the mountain. It would be a perfect way to relieve the pent-up frustrations of the past few months. Zhang Shi sighed and replied, Young master, before his death, the old master had high hopes for you, wishing only for you to excel in your studies. How could you waste precious time here in such a manner? Disappointment filled Zhang Shi's voice as he continued, In the family, you are the only one with potential. Why must you endure this meager existence? Zhang Yan gazed out the window at the sky and began to recite poetry. Golden lightning, bone firm, overcoming trials and struggles, Duke of mercy, golden age of supreme mastery, golden dream only seeking immortal, beyond worry and sorrow, how can my heart traverse the great path? Can it indulge in the greed for worldly riches? Zhang Yan had an extremely strict determination. Having experienced a catastrophic apocalypse in his previous life, he had come to understand the various natural disasters and plagues that could arise. As a mere mortal, one had no strength to resist. In this life, having been reborn as a human, he was determined to attain the great path of immortality. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi's expression grew more and more dejected. Young master, your aptitude is not high. Pursuing immortality seems hopeless. Why must you suffer like this? Deep down, he felt even more despair. The young master had read numerous texts on immortality, his mind had become tainted, and he was now believing in those absurd and fantastical tales. As soon as Zhang Yan heard what Zhang Shi said, he felt somewhat irritated and retorted, Not high aptitude? Where did you hear that? At that moment, a man interjected between the two. Heard it from me, he said. Zhang Yan's face immediately turned cold. It was Zhu Zishang. Zhu Zishang, along with his subordinates, had come to stand at the entrance of Zhang Yan's house, laughing loudly. The wealthy man had grown significantly during his years in this mountain. Zhu Zishang began to mock Zhang Yan with words, stating that the path to enlightenment was arduous and that with an ordinary talent, he might as well return home and follow the example of his parents. Living a peaceful life as a common person for the rest of his days, wasn't that a form of freedom and joy?
Zhang Yan couldn't help but snicker, and without an ounce of familial affection, he shot back at him. Whose parents? Whose family?
Zhang Yan started to reminisce about the circumstances of his past, realizing that the experiences of his previous life were indeed strange. 3 years ago, his former self had taken Juyu Suo, the young lady from the Ding Yang Zhou family, as his concubine. After conducting the marriage rites with this woman, on the wedding night, she radiated a divine light and proclaimed herself a reincarnated goddess, saying she was soon to ascend to the heavenly realm, asking him to take care of her mortal parents, and that 100 years later, she would follow his former self back to the heavenly realm to enjoy pleasures together. Zhang Yan's former self believed these words wholeheartedly, and even though his relatives were arrogant and fierce, he harbored no resentment and devoted himself to caring for the Zhou family. One day, a sage arrived at the illusory void, stating that Zhu Yusuo was merely an ordinary cultivator on the Dao path. He was originally a disciple of the saint of the spiritual cliff from the Jade Owl sect. Because Zhu Yusuo was devoted to cultivating the great Dao, he could not take care of his parents by his side. Concerned that his moral cultivation was not sufficiently complete, the sage sought out the former self of Zhang Yan and performed a soul shield technique on him. This allowed the young master to break free from caring for his parents, compensating for the heavenly Dao. Fortunately, the former self of Zhang Yan received guidance to go to the pavilion of profound benevolence of the Nether Spear sect to seek the Dao. As a result, he avoided this calamity and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Yusuo's junior brother, Zhu Zishang, came here today to force him to return. It seemed that after his departure, the Zhou family could not find a new young master to take his place. After reflecting on everything, Zhang Yan loudly refused. Right now, I am solely focused on seeking the Dao. How could I become a pawn for your Zhou family? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zishan was left speechless, stammering in response. His heart began to tremble. In his anger, Zhang Yan had ascended to the mystical bamboo realm, and his cultivation was even more stable than his own. Zhu Zishang wondered if he had received guidance from some senior master. As a disciple of the Jade Owl sect, if he were to forcibly take him away, the Nether Spear sect would undoubtedly not let it go easily. Given the situation, it would be difficult to move him now, and just the thought of it made him so angry that he felt like his head was going to explode. In the end, Zhu Zishang had no choice but to turn and leave. If it was going to be like this, then he should take care of himself. Zhang Yan, for his part, couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. After today, the Zhou family would likely increase their pressure. Fortunately, his own understanding of the Great Tao had reached a certain level. If Zhu Zishang had arrived a few days earlier, it would have truly been hard for him to cope. At the same time, down the mountain, 3 people were chatting enthusiastically. Among them was Bianxiao the steward. Senior disciple, is Zhang Yan's background not bad? Sighed Zhongwen, a disciple of the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence, who replied, I have investigated 3 times already and confirmed that Zhang Yan is from Eastern Peaceful Stability, a regular registered disciple, who ascended the mountain at the age of 17 as a guardian. Dian Xiao responded, Then I apologize for troubling you, senior disciple, it seems that I was overthinking things before. At this moment, Lin Tong beside him couldn't help but snort arrogantly, just a small fry, who knows where he learned that crude cultivation method, the bamboo style. This guy has gained quite a reputation recently among the lower ranks of the sect. I need to overshadow his brilliance a bit. Master Zhongwen gently stepped forward to remind him, then let's go scout ahead. I've heard that Zhang Yan is in the mystical bamboo realm, so senior disciple Lin should remain vigilant. Lin Tong dismissed the previous words with a laugh. I'd been on the mountain for 9 years, and with my elder brother guiding me, I only reached the Silver Source Reveals meaning mystical bamboo realm 2 years ago. I see Zhang Yan's strength, it's mostly just rumors. With that, Master Zhongwen began to lead Tang Lin Tong to Zhang Yan's residence. According to the sect's records, they were heading directly to Zhang Yan's place. Lin Tong responded excitedly, all right. Both of them were walking normally when they suddenly encountered Zhu Zishang, who was also coming down. Master Zhongwen silently sensed the person in front of him. He felt a slight shiver of fear from them. This individual's aura indicated that they had likely reached the opening meridian stage, so it was best not to provoke them. However, he didn't have time to warn Lin Tong, so Lin Tong directly approached and spoke rudely, Who are you?
A loyal dog shouldn't block the way. Get out of the way for Lin the Great.
Master Zhongwen urgently tried to stop him but was too late.
Lin's senior disciple, wait a moment.
You won't be mistaken, Zhu Zishang slapped Lin Tong hard enough to distort his mouth. He rolled down the stairs a few times, causing Sir Zhongwen to cry out tragically, Brother Lin, I told you to keep your mouth shut, but you didn't listen. Sir Zhongwen hurriedly pleaded, please, have mercy in this matter. Zhu Zishang did not respond, only snorted coldly as he stepped past Sir Zhongwen. Sir Zhongwen rushed to help the fool up, saying, Brother Lin, get up quickly. Once the two had left, Lin Tong cautiously spoke up, the cultivation level is too high.
Senior disciple, who is this person? I've never seen him on the mountain before.
Sir Zhuwen replied softly, from the looks of this person, it appears to be Zhu Shangyang.
Lin Tong, holding one side of his face, shouted, what an annoyance.
Sir Zhongwen turned to remind him, Lin, that person is ruthless.
Be careful, he could leave you with internal injuries. You might as well rest for now, and let me handle the matter with Zhang Yuan.
Lin Tong responded, then I must trouble you, junior disciple, I hope he returns soon. After Lin Tong left, Mr. Zhongwen began to think seriously and looked in a certain direction. Perhaps Zhu Zishang had just come from Zhang Yan's place.
Zhu Zishang was a disciple nurtured by the Jade sect, how could he be related to Zhang Yan?
Mr. Zhongwen frowned, thinking that the matter was definitely not simple. Soon after, Mr. Zhongwen arrived at Zhang Yan's residence.
He knocked on the door and called out loudly, is Mr. Zhang home? After a few creaks, Zhang Yan gently pushed the door open, a bit wary, and asked, are you Mr. Zhongwen? Mr. Zhongwen calmly replied, I am Mr. Zhongwen.
The senior disciple is indeed as rumored, with a radiant demeanor and handsome like a hot boy. Zhang Yan gradually fell silent to assess the situation. Mr. Zhongwen had heard that this person had extensive connections and shared the same cultivation level in the mystical bamboo realm as him. Usually, Zhang Yan was responsible for recording the list of disciples in the sect, but this time he came to greet him. Could it be that he had heard about the conflict between me and Bian Xiao and had come to investigate my faults? At the same time, Lord Zhongwen carefully assessed the young man. Although Zhang Yan appeared ordinary, his looks and physique were exceptionally handsome, and his piercing, clear gaze seemed to carry an air of pressure. It was clear that his cultivation was undoubtedly not weaker than his own, and might even be several levels stronger. Zhang Yan quickly regained his composure and replied, Senior disciple is too kind. I, Zhang Yan, have long admired the esteemed reputation of senior disciple.
Please, come inside and take a seat.
The cave abode may be a bit chilly, I hope you won't find it displeasing.
Lord Zhongwen responded, it's nothing.
Zhang Yan invited Lord Zhongwen into his home to sit and share tea, while the expression on the latter's face was somewhat peculiar. He discreetly slipped one hand into his pocket and thought to himself that Zhang Yan's extraordinary demeanor must indicate that he truly possessed remarkable abilities. Initially, he had intended to challenge him with an edible script, but now it seemed wiser to turn an enemy into a friend and present him with a gift of humanity. Seeing Lord Zhongwen suddenly take out the Wei book, Zhang Yan spoke up, I've heard that senior disciple excels in understanding edible scripts. Lord Zhongwen replied, recently, I found a book titled Seeking Miraculous Methods. I would like to gift it to senior disciple for us to read together, and I hope to receive some guidance in return. Zhang Yan took the Wei book and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this time, Mr. Zhongwen came solely to build a friendship with him. Mr. Zhongwen continued, then I thank you, senior disciple. By the way, when I arrived here, I encountered someone familiar. It seems to be the third young master of the Zhou family.
Do you know him, senior disciple?
Zhang Yan calmly replied, it's not just an acquaintance, that elder sister's third young master is actually my wife. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhongwen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to believe it. Zhang Yan and Zhu Zishang were actually related as brother-in-law to Ding Yang of the Zhou family in the Eastern Flower Continent, a position of great prestige. In the past 100 years, there have been no fewer than a dozen cultivators at the essence core level who could marry a daughter of the Zhou family.
Zhang Yan's background was not simple, it was essential to cultivate this relationship. After thinking this, Mr. Zhongwen asked again, "Do you know about the mystic law gathering, senior disciple?"
Zhang Yan replied, "Of course, I know, the mystic law gathering occurs once every 3 years."
He sighed again and added, "I actually wanted to go and take a look, but usually, I only focus on my cultivation and don't associate with fellow practitioners, so I have never been able to get in."
As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, he fell silent, feeling anxious as he stared intently at the book and pondered his home region, known as the Eastern Flower Continent. The Eastern Flower Continent is home to a total of 16 sects, with countless small sects scattered beneath them. Every 3 years, a mystic law gathering is organized among the various sects, and during this event, the most outstanding cultivators from each major sect, whether they are new practitioners or registered disciples, come together to exchange insights on the cultivation of the way. The reason this cultivation assembly is called mystic law is linked to the legend of the edible script from the time of creation. After enduring the erosion of sun and wind, the mountains and rivers have formed vast and magnificent patterns that conceal the profound mysteries of heaven and earth within them. After undergoing calculations and revisions by ancient moralists, these patterns gradually evolved into the unique script that cultivators on the Tao path now utilize. Ancient legends tell that a cultivator on the Tao path, solely relying on their understanding of the edible script, could comprehend the great Tao. The white sun ascension, even in oral tradition, is sufficient to demonstrate the power of the edible script in grasping the fundamental essence of the Tao. To understand the edible script is to have the opportunity to access the threshold of profound wisdom. The mystic law gathering, which employs edible script for communication and competition, is also regarded as a grand assembly for cultivators to discuss doctrines, engage in debates, and showcase their skills. Suddenly, Master Zhongwen made a suggestion. "The mystic law gathering is about to commence. With your level and understanding of edible script, senior disciple, how can you not showcase your talents at the cultivation assembly? Come along with me for a journey." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan pondered for a moment. The mystic law gathering is a valuable opportunity for peers to interact, learn, and enhance their sect's prestige. It is also a rare occasion to demonstrate one's abilities. Naturally, Zhang Yan could not decline the invitation from senior disciple. Having received an invitation, a junior disciple cannot refuse. Mr. Zhongwen took out a token and explained, "All right, this token is the insignia of the cultivation assembly. Holding it allows you to enter the mountain gate." Mr. Zhongwen added, "This is the supreme origin pill, used to regulate qi and meridians, and there are 12 pills in total. The cultivation assembly is bound to involve competition, so I hope senior disciple will accept this to stabilize your strength." Zhang Yan continued to accept it and bowed his head. "Thank you, senior disciple." Mr. Zhongwen also bowed his head in response. "There's no need for formalities, senior disciple. I still have sect affairs to attend to, so I will take my leave now." Very quickly, 5 days passed like a fleeting moment in the fields. Zhang Yan was still sitting in his house, lost in thought and practicing the edible script. Unexpectedly, seeking miraculous methods turned out to be one of the 10 precious mental techniques. It relates to the final step of entering the ultimate truth, with each word as precious as pearls. Zhang Yan slowly closed his eyes, trying to understand each word in the edible script that not everyone could comprehend. Zhang Yan thought to himself, every time he encountered a new edible script, Shattered Jade could help him perform the secret method, analyzing its strengths and weaknesses. His consciousness could also practice within the world of Shattered Jade, avoiding the mistakes of learning the secret method of burning out and possession. Zhang Yan then opened his eyes and said, "But using Shattered Jade really consumes mental energy. Fortunately, I had taken the Supreme Origin pill beforehand, so it's not too exhausting." After downing the Supreme Origin pill, Zhang Yan closed his eyes again, feeling his body gradually improving. His inner energy surged throughout his body, his foundational essence was full, and his aura was vibrant, even more so than if he had meditated for an entire night. Zhang Yan couldn't help but cheer with joy, surprised by the extraordinary effects of the elixir. Every disciple of the ancient mystical sect was at the mystical bamboo realm. It seemed that apart from their high-level teachings, they also had the support of miraculous pills. Unfortunately, he had too few elixirs in his possession. He would need to gather more in the future, and he absolutely could not miss any opportunities. At the same time, in the inner sect of the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence, Zhu Zishan was standing on a nearby tree, intently observing something within the inner sect.
It turns out that Zhu Zishan was busy contemplating.
Zhang Yan understood the edible script on Mount Kangwu, and now he was famous in the three views. There must be a master behind him providing guidance. Then he broke into a mysterious smile. As a disciple of the Jadal sect, I couldn't forcibly take Zhang Yan away, but there was still a way to leverage the sovereign ruler of the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence. Just then, a servant from the sovereign ruler's household came out to greet us.
The sovereign ruler invited the esteemed guests to come and visit. Zhu Zishan coldly ordered him to lead the way.
Standing in front of the sovereign ruler's house, Zhu Zishan seemed to be calculating something. As soon as we entered, a voice rang out, "You, as the one who wields the jade flute, are always surrounded by incense here, and they even worship their ancestors above."
The sovereign ruler continued to ask, "Why have you come to visit the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence?" Zhu Zishan respectfully replied, "I am Ding Yang Zhu Zishang, a registered disciple in the official ranks, and Zhang Yan is my elder brother."
He began to fabricate a story, saying that he was upset about matters at home and had come to the mountain. This time, he wanted to take his brother down from the mountain. The sovereign ruler replied calmly, "The disciple in the cultivating the way relies on the original Tao heart. The elder Taoist has never forced anyone. As the leader of the Jadal sect, you should not impose on his Tao heart." Zhu Zishang secretly smiled, having anticipated this situation long ago. He quickly reached into his robe and said, "The matter is as follows." Zhu Zishang took out a book titled The Way Book and presented it before the sovereign ruler. "Please deliver this The Way Book to my elder brother. I'm sure the Taoist will not refuse, right?" The sovereign ruler glanced at the book with edible script for a moment, then replied without hesitation, "In that case, let the poor Taoist deliver it." Zhu Zishang immediately broke into a sly smile. "Thank you, fellow cultivator." After that, the old sovereign ruler loudly announced the departure of his guest, waving the brush in his hand as he spoke. Zhu Zishan was escorted outside, unable to contain his laughter at the perfection of his plan. At this moment, the sovereign ruler continued to glance at the Way book that had just been presented, pondering a bit. He looked at the title and thought to himself, "The profound primordial inner reflection mystical records is indeed an ancient classic, originally belonging to Crane Taoist from the Southern Flower sect, and is considered a superior cultivation method for opening the immortal meridian. However, the content of this book, the secret method, is exceedingly complex and harbors significant consequences. Without the guidance of a master, it is easy to harm one's internal channels, self-destruct one's foundational path, and lose the qualification to cultivate the way." The sovereign ruler began to feel a bit curious and wondered what grievances Zhu Zishang and Zhang Yan had that led to the obstruction of another's path to cultivation. At the same time, at Zhang Yan's residence, a group of people had gathered from who knows where, indulging in revelry and merriment. At this moment, Lin Yuan, a disciple newly admitted to the lower house, shouted loudly, "Zhang Yan, are you aware of your crime?" Zhang Yan stepped outside, and after hearing his question, he stood there in a daze for a long time, unsure of what crime Mr. Zhang had committed. Lin Yuan continued to scold him fiercely, "You, along with the disciples of Guang Yuan sect, have engaged in internal strife, competing to prove superiority, a crime deserving of death." Zhang Yan furrowed his brow in irritation but maintained his composure as he replied, "Lin's senior disciple, Mo Yuan's revelation has caused our three Nether Spear sect disciples to be unable to reach their peak for 3 days. Although I am merely an unknown disciple, I understand that the two characters' humiliation are meant to prevent Guang Yuan sect from recklessly tarnishing the reputation of Nether Spear sect." Lin Yuan certainly did not want to listen to him reason. He directly shouted for him to shut up. "All the senior disciples already have plans. How can a junior like you be allowed to make a fuss and capture Zhang Yan for me?" At this moment, Master Zhang Wan, who was standing next to Zhang Yan, couldn't help but be surprised. As the two were arguing, they noticed that the others were cursing and bickering. Hu Shengyu suddenly grasped Master Zhang Wan's hand tightly and whispered, "If you don't want to share the blame with Zhang Yan, then don't move." Zhang Wan was taken aback, his body seemed unable to move. At this time, the lower house disciples also began to approach Zhang Yan, preparing to encircle him. In this critical moment, someone suddenly rang a loud bell, the noise causing all three of them to feel a headache. At that moment, a significant figure appeared above them and asked, "Where is Zhang Yan?" The person continued, the senior master has issued an order. The pavilion of profound benevolence summons disciple Zhang Yan to enter for a ceremony. Both Zhang Yan and Lin Yuan's group have come out together, but why at this moment? The man continued to speak loudly, the senior master's token is here, where is Zhang Yan? Hurry up and come forward. It turned out that Zhang Yan was holding the large brush of the senior master. Lin Yuan trembled as soon as he finished looking. This was the senior master Shi Jing's personal death decree. After that, Lin Yuan discreetly ordered the disciples not to act rashly, lest they bring disaster upon themselves. Thus, they had no choice but to withdraw and not provoke a significant figure. Zhang Yan then stood up and replied, is Mr. Zhang here? The other person asked again, are you Zhang Yan? After the boy nodded, the other person jumped down the steps and said, Zhang Yan, come with me to enter the sect. As he gradually left with the other person, the group of disciples asked Lin Yuan in disappointment, are we just letting him go like that? The disciples began to chatter restlessly. What else could they do? They absolutely could not defy the senior master's orders. Knowing this, they regretted not just killing him directly. Given the unclear situation, they decided to wait and see how the master would arrange things. Suddenly, Nai Zhongwen snorted coldly, turned around, and left, clutching his marked arm as he said, Mr. Nai will remember the kindness of several senior brothers today. At this moment, in the Hall of the Three Purities, Zhang Yan was led here by that man. The man told him to stop in front of the gate and said, Senior disciple, please wait here, I will go in to report. A multitude of thoughts began to arise in Zhang Yan's mind. This time, having pushed back a well-known sect like the Guangyuan sect, it was only reasonable for the upper echelons to want to take him in as a disciple. However, the benefits would surely come with drawbacks, and saying that, the path ahead might not necessarily be smooth sailing. After he finished his thoughts, the man came out and said, Senior disciple, the three senior masters invite you in. Without any delay, Zhang Yan entered, kneeling respectfully to greet them. The registered disciple Zhang Yan met the three senior masters. One was Xiaoshou Xian, the head of the moral training pavilion, in the middle was Shi Jing, the head of the pavilion of profound benevolence, and on the right was Qin Zhong, the head of Tian. Shi Jing asked, Zhang Yan, you have been on the mountain for more than 3 years. Where did you learn the edible script you have been practicing? Zhang Yan respectfully replied, half is innate talent, and the other half is effort. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshou Xian couldn't help but sneer, good, half is innate talent and the other half is effort. But talent comes first, and if you don't succeed, then what use is innate talent? Shi Jing stroked his beard and chuckled lightly, you actually know quite a lot. Suddenly, he pulled out the Book the Way book from his pocket and said, take this. Shi Jing explained, this Tao book is a superior secret method for opening the meridians, but the approach involves a lot of energy. If you're not careful, it could ruin your foundation. He continued, however, it is indeed a classic of the first-rate Immortal sect. The ancient orthodox teachings are not to be discarded lightly. Now, whether you choose to cultivate it or not is up to you to decide. He said this because he did not want to directly reveal Zhu Zishan's name. Qin Zhong suddenly frowned and ordered, Zhang Yan, you may leave. Zhang Yan immediately bowed his head and said, thank you, three masters, for your generosity. He took his leave promptly and quickly turned to leave, creating a private space for the three of them. Qin Zhong spoke seriously, I see that Zhang Yan has a naturally noble temperament, but his aptitude is merely average. I fear that his achievements will be limited, especially since he has offended a group of entry-level disciples. He is likely to lose more than he gains. Shi Jing shook his head and comforted, it's all right, junior disciple. I will take that mouthful of the tranquil summit to Zhang Yan, so he can use it as a shield to see how it works. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong stroked his beard and nodded in approval, thinking it was a very good idea. At that moment, Zhang Yan had also exited the magistrate's residence, his mind swirling with thoughts. As he reached the gate, the guide from before excitedly called out, congratulations, senior disciple. Just before senior master entered seclusion, he transmitted a decree, and you have now become the 13th entry disciple of the Pavilion of Profound Benevolence. Zhang Yan could not help but be surprised, entry disciple? To go through so much effort for this status, and now that I have finally accomplished it, it feels hardly different. He slipped a small pill into the guide's hand and said, "Thank you, junior disciple. Please accept this medicinal pill." The junior disciple hurriedly tucked it into his sleeve, glancing around nervously as if afraid someone might see. Then he leaned in and whispered a few things into Zhang Yan's ear, mentioning that some senior masters had also taken notice of various items and wanted to pass them on to him. "I have already sent someone to deliver them to your cave abode, senior disciple, so don't worry."
Zhang Yan chuckled to himself. These miscellaneous objects were not easy to move.
If it weren't for this medicinal pill, he feared he would have to take matters into his own hands. Therefore, Zhang Yan decided to be a bit courteous and said, "I'll trouble you, junior disciple." The junior disciple happily replied, "It's no trouble at all, senior disciple.
Farewell." After that, Zhang Yan quickly returned to his residence.
As soon as he opened the door, he was surprised to see a bronze cauldron appearing in the middle of the room. Zhang Yan slowly approached it, pondering, "Is this the object that the disciple of the Tao spoke of?" He mumbled to himself, "Guardian Jade Cauldron, my senior master gave me this cauldron, not to use this to deceive my future prospects.
Is it a reminder for me to choose to become a laborer? Is this a way to push me to withdraw, to not compete with the other entry-level disciples for cultivating resources?" Thinking of this, Zhang Yan clenched his fists in anger. "If I willingly become a laborer, then what is left of cultivating immortality? What remains of the way of cultivation? How can I allow others to decide my path in cultivating?" Zhang Yan's gaze grew extremely resolute and cold. He gently touched the edge of the cauldron and thought to himself that the Guardian Jade Cauldron, after all, could also be considered a magical artifact, one that bore the mark of the essence of the spirit, and therefore should not be wasted so easily. After that, Zhang Yan hurriedly went to gather firewood to stuff under the cauldron, not forgetting to add water, and then stripped off his clothes and jumped into the cauldron, disregarding the heat. Every disciple of the mystic sect, even those in the foundational realm, had a guardian master. Yet here he was, relying solely on himself, which was truly a last resort. Zhang Yan gritted his teeth, enduring the heat from the Guardian Jade Cauldron, his sweat turning from clear to black, as the water quickly transformed into a deep, dark hue. He thought to himself that he had swallowed no less than 26 core essence pills. The primordial energy within his body had been refined over half, but no matter how hard he tried, there remained a trace of primordial energy in the central origin channel that had never been refined and could not be forced out. Suddenly, Zhang Yan found himself lost in deep contemplation, his expression gradually becoming serious. At that moment, what occupied his mind was the essence of life and death, a natural test. Zhang Yan had cultivated his vital energy to such an extent that it had already become a powerful current, flowing like a river. However, the pressure from his own thoughts was too great, causing his natural path to suffer. His true intent became obscured, making his vital energy feel uncomfortable. This, in turn, caused his internal vital energy to stagnate, unable to advance. In this situation, the mystical bamboo realm became even more similar. Zhang Yan decided to ignore that thread of vital energy and instead keep the three treasures Danxiao tranquil, no longer worrying. Time passed to the point where the firewood had ceased to burn. Suddenly, Zhang Yan opened his eyes wide, as if he had just comprehended something. He exclaimed excitedly, "I have finally surpassed the path beyond the first gate and entered the realm of entering the ultimate truth." Zhang Yan quickly grabbed a towel and then pondered. As long as he continued to spend some time to enhance his true essence and strive to reach a higher realm, he would move towards the open meridian pill. At that moment, it seemed that the peak above was worried he was progressing too slowly, so it had come down to lend a hand. Zhang Yan jumped out of the Guardian Jade Cauldron, wrapped the towel around himself, and laughed heartily, exclaiming joyfully. Zhang Yan walked thoughtfully, pondering deeply. While others took the peak to advise Mo Chang, I instead utilized a solid block of true essence. When one's heart is clouded with delusions, the calculation of fate becomes futile, and one cannot expect to avoid existence with just a single attempt. That afternoon, the sun was nearly at its zenith. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the sky, chasing each other. One was a snake demon desperately fleeing from something, while the other was a disciple of the Nether Spear sect, Ning Song Xian,
who was relentlessly pursuing from behind, "Do you still dare to ride the clouds in front of me?" The snake demon suddenly released a cloud of black mist to obscure Ning Songxian's path, yet he remained confidently unfazed, using a bit of trickery to mock it. Ning Songxian's eyes shone brightly as he shot forth two beams of light. The rays pierced through the black mist, startling the snake demon. Ning Songxian quickly drew his sword, a confident smile on his face. He thrust it powerfully into the back of the snake demon, causing it to scream loudly. Not satisfied with just that, Ning Songxian then dragged the blade along the length of the snake demon's spine. However, Ning Songxian was stunned when he realized that the snake demon had been so desperate to escape that it had resorted to harming itself. The snake demon hovered in the air for a long while before it began to slither down to the ground. It flicked its tongue a few times while searching for a way to escape from the person nearby. Just as Ning Songxian jumped down to the ground, he surveyed his surroundings and concluded that the python had shrunk its body and burrowed deep into the mountain. Disappointed, Ning Songxian thought to himself that it was impossible to penetrate the mountain. Suddenly, he noticed a figure sitting atop a high cliff in the distance, and the figure spoke up. "To think that there would be a practitioner here, could this aura belong to a disciple of the lower house?" As it turned out, the person was none other than Zhang Yan, the one who was usually minding his own business. Ning Songxian approached him directly and asked, "Which sect do you belong to? What are you doing here alone?" Zhang Yan slowly opened his eyes, regarded the other man, and politely introduced himself. "I am Zhang Yan, a disciple of the lower house of the Nether Spear sect. May I inquire as to how to address you, senior disciple?" Ning Songxian coldly replied, "I am the disciple of the upper senate, Ning Songxian, pursuing a snake monster that has come this far. This snake monster has killed several of the upper senate's true disciples. It is truly a heinous crime." "Have you seen its movements?" Zhang Yan shook his head and replied, "Not at all." Ning Songxian immediately turned away, not forgetting to remind him, "Then you should be a bit more careful." In an instant, Ning Songxian soared away before Zhang Yan's admiring gaze. "When will I be able to reach such a realm?" He then sighed in frustration, "But he has his own path, and I have mine. There's nothing to envy. As long as my resolve is steadfast, one day, I too can soar the heavens and shake the earth." After that, Zhang Yan began to climb the stairs back home. Just as he stood in front of his house, Zhang Yan suddenly paused. Zhang Yan, feeling alert, thought to himself, "No, there's an unusual aura nearby." He approached the guardian jade cauldron and wondered, could the snake monster that Ning Songxian mentioned have come here? Zhang Yan nervously swallowed a gulp of saliva. "The snake monster can kill a senior disciple. Right now, I am no match for it." After thinking this, he reluctantly decided to take the risk and open the lid of the cauldron. As soon as Zhang Yan peeked inside, he saw the snake monster staring back at him, even hissing menacingly. Upon seeing the snake monster within the cauldron, Zhang Yan naturally didn't think twice and hurriedly replaced the lid, fearing it might escape and bite him. The snake monster was about to crawl out when it suddenly bumped its head against the lid. At that moment, its head was filled with stars and a delicate moon. Despite the snake monster rampaging within the town, Zhang Yan remained extremely cautious. The snake monster's cultivation was unpredictable. Zhang Yan secretly broke out in a cold sweat. If it were to break through the lid, he would have no choice but to flee. An hour later, the snake monster seemed to have exhausted itself from the chaos and finally stopped, allowing Zhang Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, everything became quiet. Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the town. "Senior martial brother, why have you imprisoned me here?" Zhang Yan calmly replied, "You sneaked into my cave abode and even killed 5 disciples of the Bright Blade sect, yet you ask why I have imprisoned you?" Upon hearing this, the snake monster clicked its tongue. This individual actually knew its background, which was inevitable. After a moment of thought, the snake monster began to devise a way to lure Zhang Yan. "I truly had no other choice but to seek refuge in this altar. I never intended to harm you. I implore you, senior martial brother, to release me." As Zhang Yan stuffed firewood into the bottom of the altar, he responded, "Senior disciple Ning has not gone far yet. If you were to leave my cave abode and were caught red-handed, how could I, Mr. Zhang, possibly prove my innocence?" The snake monster, hearing the rustling beneath its body, began to panic.
what are you doing?
Zhang Yan stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and replied, "This peak is called the Peak of Tranquil Poking, used to cook delicious dishes that refine the essence. Just in time, I can use you to brew a pot of snake soup." Upon hearing this, the snake monster pleaded vigorously, "Please, what must I do for Senior Marshal Brother to spare my life?" Zhang Yan chuckled to himself, "How interesting." He then asked, "Let me ask you, why did you come to the Bright Blade sect?" The snake monster hesitated before answering, "I only came to hunt down those 5, there's no other reason." Zhang Yan scoffed in response, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? How dare you use such a lie to deceive me?" Zhang Yan began to explain. "Our Bright Blade sect has been at war with the 3 Silver Lake demons for many years. Although both sides have suffered casualties, there has never been an act of invading each other's territory." He frowned again, exposing the lie. "And you, this time, are willing to chase down people all the way to the sacred grounds of my sect, just to kill a few disciples who are not even as good as you?" He slowly lit a fire and continued, "Surely they must have discovered some secret of yours, which is why you cannot let them live." At this moment, the snake monster began to feel a sense of confusion and fear. Why was it that a mere junior from the Bright Blade sect was proving to be so difficult to deal with? This young man could almost accurately guess the reasons behind everything, while the snake monster was heavily injured and unable to fight back. Well, never mind, it was better to keep its life. In the end, the snake monster had no choice but to plead, "Please don't burn me, I'll tell you everything." Only then did the snake monster begin to recount its story. "My name is La Ping. Previously, while I was engaged in battle with a disciple of the Bright Blade sect, I accidentally discovered a junior training ground that had gone unnoticed by anyone else. Unfortunately, this junior training ground was also discovered by some disciples of the Bright Blade sect. The 2 sides encountered each other right in the middle of the path." La Ping continued to narrate, "In order to monopolize the junior training ground, I didn't hesitate to infiltrate the territory of the Bright Blade sect, even going so far as to kill those disciples." La Ping added, "But we are so unfortunate to have run into Ning Songxian." As soon as Zhang Yan heard this, a thought crossed his mind. The junior training ground is a place where spirit tokens can be produced, and the golden pearls within these spirit tokens are essential materials for alchemy. The outer shell, once ground into powder, can also be used as materials to craft commonly used magical tools. Zhang Yan began to feel uneasy. Isn't it the case that for decades, disciples of the Bright Blade sect have been tirelessly competing over what is essentially just a junior training ground? Zhang Yan then probed further, "Is there anyone else who knows about this besides you?" La Ping replied emphatically, "No one else knows, no one else. Moreover, apart from me, no one could ever find that place." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yan spoke up, "I can let you go, but you must swear an oath of blood and essence with me." La Ping, upon hearing this, naturally flew into a rage. "What kind of joke is that? Once the blood oath essence is released, I will be emotionally connected to you. If you blink, I won't survive either." La Ping, sulking, shouted, "I would rather die in here than that." Zhang Yan calmly replied, "Do you think that just because you know the location of the junior training ground, I wouldn't dare to kill you? The fire at the bottom of the peak is gradually getting fiercer." As Zhang Yan added more firewood, he continued, "Mr. Zhang thinks the junior training ground is too far away, while you are like a delicious pot of snake soup right in front of me, eating it would make it mine." La Ping, feeling uncomfortable inside, yelled, don't burn it anymore, I can't take it any longer, my skin is starting to sag." In the end, unable to endure it any longer, La Ping reluctantly agreed. I agree, that's enough." After saying that, La Ping quickly created a blood oath circle with his blood. At the same time, Zhang Yan also drew a drop of his own blood for the ritual. The bodies of Zhang Yan and La Ping seemed to merge as one. "I am you and you are me," Zhang Yan thought to himself. Clearly the blood oath was effective. He slowly opened the lid and said, "You can come out now." At that moment, La Ping hurriedly crawled out, gasping for air. If he had stayed in there any longer, he would surely have suffocated. As La Ping emerged, he looked around with curious eyes. He then climbed up onto the table in surprise,
profound primordial inner reflection mystical records, is someone trying to harm you? Zhang Yan asked in astonishment, what makes you say that?
La Ping replied, the spells in this book are all ancient and orthodox magic, capable of opening meridians and breaking barriers within just one lunar cycle.
There is only one drawback, they are prone to heavenly manipulation.
La Ping continued to explain, a month after opening the meridians, you must not hear the sound of thunder, otherwise, it will surely cause the true essence to fluctuate, harming the immortal meridian, and from then on, you will be forever disconnected from the disciple of the Tao.
La Ping drew a black line on his forehead and added, if it weren't for the fact that my life is intertwined with yours due to the essence of my blood, I wouldn't even bother telling you this.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan was naturally left speechless and in shock. Even though he had the shattered jade in his possession, practicing according to this book seemed to promise more harm than good.
Why would Shi Jing want to harm him? Zhang Yan, after listening to La Ping's explanation, started to feel confused and troubled.
If Shi Jing wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through the trouble of having him join the sect, not to mention giving him a treasure that hinted at becoming a forceful warrior.
So, where did this profound primordial inner reflection mystical records actually come from? Zhang Yan then asked La Ping, how do you know about this so well?
La Ping replied, our demon clan cultivates differently from your human way of cultivating the way. From the very beginning, there are countless major and minor tribulations. We have to learn from a young age how to avoid calamities. This way book was something I heard mentioned by the elders.
Curious, Zhang Yan pressed further, if this book contains hidden dangers, but is still worth trying to cultivate from, do you know how to evade those calamities?
La Ping replied nonchalantly, after you open the meridian, just dig a hole, wait until the thunder is about to strike, then immediately cover your face and mouth and hide inside.
After that, fill the hole back in.
If you stay hidden there for 7 days, you can avoid this thunder calamity.
Zhang Yan silently speculated.
This method, although a bit strange, was suggested by La Ping, who had a blood oath on him, so he probably wouldn't deceive him.
Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Is Brother Zhang inside? I am Zhao Yuan here to pay a visit.
Upon hearing this, La Ping broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Zhang Yan, then swallowed hard. He hurriedly crawled into the town's top to hide.
Zhang Yan quickly went out to open the door and saw many people standing outside. He smiled lightly and asked, what brings Zhao Senior Disciple here today?
Zhao Yuan hurriedly introduced a companion, this is Princess Linya of Chao, the daughter of Song Grand Duke of the Wei dynasty. The princess has come here specifically to pay a visit to Brother Zhang. Linya bowed and greeted, esteemed mortal, I pay my respects to you, Master Zhang. Zhang Yan replied gently, there is no need for such formalities, princess.
Please, come inside and have a seat. Once the three of them were settled, Zhang Yan straightforwardly asked, is there something you wish to discuss with me, princess?
Linya responded, I have heard that you have become an initiated disciple.
I am willing to offer 1,000 pounds of 5 elements divine sand. It will be delivered to your residence tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan couldn't help but be surprised.
He had only heard of treasures like 5 elements divine sand being traded by weight. This person was offering him 1,000 pounds right off the bat, but considering the vast territories of the nobility, such treasures might not hold much value to them. Linya continued, this year, the upper reaches of the Dragon River have frozen over, making it difficult to traverse.
Collecting divine materials is not easy, which is why I can only offer 1,000 pounds for now.
She anxiously added, in early spring next year, I will provide an additional 1,000 pounds, bringing the total to 2,000 pounds.
What does Mr. Zhang think of this?
Zhang Yan, with a serious expression, directly inquired, Princess, your politeness suggests that there is something you need assistance with. Linya let out a long, heavy sigh before saying, to be honest with you, I've been entangled with a disciple from the Northern Divine Sect. This person is ruthless and unreasonable, and he actually wants to take me as a concubine. Linya gently put forth her request, Wangshi, I cannot harm anyone from the sect of immortal cultivators, nor do I have any other options. If Mr. Zhang could become my protector, then that wicked person would definitely think twice before acting recklessly.
Zhang Yan thought for no more than 3 seconds before agreeing wholeheartedly, I see.
If Zhao's senior disciple is willing to intervene in this matter, then I shall agree. Linya immediately stood up to pay her respects, saying, Thank you, Mr. Zhang. If there is anything related to worldly matters in the future, feel free to command us.
Zhao Yuan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, Thank you, Mr. Zhang. After that, Zhang Yan stood up to see them off, not thinking much about it. Once everyone had left, La Ping emerged from the town and mocked, The disciple of the Bright Blade sect is truly impressive, just a single word can make the offspring of nobles and royals serve him. La Ping noticed Zhang Yan was silent and continued to tease him, Just wait until you enter the upper house, won't you then be able to command the city lords and emperors as you wish? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan could only smile faintly, What you say, fellow cultivator, makes sense. La Ping felt her face flush at his words, This Zhang Yan really is polite, he even refers to himself as a fellow cultivator. Suddenly, La Ping seemed to remember something, right? Once the divine sand is offered to you, you can use it to trade for some herbs with your senior disciple. Zhang Yan exclaimed in surprise, Herbs? Does the fellow cultivator know how to refine elixirs?
Upon hearing this, La Ping looked up to the sky and replied, I can't refine high-grade elixirs, but I am very skilled at concocting healing and beneficial elixirs.
Zhang Yan casually asked, So the equipment used for elixir refining must be my cauldron, right?
La Ping climbed onto the edge of the cauldron and answered, Of course. But this cauldron is not made of copper, it is forged from the finest star sand long spear.
Zhang Yan was astonished and exclaimed, Isn't the star sand long spear one of the top-grade materials needed for weapon crafting?
La Ping glanced down at the bottom of the town and replied, The technique used by the cultivator to forge this cauldron is incredibly profound. If you hadn't refined it once, allowing me to feel the strange changes in the aura of this cauldron, I would never have been able to discern it. Zhang Yan began to speculate, realizing that only an ancient cultivator could afford to use star sand long spear to forge such a large cauldron. It seemed that Shi Jing was unaware of the origins of this cauldron, which was why he easily gifted it to him. Suddenly, La Ping looked into Zhang Yan's eyes and noticed a layer of sorrow on his face. He hurriedly spoke to comfort him, You don't need to be too heartbroken.
If I can refine healing elixirs, I can also provide you with even greater benefits.
The amount of elixirs you need to open your meridians is not a small number, I can help you with the refinement.
Zhang Yan waved his hand and laughed in response, What are you saying? Just take it and use it.
Zhang Yan then explained, I am about to reach the opening meridian stage. The urgent matter right now is to find a spiritual place to nurture the meridians of this mortal body. However, within the sect, there are more mouths than rice, and there aren't enough resources available, there's basically nowhere I can utilize.
I wonder if you, fellow cultivator La Ping, have any good insights?
La Ping answered without hesitation, The place where the spirit token grows must have a hollow chamber beneath it, which is where the Crown King resided. If we can absorb the true essence within, we will undoubtedly be able to cultivate a high-grade meridian. La Ping added, I can take you to find the Crown King, but you must swear that after you open your meridian, you will dissolve my bloodline essence and return my freedom to me. Zhang Yan agreed without a moment's hesitation, Alright, I'll wait until my cultivation level stabilizes, and then we can set off. A few days later, the mountain where Zhang Yan was located transitioned continuously between night and day, with the peak constantly shrouded in clouds of smoke and flames. La Ping was in the peak, diligently refining alchemical pills. Anyone who looked might have thought it was trying to cook itself. Zhang Yan remained seated in meditation, surrounded by numerous failed alchemical products. He tightly grasped the shattered jade and also held onto the profound primordial inner reflection mystical records. At the same time, in the world of shattered jade, he remained focused on cultivating the way. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's body emitted strange streams of light, and sweat was pouring down his face. After a while, Zhang Yan opened his eyes wide, the sweat on his forehead gradually turning red. In the shattered jade world, Zhang Yan suddenly collapsed, but his soul was still cultivating the way, slowly ascending with an abundance of spiritual energy. Zhang Yan had tossed the items into the storage, waiting for the day to be burned. The first secret method had been completed, containing countless dangers, resulting in his death 150 times. Zhang Yan finally managed to return to the real world. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his consciousness having flickered over 100 times in shattered jade, and he had finally found the correct cultivation method. Zhang Yan silently felt incredulous. No wonder La Ping had said that the profound primordial inner reflection mystical records were easily influenced by the heaven and earth. By the time he completed his training, he might have already reached the Grandmaster level in terms of burning out and possession. At this moment, his gaze rested on that peak.
Has the fire been extinguished? Zhang Yan approached and wondered.
La Ping borrowed his guardian jade cauldron to refine pills, potions, and spells, claiming it was very dangerous.
It had been a long time without any news. Could it be that he had perished inside the cauldron? Out of curiosity, Zhang Yan opened the lid to look inside, but before he could see anything, he was interrupted by someone outside the door.
Zhang Yan, are you there?
Come out and talk.
Zhang Yan felt anxious and uneasy.
Could it be that Ning Songxian had discovered La Ping's situation?
Despite his worries, he had no choice but to open the door, otherwise, he would raise even more suspicion. Ning Songxian stood outside, his entire being radiating spiritual energy, exuding a formidable presence.
Zhang Yan bowed his head and greeted, Ning's senior disciple.
Ning Songxian patted his shoulder and then made a serious expression, "This is not a suitable place to talk, follow me." After that, Ning Songxian took Zhang Yan flying off to an unknown location, and they both landed on a high cliff far from the mountain below.
Zhang Yan remained silent, waiting for the other to speak, unsure of what could be so serious.
Ning Songxian suddenly praised, "Zhang brother, you are truly composed, very good. One who cultivates the way must rid themselves of all distractions, leaving only their true self. It is important to understand that the obstacles and illusions arise from the mind. If the mind is not steady, then the spirit cannot emerge." Zhang Yan bowed his head in response, "Thank you very much, senior disciple, for your guidance." He secretly wondered if Ning Songxian wanted to take this opportunity to test whether his cultivation ability was solid. Ning Songxian turned his face outward and began to speak, "I have searched the mountains for many days without discovering any trace of the snake monster. It is likely that it either perished from its injuries or found a place to hide." Ning Songxian continued, "In the coming days, I must return to the sect and cannot pay attention to these matters. To guard against the snake monster harming you, I will give you something. This will protect your life." Zhang Yan quickly accepted it, though he did not understand what it was. Ning Songxian raised his voice again, "Go now, and remember to maintain your true heart. Both you and I come from Cold Gate, which can be considered as a fateful connection." Before taking off, Ning Songxian said, "In the future, if there is an opportunity, I will introduce you to a certain immortal." A wisp of white smoke suddenly enveloped Zhang Yan's body, causing him to hover in the air, and then his body automatically transported him back home. After flying for a short while, Zhang Yan found himself stopping in front of his house. As he looked up, he saw Ning Songxian beginning to depart. Deep in his heart, Zhang Yan thought, "I will remember this kindness." While Zhang Yan was busy conversing with Ning Songxian from afar, the lid of the jade chamber was now opened. La Ping slowly poked her head out, inhaling the smoke that was spreading everywhere. La Ping crawled down to the ground, and her entire body suddenly flashed with a purple light. She felt secretly delighted. After going through the three-step medicine refining technique, she could finally take on human form. A vague human figure began to materialize in the midst of the smoke, revealing that it was none other than snake monster La Ping. When she transformed into a human, she possessed an enchanting beauty that could easily captivate anyone. At that moment, La Ping suddenly heard strange rustling noises from outside. Lin Tong peeked his head inside the house, calculating that in order to secure a spot as a disciple in the lower house, he needed to obtain the guardian jade cauldron for exchange. Lin Tong thought to himself that since Zhang Yan was not here, it was the perfect opportunity to seize the moment. The door was wide open and there was no one inside, which fueled his bold idea. Before Lin Tong could take any further action, La Ping stood with her hands on her hips and questioned, "Who are you?" Lin Tong was caught off guard and blurted out, "Isn't it true that Zhang Yan doesn't have a servant to attend to him?"
But upon seeing La Ping's exquisite face, Lin Tong quickly adopted a lecherous expression and said, "So you're Zhang Yan's maid, a little beauty like you must want to come with me?" He hadn't finished his sentence when La Ping glared at him, her voice cold and threatening. "Do you want to die?" What followed was Lin Tong's shrill scream as Xiao delivered a punishing blow. A little while later, Zhang Yan slowly returned home. He noticed nothing suspicious. Suddenly, La Ping stepped in front of Zhang Yan, presenting herself in a demure manner. La Ping stepped forward to embrace Zhang Yan's arm, sobbing theatrically, "After many years of searching, I have finally found you, my lord." Zhang Yan glanced at her briefly, irritation flashing in his eyes, and then without hesitation, he shook her hand off, leaving her taken aback. When he turned to walk away, showing no curiosity about who she was, La Ping felt even more disappointed. She ran up to him again, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yan. "Have you forgotten me, young Master Zhang?" La Ping's soft chest pressed, whether intentionally or not, against Zhang Yan's back, causing him to swallow hard. What a feeling it was! Finally, Zhang Yan spoke up coldly, "Fellow cultivator La, why do you have to act like this? We share a room every day, how could we not know each other?" Seeing that his trick had been exposed, La Ping immediately stepped back, secretly cursing, "Damn it! I forgot that this little thief could distinguish the aura." La Ping sulkily shouted, "Oh! Spending every day in the same room as you, don't you dare recklessly tarnish my purity." Zhang Yan eagerly chimed in, exactly, fellow cultivator La, the grievances have piled up." Congratulations, La Ping continued, crossing her arms. "For now, I can only take on a form, cultivation must be slowly restored." Without hesitation, Zhang Yan called her out, "If your cultivation hasn't recovered, then how do you explain the name in the cauldron?" It turned out that Lin Tong had been thrown into the town by La Ping, hanging on by a thread. La Ping seriously explained, "This little brat, as soon as you left earlier, tried to sneak in here to steal the cauldron and was subsequently caught by me." Zhang Yan was surprised to hear this, stealing the cauldron? Upon looking inside, Zhang Yan realized that the person in question was Lin Tong, while La Ping beside him was full of herself, eagerly waiting for compliments. At that moment, another group of people began to approach from outside. Zhang Yan and La Ping exchanged nods, signaling each other to prepare for another act. La Ping quickly hid behind the door, waiting for the group to enter. Zhang Yan stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" The old man replied sternly, "Zhang Yan, I am the steward of the lower house. Today, the chief disciple Du of the lower house has summoned all disciples to the main hall for a meeting. Everyone else is going, why do you not come?" The steward, hiding a bright ruler behind his back, shouted loudly, "I have come on the orders of the young master to demand an explanation from you. Hurry up and kneel down." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan had several thoughts. Du, the senior disciple of the lower house, had changed. It seemed he was a newly appointed official trying to establish his authority. With no backing, he was being used as a pawn. Zhang Yan also wanted to see what would happen, so he slowly knelt down on the ground and said, "Regardless of whether I am guilty or innocent, as a newly admitted disciple, you, merely a servant, dare to come and arrest me." The steward brandished the ruler to intimidate him and said, "Enough with the nonsense. Are you going to tie your own hands, or shall I do it for you?" Frustrated, Zhang Yan broke out in a cold sweat. He was a bit taken aback. This ruler was no ordinary object. Zhang Yan secretly took it out from his sleeve and thought to himself, he wasn't sure if the pearl that senior disciple Ning had given him would be of any use. The steward raised the ruler high and shouted, "This is what you wanted for yourself." However, just as he was about to use this move to strike Zhang Yan, La Ping's hand stopped him. La Ping easily snatched the ruler from the steward's hand and laughed joyfully. The steward, furious, yelled, "You little wench, I am the steward of the Du family, return my magical artifact to me at once." La Ping stuck out his tongue and teased him, saying, "Your lowly crafted magical tool dares to be called a magical artifact?" Sighing, "This snake monster girl is acting too convincingly." After that, he stood up abruptly and kicked the steward out. The steward, in front of everyone, was screaming as if he were being bullied, making anyone who looked on think he was truly being mistreated. The steward was helped back by two men beside him, not forgetting to turn around and scold him. "Zhang Yan, how dare you be so arrogant, just wait for your doom. La Ping was currently having a great time playing with the ruler, as if it were the first time she had seen it. Suddenly, La Ping came up with a new idea. She stepped forward, grabbed Lin Tong by the collar, and then began to sneakily stuff a magical artifact into his pocket. Zhang Yan curiously asked, "What are you doing?" La Ping replied with a smile, "If I guess correctly, this technique should have a pair, so just sit back and wait for the show." A little while later, in the lower house hall, the steward, who had just been helped back, knelt down and did not dare to raise his head. The young master, who had calmed down, was Old Servant. Old Servant had carelessly allowed Zhang Yan to take the magical artifact. The young man sitting in the middle of the house, after hearing these words, raised his voice and shouted, "Nonsense! Zhang Yan is clearly just a monk from the mystical bamboo realm. This person is Duyu, the great disciple of the lower house. My magical artifact could easily defeat even a low-grade spirit weapon, so how could he possibly take it from me?" Duyu frowned and muttered, "Trash, losing a magical artifact, what benefit do you have now?" After saying this, he swiftly struck with a blade, severing the head of the old steward before he could even blink. Everyone present in the grand hall gasped in shock. There was another magical artifact similar to the one before, and its power was truly formidable. Duyu slowly moved his hands in a peculiar manner. His hands suddenly began to glow. However, right after that, Duyu frowned in confusion. Strangely, the magical artifact did not respond. It seemed that it was indeed held by Zhang Yan and could not escape. Duyu took out the other ruler and laughed loudly. "Zhang Yan, do you think my magical artifact is so easy to take?" He quickly ordered the magical treasure to search for the other half, which was in Zhang Yan's possession. 15 minutes later, both rulers stopped in Duyu's hands, not missing one. Duyu loudly commanded, "You all carry Zhang Yan's corpse in here?" Then he turned around and said loudly, "Dear junior disciples, wait a moment. If Zhang Yan is so arrogant, as the senior disciple of the lower house, I will definitely make proper arrangements." The disciples exchanged puzzled glances, unsure whether to believe Duyu's words or not. Half an hour later, just as two subordinates reached the doorway, they announced loudly, "Young master, we have brought Zhang Yan here." Duyu's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Where is he? Bring Zhang Yan's body here." Deep down, he was immensely pleased with himself. He couldn't wait for these people to see Zhang Yan's corpse. Surely, they would be in awe of his cunning methods. A body was placed on a stretcher, and the subordinates carried it inside. Unfortunately, the person lying there was Lin Tong, not Zhang Yan. The disciples, having never seen Zhang Yan's face, were easily fooled. What a pity! Zhang Yan was a talented individual. Oh dear, what bad luck! Duyu, upon seeing this person for the first time, exclaimed excitedly, "Is this really Zhang Yan?" However, Zhang Yan stepped in from outside and said, "No, I am Zhang Yan." He walked inside and explained everything. The one who had been struck was Lin Tong, the cousin of Lin Yuan, a senior disciple. Duyu began to feel confused. "So you are Zhang Yan?" Internally, he cursed himself, while outwardly he fumbled his words twice in succession. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yuan hurriedly sat down beside his younger brother and asked, "Zhang Yan, what on earth happened?" Zhang Yan said nothing, he just bowed in respect to Duyu. After glancing at the steward and observing the old man's peculiar hair, Zhang Yan held him in high regard. Duyu's ruthless actions clearly marked him as no ordinary person, and Zhang Yan realized he could not act thoughtlessly. After that, he quickly recounted the story that he and La Ping had just devised. "Earlier, I was having a wonderful conversation with Brother Lin in the cave abode. Suddenly, an evil servant appeared, demanding to imprison me. Brother Lin quickly seized the jade scepter from that individual and stowed it away. He even stated that he would return this treasure to its owner. Little did we know that, shortly after the evil servant had departed, another scepter suddenly flew towards us. It struck Brother Lin directly on the head, causing him to die a truly unjust death." He paused for a moment before concluding, "Fortunately, the two characters in the story are both dead, allowing me to recount it so coherently." Zhang Yan approached Lin Tong, standing beside him with a look of deep sympathy. "Brother Lin and I have always had a cordial relationship. I have always admired his way of being.
It's hard to believe that he fell victim to the hands of a scoundrel today, it's truly unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Du erupted in rage. Well done, Zhang Yan. You certainly have the audacity to mock me as a scoundrel. He hurled 2 scepters towards Zhang Yan. Judging by their speed, they truly were one-of-a-kind sacred artifacts.
Zhang Yan smirked in response. Is that all you've got, using only such a magical artifact to deal with me?
He rolled up his sleeves, his eyes sparkling as he thought, it's time to use the sacred artifact that Ning Songxian gave me. As Du was about to strike Zhang Yan with his 2 rulers, he quickly threw a gem to block the attack. The gem collided forcefully, causing the 2 rulers to be sent flying to the ground. Not only that, but their surfaces also developed clear cracks. Zhang Yan caught the gem that had just been thrown, standing quietly as he watched the 2 rulers fall to the ground, a smile creeping onto his face. Immediately, the disciples standing nearby were struck with shock and disbelief.
Spiritual energy, one person whispered, triggering a wave of murmurs.
This kind of spiritual energy isn't just powerful, it can also be controlled at will. Compared to Du's magical artifacts, it's definitely of a much higher grade.
Could it be that Zhang Yan is truly a disciple secretly nurtured by some clan? The hushed conversations rippled like waves, adding to the already tense atmosphere.
Seeing his precious magical artifacts destroyed, a surge of fury erupted within Du. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging.
Zhang Yan! He bellowed, reaching into his sleeve as if to retrieve something.
His gaze was filled with determination. Today, no matter what, he would make sure that Zhang Yan met his end here. But at that moment, a loud shout pierced through the tension like a sharp knife. Du, stop right there. The voice was firm and authoritative, silencing everyone in the courtyard. From a distance, a man stepped forward. It was Du Bo, one of the respected elders of Du.
Du Bo stepped forward.
Just in front of Zhang Yan, he was now before Du.
It was unclear what kind of power this was.
Zhang Yan seemed to still be in shock.
What?
He turned to look at the elderly pair holding hands, thinking to himself, the distance covered by one step can be vast, like the horizon. The lower house disciples began to chatter excitedly. This person must be a master at the 3rd level of the mysterious radiance stage, which is why he can manipulate mysterious radiance. The distance of thousands of miles is shortened to just a step.
Du shouted in frustration, Uncle Bo, why are you stopping me? Du Bo said nothing to his nephew.
He simply turned to stare at Zhang Yan. Then, he turned away and said to him, Zhang Yan, what happened today has nothing to do with you.
It's not your fault. You can step back now. Moreover, he exuded an overwhelming aura. Zhang Yan was sweating profusely.
The energy of this man was similar to that of Ning's senior disciple. It seemed he was a master at the same level. Standing opposite Du Bo, he was the one who felt it most clearly. However, the aura was different from that of Ning's senior disciple. Just like the surging waves that engulf a solitary boat, relentless in their assault, sweat poured down Zhang Yan's forehead continuously, and he swallowed hard. Naturally, Zhang Yan dared not defy the command. Thus, Zhang Yan retreated this time. Du Bo's gaze remained fixed on him, unyielding, even tinged with contempt. As Zhang Yan turned to leave, he blamed himself, thinking that he had been too careless, not realizing that beside Du there was still such a formidable expert. The aura emanating from that man had even caused Zhang Yan to cough up a bit of blood. Zhang Yan gently wiped away the blood and reflected that although he was not a match for this person today, it didn't mean he wouldn't be in the future. With unwavering determination, Zhang Yan resolved, I need to remember all the humiliation I endured today, and one day I will definitely seek justice with my own hands. The sun had begun to set behind the mountains, and the lower house disciples also returned to their quarters. It was at this moment that Du spoke up, Uncle Bo, why did you stop me today? Du Bo suddenly asked a different question, Gentle Leaf, do you know about the 12 celestial thrones? Du looked surprised, isn't that the sacred artifact used by the sect leader when he was young? Du Bo nodded and replied, that's right. If I'm not mistaken, just now Zhang Yan used the wish fulfillment divine vessel. that originally belonged to the ninth disciple of the sect leader. Elder Ji Yan created it by modeling it after the 12 celestial thrones. Du Bo continued to explain to his foolish nephew, for Zhang Yan to obtain this, he must have an extraordinary relationship with the sect leader.
Killing him just now was truly not a good idea. Du gritted his teeth and responded, "That's true.
But as long as my divine son is still the grand disciple, for as long as the elixirs, moral guidance, and magical artifacts bestowed by the Supreme Court are in my hands, Zhang Yan can forget about dreaming of taking them from me."
Du Bo replied coldly, "Gentle Leaf, have you forgotten?
The position of the grand disciple of the lower house is merely a temporary arrangement. The purpose is for you to enter the junior training ground, utilize the Crown King True Path, and unlock the high-grade pulse phenomenon, not inferior to that of the sect leader's disciple." At this point, Du's face lit up with excitement. He was as thrilled as a child, exclaiming, "Uncle Bo, did the sect leader agree to let me borrow the Crown King to open my meridians?" Du Bo nodded, "That's right. This was decided before you even went up the mountain. I just didn't mention it to you because I was worried about your impulsive nature. For now, try not to cause more trouble, avoid letting others catch wind of your vulnerabilities, as it could lead to unexpected incidents." Du puffed his cheeks in a huff and protested, "Doesn't that mean it's a great deal for Zhang Yan then?" Du Bo let out a sigh, feeling exhausted with this nephew of his. He stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Gentle Leaf, there's no need to rush to deal with Zhang Yan right now. With our Du family as your support, just wait until you condense the high-grade pulse phenomenon. Handling a disciple from the lower house like him will be a piece of cake, won't it?" Du Bo added, "If Gentle Leaf truly can't swallow this anger, I can teach you a method that doesn't require you to lift a finger, yet can make him have no place to stand on the mountain." Soon, the sky began to darken, and Zhang Yan's residence remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, the door to Zhang Yan's house was flung open by a gust of wind, and something flew in. Zhang Yan quickly caught it, surprised. The Laughing Marsh gold sword? He took the note pinned to the sword and read it. "Do you want me to move out of Wangxing Peak to probably cultivate at Moon Peak?" Zhang Yan threw the piece of paper down on the table with a huff, saying, "On the surface, they pretend to care about me, letting me stay with the disciple clan on top of Moon Peak, but in reality, they are just taking away my place, forcing someone from a poor family like me to endure the disdain of others." Zhang Yan let out a sneer, a substitute for the tactic of pulling the rug out from under someone. He crossed his arms and pondered, "But I'm also troubled by not having a reason to go down the mountain to find the Crown King to open my meridian. This situation comes at just the right time." After La Ping finished reading the paper, Zhang Yan turned to him and said, "La fellow cultivator, it seems I have to go down the mountain today." La Ping immediately took on the role of a weeping wife bidding farewell to her husband. "Now that servant has no home to return to, I still hope the young master will show mercy and not abandon servant." Zhang Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "The way you comfort people, La fellow cultivator, is truly unique. Do you think I was forced down the mountain?" He then explained to her, "In fact, over the past 2 months, I have been diligently studying the Mystic Origin secret tome and have comprehended the mysteries within it. This time, I came down the mountain to the junior training ground in search of the true path, relying on that to advance into the opening meridian stage." La Ping exclaimed, "Is that so? I thought you were feeling quite discouraged." Zhang Yan smiled and replied, "Why should I feel discouraged? The lower house is merely a stop along my path of cultivating the way. Only by opening the meridians can one ascend to greater heights. When I return, I will make the doors of the lower house open willingly." In admiration, La Ping praised Zhang fellow cultivator for his remarkable spirit. Yet, her words were not untrue. She gently reminded him that trying to touch the external objects only muddled the purpose. It was only through persistent will that one could truly see the essence of the spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan began to feel doubtful. La Ping's words were strikingly similar to what senior disciple Ning had once said. It seemed they had some hidden meaning. However, if both of them were unwilling to speak directly, then it was best not to seek further troubles for now. Zhang Yan clasped his hands and continued, "On the way to the junior training ground, I would appreciate it if La fellow cultivator could guide me." La Ping smiled and replied, "Just leave it to me." That night, Zhang Yan and La Ping ventured deep into the forest, conveniently digging the ground to bury the guardian jade cauldron. La Ping lamented, leaving this precious cauldron here is such a waste. If my cultivation were still at its peak, carrying it would be a trivial matter, but now I find myself powerless. Zhang Yan brushed off the dust from his hands while comforting, there's no need to regret, just hide here, and we'll go back to pick it up later.
Then, Zhang Yan asked again, I wonder how the two of us will proceed from here?
The junior training ground Huangyun is occupied by our Bright Blade sect, so there must be plenty of disciples guarding it.
Does La fellow cultivator have any ideas? La Ping replied confidently, it's not a concern.
In front of that cave, there's a large lake.
If there are Bright Blade sect disciples on guard, we can swim underwater first, then swim across the middle of the lake. They definitely won't be able to detect us.
La Ping clapped her hands on her body and exclaimed with delight, back then, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find my way back, so I left a drop of blood at that place.
Using the essence of my dedication to sense it shouldn't be difficult.
Zhang Yan also enthusiastically agreed, well then, it's really quite good to be afraid. I wonder how many days it will take to reach the junior training ground.
La Ping pouted again, why bother walking?
If I use the Mystic Radiance technique, I can get there in just 6 days. After she conjured a thick mist, La Ping said, Zhang fellow cultivator, come here and hold my hand, and don't open your eyes when we take off.
Zhang Yan gently replied, alright, then we must be rude.
After that, he placed his hand on La Ping's waist instead of her hand. This intimate gesture made La Ping shiver with discomfort. La Ping shouted loudly, and immediately a pink beam of light appeared around the two of them. This beam of light lifted them swiftly into the air, effortlessly soaring over the high mountain ranges. A few days later, at the Wei Dynasty in Jing Prefecture, Dragon Swallow Lake bordered the junior training ground Huangyun, where indeed the disciple of the Netherspear sect was on guard. However, with Zhang Yan and La Ping, according to the plan, they swam slowly in the water, both of them moving forward together while breathing in and out steadily. Suddenly, La Ping turned her head back and grabbed Zhang Yan's hand, pulling him along. Both of them stopped at a large pit located at the bottom of the lake. A great deal of spiritual energy was pouring out from it. La Ping signaled Zhang Yan to jump down with him. After that, both of them swam down into the pit, going deep below to where a light was shining at the end of the path. After a while of swimming, La Ping and Zhang Yan finally managed to surface, gasping for air. They quickly climbed onto the shore, their bodies soaked with water. Both stood in front of a cave. Zhang Yan looked up in awe, unable to contain his admiration. This place was filled with spirit tokens, truly magnificent. These spirit tokens resembled pearls, continuously opening and closing their mouths. La Ping spoke up, Zhang fellow cultivator, the Crown King is located in a deep cave hundreds of feet below.
Please follow me. Zhang Yan naturally nodded, alright then.
The two of them slowly made their way into the cave, where the entire path was littered with sharp, protruding stones. Finally, La Ping stopped and said, it is right here. Zhang Yan reached out to touch the slimy surface beside him, and La Ping exclaimed, strange, this is clearly the lair of the Crown King, but where is it?
La Ping wondered aloud, could this be a Yang Pu? Zhang Yan expressed his surprise, Yang Pu? That's a name I've never heard before.
La Ping began to explain. Cloudy Peak City, with its tranquil essence and balance of yin and yang, does not favor chaos, much like the Crown King that the Bright Blade sect is guarding at junior training ground Huangyun. In contrast, a Yang Pu thrives on movement, it does not stay in one cave for more than 6 months to a year before relocating to another lair. La Ping wandered around, speculating. The true path that Crown King had swallowed and brought into the house seemed to have solidified for about a day. It could be used to open meridians, but ultimately, the fresh essence had already dissipated. Zhang Yan touched the layer of the true path with surprise. If it had only been a day, this meant the other party hadn't gone far. To his astonishment, Zhang Yan's hands sank into the true path, proving it hadn't fully solidified yet. Zhang Yan's expression turned bewildered and confused, and La Ping, standing beside him, seemed to notice this unusual reaction. Suddenly, Zhang Yan softly called out, La fellow cultivator, he said there's another world hidden behind this cave. It turned out that Zhang Yan had been secretly prodding the true path all along, causing it to reveal a hidden passage. Zhang Yan, along with La Ping, waded through the viscous substance of the true path they had traversed earlier, making their way to another realm within the cave. After walking for a while, Zhang Yan suddenly exclaimed, "There's light ahead." Both Zhang Yan and La Ping came to a halt, as before them stood two crown kings of Yin Yang. They were illuminated by a beam of light from outside, making their bodies glisten even more amid the dark cave. La Ping gasped in surprise, "The crown kings of Yin Yang are producing their next generation." The scene is already quite intense. La Ping couldn't contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Your luck is truly remarkable." The crown kings of Yin Yang were giving birth to the mystic jewel of Huan, a rich essence of the earth's veins where the ginseng thrived abundantly. If one could swallow it before it transformed into a spirit, it would surely lead to the condensation of the pulse phenomenon that would crown the world. At that moment, the two suddenly heard a noise coming from somewhere, seemingly the sound of conversation. La Ping whispered, "We should hide quickly." Zhang Yan nodded in agreement. After the two of them concealed themselves in a secluded corner, they suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was Du Bo and Du Yu, accompanied by a dozen tall and muscular men. Zhang Yan, hiding inside, thought to himself, "This shadow sage must have come running from the junior training ground Huang Yun." He then turned to La Ping and speculated that Du Bo had come here specifically for Du Yu's open meridian issue. La Ping anxiously exclaimed that this person was a master at the third level of the mysterious radiance stage, with cultivation not lower than Ning Song Xian. La Ping strongly urged him, "Zhang, fellow cultivator, you have no chance of winning. If not, we should retreat now." Zhang Yan, of course, scoffed, "Retreat? This is something I must have, I'm not backing down." Zhang Yan pulled La Ping and pointed out a few things to her. In front of them, the crown kings Yin and Yang were present, and in order to protect the mystic pearl, they would surely fight fiercely together. Although Du Bo was strong, capturing them would not be easy. This was the opportunity one had been waiting for. At this moment, Du Bo and his group had also stopped right in front of the crown kings Yin and Yang, and after they had sufficiently intertwined, the two slowly released each other's hands. Du Bo immediately seized this opportunity to unleash his energy, saying, "The crown king has been forced to shrink down by me." The two crown kings, who were about to exit the cave, were suddenly bound and unable to move. The tall, dark figure rushed towards the crown kings, intending to suppress them, with more than 10 people piling on top of each other, leaving no chance for the crown kings to escape. However, they suddenly felt the light of the crown kings beginning to radiate, resulting in both crown kings sitting up abruptly and pushing the 10 or so individuals away. One person was spitting blood, while another fell flat on the ground due to being pushed too suddenly. Du Bo shouted loudly to see the situation. The energy of Du Bo continued to surge into the body of the crown king, while they seemed to be embracing each other for protection. Du Yu suddenly brightened up as if he had seen something. He didn't care about anything and ran forward. Du Bo shouted back, "Gentle leaf, wait." The crown king began to rotate its shell, then emitted extremely enchanting and mysterious sounds that traveled very far. After hearing these sounds, Du Yu suddenly froze. His mind spun around, and then he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Du Bo commanded loudly, "Listen carefully, wait for me to pull the crown king deep into the cave, and when you see the opportunity, take action and block the path behind us." According to the plan, Du Bo began to drag Crown King along with him, despite their desperate struggles. Du Yu, who had been sound asleep until now, finally stirred awake, his drool still not dry. Du Bo reassured him, "Gentle leaf, there's no need to panic, the gentle sound of Crown King won't harm you." Du Bo gritted his teeth and continued, "Once I push the 4 kings away, you must immediately rush in and swallow the mystic pearl." Du Bo was still pulling Crown King with great force, and of course, they had no way to escape. After they entered, Du Bo's voice rang out again, "Quickly block the back." Du Bo shouted another command, "Gentle leaf, hurry and get the mystic jewel of Huan." At that moment, Zhang Yan thought to himself that the opportunity had come. Du Yu was now struggling to get up, intending to run off in search of the mystic jewel of Huan. Unfortunately, he was unaware that he was being watched.
Do you ran into a deep place inside, where light was emanating, and indeed the mystic jewel of Huan was placed between two sharp stones? Do you quickly grabbed the mystic pearl, but then he couldn't help but burst into laughter? Uncle Bo, I got it. Du Bo replied loudly, good, quickly swallow it down, take the chance to refine the true path opening meridians and break the barriers. I will guard the entrance for 3 days to help you secure the store. Just as Duyu was about to gulp down the mystic pearl in one go, unfortunately, some unknown force caused the mystic pearl to slip from his grasp, simultaneously striking him on the back of his head. The mystic pearl naturally fell into Zhang Yan's hands, while Duyu fell unconscious. La Ping gently reminded, Zhang, fellow cultivator, the mystic pearl is in our possession, we should withdraw quickly. Zhang Yan countered with a question, why should we retreat? He spoke up to explain, outside there are experts at the mysterious radiance stage guarding this place, and here lies the true path mystic pearl and elixirs. Clearly, this is a fantastic spot to open the meridian. Following Zhang Yan's words, La Ping also decided to stay and began to strip Duyu of everything he had on him. What fell out were mainly writing brushes, along with a storage bag. La Ping threw Duyu out into the chicken coop, he was now of no further use. La Ping picked up his belongings inside. Indeed, the Du family is wealthy and generous, with sacred artifacts like the universe bag, soul suppression, and the divine command brush, all given to a disciple who hasn't even opened their meridian yet. Fortunately, this lady took action quickly, otherwise, I might have fallen into your trap. La Ping began to rummage through the items eagerly. Let's see what's in the universe bag. Mystic cloud pills, daggers made of mystic martial metal, plenty of high-grade elixirs. Oh, here it is, evil flame dissipation. After rummaging for a while, what caught La Ping's eye was the Grand Golden Book. This is indeed the renowned cultivation method in the world of human cultivators. It is said that after mastering the cultivation method in the Grand Golden Book, a radiant energy vessel cultivator can melt metals and transform gas into alkali. La Ping exclaimed in astonishment. If one could directly advance to the mysterious radiance stage, the mysterious radiance generated around them could rival that of a sacred artifact flying sword. La Ping subtly turned his head to glance at Zhang Yan, who was engrossed in his cultivation, feeling a bit skeptical. Nevertheless, the Grand Golden Book could only be mastered by those who possess a high-grade pulse phenomenon. We shall see if Zhang, our fellow cultivator, has this opportunity after opening his meridians. At this moment, Zhang Yan was still quietly cultivating the way, with vital energy and blood surging through his body. Every fine strand of Zhang Yan seemed to be gently caressed by a peculiar breeze, and his meridians were becoming increasingly robust. Signs of a warm yellow energy flow began to manifest, amidst the two sources of green and red qi. At the same time, in the spirit world of Zhang Yan, he felt an abundance of chains surrounding him, as if they were imprisoning him within a cell. Suddenly, a thoughtless question arose in his mind. Who am I? Naturally, only Zhang Yan could answer this question. I am me, I am not I am also I am still I. Upon hearing these affirmations from Zhang Yan, the locking chains began to show signs of cracking and then shattered into countless pieces. Zhang Yan opened his eyes wide, and deep within them blazed a fierce fire, his whole body radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire cave. La Ping was the witness to this entire spectacle of Zhang Yan. She smiled with great pride. La Ping applauded enthusiastically, mystical sound emerges, golden chains break apart. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on successfully opening your meridians. The light surrounding Zhang Yan began to gather in one spot like wisps of smoke, leaving behind a small golden mark on his forehead, a manifestation of the successful cultivation of the way. Suddenly, La Ping exclaimed in surprise, this pulse phenomenon belongs to a person. Doubts began to arise in La Ping's mind. The pulse phenomenon is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The stream of misty air behind Zhang Yan resembled the mystical phenomenon found in the lower grade of the pulse phenomenon. Upon thinking this, La Ping shook his head vigorously, self-refuting. The pulse phenomenon, combined with the purple mystic primordial tome and the mystic jewel of Huan, could not merely indicate a lower grade, unless Zhang Yan's pulse phenomenon had surpassed even the upper grade of the upper grade, returning to its original state.
Noticing that La Ping remained silent and did not say anything, Zhang Yan curiously spoke up, "La fellow cultivator, how is my pulse phenomenon?"
La Ping replied, "I cannot specify the exact quality."
La Ping began to have his own thoughts.
If Zhang Yan's pulse phenomenon reached the upper grade of the upper grade, what kind of achievements would he ultimately attain? Would he still need to eliminate the blood essence without leaving any traces to be able to cling to him for a long time? Zhang Yan looked at La Ping's expression and understood part of the reason. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. After we return to Kangwu Mountain, we can ask Senior Master to evaluate the pulse phenomenon. But before we leave, we still need to completely eradicate the weeds."
Zhang Yan pointed at Du Yu and spoke, "Du Yu's failure to open the meridian means he will definitely seek the culprit, and since I have just successfully opened my meridian, I can't avoid the danger."
He continued seriously, "To prevent any unfortunate events, they must die here."
Upon hearing this, La Ping hesitated for a moment, feeling cautious. That makes sense, but Du Bo and the 10 strongmen surrounding him, plus the 2 radiant energy vessel cultivators, the 2 of us are not their match.
Zhang Yan fell silent for a moment before speaking ambiguously, "What if it's just Du Bo?"
La Ping tilted his pen thoughtfully and then nodded in response.
Du Bo must be tired and weakened.
If we can exhaust him further over the next 2 days with the 2 new sacred artifacts in hand, perhaps we can take a gamble. At that moment, a light flashed in Zhang Yan's mind. "I've come up with a plan, let's use Du Bo's hands to eliminate his 2 subordinates first."
Zhang Yan waved his hand, signaling La Ping to come closer. "Fellow cultivator, lean in, I'll whisper something to you."
He then proceeded to whisper his entire plan into La Ping's ear, and she listened intently.
After hearing everything, La Ping looked somewhat skeptical. "Is that really possible?"
Zhang Yan replied firmly, "Fellow cultivator, just follow my instructions, and there will be no mistakes." La Ping reluctantly agreed, "All right then, I'll trust you this once. At worst, we'll end up as a pair of doomed lovers."
Zhang Yan laughed and said, "While being lovers is nice, nothing compares to the carefree joy of immortals. Fellow cultivator, don't worry, can I really harm myself?"
With that, La Ping stepped forward and grabbed Du Yu as if he were a rag, continuously slapping his face while shouting, "Wake up, wake up!" After that, La Ping mercilessly dropped Du Duo, causing him to startle awake. "What is this?" Suddenly, La Ping pressed the knife firmly against Du Yu's neck, causing him to turn pale.
Du Yu trembled and spoke, "Who is Senior Master? Let's talk things over calmly. The Du family can accommodate anything you need." La Ping replied with a smile, "I ask you, does the Du family have any secret techniques for opening meridians that are not shared with outsiders?"
Du Yu hesitated, thinking that the secret techniques were the oral traditions of his clan and could not be casually revealed. He figured he could make up a fake one. However, it seemed La Ping anticipated this plan of his, so she made a small cut. She cunningly said, "If you tell a lie, I will make another cut on your body." At this moment, Du Yu, frightened, struggled and said, No, I will tell you, I will tell you." Du Yu began to reveal everything he knew.
"The secret technique is like this, I don't know anything else."
La Ping then asked, "Who is your mother?" Du Yu answered without hesitation, "She is from the Du family, Du Meng."
La Ping further inquired, "Which sect do you belong to? Which school?"
Du Yu replied, "Bright Blade Sect Lower House." After gathering enough information, La Ping bluntly struck the back of his neck, causing Du Yu to lose consciousness once again. "All right, you can continue sleeping," she said. Zhang Yan then remarked, "Du Yu is afraid of death, we can take advantage of that." Du Yu trembled as she replied, "Uncle Bo, my cheeks are burning hot, and my thighs are stiff and unable to move." This voice certainly did not belong to the real Du Yu. Du Bo explained loudly, "It must be due to the effects of the mystic pearl being too strong, causing the vital energy in blood to become blocked. Use the breathing technique your mother taught you." From inside, another voice responded, "When my mother was teaching me, Shao Dai wasn't paying attention, I only remember a little bit vaguely."
Du Bo frowned, feeling puzzled. "Keep trying, don't give up."
But the voice from within continued to repeat, "I really don't remember."
Du Bo sighed, struggling to contain his rising anger. Alright then, just keep at it. As long as you can adjust your breathing, you'll be fine. Inside, a weak voice emerged. Uncle Bo, why do I feel like my body has no strength left, as if something has completely drained it away? Du Bo nodded. Alright, stop for now. I will help you. He quickly implemented a powerful harmonizing technique, trying to assist Du in restoring balance within her body. After listening, Du was left speechless. Is this person really the one sent down by the senior master? Du Bo patiently comforted him. Gentle Leaf, don't be anxious. Uncle Bo will teach you the secret technique that your father passed down. You must remember it well, not a single word should be wrong. At this moment, the group of muscular men began to sense something was off. One of them exclaimed in panic, "Oh no! The Du family's secret technique has never been passed outside before. If we happen to hear it, won't we be silenced?" They hurriedly abandoned their belongings and fled. Run fast. We're about to die. But Du Bo, of course, wouldn't let anyone escape. He directly unleashed his aura. This aura penetrated the internal organs of one of the muscular men, causing him to collapse on the spot. Du Bo thought to himself, I originally planned to deal with you all after meeting Gentle Leaf. Well, it's better to just eliminate all of you right now. The sounds of slaughter from outside reached the ears of La Ping and Zhang Yan. La Ping excitedly exclaimed, the plan of borrowing the blade to kill is indeed brilliant, fellow cultivator Zhang. Zhang Yan humbly replied, I only borrowed the strength of the technique. The reason Du Bo is killing them isn't just because of the secret technique. He explained, Du initially only borrowed the Crown King True Path to open his meridians, but now he has taken the Mystic Pearl as well, which should have been handed over to the sect leader of the Bright Blade sect. This is considered embezzlement. Du Bo was afraid that this matter would be exposed and that it would implicate his elders. Therefore, he was determined to eliminate everyone present who was an outsider. Unfortunately for those strongmen, even if they ran for their lives, Du Bo would catch them. As Du Bo was pursuing them, the coercive force gradually faded away from the Crown King. The Crown King was set free, and its body began to glow and expand. However, it wasn't long before Du Bo returned and forced it back under his control once again. He thought to himself, you won't escape this stubborn head. Du Bo trembled and thought, after today, aside from me and Du and I, no one else will know about this. He then raised his voice and asked loudly, have you remembered the Gentle Leaf secret method I just mentioned? A voice echoed back from within the cave, Uncle Bo, I still have a portion of the medicinal power that hasn't been refined. Du Bo broke out in a cold sweat and replied, one more day is impossible. We can't delay any longer. He began to feel anxious. The medicinal pills had run out, and he could not suppress the opponent alone for much longer. The voice inside continued, one day is too short. Uncle Bo, just wait for me a few more days. Upon hearing this, Du Bo was so furious that he spat blood. This brat. An hour later, Du Bo anxiously asked, Gentle Leaf, how's the situation? However, no response came. The silence in the atmosphere was terrifying. At this moment, Du Bo began to realize that something was amiss. Worried about his nephew, he quickly abandoned the suppression of Crown King and was about to rush in to check. But just as he was about to step inside, a voice rang out, Du Bo, Du is in our hands? If you release Crown King now, Du will surely die. You need to think carefully. The voice belonged to La Ping. His intention was to prevent Du Bo from entering and to keep his true identity hidden. Fearful, Du Bo asked, Senior Master, who are you? La Ping replied loudly, why ask when you already know? How should the Du family explain their attempt to steal the Mystic Pearl? La Ping's words immediately stirred up a sense of dread within Du Bo. He thought to himself, oh no, this person must be from the sect leader's side. Grinding his teeth, he contemplated, no. This cannot become an excuse to oppress the Du family. I must take responsibility for this myself. Du Bo followed the advice from within and continued to forcefully address Crown King, lowering his voice as he said, Senior Master,
please be informed that this matter is entirely my idea alone. I am not a member of the Du family, so I hope Senior Master will not implicate them." Before he could finish speaking, La Ping mocked him, "Ridiculous. Whether you are from the Du family or not has nothing to do with me. I advise you not to be stubborn, otherwise, Du's life won't be able to hold on." Du Bo swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Then what does Senior Master want?" La Ping responded mysteriously, "The decision is entirely up to your thoughts, Mr. Du." "This is quite a challenge, isn't it?" Du Bo began to reason carefully. If that person wanted to harm us, they should have acted long ago. Why drag it out until now? Could it be that their cultivation is not as strong as mine, and they are afraid to take action? He pondered and continued to question himself, but that doesn't seem right. If they truly are weaker, then why don't they take the initiative first? Bringing Du along could make the Du family yield to such thoughts, couldn't it? At that moment, a unique idea sprang up in Du Bo's mind. Du Bo resolutely exclaimed, "As long as you let us go, no matter what the condition is, I, Du Bo, can agree to it." Inside, La Ping and Zhang Yan exchanged knowing smiles. The plan seemed to be going in the right direction. La Ping then proposed a condition. "I've heard that you, Du Bo, possess an arrow-piercing mind and a mystic bird shield. If you give them to me, I will spare you this time, and I won't mention this to the sect leader." Du Bo promptly replied, "This time, I only brought the mystic bird shield. How about this, throw in a concealed armor that can resist medium-grade sacred artifact flying swords?" La Ping, upon hearing this, quickly agreed, "All right, you wipe your blood on the sacred artifact and bring it to the cave entrance." Du Bo cleverly asked, "Wait, how can I trust that you won't report this to the sect leader?" La Ping replied, "I can swear by the celestial emperor and the earthly sovereign that if I reveal even a fraction of this, I will be struck by heavenly thunder and burned by earthly fire." "Can you believe that?" Du Bo then pondered. A cultivator who makes a vow creates karma, there can be no deceit involved. It seemed that this person was sincere. However, Du Bo had to apologize, as La Ping didn't even know who the sect leader was to make such an oath. Nevertheless, Du Bo believed La Ping wholeheartedly. He then pulled out the sacred artifact from his possession and sent it flying. The sacred artifact stopped in front of the cave entrance as planned. After that, La Ping quickly brought the sacred artifact inside and smiled at Zhang Yan. La Ping then called out to the outside, "Du Bo, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Du is here, take him away, and bid farewell." At that moment, Du Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He poured all his strength into the crowned king and kicked the two men away. Seizing the opportunity, Du Bo hurriedly ran into the cave to check on his nephew's condition. When he saw Du lying limply in a corner, Du Bo anxiously called out, "Du and I. Du and I." Du Bo approached and helped his nephew up. Meanwhile, La Ping and Zhang Yan were still hiding behind, observing the situation. After being given a strong pat on the back by his uncle, Du finally jolted awake, looking around in confusion, thinking he had been patted to death. Du didn't wait for anything and hurriedly grabbed Du Bo's shirt to deliver the news. "Uncle Bo, hurry up, it's Zhang Yan. It's Zhang Yan who took the mystic pearl and he also took my sacred artifact. Uncle Bo, please help me get it back." Upon hearing this, Du Bo felt a bit confused. "Zhang Yan, huh?" Just then, as if summoned, Chow Chow appeared. Zhang Yan emerged, his voice full of challenge. "Why is Mr. Du in such a hurry to leave? Why not stay obediently?" Suddenly, something very large appeared above the two of them, casting a shadow over both. Du Bo was astonished to realize it was the soul suppression and it was brimming with vitality. La Ping was controlling the soul suppression while thinking, this spear was originally crafted by a cultivator at the alchemy stage named Dudiv from the Du family branch. Once used, it will immediately immobilize the opponent's true essence, locking their body in place and beating them to death. This plan is indeed very ruthless. As Du Bo watched the spear gradually descend, he cursed in frustration, "I've fallen into their trap." He quickly threw out the evil repelling jade pendant. The jade pendant quickly soared into the air, using the internal energy in an attempt to counteract the power of the mystic ink brush. However, just moments later, the jade pendant shattered into countless pieces, unable to withstand even 3 seconds.
Dubo hurriedly lifted Du under his arm and escaped.
Seizing the moment, both of them quickly took off, but in truth, only one of them was really running.
La Ping anxiously reminded, Zhang, fellow cultivator, we cannot let them escape.
Of course, Zhang Yan thought the same, so he threw out a small jade talisman. The trajectory of the talisman grazed past Dubo, catching him off guard. Not only that, but the slash also struck Du across the back, causing him to scream in agony. Dubo's footsteps slowly came to a halt. The wish-fulfillment divine vessel, it truly was Zhang Yan. At that moment, La Ping also quietly reminded, Zhang, fellow cultivator, although the wish-fulfillment divine vessel is powerful, as long as Dubo's aura remains, we cannot take his life.
Zhang Yan smiled reassuringly, it's alright, a trapped beast will still fight back.
With that said, the mystic ink brush continued to chase after Dubo, hovering in the air. Dubo stood there, bewildered, watching the wish-fulfillment divine vessel rush toward its master, his heart seething with anger. He let out a loud huff, the spiritual power radiating from his body seemingly on the verge of exploding. He strained with all his might to conjure a massive spiritual energy hand.
Dubo's intention was to use this spiritual energy hand to block the mystic ink brush.
However, to Dubo's misfortune, that brush was far too powerful, it crushed his hand as if it intended to break it entirely. Seizing the moment, Dubo suddenly launched something towards La Ping and shouted, die. La Ping, filled with dread, thought, arrow-piercing mind, I've been tricked. But just then, something shot out from behind La Ping, intercepting the arrow-piercing mind. That object fell to the ground alongside the arrow-piercing mind, resembling a shield. At this point, Dubo was utterly desperate, yet again it was his mystic bird shield that blocked the arrow-piercing mind. La Ping let out a loud snort, then allow me to add another flame, sending you off sooner. With that, she swiftly unleashed a sacred artifact brush belonging to Du.
Dubo exclaimed in astonishment, the divine command brush? How does it end up in her hands?
The divine command brush travels through, causing Dubo's spiritual energy to vanish in its wake. It sweeps cleanly, like sweeping away dust in a house. In just 5 seconds, the divine command brush had cleared away all of Dubo's spiritual energy, and now it was toying with him.
Dubo sighed in despair.
If he couldn't protect Du, their clan would suffer the repercussions from the Yu family. He gently advised Du, hoping that his mother could understand this inner turmoil.
Please don't put pressure on my kin.
Meanwhile, Du was already crying tears down his face. Dubo tried to muster the last bit of his spiritual power to push Du away from the danger.
Go away. Dubo had given up.
He sat quietly beneath the mystic ink brush, waiting for it to crush his heart. Just a few seconds later, the mystic ink brush came crashing down, flattening Dubo like a shrimp.
As for Du, having been released, he felt like celebrating. Finally, I'm about to escape.
But unfortunately for him, Zhang Yan would not allow that to happen. He swiftly threw a glowing gem that pierced through Du's neck, leaving him wide-eyed and lifeless on the spot. The gem returned to Zhang Yan after taking care of Du. He turned to La Ping and asked, La fellow cultivator, is there a way to deal with the bodies of these two without leaving a trace? La Ping then let out a sinister smile and replied, this is the evil flame dissipation that Du brought. Just a little bit can corrode even metal, making it perfect for destroying evidence.
Zhang Yan chuckled and said, then pour it onto the bodies of Du and Dubo, and leave the remains of the other 12 behind. La Ping laughed mockingly, is this method of yours, fellow cultivator Zhang, intended to let Dubo take the blame?
Zhang Yan sighed and said nothing, for La Ping was too right to argue against. Suddenly, both of them felt the cave tremble violently. Zhang Yan was startled and thought to himself, the lightning tribulation is descending. A small hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling of the cave, and light began pouring in through it. La Ping's face turned pale as she shouted, fellow cultivator, quickly hide. La Ping hastily used her spiritual power to create a large hole in the ground. The size of the hole was just enough for Zhang Yan to lie down in. The two exchanged glances and nodded, signaling their understanding of each other's intent. Then, Zhang Yan swiftly lay down in the hole, fitting perfectly without any excess. Zhang Yan slowly closed his eyes, as if he were relaxing his mind and spirit. La Ping raised both hands, her expression extremely serious, as if she was about to do something significant. She waved her hand downward, and immediately the hole where Zhang Yan lay was filled in, looking no different from a grave. Right after that, the heavenly thunder began to wreak havoc from the hole in the cave ceiling. The enormous quantity of it was utterly inexplicable. La Ping had to freeze in shock. It seemed to be even more than she had imagined. She clasped her head and shook it back and forth repeatedly. No wonder she hadn't seen those two crown kings from start to finish. The overwhelming power of the thunder was so terrifying that even she felt uneasy, let alone those two unawakened mystical beasts. After a while, the roaring gradually faded away, and the heavenly light from the thunder disappeared as well. But that was only for a moment. Just a second later, the thunder surged again through that gap. This time, it struck the earth where Zhang Yan lay. And after the strike, the thunder dissipated. The hole in the cave's ceiling suddenly became blocked for reasons unknown. The overcast sky, which had been filled with dark clouds, suddenly cleared, returning to a blue sky with white clouds as if nothing had happened. 7 days later, La Ping still patiently sat by the earthen grave of Zhang Yan. His bottom was sore from sitting for so long that it felt like it was about to be bruised. Suddenly, at that moment, La Ping sensed the sound of the stones stirring. And right after that, several beams of light flashed from within. A second later, the entire grave seemed to explode outward. The light was overwhelmingly intense. La Ping waited until the dust settled before slowly descending to assess the situation. In the haze, a familiar tall figure emerged, and it was none other than Zhang Yan. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. The profound primordial inner reflection mystical records are truly dangerous. After cultivation, it brings about a tribulation. Fortunately, I managed to avoid it in time. La Ping remained silent, and at the same time, Zhang Yan turned his head to see two crown kings lying there, embracing each other and crying. It was unclear whether it was due to the commotion caused by Zhang Yan. La Ping spoke up. Zhang, fellow cultivator, how about we take these two crown kings to another sacred place? In 2 years, there will be a new junior training ground. Who knows, it might produce another mystic jewel of Huan. However, Zhang Yan shook his head in disagreement. No, if I move the crown kings, the Bright Blade sect will definitely hold me accountable. That would be enough. He added, moreover, the tunnel expanded by Yang Pu is too conspicuous. It will be noticed when the Yu family and Bright Blade sect send someone. La Ping did not wait for him to finish and interrupted. An investigation will definitely reveal something unusual. Zhang Yan bowed in gratitude. I apologize for troubling you, la fellow cultivator. She waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. The mountain where the junior training ground resided was indeed picturesque, shrouded in mist and clouds, resembling the fairyland of Panglai. La Ping quickly flew back, not lingering in the junior training ground any longer. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan slowly made her way back, pondering. After I received the favor from Princess Linya of Chao, the disciple of the Northern Divine Sect who had previously troubled her has completely changed his attitude and even wants to establish a relationship with me. Zhang Yan contemplated deeply. That I might as well go along with the flow, using the transformation liquid of the Northern Divine Sect as an excuse for my successful meridian opening. A few days later, at the Mielian, an unidentified man rushed in desperately. He stood before a door and quickly entered. Inside, Zhang Yan was already waiting. I am a newly initiated disciple of the lower house of the Bright Blade sect, and I would like to borrow the transformation liquid from your clan for a while. The man was Han Mo, a disciple of the Northern Divine Sect. Hesitantly, he replied, if the Immortal wishes to borrow it, how could a mere commoner dare to refuse? Please, feel free to use it. Zhang Yan, curious, asked, is there something troubling you? Han Mo scratched his head and answered, in my Han clan, there is indeed a first-grade alchemical cauldron, but after more than 100 years, it has degraded to a 4th grade. I'm not sure if it will still meet the Immortal's expectations. Zhang Yan responded, it's fine, as long as it can still be used, that's good enough. Seeing Han Mo's expression, Zhang Yan spoke up to reveal, if you have any requests, feel free to say them. I owe you a favor. Han Mo was a bit surprised upon hearing this, and then he quickly bowed to make his request. If in the future, one of my clan's descendants wishes to learn cultivating the way, I hope the Immortal can lend a hand. Zhang Yan silently admired him, thinking that this person was quite perceptive. If I succeed in cultivating the way in the future, helping his descendants a little would allow them to enter the Bright Blade sect for cultivation. It was indeed a significant opportunity, a transaction filled with calculation. Zhang Yan stood up and replied, "All right, with a time frame of 100 years, I will allow one person from your clan to enter the sect." Zhang Yan slowly turned around and added, "As for how to create one's own destiny, it depends on him." Upon hearing this, Han Mo was overjoyed and immediately knelt at his feet. "Thank you, Immortal." 2 months later, at the Bright Blade sect near Zhang Yan's home, there was a lively buzz of conversation. "What? Zhang Yan successfully opened his meridians and has returned from the mountain?" They continuously expressed their astonishment, but there was also some skepticism. After all, Zhang Yan had only been on the mountain for less than 3 years, and he had only become an entry-level disciple 6 months ago. How could he have opened his meridians just 2 months after coming down? Wasn't it said that this person had mediocre talent and could only be a mere warrior? Subsequently, Zhang Yan was quickly summoned to the chief's residence, where 3 senior masters were sitting, drinking tea and receiving him. Sure Shou Jing had been harboring doubts. The profound primordial inner reflection mystical records were extremely dangerous, and Zhang Yan's talent was quite ordinary. Yet, he was able to open his meridians using it, which seemed to indicate that he either had a great opportunity within him or had a master guiding him from behind. He could not be underestimated. Sure Shou Jing immediately changed his expression and smiled, saying, "Zhang Junior disciple, now that you have opened your meridian and broken through the light, we will be fellow disciples from now on." He added, "Everyone can just call each other as brotherhood." Zhang Yan bowed his head and replied, "Senior master is too polite." Suddenly, at that moment, a strange voice rang out from outside. "Where is Zhang Yan?" A man walked in with an extremely disdainful attitude. "I am Wang Yixing, an expert in assessing pulse phenomena of the Senate. Quickly release your pulse phenomenon for the poor Taoist to take a look." Zhang Yan looked at him with some suspicion. To assess a pulse phenomenon, at least a mysterious radiance stage immortal is needed. But this person clearly is just a radiant energy vessel cultivator. Zhang Yan secretly snorted. It seems he is not a descendant of the clan. Even if he has opened the meridian judge of souls, he will still be looked down upon by others. Zhang Yan quickly released the pulse phenomenon in a matter of moments and said, "Please take a look, senior disciple." Upon seeing it, Wang Yixing was slightly bewildered. Normally, it takes at least a moment for someone else's pulse phenomenon to manifest, but this Zhang Yan was able to show it immediately. Wang Yixing looked somewhat surprised at this pulse phenomenon. He reported, "Celestial decline, low grade." Zhang Yan sighed in relief, glad that this person lacked sufficient knowledge. Otherwise, if a master had recognized his pulse phenomenon as high grade, it would surely have brought unnecessary trouble. The waters in the upper house were much deeper than in the lower house, so it was best to remain humble in everything. Zhang Yan thus expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior disciple, before you leave." After that, Zhang Yan left the steward's residence and stood under a large tree, pondering with determination, "Now that I have successfully opened my meridians and have the Grand Golden Book, which is hard to obtain, the path of cultivation ahead must be traveled far and wide." Suddenly, Zhang Yan seemed to see something flying swiftly towards him. A person sitting on a flying boat stopped above him and said, "Zhang Yan, now that you have successfully opened your meridians, you will be a disciple of the upper house, follow me." The individual extended his hand and ignited a small flame, which lifted Zhang Yan's heavy body onto the boat. As he stepped onto the vessel, Zhang Yan couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect his abilities to be at the second level of radiant energy vessel, capable of using summon clouds and rivers to transport objects through the air." At the same time, at the Bright Blade sect, a small boat floated on the river. On the boat stood a man, his gaze distant. That man was Ning Songxian, and no one knew where he was headed. After the boat came to a stop, Ning Songxian leaped off and stepped onto a large rock. He knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, Master Zun Jiyan."
The master of the Bright Blade sect, who was also Ning Songxian's mentor, responded with a gentle smile. Zhongxian, what brings you to visit me today? I see you have brought 2 women with you.
Ning Songxian replied softly, I wish to ask master for a female disciple.
Zun Jiyan was taken aback. Zhongxian, in the past, you were solely focused on your path and had no desire to seek a spiritual partner on the path. Why the change of heart now?
But soon after, Zun Jiyan burst into excited laughter. Very good, very good.
I have been waiting for this day for a long time.
Fearing a misunderstanding, Ning Songxian quickly clarified, Master, this woman is not for my personal service, she is to be given to a disciple who has just opened his meridian.
Zun Jiyan, intrigued, asked, who is it that has caught Zhongxian's attention so much?
Without hesitation, Ning Songxian answered, it is Zhang Yan.
Upon hearing that name, Zun Jiyan exclaimed, is it the same Zhang Yan you mentioned before?
Ning Songxian nodded, indeed. Ning Songxian began to use strong words to persuade. Master, this person has a steady mind, and moreover, their nature is good. I have never encountered a second person like them, we must quickly bring them to our side.
Zun Jiyan tilted his head and asked, what is the pulse phenomenon of this person who has opened their meridian?
Ning Songxian replied, the evaluation of the mystical phenomenon within our sect has determined it to be of low grade.
Suddenly, Zun Jiyan appeared somewhat taken aback. Low grade, and yet it is a mystical phenomenon? He seemed a bit overly excited. Great, great. Doesn't that mean it's exactly like Master back then?
Ning Songxian seized the opportunity to continue. Back then, when Master broke through and opened their meridian, it was also just a low-grade mystical phenomenon, but they were able to condense the divine symbol of cosmic chi from this pulse phenomenon. He continued, it can be seen that while this pulse phenomenon is important, the unwavering determination of the person cultivating the way is even more essential. Zun Jiyan suddenly conjured a small spark and handed it to Ning Songxian. This is the way book that Master used for cultivation back then, now you will pass it on to Zhang Yan. As for whether he can comprehend anything from it, it all depends on whether that young lad has the fortune. After transferring the item, Zun Jiyan suddenly remembered, by the way, you just mentioned wanting to ask for a woman for him.
Master permits. Zun Jiyan gently asked, are you paying attention to someone?
Ning Songxian, while putting his belongings into his pocket, replied, without hesitation.
Zhang Yan.
Zun Jiyan then directly exposed him, you actually plan to push Zhang Yan away, not only to get rid of an annoying person, but also to use that young prince's hand to force this kid to join our sect. Ning Songxian firmly refuted, disciple would never dare to have such thoughts. Zun Jiyan shook his head and responded with a sigh, you, with your straightforward temperament, need to change a bit. You should know that playing and having fun is the affair of immortals. After hearing this, Ning Songxian had to kneel down and plead.
Master above, disciple would never dare to behave recklessly.
As for the matter of bringing Zhang Yan into the sect. At that moment, Ning Songxian was astonished as he looked down at his hands, where words about his character appeared.
Was it a judgment of his virtue?
When Ning Songxian raised his head to say something more, Zun Jiyan had already dissipated into a wisp of smoke and vanished. His mind was now in disarray.
A judgment of his virtue?
Meanwhile, Zhang Yan was still standing on the boat, wandering the world with that disciple. Suddenly, Zhang Yan froze entirely, as if he had just seen something astonishing. The place where the two of them passed through was the Dragon Abyss Great Estate, the main temple of the Bright Blade sect, even more enchanting than the mountainous area where he came from. When the Bright Blade sect was established, the founding ancestor had used their mystical powers to capture this mystic turtle from the northern Bright Pearl. They then relocated it from the 9 majestic mountains well known in southern Nai continent, placing mountains and lakes upon the back of this mystic turtle and constructing Divine Court City.
Zhang Yan couldn't help but marvel internally, to move mountains and fill seas, truly this is the skill of immortals.
The two were nearing the shore, where a wooden bridge led further inside. The disciple set Zhang Yan down and said, Zhang Yan, you can go to Heavenly Herb Pavilion to find Uncle Wu yourself. I still have to go deliver orders, so I can't accompany you any further.
Zhang Yan replied, "Thank you, senior disciple. Please take care on your way."
Then, Zhang Yan followed the directions provided by those around him to reach the location mentioned. He passed by many types of people without paying them much mind, but suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Before him stood a splendid and luxurious palanquin, pulled by 3 horses.
Anyone who looked would think it was a wedding procession. People around him began to gather and gossip.
Enchanting music welcomed the guests, accompanied by hundreds of strong young men and maidservants in attendance. This was a celestial maiden from the 4 great celestial realms stepping out into the world. If I could form a spiritual partner on the path with the immortal maiden, then I could ascend to the heavens in a single step, allowing the immortal maiden to personally come out to welcome me. I wonder which esteemed brother is fortunate enough to have such an honor. And this carriage happens to stop right in front of Zhang Yan, who is eagerly listening in.
The figure in the palanquin descends, still wearing a hood that covers her face, and stands before Zhang Yan. The young girl speaks sweetly, "I am Tang Yan, greeting you, Mr. Bianlang.
I am the one sent here by Zun True Immortal."
Zhang Yan, still in confusion, asks, "Who are you?"
Tang Yan replies, "I was originally the chief attendant of the maidservants in the heavenly domain, and I have come here at the behest of Ning's senior disciple, specifically to welcome the master. I am not sure if it is by chance or by design that I appear shy, like a young maiden. The intention of Ning's senior disciple is for me to make friends and accompany the master."
Zhang Yan does not respond immediately, instead, he contemplates in his mind.
To arrange such a grand reception for him, it may seem dignified, but aside from drawing attention, it does not seem particularly beneficial. However, Ning's senior disciple would not harm him. He simply needs to hold his ground when the generals arrive and to block the waters when the rivers flow. Zhang Yan politely replied, "If it is arranged by senior disciple Ning, then Mr. Bian has no objections. It is fine for you to call me senior disciple, Lady Tang.
As for your group's journey here, do you know where your stop will be?"
Tang Yan innocently answered, "According to the regulations of the upper house, you, Brother Zhang, will receive a cave abode at Heavenly Herb Pavilion." She then turned to her maidservant and said, "Dai, please lead Brother Zhang to the Heavenly Herb Pavilion."
The maidservant nodded in agreement. Zhang Yan decided to play along, saying, "Then I will trouble you, Lady Tang." After that, he followed the maidservant to the Heavenly Herb Pavilion, leaving Tang Yan behind. At this moment, she coldly asked her other maidservant, Ling Er, "Have you completed the task I entrusted to you?"
Maidservant Ling Er replied with a cunning smile, rest assured, I reported to Wang Lang yesterday. He has conveyed the message back. He will arrange everything properly and will definitely make it so that Zhang Yan finds himself in a situation where he cannot advance or retreat, losing all face." Tang Yan then spoke up, "If Zhang Yan does not obtain the high-grade cave abode, then I will stand out here for several days and nights, causing a stir throughout the city, so that everyone in Bright Blade Sect knows. At that time, we'll see if Zhang Yan can still find the face to keep me around."
Deep down, Tang Yan was even more calculating.
If he could obtain it, at that very moment maidservant Dai had already led Zhang Yan for a while.
The master ahead was none other than the Heavenly Herb Pavilion.
Once the two entered, they were greeted by the steward of the Heavenly Herb Pavilion.
"The poor Taoist Huang Shouyi, you are here to receive your cave abode for cultivation, right?" Zhang Yan nodded and replied, "That's correct." Huang Shouyi began to flip through his records and stated, "The cave abodes for cultivation are classified into 4th grade Jiayi Bingding.
It seems you've come at the wrong time, the upper tier only has the cave abode of 2nd grade Bingding left." Maidservant Dai was unwilling to accept this and exclaimed, "Master, the cave abodes ranked Bing and Ding are very small, only capable of accommodating 10 people, and the spiritual energy is incredibly murky.
How can one possibly stay there?" Huang Shouyi clicked his tongue and scolded, "You're still complaining? Then you can find a place to stay on your own." However, contrary to expectations, Zhang Yan agreed, saying, "Of course I will accept the cave abode, but it should not be a lower tier one like Jia, Yi, Bing, or Ding. It needs to be a first-class cave abode of heavenly blessed land." Huang Shouyi's expression immediately hardened. "You are merely an open meridian cultivator who has just joined the upper tier, and you dare to seek a heavenly blessed cave abode?
He slammed the table and shouted, "You are indeed extremely arrogant." Zhang Yan remained resolute. "Don't forget, only the true disciples of the sect are allowed to stay in the heavenly blessed cave abodes." Zhang Yan approached him with a face full of murderous intent.
"Your Excellency, your tone is so arrogant because you look down on me, Zhang Yan. Don't you know the rules?"
Without further ado, he forcefully smashed the table belonging to the assistant elder.
Huang Shou's entire body fell to the ground, trembling incessantly. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yan replied, "I've done my homework."
Once a disciple from the lower house opens their meridian, they become a direct disciple of the upper house, with the right to reside in the blessed lands.
This is the foundational rule of the Bright Blade sect.
He continued, speaking with a sharp tone to intimidate the other man.
"How dare a mere assistant like you distort the sect's regulations?"
Deep down, Huang Shou he began to waver.
Wasn't it said by the royal family's envoy that this brat had a lowly background and didn't understand the inner workings of the upper house? How could he currently understand it so well?
Then, he immediately changed his attitude 360 degrees, speaking in a friendly manner. "Junior disciple, please don't be angry.
The poor Taoist just remembered that there is a blessed land called Spirit Crest Island that is still vacant. Here is the token to lift the restrictions on the island."
Zhang Yan took the command token, but in his heart, he still felt a twinge of doubt about handing it over so easily.
This cave abode certainly had its issues, but on the path of cultivating the way, what were a few setbacks in comparison? Maidservant Dai Er noticed that the plan had gone slightly awry but still made an effort to sabotage it.
"Master, Spirit Crest Island is plagued by metal and fire energy. It is not a sacred place for cultivating the way but rather a dead end, a place of demise." Yen Yang's residence, when she was on the other side of the sage, was a paradise of divine fire. Silk robes and brocade cannot follow those who suffer.
"Perhaps we should choose another location." Zhang Yan thought silently for a moment.
It suited him that Tang Yan was not particularly fond of comfort.
So, he replied to the maidservant, "Does your lady wish to cultivate the way to become an immortal, or to enter the palace and become a consort?"
He bluntly pulled his hand away and scolded, "On the vast road of cultivation, there is only forging ahead through trials and tribulations. There is no place for leisurely enjoyment of wealth and honor."
Zhang Yan coldly added, "If you are unwilling to follow me, then you need not come at all."
After hearing this, the maidservant felt on the verge of tears.
Why did he have to be so harsh?
Ultimately, whether she wanted to or not, she had to follow Zhang Yan with her sandals in hand. After that, Dai Er went to Tang Yan to report the situation.
She recounted, "Yen Yang, I never expected that Zhang Yan would be so familiar with the ways of the Senate. He even told the maidservant to wait, and for the moment, she couldn't leave." Tang Yan listened calmly and replied, "It's all right, it's just a few months of hardship."
The pulse phenomenon that Zhang Yan can produce after opening his meridian clearly cannot be cultivated in the golden wind and fierce flame. 3 months later, when the immortal checks his cultivation, he will suffer the consequences himself. If it comes to that, next month when Wang Lang returns, dealing with him will be as easy as flipping a hand.
Dai Er laughed and responded, "Yes."
Wang Lang's innate talent is quite commendable. He hails from the prominent Wang family, and recently, he has been accepted as a disciple by the Immortal Duty.
Furthermore, he has deep feelings and strong ties to Yen Yang, so he won't betray Yen Yang.
Tang Yan fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Let's hope that's the case." A little while later, high in the sky, Zhang Yan and a man were flying in a boat. He pointed to the mountain below and said, "Senior disciple, the cave abode is right on the peak of that mountain, and ahead of them is Spirit Crest Island."
He landed and walked while thinking.
This place experienced the golden wind and fierce flame rising every day, wreaking havoc for 3 consecutive hours. For someone else who practiced here for a long time, it would be hard to avoid damaging their foundation. Zhang Yan smiled faintly, but the grand golden book he was cultivating just happened to require the golden wind and fierce flame for its practice. What might be poison for others was a great remedy for him. There was nothing better than that. He noticed below the mountain that Tang Yan and her group seemed to have arrived. The words and actions of this woman were quite peculiar, leaving behind a nuisance.
However, since she was sent by Ning's senior disciple, it would be best to observe quietly first. Zhang Yan silently calculated as he stepped further inside. Zhang Yan ventured deeper into the cave abode. This cave abode was indeed spacious and clean. He made some observations. Zhang Yan took out a command token. He began to channel his energy into it. By using the laws of the token, he could activate the formation on the island, instantly sealing off the inside from the outside. Even if dozens of mysterious Radiant Stage cultivators came, they wouldn't be able to enter. Zhang Yan pondered silently. If he had some leisure time, he would have to study the formation thoroughly. For now, he wouldn't rush to practice the Grand Golden Book to avoid revealing any flaws to others. However, he could use the Shattered Jade to sneak a peek at the mysteries within first. He immediately took out the Shattered Jade from his robe, and his entire being began to glow. Zhang Yan stepped inside. In the world within the gem, he read the lines of text that appeared and realized that this did not seem to be the Grand Golden Book, yet there were so many edible scripts here. However, these edible scripts were almost indistinguishable in shape, except for him weaving through them, focusing intently on reading the edible scripts that emerged. He noticed a particularly large character in the center. Zhang Yan sensed something and suddenly exclaimed. This edible script appeared to be even more profound than the inscriptions on ancient stone tablets, and just a glance made him dizzy. He touched his forehead, feeling unsteady as he read it. He seemed somewhat hopeful. If he could decipher this, the cultivation of the radiant energy vessel is divided into 3 levels of realms: energy sea initial refinement, summon clouds and rivers, and heavenly forest descends to Ding. If one were to use the Grand Golden Book to directly cultivate the realms, every step would require channeling chi into the body. Without someone to provide guidance, the risks involved would undeniably be enormous. Zhang Yan lowered his head in realization, and fortunately, he possessed the Shattered Jade, which augmented his capabilities. With this item to facilitate his cultivation, it would no longer be a problem. Returning to the real world, Zhang Yan looked at the piece of Shattered Jade in his hand, smiled, and said, "The edible script within the Shattered Jade is indeed extraordinary. I have only deciphered one character, and already I have reaped such rewards. I wonder what will happen once I decipher all those characters." Zhang Yan felt increasingly intrigued. He sensed someone approaching. Quickly, he stowed away his token and stepped out of the cave abode. Before him was Ning Rongxian, soaring through the air. "Greetings, Ning's senior disciple," Zhang Yan saluted. She landed and replied, "No need for such formality. You have done quite well. In just 2 months, you have already achieved opening meridians and breaking barriers, even earlier than my previous expectations." Zhang Yan humbly replied, "It was merely pulse phenomenon and mystical phenomenon, of low grade." Ning Rongxian then asked him, "What are your thoughts on this?" He responded accordingly, "I entered the sect solely in pursuit of the great way of eternal life. Although the white elephant is of inferior quality, it is still the path that heaven has left for us. I wish to use it as a staircase to ascend to the heavens, to reach the pinnacle of the great Tao." He praised with delight, "Good, your awareness proves that I have not misjudged you." Ning Rongxian turned away and instructed, "Moreover, I originally intended to lead you to be accepted under the tutelage of a senior brother, but unfortunately, that senior brother has recently entered closed retreat to refine jade, and it is uncertain when he will emerge." He reminded Zhang Yan, "For now, you should patiently practice the cultivation method, surely there will come a day when you succeed." Zhang Yan expressed his own viewpoint, "What I gain is due to my luck, and what I lose is due to my fate. Rather than relying on others, it is better to strive for oneself." He smiled in appreciation, "Very well, for the time being, let the wish fulfillment divine vessel remain with you. If many people use my name to cause trouble within the sect, I will absolutely not go easy on them. However, if you encounter those formidable figures, there is no need to hold back. If they deserve to be cut down, then cut them down. If they must be killed, then kill them. Do not hesitate." Ning Rongxian added further instructions to him. Zhang Yan bowed respectfully, "I will remember the teachings of senior disciple." He continued, "The cultivation methods that mystical phenomenon can practice are not many. The cultivation methods in the sect's library are poorly recorded,
and it's better not to look at them at all. With that, Ning Rongxian handed something to Zhang Yan. This great tome is the Mystic Lan Cloud Secret Tome, which my master used to achieve the law of resonance with the Sea of Qi. However, the cultivation method relies on opportunities. Even if 100 people practice it, there may not be one who aligns with the heavenly principles. Success or failure entirely depends on your own fate. Ning Rongxian reminded him.
Zhang Yan understood and bowed. Thank you, senior disciple.
After saying that, he flew up, preparing to leave, and did not forget to add, 3 years from now, there will be a grand competition in the sect. At that time, the 9 tripods will gather, and disciples from various institutes will come together, including many outstanding young experts. The rewards for the winners are extremely generous.
If you work hard in your cultivation, you might secure the top position in the competition.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan quickly replied, Okay, but senior disciple, you haven't finished your sentence. Yet Ning Rongxian had already flown away, leaving Zhang Yan calling out for the senior disciple in vain. He thought to himself, senior disciple Ning is avoiding the topic, there must be some underlying meaning to it. Zhang Yan didn't dwell on it for long and shifted his thoughts elsewhere. Never mind, for now, I'll just set aside those people and focus on studying this Mystic Lan Cloud Secret Tome. He began by examining the techniques recorded in his mind. The Mystic Lan Cloud Secret Tome emphasizes the art of writing, primarily explaining how to manipulate and create changes after successfully refining spiritual energy. He pondered deeply, while the Grand Golden Book in his hands focused more on the aspect of cultivation, emphasizing the honing and perseverance of one's own qi. The two complement each other perfectly, benefiting him. Zhang Yan smiled with satisfaction, realizing that he needed to quickly use the Grand Golden Book to cultivate the first stage, liver spirit essence, and then see what miraculous aspects the techniques recorded in the Mystic Lan Cloud Secret Tome might hold.
2 months later, inside a cave, a 5-colored spirit mark was enjoying a hearty meal.
Zhang Yan observed it as it ate, contemplating. This group of 5-colored spirit marks, which only needed to be fed once a year, could help him clear away dust and drive off dark beasts. It seemed that compared to genuine love, they were of little help.
Once my cultivation improves, I won't have to worry about these trivial matters anymore, he thought.
As Zhang Yan pondered, he walked up to the designated area. For over 2 months, he had been continuously practicing the Grand Golden Book within the Shattered Jade, having memorized the content of the techniques and even experimented with the golden fire-killing intent that he could endure. Before him lay a bright red lava pool. He sat down there and began his cultivation. His mind continued to race, and he understood the profound primordial inner reflection mystical records much better now, significantly improving his ability to control the flow of energy. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, allowing the metal fire essence to enter his body and cleanse the Dan Qi acupoints first. After a while, he exhaled lightly, feeling the Dan Qi acupoints within his body stir after being purified. Zhang Yan smiled gently, having successfully opened the first door of the liver spirit essence.
On Spirit Crest Island, Zhang Yan was still in the midst of his training, surrounded by a hazy mist as he cultivated.
His body slowly began to levitate. Frowning in thought, he contemplated using the liver spirit essence based on the secret techniques from the Mystic Lan Cloud Secret Tome, believing that he could certainly ascend into the air. With that in mind, Zhang Yan focused his internal energy and soared upward in a powerful surge. He soared out of the underground lair, suspended in mid-air. Looking down from above, he couldn't help but marvel at what was called riding the clouds and treading the winds. It was nothing more than this. Once he reached the second level of the radiant energy vessel realm, he would be able to gather energy into clouds and roam freely in all directions. That would be the true skill of an immortal. He tilted his head back, gazing into the distance. From afar, Dai Air spotted Zhang Yan flying in the sky. She pointed towards him, puzzled. Yen Yang, quickly look over there.
Is that Zhang Yan? Tang Yan behind her was equally surprised. Zhang Yan's expression was emotionless as he hovered in the air, while Dai Air continued to wonder.
It was said that Zhang Yan had received the secret manual from Zun True Immortal, but how could he have mastered it in such a short time to be able to fly?
Wasn't it mentioned by those around Wang Lang that his talent was merely ordinary? Tang Yan clenched her teeth in anger. Could it be that this Zhang Yan was indeed a genius in cultivating the way, just as Ning Rongxian had said? She still couldn't believe it.
No, this person had neither a proper background nor a solid foundation. Even if they had achieved some success at the moment, it was surely just a fleeting bloom that would wither away quickly. Tang Yan seized the hem of her garment in frustration and ordered, "Dai Air, send word to Wang Lang. Just tell him that every day I wait here, I am tormented by the overwhelming killing intent. I can no longer endure it and have no place to rely on, so inform him to take me out of this sea of suffering as soon as possible." She gritted her teeth. It was nighttime on Spirit Crest Island, surrounded by barriers, and the sky was gradually brightening.
A person flew in and shouted, "Is Mr. Bien Jun here?"
"My master specifically instructed me to come to this place to deliver a letter."
From the inside, Zhang Yan opened the door and stepped out. "Who is your master?" he asked.
The other replied, "My master is Wang Ban, a descendant of the Wang family, who is cultivating on Crimson River Path, more than 3 miles from here, and can also be considered a neighbor of Mr. Bien Lang."
Zhang Yan fell silent, pondering.
All this time, the disciple clan had never regarded those of common origin with any importance. Why had they sent someone to deliver a letter to him today? He found it strange and then withdrew the token, the restrictions gradually fading away. The other person was also able to enter Spirit Crest Island. He presented a scroll and said, "This is a letter personally written by my master." He took it and then turned the letter over to read. "This Wang Ban wanted to trade pills and flying swords for money from me, which was not a bad offer.
But now I needed to consider my own position.
Both Ning Rongxian and I came from humble backgrounds. If I agreed to Wang Ban's proposal and compromised with the disciple clan, it would mean going against Ning Rongxian.
Naturally, that wouldn't do." Zhang Yan spoke up, "Is senior disciple Wang trying to bully others with his power?"
"Although I, Zhang Yan, am merely a cultivator who has just opened my meridians, I am not afraid of empty threats." He responded to his proposal, "If Tang Yan is already mine, then whatever arrangements I make are none of his concern. Tell him not to waste his efforts." The other man replied, "Our master has said that if Mr. Bien Jun does not accept that letter, he should take a look at this one instead." With that, he produced another scroll of paper.
Zhang Yan continued to read the second letter.
He frowned, "A challenge letter from the ceremonial rearguard, how interesting." He then turned back inside, adding a reminder, "You wait for a moment." Zhang Yan, with a serious expression, stepped inside and took out a piece of paper.
"Place the paper on the table and then use your energy to write something on it."
After a while, Zhang Yan tossed the scroll back to him and said, "Convey my words to your master. I have heard that the foot of the Palace of Iha has a unique landscape and abundant spiritual energy, and I happen to have the intention of gathering it into my pocket. If your master is willing to come to my door today, then it would be disrespectful for me to refuse."
He received it and thought disdainfully, "What a proud little brat." The subordinate returned to report, "Master, this is Zhang Yan's reply.
His master is Wang Ban, a descendant of the Wang Haopu clan." He frowned as he read the letter. Then he slammed the paper down on the table in anger. It turned out that Zhang Yan had only written 2 words on it, life and death duel. Wang Ban pondered. Once he agreed to a life and death duel, it meant that the loser would not only leave their life in the hands of the opponent but also forfeit everything they possessed in the cave abode for cultivation to the victor. Zhang Yan's cultivation level was not high, but he harbored such ambition. This person was certainly not ordinary. He asked the subordinate in front of him, "What else did that kid Zhang Yan say?" He replied, "Zhang Yan said he would be waiting respectfully on Spirit Crest Island 3 days from now." Wang Ban burst out laughing upon hearing this. He seemed quite interested in the matter. "Zhang Yan, I am not afraid of golden wind and fierce flame on your island. This time, you are definitely going to die. Just in time, I will seize your blessed land and take away your beautiful woman. From now on, I will be the true disciple, enjoying the benefits of the sect." Wang Ban lowered his head, deep in thought. He already had 35 spiritual energy channels opened. With 3 more days of cultivation, he could advance to the 3rd level of the radiant energy vessel realm. Dealing with a kid like Zhang Yan, who had just opened his meridians, was certainly no cause for concern. 3 days later, at Spirit Crest Island, a group of people from the Wangban appeared on a flying boat, among them a man named Fengshen. A descendant of the Feng clan, he turned to the woman beside him and asked, "Little sister, what do you think of this Wangban?" The woman was Feng Lu, also a descendant of the Feng clan. She responded, "Elder brother, I know what you're thinking, you want me and Wang Ban to form a spiritual partner on the path." Fengshen gently rubbed his nose and explained to her, "Little sister, you and I are only collateral descendants in our clan. Even though you possess exceptional talent, you remain a solitary figure within the clan. Moreover, the Wang family is considered a powerful and thriving family, and they are also peers with the senior disciple. If in the future..." Feng Lu interrupted Fengshen. "Years ago, our father agreed with our mother that my matters should be my own to decide. I appreciate your good intentions, elder brother, little sister has understood." Fengshen fell silent, unsure of what else to say. At that moment, Wang Ban's voice rang out. "Esteemed brothers, please wait here for a moment. Wait for me to defeat that Zhang Yan, and I will return with everyone, not drunk and not leaving." He performed a ritual to assure them. Fengshen turned to ask Feng Lu, "Little sister, it seems you are not pleased with Wang Ban." Feng Lu sighed and replied, "Brother, I find that Wang Ban has a broad heart but a shallow mind, narrow-minded, appearing to be a hero but in reality just a petty person. Even if he defeats Zhang Yan today, he won't get far in the future." At this moment, Wang Ban had jumped down to Spirit Crest Island. There, Zhang Yan was already waiting. He then blew a gust of air that spread across the island. Wang Ban was puzzled, is this the fog created by Zhang Yan? He looked around and called out to Zhang Yan, "I have arrived, come out and face me." In the thick fog, Zhang Yan's voice responded to him, "Wang Ban, I have been respectfully waiting here for many hours." Wang Ban frowned in disdain, thinking that with just a bit of skill, he could defeat me. At that moment, he unleashed his moves, throwing everything he had at me, but it still didn't faze me. Wang Ban became irritated, annoying. He realized that the situation was not in his favor. Pondering and calculating, unsure of where Zhang Yan was hiding, he needed to draw him out. While he was trying to clear the fog, Zhang Yan was observing from a high vantage point. He silently commented that Wang Ban's manipulate energy surprisingly contained a hint of golden fire energy. No wonder this guy dared to come to the island to challenge me. However, my liver spirit pure chi was not something he could easily dispel with just a few breaths of manipulate energy. At that moment, Wang Ban had an idea. "Got it," Wang Ban said, "if you know what's good for you, Zhang Yan, you should admit defeat voluntarily. My previous promise still stands, and you can avoid worrying about your life. What do you think?" The voice of Zhang Yan echoed back, "Since we have come to this place, it is a life and death battle, there is no point in saying much." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ban turned to look in the direction from which the voice came, and found him there. He launched his flying sword through the mist, directing it straight towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan smiled with satisfaction, "Just the moment I wanted you to be." He also sent his brush flying in response, and the two sacred artifacts clashed, each emanating a power that suppressed the other. However, Wang Ban's flying sword could not withstand it and fell right into Zhang Yan's hand. Zhang Yan then paid his respects after this attack. "Wang senior disciple, please forgive me. It is more respectful to obey than to offer courtesy." He observed him from above. Upon seeing this, Wang Ban issued a threat, "Zhang Yan, do not think that by using the mist as a shield to obstruct my flying sword, I will be unable to do anything to you." He pondered, if Zhang Yan had the ability, he would have come down to kill him already. Why would he need to hide on the side to steal his sacred artifact? It was certainly because he was afraid to confront him directly, so he would try using the short dagger to probe his position. He took out another sacred artifact, channeled his internal energy into it, and executed the Wangban technique, shooting quickly towards Zhang Yan. The sacred artifact flew towards the shadow of him lurking in the mist. Wang Ban met the attack and immediately unleashed manipulate energy to disperse it. "Kid Zhang Yan, just give up." The wave of fire energy spread over a larger area. It gradually reached the position where Zhang Yan stood, unable to stay there for long. Zhang Yan jumped high to avoid it. He looked at the blazing flames of Wangban, pondering which was stronger between his liver spirit pure qi and this fire energy from Wangban. From above, Zhang Yan also launched an attack downward, seemingly unaffected by anything. Zhang Yan widened his eyes in surprise. He felt a bit disappointed that this liver spirit pure qi seemed to have been cultivated in vain. If that was the case, he might as well try the elegant cloud pure qi and see what happened. He changed his approach. The elegant cloud pure qi descended, overpowering Wangban's fire energy. It gradually dissipated, leaving only a trace of residue. Zhang Yan appeared surprised. There was still a bit of spiritual energy remaining. He continued to circulate his energy, emanating a flow of aura. In his hand was the remaining spiritual energy of the elegant cloud pure qi. Although this source of elegant cloud pure qi had been nearly worn away, the remaining portion was incredibly pure, almost comparable to the liver spirit pure qi refined from the blazing flame golden wind. Zhang Yan realized something. He had been expending true essence to cultivate a liver spirit pure qi, but he was taking a roundabout way. It turned out that he could simply cultivate the more straightforward elegant cloud pure qi and then refine it again using the cultivation methods recorded in the Grand Golden Book under the golden wind and fierce flame, achieving genuine results with ease. He no longer wanted to linger, and he swiftly headed towards Wangban. This harvest was sufficient. He could not continue any further. His sacred artifact descended, emitting a cloud of black smoke like ink. It enveloped Wangban's fire energy. The flames were gradually extinguished, and sensing the danger, Wangban turned and fled. Zhang Yan, endowed with a remarkable sacred artifact, would not let him go. Zhang Yan unleashed an attack to chase after Wangban. The latter ran in a panic, seemingly unable to escape in time. The sacred artifact rushed forward swiftly to strike, causing him immediate pain. The sacred artifact then returned to Zhang Yan's hand. Wangban collapsed right there. Zhang Yan stepped forward, turned him over to search him. He picked up a vial of elixir. This was the Sever Life Pill. It was said that relying solely on oneself, it was very difficult to surpass the third level of the radiant energy vessel realm. The Sever Life Pill could control the strange energy, eliminate impurities, and also save a bit of effort for oneself. After the battle ended, Zhang Yan returned to where everyone was gathered. He respectfully performed a bow, apologizing for making everyone wait so long. Everyone was surprised to see him, and yet it was Wangban who had lost, even losing his life. How could this be? Both Fengshen and Feng Lu remained silent, not uttering a word in the face of everyone's astonishment. Days later, in Bian Prefecture, a man named Wang Mao, whose family ancestor was the Wang Hui True Immortal, greeted him with a bow, revealing that he was the grandnephew of the Wang True Immortal, and offered his respectful greetings. This person is Wang Mao, a member of the Wangban clan. Wang has come this time not to seek justice. Wangban is a junior brother of my clan, and this time he has overstepped his bounds, offending Mr. Bianjun due to his own vanity. He is simply courting disaster and cannot blame anyone else. Zhang Yan waved his hand in response. What you say, Brother Wang, is not correct. Although my relationship with senior disciple Wangban is one of fierce rivalry, it is also a fair contest based on the sect's rules, and there is no enmity between us, nor is there a question of right or wrong. He expressed himself politely. Please, go on. Seeing this, Wang Mao reflected inwardly. Although Zhang Yan was still young, he was very skilled in dealing with others. It would not be unjust to be defeated by someone like him. Wang Mao continued, Mr. Bianjun is right, I have come here today for another matter. He replied, please, Wang Jun, go ahead. He clearly stated the issue. Wang Ban had lost, and everything belonging to him would naturally go to Bianjun. However, despite the fact that, on paper, Crimson River Island was Wang Ban's cave abode, there were still more than 10 people from the Wang family who were closed off in cultivation on the island, so they hoped to appeal to Bianjun's compassion. The Wang family, represented by Hao Pu, was willing to exchange elixirs, flying swords, sacred artifacts, and the Weibook to reclaim this cave abode from Bianjun. He proposed this to Zhang Yan. He smiled and replied, I agree to this, but I must first clarify. The cave abode can be redeemed, but since Wang Ban has lost, everything on the island belongs to me. Regardless of whether it's sacred artifacts, flying swords, or the elixirs from the Wei book, they must all be left behind. He set the conditions.
Wang Mao acquiesced to Bian Jun's terms.
At this moment, as Wang Mao sat up preparing to leave, Zhang Yan spoke up and asked.
The rumor that Wang Ban's senior disciple fought me over beauty, as Wang Jun mentioned before, may I ask if the Wang family wishes to regain their integrity?
He replied, of course I want to. If Mr. Bian Jun has something to say, please go ahead.
Zhang Yan then recounted, this matter originates from the beauty Tang Yan beside me, why not hand this girl over to the prince?
Regardless of whether she is scolded or punished, it will be handled by you, my lords.
He glanced over to ask for his opinion, what does Wang Jun think? In response to that proposal, Wang Mao remained silent, a bit surprised, and then clasped his hands in salute, expressing his admiration for him. Mr. Bian Jun's approach is very good, Wang is in awe.
After a while of conversation, it was nearly dusk, and Wang Mao also took his leave. Zhang Yan watched him go, contemplating that killing Wang Ban also meant clearly taking a stand with Ning Rongxian, while Tang Yan was clearly a troublesome and useless character, just right to be given to the prince to ease the relationship between the two sides, a single arrow hitting two targets.
He gazed into the distance with intention.
Once everything was resolved, I could finally feel at ease about taking a trip to Crimson River Island. In the late afternoon at Crimson River Island, the plants and flowers bloomed everywhere. Zhang Yan walked around, observing and evaluating. No wonder the Wang family thought of every possible way to reclaim Crimson River Island.
Any type of medicinal herb on this island holds significant value. He picked up a herb, examined it, and contemplated. However, although the medicinal herbs were precious, they were still not mature. Taking them would be useless, and it would be better to exchange them for some more practical items. At the library in Wang Manor, Zhang Yan picked up a book. The red flame pill from Wang Ban was very suitable for cultivation in a place with golden wind and fierce flame. He planned to study it thoroughly. If he encountered a similar opponent in the future, he could also find a way to control it. He ordered his subordinates to use the flying vessel to transport all the medicinal pills, scrolls, and sacred artifacts back to Spirit Crest Island. Yes, master, they obeyed. At Split Vessel Island, inside a small wooden house, a voice resonated. Who is Zhang Yan? The one asking was Feng Shuang, the senior ancestor of Fengshen.
As you said, Zhang Yan's talent is ordinary, but he has been able to stand firm in the lower house, based on his mortal background, and gradually climb higher. This person is not simple at all, Fengshen said with annoyance.
It's precisely because of this that I'm worried.
The more capable Zhang Yan becomes, the less calm I feel inside. Feng Shuang laughed heartily, fanning himself with a fan, and said, Shen, you have now reached the mysterious radiance realm. Why are you still afraid of a cultivator who hasn't even reached the realm of clear chi yet?
Fengshen rubbed his temples, explaining, it's not me, it's my little sister.
Ever since the battle on Spirit Crest Island, she's taken an interest in Zhang Yan, and now she wishes to form a spiritual partner bond with him. He continued, but as you know, senior ancestor, little sister's master, Qin True Immortal, is the daughter of the previous sect leader. She holds a high position within the sect. Fengshen's expression darkened as he added, our Feng clan still relies on this connection to maintain our status.
How can we allow a commoner like Zhang Yan to benefit from it?
Feng Shuang stretched and yawned before speaking up, from my perspective, this is an easy problem to solve.
Fengshen looked a bit skeptical at first.
He voiced his concern, from what I've heard, Zhang Yan hasn't even chosen a master yet.
So, why not just find a master for him? Fengshen paused and asked, Senior Ancestor, do you have someone in mind who would be suitable?
He dipped his finger into the teacup, took the tea that stuck to his hand, and wrote a name on the table, Zhu Chengchu.
Feng Shuang decided to choose this person.
Feng Shuang pointed at the line of names he had just written, explaining to Fengshen, right now, Zhu Chengchu is the head of Alchemist Peak, he once owed me a favor. He asserted, if I want him to accept Zhang Yan as a disciple, he will definitely not refuse. Fengshen was skeptical. Even if he agreed to accept Zhang Yan, it would still not sever little sister's feelings. Feng Shuang then explained further, no, once this person accepts Zhang Yan as a disciple, not only will no one be able to say anything, but she will also know that he cannot become a spiritual partner on the path.
Why not? Feng Chen wondered.
Xu Chongchu and Master Qin Yu of Wai Yuni were originally a married couple, but later their relationship became strained. Once Xu Chongchu accepted Zhang Yan as a disciple, Wai Yuni, even if she wanted to form a spiritual partner on the path with him, would undoubtedly be stopped by Qin Yu. This was the scheme of the casual man. He realized the issue, that was it. However, according to what the senior ancestor said, Xu Chongchu indeed had a significant background, which meant Zhang Yan would benefit from this. He stated with certainty that Xu Chongchu's alchemy skills were truly exceptional, but the man was also stubborn and would absolutely not allow his disciple to diverge in another direction. Alchemy requires practicing 10 years of refinement in channeling technique, 10-year refinement of mystic technique, and 10 years of fine-point technique.
If Zhang Yan is forced to practice alchemy, wouldn't that derail his path of cultivating the way? Feng Shuang questioned. If he is plotting to betray the sect, then he will be hunted down by everyone together. With 30 years of cultivation stagnation, do you still need to pay attention to him? He laughed eagerly, wanting to see the outcome of Zhang Yan.
At Spirit Crest Island, Zhang Yan was exhaling to check his cultivation when a sect elder approached him and remarked, "Pure energy, superior examination," before flying away. The senior master moved slowly, and he recalled that every 3 months the council would send a senior master to evaluate the core disciples. If anyone's cultivation showed signs of stagnation or progressed too slowly, they would be considered as having failed the evaluation. Those who repeatedly fell into failures would be removed from their position as core disciples. It seemed he noticed something and turned to see Ning Rongxian approaching him.
Zhang Yan greeted her. "Ning, senior disciple, is there something on your mind?"
He said to him, "I have come to tell you that your master has already been decided, it is the head of Alchemist Peak."
"Xu Chongchu, this person has personally come to ask for you with my master. My master has agreed, and I cannot stop it."
He added, "But this person is not of clan lineage, so you can rest assured." He replied, hearing this from senior disciple, "It seems there is more to this matter.
I wonder why this Xu senior wants to take me as his disciple."
Ning Rongxian did not respond to that statement and changed the subject. "Right now, knowing more about this is useless. First, hand over the wish fulfillment divine vessel."
"That's it."
Zhang Yan complied and handed over the wish fulfillment divine vessel to Ning Rongxian. He patted him on the shoulder, releasing a stream of energy there.
"Now I will use my Dao techniques to take you to meet Xu Chongchu. Remember, the things you possess are merely support, they are not a foundation."
The pressure emanating was so great that Zhang Yan had to raise his hand to shield himself. Ning Rongxian caused him to move away, not forgetting to advise, "As long as you are wholeheartedly devoted to the path, there may still be a chance for you to attain it.
Remember that well."
Zhang Yan furrowed his brows and slowly opened his eyes, still harboring some doubts in his heart. At this moment, Ning Rongxian's Dao technique had brought Zhang Yan to the entrance of Alchemist Peak. He spread his palm, revealing a luminous artifact, the wish fulfillment divine vessel. He hurriedly tucked it away in his robe, while also reflecting on the matter. Ning's senior disciple first retrieved the wish fulfillment divine vessel and then bestowed it again, wanting to convey something with that act. No matter how good an external object may be, it ultimately belongs to someone else. If a person can give it, they can certainly take it back. Zhang Yan glanced at the nameplate on the other side of the institute, and the advice he had just received subtly hinted that alchemy was merely an external pursuit, and that only cultivating profound arts was the true path, reminding him not to forget the essence. He chuckled softly, "Whether it's Ning Rongxian or the one playing tricks behind that curtain, you all have misjudged me, and moreover, completely so." He leisurely stepped into Alchemist Peak, where someone came to greet him. "What brings you here, senior brother?
Are you looking to request some elixirs?"
He introduced himself, "My name is Zhang Yan, sent here to meet Director Zhu."
The attendant understood and welcomed him. "You are the esteemed Master Bien. The Grand Master has ordered me to escort you this way."
Zhang Yan followed him across a bridge connecting two towers, arriving at a standalone tower that branched off from the bridge.
By the tower, someone was dropping round objects into the lake. Zhang Yan noticed and followed the action with his gaze.
He realized that something was rising beneath the water's surface, resembling a fish fin. The person atop the tower called out, "The Grand Master is in the fishing pavilion."
"Senior Master, please enter." Zhang Yan stepped inside.
Before him stood Zhu Chongchu, the head of Alchemist Peak. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, he displayed a displeased expression. "Who allowed you to come here?"
"Step back."
But Zhang Yan paid no mind. He moved right behind him, fiddling with something on the bookshelf.
Zhang Yan took down a book.
Zhu Chongchu, angry, said, "Do you think that because you are disrespectful to me, I will not accept you as a disciple anymore? I accepted you just to repay a favor. Whether you are willing or not, I, Zhu Chongchu, will definitely take you in."
He spoke calmly. "Second elder uncle, if I become your disciple, won't you benefit as well?" Zhu Chongchu was astonished and turned to ask, "What did you call me?"
"You."
"Could it be? Are you from the Zhou family?"
Zhang Yan performed a bow and greeted him. "Esteemed senior, you guided me to this mountain. 200 years ago, a senior from the Zhou family left home and vowed to destroy the Zhou family. He told me to seek you for help. After meeting, I just wanted to ask, do you still remember the elder Taoist striking your back 3 times with a whisk that day?" He reminded him of the past. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chongchu burst into laughter. "Indeed, it is not wrong. The elder never deceived me, never deceived me." He changed his previously irritable attitude and happily invited Zhang Yan to sit down. Zhu Chongchu comfortably recounted, "That year, I was secretly plotted against by the old food of the Zhou family. I originally harbored a desire for revenge, but the elder told me that my meridians were damaged and that in this lifetime, I would not be able to attain the great Tao. However, the elder mentioned that in the future, he would find a lucky child. This person could help me achieve my aspirations. Until now, I have waited over 200 years and finally, I have been able to wait." He assured, "Young friend Bien, you can rest assured in my presence. No matter who wishes to harm you, as long as you do not violate the rules of the sect and do not stray off the path, I can protect you completely." Zhang Yan bowed his head and smiled, accepting the goodwill. "Thank you, second elder uncle." Zhu Chongchu patted him on the shoulder, his tone gentle. "I am no longer a member of the Zhou family. Moreover, both you and I are individuals chosen by the elder. Outside, you can call me master. When we are alone, you may just call me brother and I will refer to you as younger brother. By the way, there is still one thing you must be cautious about." Zhang Yan lowered his head and asked, "I still hope for the guidance of senior disciple." Zhu Chongchu replied, "You came here because I owe Feng Shuang a favor, and this person has many schemes. Therefore, this matter is definitely not simple. However, ultimately, I cannot yet discern what he is plotting. But essentially, it must still be a scheme based on the 2 characters of alchemy." He searched the bookshelf, took down a volume, and handed it to Zhang Yan. He instructed carefully, "These books contain the alchemical techniques I have compiled over hundreds of years. You should take them home and review them. It's better to be prepared. Moreover, to be safe, for these few days, you should stay at Alchemist Peak. Avoid attracting the attention of the Feng clan. Wait until this storm passes before returning to cave abode." Zhang Yan agreed, "Understood. Thank you, senior disciple." Zhang Yan followed orders, sitting still and reading at Zhu Chongchu's place. While reading and pondering, he realized that the alchemical technique revised by Zhu Chongchu was truly extraordinary. The 3-aperture art had initially been diligently improved by him, transforming into the inner lesser technique. Not only did it significantly shorten the cultivation time to a minimum, but what excited Zhang Yan the most was that with just a few special types of elixirs, anyone could practice it. He thought, if one day this method is spread outside, it will surely change the current layout of the 16 major sects. After considering this, Zhang Yan stood up and decided, "I need to go find those elixirs and try experimenting for myself." He used a flying ship, soaring into the sky to search for the elixirs. But as he flew away, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yan, blocking his path.
Zhang Yan looked at them and smiled gently.
Suddenly, a man rushed towards him, shouting, "Get out of the way!" He charged forward, slamming into Zhang Yan's boat. Zhang Yan quickly jumped up to avoid the impact. His boat was instantly shattered by the collision. The arrogant man glanced at Zhang Yan, sneering, "What a bargain for you!" Then he sped away, disappearing into the entrance of Virtue Pavilion. Zhang Yan landed safely, raising his gaze to the sky. Many people were flying in, all rushing towards Virtue Pavilion. He crossed his arms and smiled with excitement, thinking to himself, "I really want to see who has come." Without hesitation, Zhang Yan followed suit and stepped into Virtue Pavilion. Inside, there were many people gathered around. A man shouted loudly, "Old Chow! The one who has come is Feng Chen, descendant of the Feng clan." He yelled, "Quick, bring me a handful of Supreme Hua pills. I need to treat the spirit beast of Brother Su." An old man stepped forward, his face filled with fear, and said to him, "Oh, great ancestor, there are only 3 batches of Supreme Hua pills produced each year, and they have to be shared with the Immortals as well. Right now, it's difficult to find even 1 pill. Where am I supposed to go to get a handful for you?" The others, annoyed, shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Just bring out whatever you have." "Exactly, stop talking nonsense." They surrounded the old man, pressuring him to hand over the Supreme Hua pill. Zhang Yan turned to ask a disciple beside him, "What kind of background do these people have to be so audacious?" The disciple replied, "Reporting to you, Senior Master Bian, they are relatives of the core disciples from the 6 rivers, 4 isles. The leading youth is Feng Chen, a member of the Feng clan, which ranks first among the 12 prestigious clans." Before La could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up as he recognized the identity of the Feng clan. It seems that Zhang Yan's opportunity has come. He chuckled to himself, "Feng Shuang, oh Feng Shuang, today your Feng clan's descendants have fallen into my hands, you can only blame your own bad luck." He stepped forward, interjecting into the crowd, "Chao Changgu, what is going on here?" Chao Changgu, feeling awkward, hesitated and replied, "Mr. Bian Senior Master, this. Feng Chen immediately interrupted, raising his voice, "Our spirit beast Xiao Yun is seriously injured and needs to use your Supreme Hua pill for urgent treatment. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and get the medicine." Zhang Yan coldly retorted, "How can medicine meant for humans be given to a beast?" He reminded Xiao Changgu, "Each room has a certain amount of elixirs, whether you are short or not is your own responsibility." Zhang Yan's words surprised Feng Chen, while Xiao Changgu was at a loss for what to do. Feng Chen, furious, shouted, "Do you dare to deny me the medicine?" Zhang Yan ignored him and turned to leave. "You can't go!" Feng Chen yelled, then immediately took action. Zhang Yan recognized his intent and quickly countered. He moved lightly but with great power, immediately retracting his aura right after the strike. Suddenly, a bright red axe fell from the sky. Feng Chen was bewildered by Zhang Yan's spectacular defense. He glanced at Feng Chen and smiled lightly, "This guy is only 34 years old, his mind is not flexible. It really is easy to set a trap." Zhang Yan continued, calmly declaring, "The sect rules are clear, anyone who unjustly attacks a direct disciple shall be killed without mercy." He raised a command token and ordered, "Are the left and right sea path warriors present? If so, bring them down for me." Feng Chen also commanded, "Senior brothers, this person disrespects our 6 rivers, 4 isles, there is no need for restraint. Whatever happens, Brother Su will take care of it for us. Let's seize the elixirs together and go." Zhang Yan smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, "I let the sea path warriors with inferior strength show themselves, precisely to leave you a gap for resistance. Feng Chen's people will attack you sea path warriors, according to my plan, targeting the direct disciple." After realizing their identities, they not only did not stop but continued to besiege. One by one, they were knocked down by Feng Chen's people, disregarding the sect rules. Zhang Yan merely watched, waiting for the right moment. He thought, today, I will make the Feng clan fall into the mire, while also letting them taste the flavor of being trapped by others. After a while, all of Zhang Yan's Sea Path warriors had been knocked down. The time has come, Zhang Yan laughed loudly, just as planned. He raised the summoning token for the mountain warriors once again. At this moment, Feng Chen's brotherhood was completely powerless, all their efforts became futile, and one by one, they were beaten to a pulp. Zhang Yan, you are so bold. After a while, each member was seized by the mountain warriors, wrapped up like silkworms, and thrown into a corner. In their miserable state, they writhed, struggled, and resisted but could not escape. Zhang Yan handed a letter to the mountain warriors, instructing, you must deliver this letter to Ning Rongxian, the senior disciple. The scene transition for this play has already been set up for you, it's just a matter of seeing how you will continue the performance. One by one, they looked at Zhang Yan with eyes full of utmost resentment. At that moment, someone entered from outside, shouting, who is tied up here? It is Do Ming, the vice president of Alchemist Peak, quickly release them. He commanded. Zhang Yan happily admitted, Deputy Director Do, it's my fault for having them tied up. Do Ming fell silent for a moment, at a loss for words upon seeing Zhang Yan's attitude. He stepped forward and reminded, Zhang Junior Disciple, quickly release them. These people are relatives of the core disciple from 6 Rivers, 4 Isles. Do you really want to bring disaster upon yourself? Zhang Yan, feeling annoyed, retorted, bring disaster upon myself? Just a moment ago, they dared to attack me. I think letting them go is the real disaster. Doming insisted, Zhang Junior Disciple, they are all relatives of the core disciple, it was just a misunderstanding. For now, you have already taught them a lesson. I think it's better to let them go. Zhang Yan looked at Doming and questioned, Deputy Director Do, are you afraid of the core disciple from 6 Rivers, 4 Isles? Do you think they aren't afraid of a core disciple like me? Doming felt a sense of unease in his heart, and he leaned in to speak softly, Zhang Junior Disciple, do you know the background of that spirit beast? It is a spirit beast raised by Sui Nang, who is a descendant of the Su clan, Xin Yang, the leader of the 5 great clans. Zhang Yan indignantly retorted, if a prince breaks the law, he should be punished like any common person. Can it be that just because he is a descendant of the Su clan, he is allowed to disregard the rules of the clan and arbitrarily attack a true disciple? Doming added, his voice grave, Sui Nang is the biological younger brother of Sui Hong, and this person has always been extremely protective of his family. If you offend his biological younger brother, you will be in for a great deal of trouble, Junior Disciple. Zhang Yan contemplated this, recalling the name Sui Hong. Sui Hong, you say? I've heard that this person was born after his mother expended her essence and blood for 16 years. He was born with an opening meridian stage and is now a master refining golden core. When he was at the mysterious Radiance realm, he even had the achievement of defeating a cultivator forming golden core. He is certainly not an ordinary character. Zhang Yan laughed loudly, showing no fear. No matter how strong Sui Hong might be, so what? Could he single-handedly confront the power of an entire clan? The people that Zhang Yan had dealt with today all had their own backing. He did not back down, boldly stating, Deputy Director Do, no need to say much. No matter how strong Sui Hong is, in front of the sect's regulations, I am in the right in this matter. After that, Zhang Yan ordered, evil enforcers, use the Cloud Yang golden seal to bind all these people, throw them into the basement, and lock them up tightly, not allowing anyone to escape. Having said that, Zhang Yan turned and left. Inside the fishing tower, Zhu Chongchu laughed heartily in satisfaction. That's good. If Junior Disciple has confronted the Feng clan, why not drag down all the factions of 6 Rivers and 4 Isles with him? Otherwise, the target is too small, and in one go, Junior Disciple won't be able to gain too much benefit. He asked Zhang Yan, Senior Master, how confident are you in pushing this matter? 60%, Zhang Yan replied confidently. Zhu Chongchu stroked his beard in contemplation and then said, it seems like it's still a bit lacking in heat. I will lend you a hand. Coincidentally, the sect leader has recently asked for my assistance. If I step in to demand justice for you, he will surely comply and help me save face, making this matter over 80% certain.
Zhang Yan accepted. Then if that is the case, I will rely on senior disciple.
Shu Chongchu asked with concern, Junior disciple, there is no need to be so polite.
Do you wish to return to the cave abode now?
Zhang Yan replied, I have turned against the Feng clan, so I cannot stay here for long. After all, soon they won't even be able to take care of themselves.
Shu Chongchu added, you are right, disciples in the sect are prohibited from secretly fighting.
Once this news gets out, no one will dare to make things difficult for you during this time.
However, you must return and cultivate diligently, after all, this is the route of survival. Zhang Yan agreed, senior disciple is absolutely correct.
He then shifted to another topic and said, the other day, while flipping through the works of senior disciple, I found the alchemy techniques of senior disciple to be incredibly profound, and I feel I have greatly benefited from it.
Shu Chongchu smiled and said, as long as you enjoy it, that's what matters.
He handed him a vial of elixir and said, this is the elixir to assist in practicing alchemy, take it with you.
Thank you, senior disciple.
Zhang Yan accepted it and continued, then I will take my leave. He bid farewell and left the fishing pavilion.
Zhang Yan appeared to be looking forward to it. Feng Shuang, I have made my move, let's see how you respond. At Split Vessel Island, Fengshen exclaimed, Senior Ancestor, has Zhang Yan gone mad?
He was astonished and said, he actually dared to imprison more than 20 people related to the true disciple of Six Rivers, 4 Isles, does he not fear the clans behind them? Feng Shuang said, this time Zhang Yan takes himself as a point of reference, opening up a battle between the master and disciple side in our clan. He folded his fan back, his expression cold, and said, before determining the winner, the master and disciple side will definitely protect him safely.
Who would dare to step forward at this moment? Fengshen's face darkened, feeling uneasy inside.
I've heard that within the tribe, the clan is gathering to put pressure on the family regarding the master and disciple side, but they have not reacted at all, even the sect leader has shown no attitude, Fengshen recounted.
Feng Shuang angrily shouted, do you think the master and disciple side remains idle because they are worried about our clans?
It's because they find our families too meager, not worth their while. He explained to him, the sect leader wants to force all of you blind fools to jump out, and in the end, it will be a net to catch them all.
Those words left Fengshen in utter confusion.
Feng Shuang continued, attacking the direct disciples is no small crime, the clan shows no signs of remorse or repentance, and instead plots to suppress the master and disciple. It seems this time they will suffer a significant loss of vitality. Zhang Yan's scheme was exceedingly treacherous. Not only did he take advantage of his own carefully protected position, but he also slammed his hand on the table in frustration, inadvertently digging a pit for the Feng clan. Indeed, he was a worthy opponent.
Fengshen seemed to understand and bowed his head to seek guidance. Senior Ancestor, how should we resolve this matter?
His mood was chaotic and suffocating, not knowing what to do.
Feng Shuang said, tell Feng Chen to obediently accept his fate, one strike to send him off and then take him to Pure Virtue Hall, and also send someone to comfort Zhang Yan.
This way, we can cut off this matter first, not giving the master and disciple any chance to get angry with us. He only instructed, thank you, Senior Ancestor, for your guidance. Fengshen bowed his head in gratitude. He asked further, it's just that this Zhang Yan is too detestable, does Senior Ancestor have any way to get rid of him? Feng Shuang folded his fan and continued, initially, I planned for Zhang Yan to become a disciple at Alchemist Peak, how could I not leave a way out? After this storm passes, he will pay a heavy price.
Months later, on Spirit Crest Island, Zhang Yan was in the midst of his cultivation.
He sat in meditation, completely focused on his practice. Zhang Yan's manipulate energy radiated intensely, causing his body to gradually transform as he absorbed the spiritual energy surrounding him.
Zhang Yan had cultivated to the 80th gate of liver spirit pure qi.
The manipulate energy within him surged powerfully, akin to an unceasing flow. Zhang Yan drew energy into himself, as pure energy swirled around, slowly entering his body. He continued to breathe deeply, drawing it in through his nostrils. Pure energy hung in the air, gradually advancing towards the mist that enveloped him.
It weaved through and blended into the black smoke, piercing through it and tearing apart the darkness, ultimately purifying it completely. Zhang Yan gently opened his eyes, channeling and absorbing this powerful force. The pure energy gradually dissipated, merging with his body, leaving behind a feeling of being brimming with energy. Spiritual energy entered the body, transforming into a color of pure essence. Finally, Zhang Yan managed to cultivate the final gate of liver-spirit pure qi. In the first layer of the radiant energy vessel energy C initial refinement, he felt a strange sensation within his body. The pure energy in his dantian resembled a long river, a vast ocean, surging endlessly. Zhang Yan realized that this source of power seemed to prevent him from stopping the continuous operation of the cultivation method. His breath emitted a red mist, and he began to circulate his energy, causing the atmosphere around him to rise. It seemed that the pressure was too great, causing Zhang Yan to bleed continuously. His entire body was experiencing waves of discomfort. Finally, Zhang Yan exhaled a puff of black smoke. Surrounding him at that moment were scattered keen vitalities. He was surprised, not expecting to have effortlessly created the first door of keen vitality manipulate energy. Hadn't he just saved months of effort? Zhang Yan released a stream of mysterious radiance. It flew away, generating a powerful force, and immediately, a hole was punched through the wall. No wonder the Grand Golden Book had said that when one reaches the realm of mysterious radiance, a stream of mysterious radiance can melt gold and liquefy iron. He looked at the gap he had just created. Just by manipulating energy, he had achieved such power. It seemed that it was not an exaggeration. Suddenly, Zhang Yan noticed something to the side. He picked up a piece of a token, and the barrier surrounding his residence had changed. Outside, a sword flew in, piercing a secret letter. Zhang Yan caught the sword and flipped the paper to read. The content of the letter invited him to Jade's second peak on 6 rivers, 4 isles to admire the moon 10 days later. I just trapped them, why are they sending an invitation? He wondered. Paying close attention to the details, the handwriting on this letter was very beautiful. Just one glance made it clear that it was written by a female cultivator. Who could it be? Forget it, after all, whether he goes or not is not important. Zhang Yan didn't care about the letter and simply discarded it. As he left the underground cavern, he contemplated that instead of wasting energy on this matter, it would be better to seize the time to enhance his cultivation, as that was the real priority. To practice keen vitality manipulate energy, he had to completely release his liver spirit pure qi each time to summon the killing intent from the deepest part of the earth cavity. Doing this was extremely cumbersome, and the effectiveness was also low. Zhang Yan needed to come up with a way to preserve the killing intent so that the training could become more effective. After a while of pondering, Zhang Yan suddenly realized. That's right, the internal energy technique in the alchemical arts of Zhu Shi Xiong is precisely about opening another energy point in the body, allowing the absorption of different types of vital energy for use, right? So isn't that essentially the place where natural energy is stored? He reasoned, and immediately, the pure energy within Zhang Yan began to surge. He chuckled to himself, thinking, it seems feasible, then I might as well fill all 3 energy points, preparing in advance for when the time comes. The next morning on Spirit Crest Island, Zhang Yan was meditating and practicing. Outside, a figure approached, calling out, Senior Master Bien, are you there? The Grand Master urgently requests your presence. The cave abode door slowly opened, and Zhang Yan also heard the call. At Alchemist Peak, in Zhu Chongchu's hall, Zhang Yan received the order to come and inquire. Senior disciple, what happened? Zhang Yan asked. Zhu Chongchu wore a serious expression as he awaited his arrival. He said, the envoy of the Treasure of Water Nation has arrived. In half a year, a grand celebration will be held for King Ji Jiushang's birthday, and they wish to organize a pill conclave. They have requested that some of our sect's alchemists go there, and they are willing to voluntarily forego a competition to express their sincerity. Zhu Chongchu stood up and added, it may be possible to resolve this matter without taking action, so the sect leader has agreed immediately. Zhang Yan immediately thought after hearing this, the Treasure of Water Nation is a highly talented tribe with an incredibly powerful influence.
Even the Three-Barrel Lake Demon, which has been in conflict with the Bright Blade sect for dozens of years, is only nominally their vassal. Shu Chongchu's expression was not very good as he continued speaking to Zhang Yan. Previously, I was invited by Elder Jiang to practice alchemy, and the matters were temporarily handled by Vice Dean Do. Unexpectedly, I was not present during the selection of the envoy. He hesitated for a moment before adding, Vice Dean Do actually filled in your name. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan asked, then when senior disciple inquired about the responsibility, how did Vice Dean Do explain it? Shu Chongchu was furious. He said Doming claims that the mistake was caused by the subordinates, he has killed that person and is willing to take full responsibility for this matter, stepping down from the position of deputy director. Zhang Yan sneered, thinking to himself he must have prepared his escape route long ago. After going this far, even the senior disciple can't deal with him anymore. There must be someone behind him pulling the strings. Shu Chongchu was resolute yet speculated, I suspect it's Feng Shuang, this is very much in line with his tactics. He also felt a headache coming on, and said to Zhang Yan, if you don't want to go, even if I have to throw away this old face and beg someone, I will definitely ensure your safety. Zhang Yan laughed slyly and then spoke up in agreement with the situation, senior disciple, I accept. Shu Chongchu was surprised and asked him once more, have you thought this through? Zhang Yan replied, staying within the sect may not guarantee my safety either. In the future, traps set by malicious individuals will continue to descend upon me. While I am not afraid, I do not wish to be hindered in my cultivation by them. He made his decision, this time going to Water Nation, I can avoid the prestigious clans and, as a result, enjoy greater freedom. Shu Chongchu sighed in agreement and said, you have a point. But on the surface, you are my disciple, yet you do not know how to refine pills. When the time comes, there will definitely be those who take advantage of this to create difficulties, putting you at a disadvantage. There are still a few days left before we set out, so I will teach you as much as I can. Zhang Yan questioned, senior disciple, why does the demon cultivator lack someone skilled in alchemy, yet still need to borrow an alchemist from Bright Blade sect? Shu Chongchu explained, demon cultivators can cultivate with some ordinary elixirs, but only human cultivators can refine high-grade elixirs. For example, the three-aperture art can only be practiced by those with a human body. The internal hidden technique that I pass on to you must never be disclosed. If a demon cultivator finds out, it will surely cause a catastrophe. Shu Chongchu cautioned carefully, and Zhang Yan responded, senior disciple, rest assured, I have my own considerations in mind. Then Bian Zhang Yan speculated again, even though the matter had reached a conclusion, it was unacceptable to let Deputy Director Do escape so easily. Shu Chongchu asked him, does junior disciple have any plans? Zhang Yan stood up and said, Deputy Director Do has resigned from his position, but we shouldn't let his proficiency in alchemy go to waste. We might as well report to the sect leader and have him assist me. In my opinion, we should go together. Zhang Yan proposed his idea. On the day the Brightblade sect sent an envoy to the Water Nation, a maidservant approached Zhang Yan and handed him a box. Master, I've been instructed to deliver these 2 items to young master. Zhang Yan opened the letter inside and read, because the maidservant has been stubborn and implicated master, my heart is filled with unease, and I can only offer this apology. The road ahead is fraught with difficulties, I hope June takes care. He reflected, considering the handwriting along with the invitation letter he had received, that it might have originated from the same person. This piece of jade is called the Shattering Moon Heart Technique, a treasure used to assist in cultivation. Not only did they write a letter while bestowing the jade, but there were also entanglements involved, and they clearly stated where it came from? Zhang Yan inquired, may I ask who your master is? She did not respond, merely lowering her head to pay her respects, wishing him endless blessings. Having said that, she turned and left. Zhang Yan did not press further. He smiled lightly and thought to himself, if I can't discern the origin of this person, then there's no need to waste any more mental effort. He turned away, focusing solely on the matter at hand. What a cultivator wished to do was their own business, why bother fretting over trivial matters? One day, when the opportunity arose, everything would become clear on its own. A fellow cultivator spoke up, please follow me. In the crowd, a familiar face caught Zhang Yan's attention.
Feng Chen, what is he doing here? Zhang Yan wondered. As he ascended the stairs, he noticed something unusual about everyone. This time, the journey to the treasure of the Water Nation would take a full year, yet these clan disciples only brought warriors with them, without a single female attendant, which seemed unreasonable. He stared at them, somewhat puzzled. Zhang Yan speculated that unless they fundamentally did not consider traveling to such a distant place. In the 4-story tower, there were guards stationed outside, inviting him in. Zhang Yan stepped inside, looking around and wondering, is it really 4 stories? Numerous eyes were watching him closely. He entered cautiously, realizing that the arrangement of this floor was truly exquisite, difficult to navigate, and escape seemed impossible. Yeah. Stepping out onto the balcony, he was still silently guessing their intentions. Although he had anticipated that they would take action against him, he had thought they would at least wait until the treasure of Water Nation, but it seemed that these people had no hope of allowing him to reach that point. In the meantime, he looked up at the sky and saw someone flying above. It was the envoy leader of the Water Nation, Wu Zhen. He raised the command token high. The airship tower gradually ascended, beginning its journey. Within the tower, Wu Zhen's cultivation was the highest and the most difficult to deal with, but he was not without rivals. Additionally, there were other cultivators with comparable levels of power. He was cautious and had to be well prepared. When it was time to call La Ping out, Zhang Yan carefully executed the plan. 10 days later, on the spaceship tower heading to Water Nation, Zhang Yan observed his surroundings. This direction seemed to resemble that of Hu Yonglang. He deduced that Hu Yonglang was one of the 3 treasures, the treasure master of Chuyu, a planet carp that had cultivated for 1,000 years. Although it was said that one could also reach Water Nation from the territory of the demons, the route was extremely lengthy and could not avoid suspicion and resentment. At this moment, Zhang Yan understood, so that was it. A moment before Hu Yonglang arrived was precisely the opportunity his opponent chose to strike. The jade pendant on his belt stirred. Zhang Yan picked it up to examine it and smiled. Thanks to this shattering moon heart technique, his energy circulation speed had doubled over the past few days. It was as if heaven was assisting him. Although he hadn't fully utilized it yet, instead of waiting, it was better to take the initiative and catch his opponent off guard. He made his decision. Outside the 1,000-mile spaceship tower, a group of people entered the interior. Inside is the direct heir of the Su clan, Xin Yang, Sui Hong. In front of him is the Mystic Gate 3 Realms cultivator, Xia Gu. Xia Gu pays respects to Brother Su. How is the situation? Sui Hong asked. He replied, Elder Great Carp or Ancient Giant Carp is still unaware, completely oblivious, just right for us to take action. Sui Hong stood up, praising, very good. He then asked everyone again, the great matter today concerns our plans for 100 years from now, who among you wishes to withdraw? They bowed their heads and resolutely replied, we will only follow the orders of senior disciple. Sui Hong continued, the second young master is sitting in Miracle Tower, and once we capture the true disciple named Zhang Yan, we can use the excuse that the true disciple was killed. He revealed his dark intentions, targeting the melodic stream palace, planning to flatten Shen Xin, kill Elder Great Carp or Ancient Giant Carp, and seize the water retreat estate. Xia Gu was also eagerly anticipating this. I have heard of Zhang Yan. He was the one who accidentally killed the spirit beast of the second young master last time and captured quite a few of his brothers, stripping the second young master of his dignity. This time, it is just right to take him back. Sui Hong ordered, Xia Feng, you go personally to assist the second young master to ensure safety. After capturing Zhang Yan, kill all those who accompany him. He threw a token to Xia Feng and added, I'll give you an extra charm that can capture Zhang Yan's primordial spirit inside it. When the time comes, find a spirit beast, erase the primordial spirit, swap it in, and then hand it over to the second young master, teaching him to live a life as a mere creature. Xia Feng quickly complied, saying, he is Xia Ji's biological junior brother, senior disciple can rest assured, I will bring back the second young master in Zhang Yan's head. Outside, Xia Gu reminded him, I've heard that Zhang Yan is cunning and adept at scheming. Second younger brother must be cautious in this mission, you cannot afford to be careless. Xia Fong replied, elder brother underestimates me.
Zhang Yan doesn't even possess a cultivation radiant energy vessel. As a second layer mysterious radiance cultivator like myself, why should I be afraid of him? Xiagu handed the sacred artifact to him and said, you can't say that, this is the purple orchid mind piercer, which Brother Su gave me last time.
Take it and use it.
Xia Fong, looking displeased, reluctantly reached out to accept it, but did not forget to turn his head and say, Big Brother is underestimating me too much.
He quickly flew away from the spaceship tower into the night. Zhang Yan was operating the wish fulfillment divine vessel.
Today, you must drink your fill of fresh blood, he said as he infused the sacred artifact with energy and commanded it to soar away. The wish fulfillment divine vessel flew to the gate, and the guards were caught off guard. Suddenly, a flying sword shot towards him from behind.
Zhang Yan noticed it and swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously launching a counterattack.
The one who attacked was Doming, who was caught off guard by Zhang Yan's retaliation. He sent him flying far away. Zhang Yan approached to observe, and Doming cried out in pain, fearfully threatening him, Zhang Yan, this time going to Water Nation, you still need my help to refine pills, I am still useful to you.
But he did not relent, delivering a powerful blow to him, realizing that the harm outweighed the benefits.
He decided to abandon this alchemist training. After that blow, Doming found himself on the 4th level of the tower. Zhang Yan gradually descended, facing enemies ahead. Surrender your life, he shouted as he charged forward, and Zhang Yan unleashed pure energy to attack. He was hit but did not fall immediately, instead rolling over.
Zhang Yan easily took down his opponent.
Below, many others gathered around.
Who is it?
The boss has been killed, hurry and find someone to reinforce us.
Wish fulfillment divine vessel of Zhang Yan did not give them that opportunity. What is it?
Each of them had been defeated by his sacred artifact, the wish fulfillment divine vessel.
After defeating the enemies, Zhang Yan descended to the lower floor. On the 2nd floor, he encountered another group of people.
Zhang Yan, Master Feng has repeatedly mentioned you. Today, I want to see just how capable you are, they shouted.
Where is Feng?
He asked coldly. He replied, Junior disciple Feng is below, but will you even have the life to go down further? I have been cultivating the way for 23 years, practicing the mystic waterwood technique, I doubt you are my match. As soon as he finished speaking, all of them were struck by his attack. He was utterly astonished and unleashed fire energy towards him. He continued to change his technique, let's see how you get here. He scoffed derisively, rambling on. The movement speed of the cultivation method was so slow, yet daringly carried out close-range assaults. Zhang Yan threw a sacred artifact towards him, piercing through the fire energy, rendering him unable to retaliate. The pen rushed towards his forehead, causing him to seem disoriented, and he quickly fell beneath Zhang Yan's hands. Zhang Yan coldly stepped over him on the lowest floor, where he spotted Feng Chen and his group already waiting.
Feng Chen took a sip of his drink and asked, Zhang Yan, you're really quite impatient, aren't you? You've come here to hand over your life so soon.
Without waiting long, he commanded, let it go, just kill him. They all charged at Zhang Yan simultaneously. He deployed another sacred artifact in response, it gradually enlarged, a soul suppression moving forward to envelop them. It crashed down, crushing everyone inside. After that, Zhang Yan retracted it back into his hand. From the 4th to the 7th floor, he had annihilated them all. Zhang Yan pressed on, ascending to the higher floors of the tower. Mist spread around him as he continued alone, searching for the enemy on the highest level of the tower. Wu Jin said, I am a junior disciple. This time you brought me here, telling me that I only need to teach Zhang Yan a lesson, but now it has turned into having to eliminate this person? Does the senior disciple really think that Su Yilang would make a big deal out of a spirit beast and provoke Zhang Yan? I truly cannot hide it, I just want his identity as a true disciple. The goal is to kill him and then use the opportunity to find a reason to transfer the hatred to the wise and powerful elder carp over there. This person is Sui Nong, the junior brother of Sui Hong. Wu Jin was astonished, What kind of identity is a true disciple? If the news leaks out, I fear that your Su clan will not be able to withstand the storm of your sect. He showed a dismissive attitude.
Then what can be done? You know what I know about today's events. My Su clan intends to recruit talents from all over the world. If you have nowhere to go now, why not join our Su clan? Su Yinang extended an invitation. Wu Jin sighed and then stood up to agree. Since it has come to this.
He lowered his head and obediently responded, Wu Jin, I am ready to follow your orders. Although the second young master issued commands casually, he thought to himself that Su Yilang surely had a sacred artifact on him, and moreover, had brought along several radiant energy vessel cultivators. If he did not comply now, it could very well cost him his life. Su Yilang supported him and continued, since Wu's senior disciple is now one of us, I won't hesitate to share this with you. He invited Wu Jin to sit down.
Do you know why my elder brother is so adamant about seizing Xin?
Wu Jin was curious, and at that moment, Zhang Yan had also arrived. He had overheard their conversation from outside. Within Xin, beneath the 9 melodic stream palaces, there lies a set of dragon of thorns bones, cultivated for 10,000 years, as well as a place known as the True Dragon Hall. Su Yilang recounted that the wise and powerful elder carp had occupied that area for hundreds of years, specifically to find the entrance. Once our Su clan secures that location, my elder brother will be able to cultivate the true dragon embodiment from those bones, and the True Dragon Hall will become our Su clan's foundation.
He expressed his profound ambition. Wu Jin was startled and stood up abruptly. Does the Su clan intend to establish itself independently?
Su Yilang replied loudly, the spirit of our Su clan is in the heavenly galaxy of 9 continents. How could a mere continent or a small sect contain it all? Hearing that ridiculous story, Zhang Yan spoke up, do these thieves dare to arrogantly claim they want to seize the world?
Su Yilang exclaimed in surprise, who was outside?
From outside, the wish-fulfillment divine vessel pierced through the door and flew inside, heading straight for Su Yilang. He quickly employed his cultivation method to block it. His cultivation method confronted the wish-fulfillment divine vessel, causing it to reverse direction. Both realized something was amiss as mist began to fill the room. Su Yilang ran to hide behind the pillar where Zhang Yan stood. At that moment, he noticed that Zhang Yan looked somewhat worried. At the top floor of the tower, the wish-fulfillment divine vessel flew towards Su Yilang again. He immediately drew out his sacred artifact and channeled his energy to control it, making it rise high. It quickly emanated a powerful aura and unleashed a technique to counter the might of the wish-fulfillment divine vessel. Su Yilang hid inside, smiling triumphantly, Zhang Yan, I guessed early on that you had a sacred artifact of the metalwood type, and indeed it is the wish-fulfillment divine vessel. I didn't realize when the divine command brush had pointed at Su Yinang from behind.
Zhang Yan teased him, what about this? Did you guess it already?
The divine command brush flew over, but Su Yilang's sacred artifact managed to block it just in time.
He wondered, what is that? It can actually block both of my sacred artifacts. He fell to the ground, deeply worried, oh no, the jade pendant on me can only withstand 3 attacks from a sacred artifact. If it takes another hit, I'll be done for here. He felt cornered. Catching a glimpse of Zhang Yan, Su Yilang was taken aback. He shouted, Wu's senior disciple, where are you? Hurry up and make a move, if I die, the Su clan won't spare you either. He was terrified, his whole body trembling as Zhang Yan approached. At that moment, a flying sword came rushing in from somewhere, and Zhang Yan immediately used pure energy to defend himself, a cloud of smoke enveloping the flying sword. Wu Jin was somewhat surprised, you dare to touch my swordsmanship? Watch this. Wu Jin's flying sword split into several hovering sword techniques, all of which charged towards him simultaneously. Zhang Yan also summoned the wish-fulfillment divine vessel to block. Its pressure was holding back the flying swords, but it couldn't withstand them all. One flying sword came closer to him, plunging down and stabbing into his shoulder. Zhang Yan exerted himself to pull it out despite the pain. At the same time, he directed soul suppression to fly out. It rushed towards Wu Jin. Soul suppression.
Wu Jin exclaimed in panic. Following that, Zhang Yan changed his attack direction, speeding towards Su Yilang. He was extremely frightened, not daring to defend himself, only able to retreat step by step, completely cornered.
Su Yilang turned and ran away.
Zhang Yan had also drawn his sword from his body, channeling his cultivation method into the flying sword, countering the attack before delivering a slash towards Su Yilang. He quickly fell to the ground.
Everything came to an end as he retracted the sacred artifact.
The sacred artifact of Su Yilang simultaneously flew out from him and landed in Zhang Yan's hands. The wish-fulfillment divine vessel returned to its owner.
In Miracle Tower, no enemies survived.
He also retracted the soul suppression. Zhang Yan tore a piece of his clothing and bandaged the wound he had just received. He picked up the command token and gathered his energy. Time was of the essence, he needed to swiftly eliminate the remaining enemies. At the spaceship tower at night, Zhang Yan sighed wearily. The ship suddenly swayed, and he ran outside to observe the situation.
What's going on?
A figure rushed in from somewhere, climbed onto the ship's barrier, and tried to break it. Zhang Yan followed the figure with his gaze and realized it was a cultivator at the mysterious radiance level, likely reinforcements sent by the Su clan. He pondered that if he allowed the sacred artifact in that person's hands to strike, the barrier of this tower would likely be completely destroyed in less than 2 hours. He turned to look for another option, telling himself, well, I'll just let him smash away, so he thinks he can handle it, reducing the chances of him calling for more reinforcements. Zhang Yan chuckled lightly, thinking that he would deal with him later when the opportunity arose. He sat down, rummaged through Su Yilang's belongings, and retrieved a piece of jade pendant.
Zhang Yan examined the jade pendant thoughtfully.
This was the treasure that had thwarted the wish-fulfillment divine vessel and the divine command brush.
He glanced in another direction and noticed a soul peeking out.
Zhang Yan speculated to himself that this must be the primordial spirit of Su Yilang. Zhang Yan called out, Su Junior Disciple, don't hide anymore.
The spirit emerged, and Zhang Yan threatened, if you don't want to be dispersed, then obediently enter this and entrust your primordial spirit. Zhang Yan tossed another sacred artifact before Su Yilang's primordial spirit. It complied and quickly slipped inside. Zhang Yan picked up the item and inspected it.
Inside stood Su Yilang, who had obediently entered. At that moment, the boat was caught in a snowstorm. Su Yilang in the sacred artifact was bowing down, kneeling and pleading. Now I am just a remnant of the primordial spirit, still hoping that Senior Disciple will spare my life. If Senior Disciple has any doubts, I will confess honestly. Zhang Yan said nothing, only silently observed him.
Suddenly, a figure atop the tower caught his attention. Who is the person on top of the tower? What treasure are they holding? Zhang Yan asked.
Su Yilang honestly reported, that is the cultivator Xia Feng, a subordinate of my elder brother. Zhang Yan continued to listen, and Su Yilang added, the item he is holding is the purple orchid mind piercer, specifically designed to break through flying swords. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan threatened, if I use your primordial spirit as a hostage and demand that he retreat, would he agree? Su Yilang, upon hearing this, turned pale and hurriedly said, it's impossible, Xia Feng wouldn't dare to make a decision about my affairs on his own. He will definitely report back to my elder brother, and my elder brother, fearing that I might reveal Su clan's schemes, will surely corner me. He shook his head and pleaded, despite being trapped in a box, still calling out loudly, please spare my life. Though Su Yilang had a lower cultivation level, he was seen as someone perceptive and aware of the situation, and he thoughtfully considered the circumstances.
Zhang Yan reassured Su Yilang, saying, Su Junior Disciple, don't be anxious.
Just wait for me to speak with Xia Feng for a moment, I will make arrangements to resolve this. From nowhere, a strange sacred artifact shot down. It was Xia Feng throwing a weapon, aiming directly at the object trapped within the barrier. It seemed to have little effect. The barrier remained intact, unaffected in any way. Xia Feng's mind stabilizer spear returned to him. He stood there, exclaiming, I never expected this barrier to be so difficult to break. But suddenly, he was startled and realized something.
Xiafang looked down and noticed that the barrier had been opened.
Zhang Yan forcefully threw a stone directly at Xiafang.
He quickly hurled the mind stabilizer spear to block the attack.
The distance between Zhang Yan's and Xiafang's weapons closed in rapidly, resulting in a huge explosion in mid-air.
Xiafang hovered in the air, looking down with a puzzled expression. Why is it a broken stone? He wondered. Suddenly, he sensed something.
A dazzling beam of light shot towards him from somewhere, making him instinctively alert. He gritted his teeth, caught off guard. He hurriedly used the mind stabilizer spear to deflect the beams of light. Each strike resonated powerfully as he fought and spoke, simultaneously thinking in warfare, when reality is needed, act as if, when illusion is needed, act as if. You rush into action like this, yet I want to see clearly.
Zhang Yan stood below, clenching his fists, looking up at him fighting.
This Xiafang was truly a suspicious person, lacking in strategy, yet readily accepting death. He looked at Su Yilang and said, Su Junior Disciple, I have a way to eliminate this person. If you are willing to assist me, I will choose a good body for you in the future.
How?
Upon hearing this, he nodded in silent agreement, willing to follow the senior disciple's instructions. At that moment, a loud noise caused him to pause.
The entire tower was enveloped in lightning, and a deafening sound echoed.
Before long, the tower completely collapsed, with debris raining down.
Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly escaped.
Zhang Yan looked at him, and Xiafang also reflexively glanced back at him. He swiftly raised his weapon and shouted, You dare to toy with me, Junior? Pay with your life. Immediately, he exerted a strong force and hurled the mind stabilizer spear straight at Zhang Yan. He saw this and said nothing, just looked at it, nodded slightly, and then lightly tossed the vial containing Su Yilang into the air. This is the primordial spirit of Su Yilang, take it back, brother Xia. When he saw Xiafang's mind stabilizer spear approaching closer, Su Yilang screamed for help, Senior Disciple Xia, quickly save me. Xiafang saw him and quickly reacted, retracting his weapon, saying, Junior Disciple Su, be careful, he's only moments away from death. Fortunately, Xiafang stopped just in time. He breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He clutched his chest, spewing forth a streak of red liquid.
His body is not well at this moment. It's terrible.
Just now, he had to stop the mind stabilizer spear and was bitten back.
Zhang Yan quickly counterattacked.
He threw out the soul suppression and wish fulfillment divine vessel. Xiafang tried to hold on, but Zhang Yan's weapon was trying to pierce through his cultivation method. Red blood began to flow from Xiafang's body, first from his nose, then from his ears. Nevertheless, he still tried to endure. Finally, Xiafang collapsed. He sat down on the ground but still tried to support his body with his hands.
Xiafang looked very miserable at this moment.
His hands trembled, yet he still gripped Zhang Yan's weapon tightly.
Zhang Yan suddenly realized something.
He opened his eyes wide, as if he had just recognized a horrifying truth. From where, two strange objects pierced through him, leaving him no time to react. La Ping quickly arrived to assist, but Xiafang's entire body had exploded. She retracted the mind stabilizer spear from Xiafang's hands. Zhang Yan stood silently, his gaze directed at La Ping. She held the mind stabilizer spear, her face flushed as she looked at him. Stammering a bit, she reported, Master, calling and calling. As for the servant, to dissolve the bloodline essence, I fear it is hopeless in this lifetime. After hearing this, Zhang Yan pondered for a moment and then asked, La fellow cultivator, have you ever heard the saying when one person becomes an official, the whole family benefits? Taking the weapon from her hands, Zhang Yan could not hide his gratitude. In the future, if I achieve enlightenment, I will surely not let you down. La Ping pouted slightly, turned her head to walk away, her voice soft yet full of hope. I only hope Master is not someone who disappoints.
3 months later, on a bright moonlit night.
Under the silvery moonlight, La Ping and Zhang Yan flew together in the sky, their figures majestic yet harmonious. He looked at his hands and pondered, thanks to the shattering moon heart technique, my cultivation speed at night is doubled. Now, I am approaching the third stage of the radiant energy vessel. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Celestial Forest Lecture Peak. La Ping approached and said to him, Zhang, fellow cultivator, this method is too slow. I will use mysterious radiance to carry you. We can reach Water Nation in a matter of days. He turned to her and replied, don't be anxious. There are still several months until the birthday of the Lord of the Water Nation. After I reach the 3 layers of clear energy, it will not be too late to go together. La Ping furrowed her brows slightly and said, when a cultivator reaches the 3 layers of clear energy, after condensing the mystical radiance seed, they must decide their future path. Has Zhang, fellow cultivator, made a decision? He hesitated for a long time, then said, previously, we saw a little about it in the Way book, but it was very vague and not clearly explained. Looking at her, he still hoped, I hope fellow cultivator can give me some pointers. She slightly curled her lips, flew forward, then turned around and said, Zhang, fellow cultivator, you human cultivators always like to do such illusory things. After a brief pause, she continued, for cultivators who reach the 3 layers of clear energy, after condensing the Quan Chi seed leading to the path of immortality, there are 3 main paths. Let me give you an example. She raised her hand to illustrate. First, the path of strength, master of force. The inner elixir absorbs external medicine, refining it into the indestructible golden body. At the limit breaker stage, one can control the heavenly river islands and seas, even becoming the landlord of the heavenly village. La Ping continued, second, the path of Qi, master of energy path. This path specializes in breathing in essence and focusing on the way of energy. Achieving heaven and human unification, reaching the limit breaker stage, one can have countless incarnations, immortal and indestructible. She raised 3 fingers. The third is the path of magic, she said. A practitioner of the path of laws, enlightened with wisdom and virtue, comprehends the workings of creation, studying the profound principles of heaven and earth. A limit breaker can perform infinite transformations, shifting stars and replacing the moon. He gently replied, so which path does fellow cultivator choose? She sighed lightly, as a demon cultivator, we often walk the path of strength. It's simply because I happened to obtain a copy of the Way book that I have now embarked on the path of Qi. He said nothing, only pondering. The path of strength primarily cultivates the body. The path of Qi requires a superior cultivation method to inherit. The path of magic necessitates understanding the profound principles guiding heaven and earth. At that moment, La Ping approached. The sound of her heels drew closer to him. She waved her hand, trying to get his attention. Zhang, fellow cultivator, do you know that the demon clan sovereign of Ji Kingdom is using the Pill Conclave as a birthday celebration, and has chosen a golden fate prayer scroll as the reward? This method is the supreme secret method of the path of strength. Zhang Yan was puzzled. The participants of the Pill Conclave are human cultivator alchemists. If they want to choose a reward, it should align with the path of Qi and the path of magic suitable for human practitioners instead. Why would they choose the path of strength, which is more familiar to demon cultivators? He asked further, is it really to keep it for himself? La Ping affirmed, that's right. She explained, Ji Monarch has a little child of mixed blood, half human and half demon, named Ji Zhang. He once learned alchemy from a great master, and his cultivation is not simple. She stood next to him and continued, Ji Monarch uses the original Golden Fate fruit book of the Path of Strength secret method as a reward, precisely to create a foundation for the little child, so that he can establish his reputation. He replied, Ji Jiushang reopened the Pill Conclave solely for the little child, using others as a backdrop. It's truly selfish and ridiculous. Yet he calls upon the 4 directions, gathering alchemists from all over the world in one place, so naturally, everyone wants to rely on their own means. In the end, who can monopolize the top position? It's not something he can decide. She was taken aback and turned to ask, Zhang, fellow cultivator, does this imply wanting to seize the position? One of the 8 entrances to the treasure of Water Nation, where many people were busy with their tasks. They were transporting boats into the cave in the mountain. Zhang Yan observed their actions and methods of working. He turned his attention to the group of people discussing nearby. It was said that a month ago, Sui Hong of the Nethersphere sect, in order to avenge his biological junior brother, had killed an elite warrior at Shin Xin. It remains uncertain whether the gathering of the Nethersphere sect this time will lead to disputes between the two parties. Sui Hong considers this a personal vendetta, and Ji Monarch, who is about to celebrate a grand birthday, is too busy to manage this matter.
He stood silently listening. Zhang Yan then asked about Sui Nong, Su junior disciple. What do you think?
He replied, Brother Zhang, my senior disciple will not easily let you go, so I ask the senior disciple to be cautious in Water Nation. When there are many people, you must be able to protect yourself. La Ping, with an unpleasant expression, said, This person is speaking nonsense, trying to harm Zhang, fellow cultivator.
If he appears in Water Nation and the Su clan sends someone to hunt him down, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous?
He said, My identity on this journey is the envoy of the Nethersphere sect. Ji Monarch is mindful of the two relationships between the sects, so it won't be easy for me to encounter any trouble, and he even wants someone to protect me. Inside, Yi Lang added, That's right, once the senior disciple establishes a solid foothold in the Water Nation, even our great senior disciple wouldn't dare to provoke the senior disciple anymore.
The Red Boatman spoke up, Finally, it's our turn.
They gradually made their way across the river. In front of them, a human cultivator on a boat next to them called out, On my boat is an alchemist invited by the East Sea Master Craftsman, who wishes to meet Ji Monarch.
Hurry and give way for us to pass.
Upon hearing this, the Red Boatman intended to steer in another direction but was stopped by Zhang Yan.
Wait, he said.
The Red Boatman replied, The person on board is one of the 18 Beast Kings from overseas. He listened to him continue, The alchemist he invited is definitely not an ordinary person, it would be wise to temporarily concede, lest disaster befall us.
Zhang Yan interjected, Wait a moment, fellow cultivator, hand this item over to that alchemist.
He spoke to La Ping. La Ping quickly took off. She flew to the alchemist's ship, and after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, she returned. Rentai, the alchemist, said, Old master is a foreign weapon refiner named Rentai. Zhang Yan observed the surroundings of the room. Above were valuable display items, all neatly arranged on wooden shelves.
Rentai invited him, These are just a few mystical beasts from the East Sea.
The Water Nation has several clan leaders who are quite fond of them, so I brought some along this time. Please, fellow cultivator. He opened a box, revealing 3 pills.
I humbly ask fellow cultivator for guidance.
These 3 pills were from the same batch, but 2 of them were highly toxic, while only 1 could extend life. He examined them closely. Rantai added, I have possessed this remedy for over 30 years, yet I cannot distinguish them clearly.
Zhang, fellow cultivator, coming from a prestigious sect, I wonder if you could help this old friend clarify any doubts? He inquired.
Zhang Yan observed them for a while and then said, Fellow cultivator, do not panic, let me take a closer look. He took out shattered jade and stepped inside. In the inner world of the jade, he examined it. Although my fire essence inner techniques are not yet sufficient to differentiate these 3 pills, he thought. He picked one of them up but could use a clone to swallow it for testing.
He began to experiment with it.
After a while, Zhang Yan said to Rintai, This pill is not toxic, but it cannot prolong life either, only by taking 3 pills can one see any effect. Rintai was astonished. In the past, he had sought the counsel of numerous famous experts, but none could assert with certainty like Zhang Yan, let alone discern the medicinal properties within. This person surpasses me in alchemy, he thought, I must regard him highly. Zhang Yan continued, That being said, my master has been diligently compiling the alchemist heritage in recent years, intentionally gathering rare alchemical formulas from across the world. He then proposed, I am willing to trade a good pill for this set of alchemical formulas, what do you think? Curious, Rentai asked, May I know who the master is?
He gradually sat up.
He turned away, but Zhang Yan also replied to him, Master Zhu Chongchu.
Rentai understood and rejoiced, so that's how it is.
He performed a grand salute, saying, Please accept a gesture from this humble one. Rentai added, Grandmaster Zhu is the divine master in alchemy, and is currently compiling an alchemical compendium. This humble one is willing to exert efforts. He drew out a piece of paper, showing 2 alchemical formulas. One was an incomplete old medical formula, and the other had been reformulated by myself. Now, including those 3 pills, I present them all to fellow cultivator. I hope you won't mind. Rentai invited him. Zhang Yan did not stand on ceremony and accepted, saying, "Thank you, fellow cultivator." Rentai continued, "At the pill conclave, many different sects intermingle, and there are quite a few rare alchemical formulas in their possession." He added a suggestion: "I will go to persuade my fellow cultivators to work on this grand endeavor." "What do you think, Tao Yu?" Zhang Yan agreed. "Then I will trouble you, fellow cultivator." He also thought that if Rentai could propagate it outside, then his alchemist reputation would certainly spread throughout several regions of the Water Nation in the shortest time possible. Rentai suddenly recalled something and gave Doming a light pat. He warmly invited, "Instead of just talking and delaying the journey of fellow cultivator, it would be better to travel together with us." Zhang Yan replied, "I am an envoy of a sect. I still bear important responsibilities on this trip, so I don't want to delay you, fellow cultivator." He thought to himself, "It's better to say less and have less contact." After bidding farewell, the Xie family parted ways from here. Zhang Yan continued on, taking in his surroundings. The boat meandered through the canyon, with a continuous flow of water. His vessel gradually ventured deeper inside. Suddenly, Zhang Yan spotted something shimmering. He realized that there was indeed a heavenly cave in this place. The boat drifted along the current and arrived at the Palace of Southern Cinnamon. The space here was pitch dark, illuminated by lanterns, and there were many ethereal beings beneath the water's surface. He was quite surprised. It turned out those rays were so bright. At the Water Kingdom, Jade Cloud Pavilion rest stop, Zhang Yan and La Ping disembarked once they reached the shore. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, "This place is cold and humid, abundant in mist, making it quite suitable for my cultivation." Netherine heavy water is recorded in the Mystic Lawn Cloud secret tome. He instructed La Ping, "During these 3 months, I wish to enter closed retreat for cultivation. Unless summoned by G Monarch, I will not receive any visitors." La Ping smiled and replied, "Husband, rest assured. There will be a servant to keep watch outside, just focus on your practice." Inside the quiet chamber, he sat carefully examining the 3 pills. Zhang Yan thought to himself, "My manipulate energy can indeed harm the flying sword, but it seems the effect is still not enough." He was troubled and deep in thought. For instance, when facing Wu Zhen, although the opponent's flying sword was damaged, it could still be controlled again. Manipulate energy has now entered the yin-yang dual venoms, so there's no time to hesitate, he decided immediately. "Let's just give it a try and see what happens." He swallowed the elixir, which gradually blended into his body. Zhang Yan exhaled 2 streams of smoke of different colors. His flying sword soared into the air, and Zhang Yan blew a breath onto it. The flying sword was affected by manipulate energy, gradually transforming as if it were being worn down, before falling back into his hand. Zhang Yan smiled with satisfaction. Someone entered from outside. La Ping came in and said, "The little child of G Monarch, His Highness Shen Wang, has sent a messenger, and is currently waiting outside." Upon hearing this, he replied, "Please invite the messenger in." The person who entered was a woman. She introduced herself, "I am Jin Ming, a female official of His Highness Shen Wang." Jin Ming conveyed, "His Highness Shen Wang has a decree. It is said that the envoy of the Bright Blade sect, Zhang Yan, possesses exceptional alchemical skills, and has specially bestowed a set of illusory void garments." She presented a set of clothing and said, "This outfit can ward off water and fire, shield against the 5 metals, and gather chi to calm the spirit. I humbly ask fellow cultivator Zhang to accept it." Zhang Yan looked at the item and speculated, it seemed that under Rin Tai's promotion, my reputation as an alchemist had spread throughout the alchemical realm of the Water Kingdom. Zhang Yan replied, while also instructing La Ping, "Since it is a reward from Jin Wang, I shall accept it together." He then inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, dear official?" Jin Ming responded, "Fellow cultivator Zhang is the direct disciple of Zhou Disha, a talent of this age. With your intellect, fellow cultivator must surely grasp the deeper intentions of the national leader regarding this gathering.
Zhang Yan nodded lightly. For this pill conclave, G Monarch is using the Path of Strength secret method in the Prime Golden Fate book as rewards. As a human cultivator, this book holds no benefit for me. In my opinion, the top position in the pill conclave must undoubtedly belong to Jin Wang. He offered a compliment.
Jin Ming smiled in agreement. Fellow cultivator and Jin Wang are indeed of the same path. Naturally, Jin Wang would not let fellow cultivators suffer any losses.
She initiated the conversation to build a connection. Fellow cultivator, what do you desire? Royal Prince will do his utmost to satisfy.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan took the opportunity to continue. In that case, if Jin Wang is willing, I would like to borrow the Prime Golden Fate book to take a look.
He boldly stated this.
His words made Jin Ming's heart race with fear.
Zhang, fellow cultivator, you.
Zhang Yan waved his hand and continued, the esteemed one should not misunderstand. I just mentioned that this book has no use for me. I only wish to read it to clarify the doubts in my heart. Of course, I will not take it for free. Master, I am concocting a pill known as the shapeshifting pill. The requirement is simply for the ingredients to be fully prepared. Using this formula, one can transform and escape their original form. I am willing to exchange this pill for a chance to read the book, he proposed. Jin Ming was taken aback upon hearing this. She thought to herself that the demon race could only cultivate profound cultivation methods after transformation, yet even within the Water Kingdom, the legitimate heirs of the royal family might not be able to undergo such a transformation. If this shapeshifting pill holds true to Zhang Yan's words, its value to the royal family is indeed difficult to assess. She replied to Zhang Yan, I cannot take charge of this matter, I need to report to Jin Wang and respond later. Hearing this, he smiled at her. At night, Zhang Yan finally finished reading the book, which was the Prime Golden Fate book. I originally thought that exchanging pills for books would take at least 10 days to half a month, but unexpectedly, it was delivered that very evening. He put the book away, continuously pondering. No wonder people say that Jin Wang enjoys doing outrageous things, treating pills as if they were fate. La Ping flipped through the book and said, as soon as Jin Wang learned that husband had the shapeshifting pill, he immediately sent someone to deliver the book. It seems that indeed, when he is interested, he pays no attention to anything else. He asked her, La fellow cultivator, has anything unusual happened in the city recently? La Ping replied, I investigated during the day. She recounted her findings. Apart from disciples from various sects and overseas demons, there are also quite a few individuals with profound cultivation gathering in one place. This action seems a bit suspicious. He fell silent, his eyes staring blankly as he pondered something, then he stepped outside and added, the rain is coming, the wind is sweeping across the entire building. Zhang Yan suddenly said to her, La fellow cultivator, you should return the Prime Golden Fate book to Jin Wang, and then we should leave quickly.
This remark startled La Ping.
La Ping asked, even if the Water Kingdom revolts, husband's status as an envoy of the Bright Blade sect, along with the disciples of various sects gathering here, would prevent anyone from deliberately causing trouble for him, wouldn't it? He shook his head slightly, indicating the difficulty of the situation, and explained to her, Jin Wang acts recklessly and straightforwardly, he is not a person of military stature. I fear that there may be complications regarding the pill conclave. If he is forced to abdicate, or even imprisoned, even the smallest matters from the past could turn into major crimes. For instance, borrowing the golden tome to examine today, once exposed, could be a serious offense.
If I don't leave, am I just going to sit here and wait to be implicated? He elaborated. La Ping also understood, husband makes a valid point, I will quickly go prepare the boat.
Zhang Yan interrupted with a reminder, wait, before we go buy the last batch of fish, I want to bring some back to the island for decoration.
La Ping asked cheerfully, are you wanting to borrow the charm of the Water Kingdom to help me conceal my identity? Zhang Yan smiled, La fellow cultivator is truly my kindred spirit, you understand even without me saying it.
This way, you can openly reveal yourself in the Bright Blade sect in the future. He also had a bit of contemplation. It was a pity that with just a little more spiritual energy, he could break through to the third stage of the realm of clear chi. It certainly seemed that he had to go, it would be a waste to pass up the hidden cold energy of this ley line. They continued their journey, passing through many places. By morning, his boat was still navigating the river, gradually approaching a high mountain range. La Ping announced, "Once we pass through this mountain gate, it will be considered officially leaving the territory of Mr. Bien. Without the Earth Meridian origin power transformation, we can return on our flying boat." But husband La Ping hesitated about something. She pointed to the boat beside them and said, "Since we set off, that boat has been following us. I fear the person aboard is not good." On the bow of the boat stood a man. The person on that boat was Xin Yaofeng. Xin Yaofeng stood at the side of the boat, clasping two fingers together, channeling his energy to draw the sword strapped to his shoulder, looking towards the distant boat ahead. With the sword in hand, Xin Yaofeng issued a command. The sword was enveloped in a golden mist like flames, shooting straight towards the distant boat. Zhang Yan and La Ping were both startled upon seeing it. As the sword approached rapidly, La Ping quickly stepped in front of Zhang Yan. She channeled her energy with both hands, releasing a force that blocked the speed of the sword, preventing it from continuing towards them. Zhang Yan then asked, "Esteemed lord, which faction do you belong to?" Shen Yaofeng spoke up, "Zhang Yan, do you remember Shinjingya?" Zhang Yan pondered and recalled. Shinjingya, the senior disciple of Guan Yuan's sect, was certainly someone he remembered well. At the mystic law gathering, he had discussed the art of divination with Shin's senior disciple. Shen Yaofeng interrupted Zhang Yan's thoughts, saying, "I am Shen Yaofeng, the elder brother of Shinjingya. On that day in the conference room, you caused my junior brother to cough up blood and perish. Today, I have come to take your life." As he spoke, he began to channel his energy with both hands. Shen Yaofeng shouted, "Watch this move." Instantly, countless swords shot towards Zhang Yan like arrows. La Ping turned to Zhang Yan and said, "Zhang, fellow cultivator, let me handle him for a moment." La Ping waved his sleeve, releasing a stream of energy that collided with the incoming swords, sending them flying away. The swords continued to whiz toward them in a dense onslaught. La Ping waved his sleeve again, shattering the barrage of flying swords. Zhang Yan waved his hand, and a magical artifact shot toward La Ping. "La fellow cultivator, this is for you," Zhang Yan said. La Ping reached out to take it, holding the magical artifact in her hands as she faced the flying swords. With each wave of her hand, the swords shattered into pieces, fragments falling into the great river. Shen Yaofeng observed this, frowning and thinking to himself, "The magical artifact is truly powerful. It seems to be a sacred artifact specifically designed to counter flying swords. Ordinary flying swords cannot stand a chance." He closed his eyes, clasped his hands in front of his chest, knowing he could only achieve a quick victory and take Zhang Yan's life. Waves of energy surged from his body. Shen Yaofeng pointed at Zhang Yan and shouted, "Kill!" The waves of energy swiftly obeyed the command and surged towards the designated target. La Ping turned her head to Zhang Yan and said, "Husband, be careful, this is the sword of perfection." Zhang Yan pondered, recalling that the sword of perfection was recorded in ancient texts, a type of weapon that cultivators who attained mysterious radiance could forge from the treasure of pure gold. Through many trials, the mind was unified after the bestowal of mysterious radiance, allowing the sword of perfection to become a deadly weapon. At this moment, La Ping was flying over the sea, drawing closer to the sword of perfection. Zhang Yan remained cautious, silently thinking, the sword of perfection must not be underestimated. La Ping used a magical artifact to counter the sword of perfection. Each stream of the sword of perfection was deflected, shooting far away, passing through the sight of Zhang Yan who stood on the boat. Zhang Yan remained unharmed, gliding along with the small boat downstream. The sword of perfection twisted in the air and then plunged into the water, continuing its forward motion. La Ping landed on the boat and said to Zhang Yan, "Fortunately, his sword of perfection possesses low sentience, unable to detect our auras." La Ping waved his hand and continued, "It's a pity I'm on the path of qi. If I were cultivating the path of strength, my body would be as tough as golden steel, and with a divine weapon in hand, what would we fear from his sword of perfection?" Zhang Yan remained silent. Then, he leaned close to La Ping and whispered, "I have a plan that can evade his sword of perfection."
Upon hearing this, La Ping's face lit up. I understand now.
La Ping gave a thumbs up to Zhang Yan and said, "Husband, wait a moment, I will be there shortly." Saying that, La Ping leaped into the water. Zhang Yan closed his eyes, joined his two fingers, and silently recited the featherlight technique. Immediately, white clouds began to gather in the sky, swirling above Zhang Yan's head, causing the blue sky to become thick with layers of clouds. At this moment, Shen Yao Feng was standing on the side of the boat. He looked at the distant hills in front of him, covered by the clouds at his feet, when suddenly a large wave rose from the water beneath the boat, startling him. The wave surged high, causing water to spill into the boat.
Shen Yao Feng anxiously exclaimed, "It's leaking, it's leaking."
Shen Yao Feng quickly cast a spell, frowning in anger, "You think a little skill can stop me?" He stomped his foot hard on the boat. Shen Yao Feng soared into the air and then landed on the water. He ran step by step on the surface of the water, shouting loudly, "Don't even think about escaping." La Ping returned, landing on the boat, giving a thumbs up, and with a joyful expression said to Zhang Yan, "Husband, we have breached his boat." Zhang Yan looked at Shen Yao Feng from behind and saw him jumping step by step on the water, calling out, "Well done, he is like a fish in a barrel." "La fellow cultivator, just act according to the plan." Shen Yao Feng leaped on the water, took out a talisman, and shouted loudly, "Ah!" Columns of water shot out as Shen Yao Feng soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Zhang Yan and La Ping. Shen Yao Feng, in mid-air, shouted to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan stood on the boat, looked up at Shen Yao Feng, and said, "Shen Yao Feng, your time of death has come." In the battle on the river, Shen Yao Feng cast a spell, unleashing the sword of perfection, and shouted to Zhang Yan, "Pay with your life." La Ping activated the magical artifact and said, "You disrespectful one, pass my barrier first." The sword of perfection and the magical artifact rushed swiftly towards the opponent. After a moment, the magical artifact pierced through the sword of perfection, continuing to rush towards Shen Yao Feng. Shen Yao Feng raised his hand to cast a spell, his face reflecting confidence. "Dare to compete with my sword of perfection? Ridiculous." The sword of perfection appeared swiftly, charging towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was taken aback as the sword of perfection was almost within arm's reach when suddenly, an object shot out to intercept it. Shen Yao Feng was astonished. What object could possibly stop my sword of perfection? At that moment, La Ping's magical artifact had reached him. Shen Yao Feng quickly moved back to evade. Shen Yao Feng spread his arms, and immediately countless charms emerged. As he landed on the boat, a tremendous force propelled him into the air. This was generated by La Ping's magical artifact. La Ping retracted the magical artifact in his hand, observing Shen Yao Feng suspended in the distance. Zhang Yan waved his hand, causing a magical artifact to soar into the sky, resembling a piece of jade. The magical artifact and the sword of perfection circled each other in a standoff in the air. Zhang Yan exhaled a breath of air, which swiftly enveloped the sword of perfection, causing it to show signs of cracking. La Ping saw this and whispered, "A great opportunity." After that, she leapt into the air, raising the magical artifact high, shattering the sword of perfection. Shen Yao Feng immediately coughed up blood, his body trembling as he clutched his chest. Once the deed was done, La Ping landed back on the ship. Zhang Yan clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, "Shen Yao Feng, your sword of perfection has been destroyed, what else do you have to harm me?" Shen Yao Feng trembled. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, he suddenly cast a spell, unleashing countless talismans. The talismans twisted and spiraled in the air before charging toward Zhang Yan. La Ping held the magical artifact in her hand, ready to strike. She leaned to the side, waving her hand to draw forth streams of energy. The streams of energy collided with the spiraling talismans in the air. Zhang Yan pointed and recited the incantation for wish fulfillment divine vessel. The talismans were swiftly torn apart in the blink of an eye. Shen Yao Feng looked on in shock. He quickly circulated his energy, bracing himself against the oncoming magical artifact. La Ping leaped into the air, shouted, and hurled the magical artifact towards Shen Yao Feng. Shen Yao Feng exerted himself even more, trying to withstand the attack from the magical artifact. Seeing Shen Yaofeng struggling, his true essence gradually dwindling, La Ping thought to himself, let's see how long you can hold out.
Suddenly, Shen Yaofeng's true essence surged forth in an instant.
La Ping frowned, incredulous, his true essence seems endless, he must have a treasure that replenishes his energy. As he thought this, La Ping interlaced his fingers to cast a spell, then let you taste the venomous needle technique that I crafted from the poison beneath my fangs. La Ping swung the magical artifact in his hand and swiftly charged to attack Shen Yaofeng. Shen Yaofeng panicked, looking at the magical artifact hurtling towards him. He instinctively raised his hand to block the magical artifact, a look of pain appearing on his face. Shen Yaofeng let out a groan, his vital energy severely damaged at the point of contact with the magical artifact. The magical artifact spun in the air and then lunged forward, striking Shen Yaofeng's shoulder.
Shen Yaofeng was hit by the magical artifact and staggered, falling into the water.
Zhang Yan saw this and said to La Ping, "La fellow cultivator, don't let him escape." La Ping took out the magical artifact he held in his hand and shouted, "Soul suppression." As soon as he finished speaking, the magical artifact in La Ping's hand enlarged in the air, covering a vast area of water. The surface of the water was struck, creating a wave as tall as a vertical wall of water, and then the surface became calm again.
Soul suppression shrank back down, returning to La Ping's hand. Receiving the signal, La Ping leaped down onto the surface of the water, landing on a smooth expanse.
Not long after, La Ping returned from the water, holding a red bag in her hand. As she walked up to Zhang Yan, she said, "The body of this person has been crushed, and their primordial spirit is scattered." La Ping reached into the bag to search for something, but within his bag of treasures, there were priceless items.
She pulled out a book from the bag.
Zhang Yan reached out to take it, glancing over it. This was the secret method of talisman crafting of the Guan Yuan sect.
Zhang Yan opened it and remarked, "The writing shows dedication, with annotations interspersed among the lines."
La Ping took out another notebook, saying, "Husband, look, this is the original talisman." Holding the notebook, La Ping cheerfully said, "This item is the exclusive property of the Guan Yuan sect, crafted by an elder of the sect. It can channel true essence and spiritual energy into it, to be used as a self-defense talisman." This person had previously been filled with surging spiritual energy, relying on the power of the original talisman.
Zhang Yan listened to La Ping and studied the notebook even more carefully. As he looked at the notebook in his hand, he thought, isn't this equivalent to a power bank from my previous life? A month passed quickly, in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, with mountains stretching endlessly.
There was a small lake surrounded by towering mountains. In the center was a small pavilion, which belonged to the Bright Blade sect. In the pavilion, a figure stepped in and called out, "Zhu's senior disciple." The one who called out was Zhang Yan, dressed in a long robe patterned with white clouds. Inside the pavilion, Zhu Chongchu was sitting and handling documents. Upon hearing the call, he naturally raised his head. Seeing who had arrived, Zhu Chongchu placed the document he was reviewing down on the table and asked Junior Disciple, "Why have you returned so soon after only a few months?" Zhang Yan found a place to sit before letting out a long sigh and replied with difficulty. "Currently, the situation in the Water Kingdom is tumultuous, with undercurrents surging. Various tribes are purchasing large quantities of gold and steel divine weapons and sharp blades." As Zhang Yan spoke, he took a letter out from his sleeve and continued to report. "At first, I didn't pay much attention, but I noticed that Jin Wang's actions were rather indiscreet, not befitting a ruler, and the atmosphere in the city was gradually becoming more menacing. Therefore, I decided to return as soon as possible." Then, Zhang Yan handed the letter to Zhu Chongchu, his voice slightly cheerful. "Fortunately, the seal of the Water Kingdom has been granted, I have it in hand. This trip can be considered as not having brought shame to the mission." Zhu Chongchu received the letter, opened it, read it carefully, and said, "This sealed letter is from Jin Wang, tucked inside a set of Xian Su Daoi, brought here as a gift for me. I fear that some of the clan leaders in the Water Kingdom may not agree to share the ONHV and junior training ground with our Bright Blade sect, but Ji Jiushang is preparing to elevate Jin Wang to the throne. It seems that Bright Blade sect might turn against us at this moment, so he is keeping the clan leaders in the dark to carry out this plan." Zhu Chongchu furrowed his brow in thought and then said, "The clan leaders of the tribes and Ji Jiushang are at odds with each other. Once the Water Kingdom falls into internal strife, we will have to confront the Three-Barrel Lake Demon once again. This sealed letter is of little consequence, yet we can still stand firm on the side of righteousness. This time, consider it as you fulfilling your duty. Suddenly remembering something, Zhu Chongchu changed the subject. That's right, I heard that the envoy was intercepted and killed by the water demon Shen Xan Jin on the way, and the Su clan sent someone to rescue you. But this time the Su clan lost a disciple, is that true? Hearing the senior disciple say this, Zhang Yan shook his head in dismay and sighed. The Su clan has indeed put on a good show. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chongchu was so astonished that he couldn't say a word. He tapped his right hand on the table, deep in thought, and said, "This letter is for me to deliver to the sect leader. If the junior disciple has returned, don't hesitate to come to Azure Rock Reflecting Jade on Ingla Island to listen to the teachings." Shu Chongchu advised the junior disciple, "Today is the perfect time for Elder Chen to impart the sword-flying technique, and disciples from later generations can attend the lecture. It happens once every 16 years, a rare opportunity." Zhang Yan, surprised, echoed, "Imparting the sword-flying technique?" He recalled the time when Shen Yaofeng had wanted Zhang Yan to give his life for him. He pondered that among the 16 major sects in the Eastern Flower Continent, only the disciples from 5 sects in the Radiant Energy Vessel could control the Sword of Perfection, and Bright Blade sect was among them. I have just returned today, and someone is already imparting the sword-flying technique for slaying. It indeed warrants a visit to observe. After making up his mind, Zhang Yan took his leave from Bright Blade sect on Ingla Island. Elder of Bright Blade sect, it is necessary to hold teachings every year to impart various mystic sects' miraculous methods. Today is the day for Elder Chen to give a sermon. Regardless of whether you have a master or not, or whether you come from one of the 5 houses, as long as you are a disciple of the later generation, you can come to listen to the teachings. When Zhang Yan arrived, the seats below were all taken, leaving only the spots above, which no one dared to occupy. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed his sleeve. Zhang Yan turned around in confusion and saw a lively little girl with short purple hair. The girl quietly reminded him, "Senior brother, the seats in front are reserved for senior disciple Yun and senior disciple Meng." She pointed in a direction and said to Zhang Yan, "If the senior disciple doesn't mind, you can sit next to me, there's space here. If you feel sleepy, you can lean on me." Zhang Yan was delighted and clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you, junior sister." As he sat down, he inquired, "I still don't know your esteemed name, junior sister." The girl blushed and softly replied, "Senior disciple is too polite, I am Qin Nan." "May I ask who the senior disciple is?" Just as she finished speaking, the sound waves echoed all around, capturing her attention. Someone was ringing a bell and announcing, "The time has come, the Grand Master will begin the transmission of the teachings, we disciple must remain quiet." Qin Nan, lively, placed her index finger on her lips, signaling for silence. Zhang Yan nodded, indicating that he understood. From a distance, an old man with white hair and beard, holding a whisk, approached. It was Elder Chen. He sat down before speaking. "This sword technique is called the true primordial sword scripture. After watching it today, we disciple must not exchange secrets, otherwise, there will be strict penalties according to the sect's rules." After finishing his words, Elder Chen of the Ming sect lightly tapped his foot. A beam of light appeared between his eyebrows. From the small beam of light, a sphere emerged, shining brilliantly and containing immense power. The elder reminded, "Look closely." The light radiated, illuminating the admiring faces of the disciples. Qin Nan also applauded in admiration. The elder squinted slightly, his fingers moving gently, pointing at a disciple and asking, "Fengming, can you see clearly?" The named disciple was startled when he heard Elder Chen's request, "Then come up and practice once." Fengming took the elder's sphere, shouting decisively. The sphere in Fengming's hand, under his control, seemed to have a mind of its own, spinning rapidly, showcasing his potential. Zhang Yan saw this and asked Qin Nan, "Who is this person?" Qin Nan, hearing this, wondered, "Doesn't the senior disciple know Fengming's senior disciple?" He is exceptionally talented, having become a master at the 3 layers of clear energy stage after just 15 years in the sect. She added, I heard that he has found cloud sand today and is refining the mysterious radiance species, someone whom all esteemed guests and the senior master hold in high regard. As Qin Nan finished speaking, it was also the moment Feng Ming completed his demonstration, receiving applause and cheers from many. Feng Ming humbly clasped his hands and bowed in greeting. Elder Ming Sec smiled as he stroked his silver beard. Although this primordial sword scripture is the basic swordsmanship of our sect, it is not easy for you to perform it even once in a short time. The other day, Elder Sun crafted 10 Spirit Essence Sword of Perfection crystals, and he said that if it were to be more beneficial than detrimental, he would give me one of the Sword of Perfection. He raised his hand to the sky and promised, in the next 10 days, if anyone can comprehend even a part of this sword technique, I will bestow this reward upon them. Upon hearing the elder's words, the disciples rejoiced and cheered. Elder Chen exhaled lightly, waved his hand to unfurl the fan, and called out loudly, Disciples, receive the sword. Countless rays of light and shining swords filled the area, with each beam transforming into a sphere in the hands of the participants. Qin Nan and Zhang Yan observed the spheres closely. Zhang Yan thought that if it were a comparison of cultivation of mysterious arts, she had not yet reached the perfection of the third stage of spirit energy. After all, she was still a level behind. However, when it came to the competition regarding the comprehension of the cultivation method of sword techniques, she was not afraid of anyone. Although the outside world had only 10 days, within Shattered Jade, it had been more than half a year for her to comprehend. The cheerful voice of Qin Nan caught Zhang Yan's attention. She joyfully shared with him, Senior disciple, look, look. In her hand was a sphere emitting a purple light. Suddenly, she realized that her hand had just excitedly grasped the collar of his robe. Her face turned bright red, and she quickly released it. Qin Nan blushed and turned her face away, feeling embarrassed. She whispered in confusion, covering her face, Senior disciple, please don't be angry. Junior sister was just overly excited for a moment. Zhang Yan merely smiled, it's all right. When I refined my first part of pure energy, I was just as happy as you are, junior sister. Zhang Yan glanced around and saw the other disciples, some were angry, while others looked sad due to their failures. He whispered to himself, this junior sister Qin Nan unexpectedly managed to raise the sword of perfection with just a fragment of pure energy in an instant. Even if she could not advance any further, her cultivation and aptitude are both extraordinary. All of this is due to her untainted heart, free from desires or losses, harmonizing her talents with her divine intent, and focusing on wielding the sword. Zhang Yan noticed that these disciples of pure spirit energy at the second and third levels were already able to manipulate the sword of perfection up and down. He silently resolved, alright, I won't waste any more time. Zhang Yan entered Shattered Jade, and his sword of perfection seemed to have a mind of its own, swirling around behind him. Zhang was determined, practicing 100 times is not as good as being skilled with one's own hands. Within 10 days, I want to cultivate the primordial sword scripture 100,000 times. At the assembly, the disciples had gathered there, waiting patiently. They all remained silent until they heard the new announcement. One person proclaimed, 10 days have passed, all disciples, cease your activities. Elder Ming Sect, seated above, observed and asked, Feng Ming, how have you progressed? Can you come up and demonstrate for me to see if there are any improvements compared to 10 days ago? He stood up and replied, reporting to the elder, although I still cannot fully comprehend the principles within, I have found a few methods. If it's just practice, then it doesn't express anything. The disciple is willing to use this newly learned sword technique to spar with his fellow disciples, to prove what he has comprehended over the past few days. He made the suggestion, and the elder accepted. That works too. Feng Ming turned to ask, among the senior brothers, is there anyone who claims to have unique insights into this sword technique? Those who wish to compete for the spirit of the sword of perfection can step forward and spar with me. One person spoke up, even though Feng's senior disciple entered the sect 2 years earlier than I did and is one step ahead, I, the junior disciple, am also eager to improve and willing to test my skills against senior disciple once. Feng Ming replied, so it's you, Wang Kuan, the junior disciple. I almost didn't recognize you. You originally come from the Wang Haopu family, which is indeed a family with tradition.
I am here to learn from you. Wang Kuan was angered by his taunts and immediately launched an attack. Feng's senior disciple, pay attention.
He unleashed a cultivation method towards Feng Ming.
Feng Ming also blocked it and then counterattacked.
The two attacks drew closer, but the pressure from Feng Ming was stronger than that of Wang Kuan.
He lost and couldn't help but be astonished.
Feng Ming laughed disdainfully. Junior disciple, your practice of one breath to a city is not bad. In just 10 short days, you have managed to achieve qi condensation. Unfortunately, you originally intended to use your strength to subdue me, but in your chest, you have at most only 24 sips of spiritual energy. No matter how you gather your qi, how can it possibly compare to the 49 sips of spiritual energy in my chest? The disciples below were discussing. Feng Ming had secretly cultivated 49 sips of spiritual energy.
What kind of talent is this?
Even for some outstanding disciples in the sect, reaching 36 sips of spiritual energy is not easy, let alone 49.
With 49 sips of spiritual energy, Feng Ming's future is truly limitless.
Wang Kuan was angry but still had to admit that he was outmatched.
He conceded defeat. Feng Ming then pretended to be magnanimous. Junior disciple, there's no need to be discouraged.
In the sect's discussions and competitions, winning and losing are normal. You must never let your heart be clouded, as it could hinder your cultivation.
Elder Ming's sect appeared satisfied. Zhang Yan observed the developments from afar.
He realized that it seemed that this time the practice of the sword technique before the green stone was likely prearranged, with the main purpose being to allow Feng Ming to acquire the spirit sword of perfection.
Otherwise, why would Elder Chen repeatedly call his name without mentioning anyone else?
The implication was clear without needing further explanation. However, the path of cultivation was not the least bit gentle. It was a struggle for dominance, a fight for what one desired. Missing one opportunity meant falling behind, lagging behind step by step. At this moment, all worries should be cast aside. He reminded himself to follow his true intentions.
Feng Ming called out, "Is there any other junior disciple who wishes to come up and give it a try?" He looked up and said, "If not, then I shall." Zhang Yan interjected, "Let me give it a try."
Noticing him, Feng Ming accepted with a gentle demeanor, clasping his hands in invitation to Zhang Yan. "Since this junior disciple is interested, please come up and test your skills with me." Zhang Yan, unafraid, humbly replied, "Then I will not be polite. I ask senior disciple to please guide me."
Xin Nan watched him with an expression full of admiration. Feng Ming said, "This junior disciple may initiate the attack first."
Zhang Yan responded, "Then I won't hold back. Please be careful, senior disciple." He was both cultivating his energy and observing, having just examined the tactics of this person, yet he was completely oblivious to me. If I were to launch a sudden attack, I would undoubtedly seize the opponent's every move. However, today's situation was not about who was stronger or weaker. The crux lay in who had a deeper understanding of the primordial sword scripture.
Only by employing true sword techniques and defeating Feng Ming could I prevent the opponent from finding an excuse for favoritism. He realized the issue at hand.
The sword of perfection of Zhang Yan was flying toward Feng Ming, and he instinctively reacted, "No, this isn't good, it's too late." The crimson light flashed, causing all spectators to panic. The so-called crimson light referred to the transformation of the majority of spiritual energy within the sword into pure energy, allowing for a strike that could achieve incredibly high speeds in the blink of an eye. The more pure energy, the faster the speed. Feeling uneasy, Feng Ming noticed Zhang Yan was cultivating his energy to have the sword of perfection return, and at the same time, he reminded him, "Feng's senior disciple, don't get distracted." He was wary of him. From that last strike, it was evident that the speed at which this person controlled the sword of perfection was a step faster than his own. When it came to speed, there was no way he could compete with him. In my chest, there are 49 units of spiritual energy, converging into one breath to a city, making it impossible for anyone to hinder my attack here. Using strength to overcome others is what I should do. He made his decision. Feng Ming changed his tactics and said, "Junior disciple, your swordsmanship is impressive, but next, you won't have such good luck." Zhang Yan, with his limited skills, furrowed his brow as he also responded with a move, wielding the sword of perfection.
Once again, Zhang Yan launched an attack.
The two swords of perfection clashed against each other, intensifying the battle.
However, Zhang Yan's spiritual energy made it difficult for Fengming to attack. He struggled, unable to defeat him.
In the end, both swords of perfection seemed to be chasing each other.
Neither was willing to back down. The battle raged on for quite a while. Heavy waves, lofty wings is another skill.
Heavy waves, lofty wings is the most elusive skill of the radiant energy vessel within the primordial sword scripture. First, using a sip of spiritual energy to make the sword of perfection move in a circular motion to attack the enemy. If it fails or encounters obstacles, a second sip of spiritual energy is applied once more. After several repetitions, the speed of the sword of perfection increases, and the power contained within grows stronger,
until the opponent can no longer block or evade.
Fengming was almost at his limit. This person was truly formidable, able to continuously change moves 28 times.
Zhang Yan still showed no signs of exhaustion.
Fengming gritted his teeth in frustration, but heavy waves, lofty wings could not surpass the limits of his own spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in his chest was at most between 36 and 42, meaning the sword of perfection could move a maximum of only 42 times. I don't believe he can outmatch me in terms of spiritual energy. Both were striving hard, and the two swords of perfection clashed incessantly. Zhang Yan was smiling triumphantly, while Fengming seemed to be struggling. He maneuvered the sword of perfection around, perhaps trying to push his limits, while he had been holding on for a while now, his whole body trembling continuously. The swords of perfection from both sides were fiercely confronting each other.
Zhang Yan changed direction, and his sword of perfection flew towards Fengming. He could not withstand it and was hit. At that moment, the pressure radiated so intensely that he began to retreat.
Senior disciple has conceded, Zhang Yan said with a smile and a bow.
The elder observed from above, his expression currently dark, and he inquired of Zhang Yan, I ask you, have you ever studied this sword throwing technique before?
He shook his head and replied, never.
He was furious. You dare to deceive me.
Just look at how skillfully you wield your sword, clearly the result of years of rigorous training.
Tell me, who taught you?
Zhang Yan replied, I have been in the upper academy for less than a year, and I broke through to the second level of pure spirit energy in less than a month. I recently returned from a diplomatic mission to the Water Kingdom. I don't know when these years of training supposedly began.
He was taken aback. Less than a year since you entered the sect. What is your name? Whose disciple are you?
What is your rank? He calmly answered, I am Zhang Yan, and I am honored to serve as the supervisor of Alchemist Peak.
My current master is the head of Alchemist Peak. He glanced at the furious Fengming before turning back to stroke his beard and continued, very well, Zhang Yan, this is your opportunity.
He handed him something, this spirit orb, the sword of perfection. You should keep it safe. I hope you can handle it well. Zhang Yan took it, a spirit orb of sword of perfection now in his hand. In the upper academy, two elders were seated facing each other. One spoke up, forget it, Chen Junior disciple, what he deserves will always belong to him, and what he is unworthy of cannot be taken.
This person is Elder Sun.
He said that Zhang Yan is indeed a disciple of Senior Master Zhu and practices the mystic Lan Cloud secret tome of the Master of Destruction.
It's possible that the Master of Destruction orchestrated this.
No matter how you put it, he is considered part of my lineage of master and disciple. Elder Chen sighed, currently, among the 10 major disciples in the sect, only 4 are from my lineage. Originally, Fengming was one of the disciples that you and I both valued and were prepared to support. If he himself is unwilling to compete, then so be it, but this time, it is not his fault. He continued, in another 2 years, it will be the elder sisters' competition in the sect. If we cannot nurture a few capable disciples, sooner or later, we will be oppressed by the clan and will not be able to rise.
Elder Sun offered his opinion, then let it be. My elder brother has crafted a sword of perfection for me.
You should pass the sword of perfection that I used before to Fengming, so he can meditate and focus on his cultivation, without unnecessary distractions. He added, his talent is exceptional.
If he does not let me down, he can definitely secure a position in the elder sister's competition. Elder Chen accepted it and replied, I noticed that when he left, his spirit was low and he was burdened with thoughts. I hope this kind gesture from the senior disciple will be something he can contemplate thoroughly. Elder Sun burst into hearty laughter and asked, the opportunity of meditative cultivation relies on the heart. If he cannot even pass this threshold, how will he be able to contend against the disciple clan in the future? This change allows us to see just how deep his temperament truly is. Does he deserve to be praised by all esteemed guests, Elder? A month later, at Alchemist Peak, Zhu Chongchu's voice inquired, Zhang Junior Disciple, having been in the sect for less than a year, you have already reached the 3 layers of clear energy. Indeed, you are the genius recognized by Elder, and it seems we have hope for revenge in the future. He continued, I also guessed that you would come to find me in the past few days, but you wish to inquire about the mystical radiance seed. Zhang Yan responded, Senior Disciple's prediction is correct. Junior Disciple has come specifically for this matter. Xu Chongchu replied, according to the rules of the sect, the cloud sand was originally sought on behalf of the disciple by senior brothers, but I do not have it. He stroked his beard and added, I only know its origins, but it is somewhat perilous. It depends on whether Junior Disciple dares to go or not. Zhang Yan, undeterred by difficulties, said, the way of the supreme path has always had dangerous obstacles. What kind of reasoning is there to avoid difficulties? Senior Disciple, please do not worry. All right. Xu Chongchu agreed by striking his hand on the table. He pointed out that you should head north from the entrance of Bright Blade Sect, pass by Small Wave Mountain, and there lies a place called Heavenly Pool Technique. Beneath the water, 100 fathoms down, is what you seek. Zhang Yan questioned, Heavenly Pool Technique? Isn't that the domain of Guizhong Xiang and 3-Barrel Lake Demon? He explained, while it said that this 1,000-year-old turtle, Guizhong Xiang, has the highest cultivation among the 3 great demon lords, this demon has always been solitary and has no disciples or followers. Furthermore, he is notoriously lazy. As long as you do not disturb him when you take the cloud sand, you should not encounter any issues. Decide for yourself, think it through clearly. Zhang Yan nodded. Although Senior Disciple mentioned that this matter was extremely perilous, it seemed there was something deeper at play. I, Junior Disciple, shall go now. At that moment, a ship was flying in the sky, heading towards La Ping Wave Mountain ahead. In just 10 days, Zhang Yan comprehended Sword Classic and managed to defeat Feng Junior Disciple. He also desired to learn from him. This person was Feng Jin. Feng Ming shook his head and said, on that day, Elder Chen mentioned that we shouldn't provoke Zhang Yan. Moreover, he is a disciple of Director Zhu, with a somewhat special status and a seniority that is higher than ours. It's better to avoid confrontation if possible. Feng Jin smiled reassuringly, Junior Disciple Feng, don't worry. Once I reclaim that catfish skin, and gather enough for 15 minor achievements, I can claim a celestial position in the Merit Hall. By then, even if we meet the elders of the sect, we won't have to adhere to so many rules. As they were conversing, Zhang Yan passed by, his expression cold and indifferent. Feng Ming was surprised to see him, and Feng Jin asked, Junior Disciple, what's wrong? Do you know that senior brother over there? Feng Ming looked a bit frightened. Feng's senior disciple, that is Zhang Yan. Feng Jin followed his gaze and remarked, is that the true disciple Zhang Yan? He assessed, from what I see, aside from not being able to see through his cultivation, he seems to have some knowledge of the sect, but nothing particularly special. Feng Ming said, it seems Zhang Yan is also heading to Small Wave Mountain. Could it be that he wants to take action as well? Feng Jin laughed and said, there's nothing strange about that. The fierce dragon's transformation failed, and his strength has been severely damaged. Once Senior Disciple learns of this news, he'll come running from wherever he is. What's there to be afraid of? We just have to rely on our own methods when the time comes. Feng Jin took out the token and said, let's quicken our pace and get ahead of him. Can he really rely on his status as a true disciple to brazenly seize it? Both of them glided past Zhang Yan, who watched them with confusion. On this side, Feng Jin and Feng Ming were still flying at full speed when suddenly someone stepped out to block their path, asking the senior brothers to stop. The two ascended higher and halted, with an annoyed expression asking, "Who are you? What do you want?"
The person explained, "My fourth brother is ahead at Small Wave Mountain, exterminating the demon race. It's inevitable that some monsters might slip through the net and harm you fellow disciples. He has ordered me to wait here to welcome you senior brothers, and once he is done, my fourth brother will meet with you."
Exterminating the monsters? Don't try to fool me with that.
"You clearly just want to monopolize the fierce dragon," Fongjin said angrily, pointing and declaring, "I am Fongjin, a disciple of Nan True Immortal from Tiny Bright Celestial Cave.
You all better get out of the way."
The person did not dodge but continued speaking, "I've heard that the one who won against the Nan True Immortal took in an extraordinary talented disciple, and it turns out to be Fong's senior disciple. However, our fourth brother's surname is Xia, surely senior disciple has heard about him as well."
Fongjin asked curiously, "Fourth brother Xie? Could it be Xie Zong Yuan of the gentle and radiant Xie clan?" He answered correctly. Feng Ming quietly asked, "What will Feng's senior disciple do now?"
He added, regarding the fierce dragon, "It was Sun Elder who sent the message, hinting at an assessment. If we withdraw like this, it would be hard to avoid Sun Elder's disdain."
He then inquired, "Is that senior brother also accompanying the esteemed guests?"
Both of them looked up at Zhang Yan, who was high above, and then Fongjin said, "This person is not so easy to drive away. His name is Zhang Yan, a true disciple in the sect, and he has always been the most stubborn.
You need to be cautious." He suspects that the disciple is genuine?
Then Fongjin looked up, the person flew over to Zhang Yan. "With this person stepping forward, I can just take advantage of the situation."
Up above, Xie Zong Yuan's subordinates approached Zhang Yan.
They exchanged something that caught Fongjin's attention. The transaction was successful, and seeing Zhang Yan looking very pleased, Fongjin exclaimed, "No way, this green dust pill is a secret treasure of the Xie clan, even Alchemist Peak doesn't have this, it would be a mistake to let it slip away." Zhang Yan held it in his hand happily, "After all, I'm not here for the fierce dragon, I just happened to pass by." He was pleased and tucked the green dust pill inside his robe. Zhang Yan turned to look at the crowd moving along the mountainside. They were transporting a fierce dragon, with Xie Zong Yuan leading the way, followed by an immobile fierce dragon.
Fongjin was astonished, another ancient variant of the golden dragon. From below, Xie Zong Yuan noticed them.
He immediately performed the customary greeting, "Senior brothers, Xia, someone has taken a step ahead," feeling quite ashamed. "In my haste, I only have a few pills to offer you, and I will send a proper gift upon my return to the sect." Suddenly, something began to churn beneath the water, and a strange object shot up from below.
Zhang Yan warned, "Husband, quickly get out of the way, it's attacking you."
But he managed to dodge just in time.
The beam of light veered off in another direction, shattering their boat. The figure that leaped up was Chu Zhang, a terrifying demon cultivator. Xie Zong Yuan was astonished to see him.
Zhang Yan quickly rushed over, looking up to observe him closely, then secretly transmitted a message to La Ping, "La fellow cultivator, do you recognize this demon?
This person is named Chu Zhang, the son of the elite warrior of the Nine Melodic Stream Palace, Shen Xin.
I wonder why he has come to this place."
La Ping on the other end replied, "Wasn't the Nine Melodic Stream Palace defeated by Sui Hong?
Even if there were any fish that slipped through the net, they would have long since fled. How could they appear here? The Golden Dragon and Chu Zhang showing up here together must not be a coincidence." Up high, Chu Zhang noticed them and smiled wickedly.
Then, he dove down towards LA's group.
They immediately gathered their energy to defend against him, but Chu Zhang was completely unaffected, charging in and knocking each of them away.
Xie Zong Yuan commanded, "Where are the people? Capture this demon."
Immediately, they all rushed forward. The bone sheep flew close, ready to reach the golden dragon, but Xie Zong Yuan's men struck them down. Chu Zhang laughed loudly, as if he was playing a game. He wielded a sacred artifact, delivering powerful blows to them. The others watched the scene in terror. They continued to channel their energy, yelling, "In his hands is a divine weapon. Quickly, get out of the way." One person used a flying sword to probe. The flying swords shot towards Chu Zhang in droves, but he simply countered with a strike, sending them all flying. Suddenly, a blade flew in from nowhere, aimed directly at the top of Chu Zhang's head. The strike was incredibly strong, yet he remained completely unscathed.
Zhang Yan, observing from above, asked La Ping, La fellow cultivator, is it possible that the path taken by this demon is the path of strength, hence it is not afraid of the flying swords?
La Ping nodded and explained, exactly. Mysterious radiance is also known as the emotion within the spirit. After the realm of clear qi, if there are no external objects involved, such as various kinds of cloud sand used to condense light and form shapes, it will merge with the bones and blood, integrating with the body, and step into the path of strength.
Chu Zhang, with a gaze full of indignation, looked towards Xie Zong Yuan.
He immediately rushed straight towards him. La fellow cultivator, La Ping added, Chu Zhang must have cultivated to the third level of the mysterious radiance realm. The essence and energy of mysterious radiance have completely merged with his body, turning him into a single entity, as hard as diamond. A regular sacred artifact flying sword would not be able to cut him.
Xie Zong Yuan used a sacred artifact to suppress.
He launched a sacred artifact that resembled a solid stone tablet. The tablet gradually grew larger, preparing to crash down on the Nine Majesties. Chu Zhang immediately braced himself with his spear against the tremendous weight.
Both sides pressed against each other, neither willing to give way.
The power of the confrontation was so great that the ground beneath Chu Zhang shattered, tossing debris into the air. On the other side, Feng Zhen and the others were still intently watching.
Feng Ming asked Feng's senior disciple, what kind of sacred artifact is this?
I didn't expect it to be so powerful.
Feng Zhen explained, this treasure is called the Ocean Guard Steel.
It is a spiritual energy artifact, but Xie Zong Yuan only has the cultivation of twin spirits of brilliance, so he cannot unleash the true power of this artifact. If he could harness its full strength, that demon cultivator would have been crushed long ago.
How could he possibly struggle like this?
Xie Zong Yuan was controlling the Ocean Guard Steel, trying hard to suppress Chu Zhang. Suddenly, someone approached from behind, shouting, "Fourth brother, I'm going to finish him off." Chu Zhang looked over at that moment, grinning oddly. A subordinate of the Xie clan rushed in to attack him.
But Chu Zhang knocked down the attacker with a single blow. Xie Zong Yuan was astonished, exclaiming, how could this be?
At that moment, beneath the Ocean Guard Steel, a command token appeared, hovering as if it were supporting the pressure from the artifact.
Chu Zhang seized the opportunity to charge straight ahead.
One of the members of the Xie clan shouted loudly, "Fourth brother, hurry! We will cover you!" Hearing this, Xie Zong Yuan paid attention to the situation. Xie Zong Yuan bowed respectfully to Feng Zhen and pleaded to Feng's senior disciple, "I know you have a sacred artifact in your possession.
Please join me in killing this demon.
Once the task is done, I will surely reward you handsomely."
Feng Zhen above smiled with satisfaction and then put away the token. Zhang Yan, watching from a distance, thought to himself, this guy just now had the intention to scheme against me, thinking I didn't hear him? It's not convenient to harm you, and you still want to run? He shouted loudly, Feng Zhen.
You, as a disciple of the heavenly beauty of gentle light true immortal, choose to retreat in battle. Where do you place the lives of your fellow disciples? Where do you place the reputation of your master?
Do you even care about your own face? Do you know what integrity is? What does the sect still need you for?
Zhang Yan's words caught Xie Zong Yuan's attention.
The sarcastic remark of Zhang Yan, what does the sect still need you for? Echoed throughout the hills, the sound reverberating repeatedly in Feng Zhen's ears. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Feng Ming, feeling scared, whispered, "Senior disciple, what do you think? Should we?"
Feng Zhen shouted angrily, "If Zhang Yan wants to seek his own death, then let him.
Do you want to go too?"
His eyes were filled with stubbornness as he continued, "It's true, I have a sacred artifact in my possession, but I don't want to help them."
"So what?"
After saying this, Feng Zhen turned and left. Zhang Yan felt a bit uncomfortable watching the scene. Just then, Xie Zong Yuan leaped closer. He bowed to Zhang Yan and said, "Thank you, senior brother, but without a sacred artifact, it is impossible to subdue this demon. Staying here would only waste your life, it is better to leave early." Zhang Yan pointed towards the battle and reminded Xie Zong Yuan, "Xie senior disciple, if you leave now, there is still a chance." Xie Zong Yuan resolutely refused, replying, "As a disciple of the gentle and radiant Xie clan, how can I run from the enemy like Fangjin? If I die here today, there will surely be someone to take revenge for me. I will not bring shame to my family's name. Senior disciple, you need not say more, you may leave on your own." La Ping, standing beside him, spoke up, "Husband, just now Xie Zong Yuan used a talisman to summon powerful allies from the clan. He surely has some support in mind. He told her that even if he were the best expert of the moment, it would probably be too late for this move and wouldn't have much effect." Xie Zong Yuan's bravery was not a facade. "I see that Xie Zong Yuan is also very responsible, even in panic, he remains composed. As a character like that, the two of us should think of a way to lead Chu Zhang elsewhere, to fight, seize the treasure, and stop that ocean guard steal. Consider it a favor we can do for him." They discussed among themselves. At this moment, Chu Zhan was still attacking the people of the Xie clan. They were sent flying by his painful kicks. Chu Zhang showed no mercy to anyone, continuously wielding his sword. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's wish-fulfillment divine vessel charged in from nowhere. Chu Zhang dodged to the side but still got hit, causing his cheek to bleed. He turned to focus on Zhang Yan, his eyes filled with hostility. Zhang Yan gave him a faint smile, still controlling the wish-fulfillment divine vessel with his hands. Next, Zhang Yan soared into the sky. Enraged, he yelled and chased after him, a command token suddenly flying towards him. Chu Zhang quickly grabbed it and immediately shot straight towards Zhang Yan's flying ship. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain, a massive explosion occurred, creating a wide radius and intensifying the atmosphere. La Ping and Zhang Yan joined forces to defeat Chu Zhang, and she handed him his sacred artifact, congratulating him, "Husband has acquired another treasure." La Ping added, "However, this item has a trace of true spirit, it needs to be brought back and refined before it can truly belong to husband." Zhang Yan picked it up and observed it for a while. "Now that it has fallen into my hands, there's no rush," he said. "First, let's clean this place up thoroughly to prevent anyone from the sect from coming to investigate and spotting any flaws." Zhang Yan quickly flew back to where he had been earlier, and upon arriving, he still saw a group of people at the cliff. Noticing that Xie Zong Yuan was still standing there, Zhang Yan landed and inquired, "Xie senior disciple, are you still here?" He replied, "Brother Zhang accepted the danger for me, how could I abandon him? I'm not Fangjin. Seeing Brother Zhang safe and sound puts my mind at ease. I wonder where that demon cultivator is now." Zhang Yan responded, "In the forest, I spun him around a few times and then threw him away. That demon cultivator seems to have lost his wits, I don't even know where he went after that." Xie Zong Yuan said regretfully, "Is that so? What a pity, if he dares to come back, we must teach him a lesson." His subordinate reminded him, "Fourth brother is fine, we should head back early to avoid worrying uncle." He said, "Wait a moment, I still have something to do." Ahead is the crowd moving the golden dragon. Zhang Yan looked puzzled and glanced at Xie Zong Yuan. He bowed his head in gratitude. "Today, I tricked Brother Zhang into staying to help, I have no way to express my thanks, so I will give this golden dragon to senior disciple." On the other hand, Xie Zong Yuan said, "If something happens to you in the future, Zhang, just speak up, and I, Xie Zong Yuan, will spare no effort." He spoke with certainty, without a hint of hesitation. 2 days later, at Boundless Palace, the elders were gathered together discussing the recent ambush on a disciple. It seemed that there was unrest at Three Barrel Lake lately. The junior disciples should inform the sect early to prepare for any eventualities. Meng True Immortal added, "Moreover, in this incident, Fangjin neglected the safety of his peers and left on his own, which shows that although he has great talent, his temperament is unstable." He turned to add, "Junior disciple Nan, how you handle your disciple is up to you. Nan True Immortal stated, "Great senior disciple, I have confiscated the 5 divine firearms that he was given and have also punished him to reflect on his mistakes in his room." Zun Xiyan spoke up, "I heard that a disciple named Zhang Yan took the initiative to lead the demon away, thus preventing our disciple from being slaughtered."
Zhang Yan bravely took on the responsibility and therefore achieved great merit.
Zhu True Immortal merely smiled, saying nothing further. The two, Zhu True Immortal and Nan True Immortal, exchanged knowing smiles, as if there were deeper meanings in their gazes. Zhu True Immortal turned to Zun Jiyan and said, "Zhang Yan is a disciple of Director Zhu, why do you pay so much attention to him, Zun Junior disciple? Even if it is about making contributions, in my opinion, it is just a small achievement." Meng True Immortal interjected, "Although this person has become a disciple of Director Zhu, he is cultivating the mystic Lan Cloud secret tome of Zun Junior disciple, so he can also be considered part of our lineage." The two of them looked at each other, their expressions not looking very comfortable. Nan True Immortal then spoke up at this time, "It is my disciple who lacks strength. Zhang Yan has now reached the realm of clear qi at the 3rd level, and he must refine the mysterious radiance seed." Nan True Immortal asked for opinions. "Alright, I will grant him a high-grade Yuan Cloud Sand. What do you all think?" Zun Jiyan nodded in agreement. "That works."
Nan True Immortal appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Old Meng True Immortal called out to him, "In that case, Nan Junior disciple, go ahead and make the arrangements." Hearing this, he bowed to say goodbye and quickly flew away. Inside the cave of radiant transformation establishes great fame and moves heaven, Nan True Immortal was meditating to return his soul, while Fangjin was anxiously focused beside him, his own soul having returned to his body. Nan True Immortal gently opened his eyes, and Fangjin beside him asked, "Master, how is my father?" He immediately reproached, "Didn't I tell you that here, you and I should not address each other as father and son?" Fangjin, fearful, corrected himself. "Yes, master." Nan True Immortal continued, "This matter of yours would have been a trivial one without Zhang Yan. Today, the Meng senior disciple inquired about it, and I cannot show favoritism. For the next few months, you are not to go anywhere, focus on cultivating in the cave. Earthly Jade's subtle realm technique, I will pass it on to you," Nan True Immortal said. The Bright Blade sect has 5 fundamental techniques and 12 divine abilities. Only those who have accumulated enough merit within the sect can be taught. In the merit hall, 15 minor merits accumulate into 1 major merit, and 6 major merits constitute 1 supreme merit. To transmit the Earthly Jade subtle realm technique, 3 supreme merits must be established. However, in his effort to nurture Fangjin, Nan True Immortal had already secretly passed it on to him. Fangjin angrily cursed, "Zhang Yan is truly despicable." Nan True Immortal said to him, "Zhang Yan is also a rare talent. It seems that senior disciple Meng and junior disciple Zun have the intention to cultivate him, so you should not meddle." Fangjin, unwilling to accept this, asked again, "Master, is this matter to be considered settled?" Nan True Immortal reminded him, "You should not be anxious. My disciples will not allow him to meddle, and I will vent my anger for you. Moreover, with his status as a true disciple, once he achieves success in cultivation in the future, he will surely disrupt my original plans. We are all from the same lineage. If you want to be at the top in the future, you must suppress Zhang Yan." He pointed this out to Fangjin. Fangjin asked, "I wonder how Master will deal with him?" Meng True Immortal replied with a sly smile, "I will give him a cloud sand pill to help him quickly achieve mysterious radiance." Fangjin was taken aback and said, "Father, do you want to help him?" Nan True Immortal explained, "What do you understand? He is a true disciple, regardless of whether he goes out to kill or to make contributions, he can refuse anything below the mysterious radiance realm. How can I allow him to cultivate peacefully until elder sister's trial in the sect?" Fangjin realized and said, "What my father means is for him to reach the mysterious radiance realm as soon as possible, and to order him to make contributions for the sect by arranging for him to kill a few evil demons. Even if he can temporarily survive by luck, the more failures he experiences, the less strength he will have to rise again. In the end, I also understand a bit, those who are good swimmers drown in water, just like those who know martial arts in the world. Ordinary people who are not skilled in martial arts can live their lives in peace." He laughed, contemplating.
Meng True Immortal then said, as if he had everything under control, but once one understands martial arts and has a place to showcase it, a single careless mistake can easily lead to sudden disaster. This method is the grand scheme of superior power. Meng senior disciple and Zun junior disciple know my intentions, and they certainly will not hinder it. The gem in Zhang Yan's hand glinted with a golden hue. He was skeptical and asked again, "And yet you reward me with cloud sand?" La Ping stood beside him and explained, "This is a strange monk who came to the island to deliver something to me. He only mentioned that because Ling Jun saved over 100 fellow disciples that day, he was rewarded by some true immortal, but the messenger did not specify which immortal it was. From my observation, this person's demeanor shows no unusual signs, either he truly does not know, or he is intentionally concealing it." Zhang Yan closed his eyes, using both hands to feel the jade while silently assessing it. The yuan cloud sand of this golden attribute, without any need for intervention, could still nurture and transform the essence, seemingly coming from the same source as the human body. Just by holding it in his palm, he could sense the essence within his body stirring, as if it were innately capable of attracting spiritual energy. Based on the recorded island transactions he had read, the quality of this yuan cloud sand of the golden attribute was indeed top-notch. After reaching this conclusion, he opened his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. "It's fine. The grand golden book that I cultivate requires the condensation of 2 mystical radiance seeds, one with fire attribute and the other with gold attribute." Zhang Yan put away the yuan cloud sand and stood up, unconsciously saying out loud, "As for another yuan cloud sand of fire attribute, I recall the experience of sending Wang Ban to the heavens last time. He practiced a fire attribute cultivation method and could also reach the 3rd level of pure spirit energy. The next step is to condense the mysterious radiance species. He must prepare for it soon." La Ping vaguely heard him mention a strange title and couldn't help but repeat, "Experience sending?" But Zhang Yan paid no mind and continued walking as he spoke. Furthermore, within the Renyang clan, there are quite a few practitioners on Crimson River Island. There must be fire attribute cloud sand in the clan, and I have the Crimson Dawn Pill Fire Tome in my possession. If I exchange with the royal prince, he surely won't refuse. At the great abyss, the grass on the bank grew lush and green, 2 steep rocky cliffs standing tall, and in between flowed a stream of emerald water. A slender body covered in golden scales was weaving in and out of sight. Zhang Yan and La Ping stood by the edge of the abyss, watching a creature resembling a small dragon, with sharp horns on its head and a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs, its entire body shimmering in golden brilliance as it shot out of the water. Zhang Yan thought, just a golden dragon that hasn't even fully transformed yet possesses such terrifying power. How formidable would a true dragon be? It would likely be able to turn rivers and seas upside down without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, Zhang Yan recalled what Su Yilang had once said, "Beneath the 9 melodic stream palaces, there is a dragon manor, and below it lies a set of bones of the Dragon of Thorns, a 10,000-year-old golden dragon, the Dragon of Thorns." Could these 3 things possibly be connected? Zhang Yan was startled as he looked at the creature before him. With just a slight flick of its tail, it could raise the water by 3 feet. The appearance of this golden dragon was undoubtedly not without reason. Perhaps the crux of the matter lay in Zhang Yan taking a step forward, his hands clasped behind his back, and suddenly speaking in a loud voice that surprised La Ping beside him. "I ask you, are you willing to accept me as your master?" The golden dragon coiled at the bottom of the abyss, frowning as it looked straight at Zhang Yan with disdain. "Why should I accept you as my master? Your cultivation is not high. If I were to accept a master, it should be a cultivator of high cultivation." Zhang Yan did not take offense at the criticism. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Interesting, you have quite the spirit. I know that you were not captured by me, rather, you encountered a calamity and were imprisoned." Then, Zhang Yan leaned towards La Ping, who was standing behind him, and launched a threatening move. "You see, this friend beside me is also a demon cultivator. I believe your vital energy and blood essence would be very beneficial for her. If she were to devour you, her cultivation could advance a step further." Upon hearing this, La Ping cooperatively clasped his hands and bowed to thank him, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance." To enhance the persuasiveness, La Ping deliberately bared his fangs and made a wicked display as if he wanted to devour the golden dragon below. Golden Dragon Ng immediately turned pale, crying out, don't go, I will acknowledge you as my master."
Its fearful appearance made La Ping laugh. Fierce dragon, you were so cunning, yet I didn't expect you to lack such spirit, just a little threat and you become so weak. The sky is clear above a person, and two creatures suddenly call out, is Brother Zhang there? Xia, someone is here to visit. Upon hearing this voice, Othing immediately tucked his tail and hid in the deep water. Run fast. Zhang Yan pulled out a shiny golden token from his chest, and just as he said he wanted to find him, it turned out that he had come to the door first. La Ping watched the golden dragon run in a panic, feeling delighted to see someone else in trouble, and said, avoiding the first day, you can't escape the 15th. Othing had no pride to respond, today there is wine, today there is drunkenness, if I can prolong it for a moment, then I will prolong it for a moment. Zhang Yan happily commented that the golden dragon's personality was quite interesting. He instructed La Ping, La fellow cultivator, I am going to welcome Xie Zong Yuan. After all, he can't escape from here, so there's no need to rush to force him. You can keep him as a pet to relieve your boredom. La Ping nodded in agreement. Elsewhere on the island, a gigantic wooden ship with wings protruding along its sides, replacing oars, floated in the sky. On the ship were two people. Xie Zong Yuan stood at the front, clasping his hands in greeting, Brother Zhang, we meet again? Zhang Yan smiled with narrowed eyes, looking at the other beauty on the ship, and asked, is senior disciple Xie well? I wonder who this sister beside you is. Xie Zong Yuan cheerfully introduced, this is Lu Tao, senior disciple cultivating at Apricot Immortal Peach. Lu's senior disciple has a beautiful appearance, indeed, even Brother Zhang mistook him for a woman. Lu Tao bowed and greeted, I have admired your esteemed name for a long time, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yan, caught off guard, felt embarrassed and hesitated to respond, as a junior disciple, I misspoke. It's already getting dark, please allow me to invite you both to the pleasure boat on the lake for a drink. Under the clear and bright sky, the pleasure boat, illuminated by bright lights, danced gently on the waves. The three of them gathered around the dining table in the cabin of the boat, and Xie Zong Yuan remarked, refreshing, refreshing. Xie Zong Yuan picked up the food with his right hand and raised his glass with his left. Normally, he wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicacies like this. He happily said, it seems I need to visit Brother Zhang's place more often. Lu Tao, sitting next to him, chimed in, that's right, this delicacy makes this trip worthwhile. Zhang Yan also raised his glass and smiled, replying, if you two can come often, it would be Zhang Yan's fortune. He lifted his glass and said, cheers, let's drink. Lu Tao downed his drink and, covering his mouth with a smile, asked, speaking of which, I wonder if the two senior brothers have ever heard of a place in our Bright Blade sect called the Ci Demonic Abyss. I have only heard the elders mention it briefly, that beneath the residence of the Dragon Abyss Great Estate in the Bright Blade sect, there is one of the 10 great spiritual caves of East Hua Silk. It is where the cultivation of amongst thousands, there's not one takes place, but only the sect leader can practice in the eye of the abyss. Furthermore, in this world, there are 10 major demonic abysses, rich in spiritual energy, which are no less than the spiritual abysses. Among them, 6 belong to the demonic sect, while the remaining 4 are unknown to anyone. Zhang Yan was taken aback by the information he had just received. The demonic abyss was actually located within our Bright Blade sect. Lu Tao added, in the far west of the Dragon Abyss Great Estate, there exists a place called Ci, where there is a location known as the Th Dan Xiying, where a celestial maiden with profound cultivation is practicing. This Ci could very well be one of the branch entrances of the 4 demonic abysses. The spiritual energy there can be compared to the superior, Dong Tian, that the true human cultivators practice. If we could go there to cultivate for 2 months, it might be equivalent to several years of training in the outside world. Lu Tao's voice remained calm, but his words sent chills down the spines of the other two. He continued, it's just that within the demonic abyss, there are complex and ever-changing celestial demons that can easily enthrall the hearts of men, relishing in the consumption of living flesh. 8 or 9 out of 10 disciples who cultivate there are unlikely to return. Xie Zong Yuan slammed his cup down on the table, filled with fervor as he stood up and declared, one seeks wealth and honor amidst danger. Xie Zong Yuan looked at Zhang Yan like a multi-level marketing salesman, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a hunter who had just spotted his prey. He spoke up, Brother Zhang, are you willing to follow us? Zhang Yan was swept up by his enthusiasm, a wave of excitement surging within him. He raised his fist and said, "To cultivate the path of eternal life is inherently against the natural order, and all dangers serve as trials. With a smooth path ahead, how can we not embark on this journey?" The next day, Xu Chongchu was astonished to hear Zhang Yan mention this. He couldn't help but ask, "What? You want to go train in the sea demonic abyss?" He clasped his hands behind his back, looked out the window, and then thoughtfully said, "Right now, if you go to the sea demonic abyss, it will be a bit troublesome." Xu Chongchu turned his head, his expression serious, and asked Zhang Yan, "Junior disciple, I ask you, what attribute does the cloud sand that Nan Gongjin gave you belong to?" Zhang Yan sincerely replied, "Once again, it is a yuan cloud sand with gold attributes." At the same time, he thought to himself, Nan Gongjin said, "So this is the real name of the person who gave me the cloud sand, I have never heard of it before." Xu Chongchu then asked, "I know his conscience is narrow, you have offended his disciple, how could he possibly be so kind?" Zhang Yan was startled when he heard his analysis and suddenly understood. Back then, the elder passed down a discipline called the Five Elements Supreme Mystic Radiance, intending for me to transmit it to the one with great fortune. There is a crucial point in this matter: it is necessary to find the cloud sand belonging to the mysterious radiance realm to condense the mysterious seeds. I originally wanted to ensure your peaceful cultivation, to gradually seek completeness, and then hand it over to you. On that day, when Nan Gongjin granted you the cloud sand, I was also very pleased." Zhang Yan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Of course, the senior disciple will not harm me. I wonder where the trouble lies." He thought to himself, "No wonder my aptitude is clearly not high, and I have never revealed the ability to cultivate the Grand Golden Book. Shu's senior disciple has such confidence in me, it turns out the reason lies here." On the table were 3 boxes containing 3 different colored yuan cloud sands. Xu Chongchu pointed to them and said, "It's just that today I could only gather the cloud sand I have. I am still short of 2 to complete the 5 elements, one being of the water attribute and the other of the fire attribute." Zhang Yan stroked his chin and thought, "I actually have a way to find the fire attribute cloud sand, but I don't know where to find the water attribute in such a short time." Zhang Yan looked up at Xu Chongchu. "If you can find the fire attribute cloud sand, that would be great." He said to Zhang Yan, "In that case, you need to use the heavenly pool technique I mentioned before once again. 100 fathoms deep beneath the bright tranquil heaven pool lies the yuan cloud sand you seek." At Jiaowu Mountain in the eastern flower continent, Zhang Yan and La Ping soared through layers of white clouds, ascending to the mountain's peak. Within the mountain's mouth, the rocky terrain revealed a blue lake glimmering in the sunlight. Zhang Yan gazed at the myriad of things from above, his heart stirred, thinking that this place was filled with spiritual energy, rivaling Spirit Crest Island by no means. The rolling sea of clouds created an illusion, making it seem as though one could reach out and touch the sky, inspiring a longing to embrace this piece of heaven and earth. Captivated by the beauty of the scenery, he couldn't help but recite, "The Devil's Sky of Nong-yun, a place where the supernatural veils the heavens, the land of spirit energy, where immortals once walked, the Grand Integrity Technique Spirit Village, a realm of upright cultivation, the gate of heaven unfolds, the vast gateway to the divine." La Ping delicately covered her mouth and smiled, "Husband, you truly have a heroic spirit, surely this quest for cloud sand has been meticulously planned in advance." Zhang Yan shook his head and replied, "If the heavenly pool technique only had a circumference of 100 miles, it would be easy to discuss, but this place is vast and boundless. Senior disciple Zhu only mentioned that the Yuan Cloud Sands water system is 100 fathoms deep underwater. Who knows exactly where it is?" La Ping suggested, "Husband, why don't we split up to search? With the blood essence and spirit energy on us, we need not worry about not finding the other." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into her original form, a black fish. Watching her quickly leap into the lake, Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel, "You're really too excited. It looks like you're going out for a spring outing." He quickly cast the small particle technique and gently soared into the air, beginning his search in the vast expanse of the lake. Then, he jumped into the lake. Zhang Yan made his way through the water, going deeper and deeper. At the bottom of the lake, various aquatic creatures swam joyfully. Zhang Yan looked around and thought to himself, "Perhaps my senior brother won't casually deceive me this time, so I guess I will just have to rely on myself to search slowly."
He surveyed the area left and right, when suddenly his gaze paused. Before him was a forest of gigantic crystals, intricately intertwined. He stepped inside the crystal formations. This place, yet there were so many cloud sands. Suddenly, a yellow cloud sand caught his attention. This stone was not large, but it was full of spiritual energy, shining brilliantly, as if it had a life of its own. Zhang Yan was pleased to take the stone, not expecting to find it so easily. But just as he tucked the cloud sand into his sleeve, an unexpected surge of energy rushed in, enveloping him.
Zhang Yan was swept away.
The force was too strong, completely impossible to resist.
Then, he suddenly vanished, surrounded only by darkness.
In that thick blackness, hazy images of a person sitting cross-legged, wearing a golden crown and dressed in white, gradually appeared before his eyes. Zhang Yan gradually opened his eyes, and the scene before him became clearer. He was in a vast cave abode, shimmering with pale golden mother of pearl.
The other person asked, "Are you awake?"
Guizhong Xiang, sitting opposite Zhang Yan, said gently, "From your attire, you must be a disciple of the Bright Blade sect." Zhang Yan cupped his hands in salute and replied, "Indeed, but I am unsure how to address the elder."
"I am Guizhong Xiang," the elder said. Zhang Yan pondered.
Guizhong Xiang, one of the three great demon lords, the master of the Zhou universe Heavenly Lake, a great demon who had cultivated for 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, he appeared to have no trace of demonic energy. Instead, he resembled a fully realized cultivator. Zhang Yan maintained his posture, his hands clasped in front of him as he bowed his head before Guizhong Xiang. "So it is the Karul's governor. I am Zhang Yan from the Bright Blade sect, honored elder."
Guizhong Xiang looked at him kindly and then asked, "I would like to ask you, did you take the Yuan cloud sand outside my mountain gate?"
Zhang Yan pondered in his heart. In front of such a great being, with his cultivation, any traces left would surely be of no significance. Thinking this, he replied candidly, "Indeed, it was I who took it."
Guizhong Xiang laughed heartily and said, "The great fortune has come, the great fortune has come." Zhang Yan remained silent, not understanding what he was talking about.
Without making him ponder too much, Guizhong Xiang went on to explain in detail. "My friend, you need not doubt, the Yuan cloud sand you took is the very thing that a high-ranking expert left behind when he passed through this place 150 years ago. He once said that if someone were to come and take it 150 years later, that person would be the noble figure in my destiny."
Zhang Yan began to speculate, did Zhu's senior disciple send me to Zhou Universe Heavenly Lake for this reason?
Surely, if not, he would absolutely not feel at ease letting me come to take things in the territory of this great demon like that. If that's the case, the noble person mentioned in Guizhong Xiang must surely be the elder Taoist who pointed me to the Bright Blade sect.
Guizhong Xiang let out a breath, "Unexpectedly you are the one who will kill me."
Zhang Yan did not understand his meaning, and he hurriedly said, "My cultivation is lowly, even if I were to cultivate for hundreds of years, I fear I would still not be a match for the elder."
Guizhong Xiang comforted him, saying, "Don't be afraid, there is still another way to say it inside."
He said softly, "Since I began to gain consciousness, I have cultivated for over 2,000 years, living a total of more than 3,649 years. However, due to my limited innate talent, my cultivation has been difficult to advance for hundreds of years. When my lifespan comes to an end, all the 1,000 years of hard work will turn into a pile of bones. But that day, the esteemed sage told me that my roots were insufficient, and that in this life, there was no hope left. However, if at the moment my lifespan was about to end, I could find someone with great fortune to help me resolve it, and then cultivate again in the next decade, there would still be a slight chance of attaining enlightenment."
Zhang Yan listened patiently. Guizhong Xiang pointed at him, "I ask again, where can I find that person?"
He then left behind this cloud sand, saying that one day this cloud sand would be picked up by someone.
"That same person has arrived."
Zhang Yan looked at the cloud sandstone he had picked up in the crystal forest, which was now in his hand. Guizhong Xiang smiled and made a suggestion, "My friend, we still have half a year until the time for our resolution, and it's not yet the final moment. Why don't you stay here with me for now, and when the time comes, you can help me with the resolution." Zhang Yan stroked his chin in thought, then he silently shook his head in refusal.
Gue Zongxiang frowned and asked, "Are you implying that you look down on me because of my background, and that's why you're unwilling to help me?"
Seeing that Zhang Yan did not respond, Gue Zongxiang anxiously pleaded, "I have cultivated for thousands of years and possess quite a few treasures.
Once I finish my explanation, I will give them all to you.
Additionally, this cave abode of mine and my body after I die can also be yours."
Just think about it.
Zhang Yin interrupted him, "Elder, it's not that I'm unwilling to assist you, but I have a prior engagement with a friend to go to the CI demonic abyss for cultivation. If I stay here for too long, I fear I will miss my appointment."
Gue Zongxiang replied, "I see.
The CI demonic abyss, I've heard of it, but I've never been there myself. I only know that it is extremely dangerous. If one is not careful, they may end up buried there."
With his right hand, Gue Zongxiang waved his talisman. "If you wish to go cultivate, I will gift you something to aid you." A beam of light from the talisman flew into Zhang Yan's hand.
As he looked at the turtle shell that appeared in his hand, he listened to Gue Zongxiang explain its purpose. "This pure harmony shield was crafted from the shattered shell fragments on my body after I underwent tribulation, allowing one to avoid calamities as well as divine powers. Today, I give it to you." Gue Zongxiang kindly added a bonus for Zhang Yan, saying, "Moreover, I know that in a few months, your Brightblade sect will be dispatching disciples to completely annihilate Sanbai." This internal news just came out, and it left Zhang Yan astonished. He said, "Our Brightblade sect signed a peace treaty with the Water Kingdom of the Diying region a long time ago. At that time, the Golden Seal and the official document were brought back by me. I didn't expect that they would want to stir up conflict again so soon. It must be because of the incident where Chu Zhang killed a disciple of the Brightblade sect, right?"
Gue Zongxiang shook his head. "The demonic tribulation of the Eastern Flower Continent is approaching, and in order to prepare for the tribulation, the Brightblade sect will surely think of every possible way to increase their strength within the sect. The matter of Chu Zhang is merely an excuse for the Brightblade sect to attack Sanbai." He continued to analyze, "When they besiege Sanbai, the Merit Hall of the Brightblade sect will definitely offer a reward for my poison. At that time, my friend, you can come back here to kill me, which will conveniently grant you a great achievement, 5 days later at Spirit Crest Island." Zhang Yan read the letter in his hand and said to La Ping, "Xie Zong Yuan sent a letter, inviting me to meet 10 days later at the Red Swallow platform on River Rush Island, to the west of Dragon Abyss Great Estate, to enter the demonic abyss together. He also mentioned that he has obtained the Cloud Sand Fire system, and he will personally hand it over to me then." Zhang Yan felt that a satisfying outcome was already within reach, so this year Yuan Cloud Sand would be fully gathered. He explained to La Ping, "La fellow cultivator, it's not that I don't want to take you along, but I've heard that the female immortal Pang True Immortal in the renowned archery pavilion has profound cultivation. Anyone who goes to the island would be seen through, so this time I can only go alone." La Ping waved her hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. "Yes, yes. Even the old tortoise and Sanbai beast King Gue Zongxiang has to obediently stretch its neck out for you to kill. How could I dare to disobey?" She even pretended to complain, causing Zhang Yan to shake his head. "I fear that from now on, maidservant will have to correct herself and call you master." Though they joked, she still reminded him with concern, "Inside the demonic abyss, there are several kinds of demon heads, and for a cultivator of pure spirit energy like husband, the sound demons are the easiest to encounter. This time I cannot accompany you as a guard, so before you set off, you need to bring some calming pills from Alchemist Peak, just in case you need them." Zhang Yan agreed, "I understand. While I am away from the island, I will have to trouble my friend to look after the place." On the distant River Rush Island, where the cool blue waters flow, 2 individuals are seated on a small island. Lu Tao is looking in one direction and softly speaks, "It's brother Zhang coming." Beside him, Zhao Jin is meditating not far away. Zhang Yan is standing at the bow of the boat, steering it swiftly towards them. He jumps down and lands safely. Lu Tao calls out, "Brother Zhang." He beams with a bright smile and gestures towards the man behind him. "Come, let me introduce you to Brother Zhang. This is Zhao Jin, senior disciple, hailing from the Zhao clan. This time, we still need to rely on his agarwood boat to go down to CI." Zhang Yan clasps his hands together and nods in greeting. Lu Tao then gestures towards him and continues, "Senior disciple, this is Zhang Yan, the brother Zhang I mentioned to you. He is the direct disciple of our Bright Blade sect." Zhao Zhen also clasps his hands and speaks, "Greetings." Then he showed a sullen expression, his arms crossed, clearly in a bad mood. "Right now, we are only missing one person, the Xia senior disciple. The gentle and radiant Xia clan truly has a grand demeanor, making us wait for him alone." Lu Tao quickly salvaged the situation. "Zhao senior disciple, don't rush, there's still a day left until the appointment, let's just wait a bit longer." Zhang Yan observed their conversation, secretly pondering. Although the Zhao clan is considered a large lineage among the 12 clans, it is placed at the bottom of the ranking. This person can befriend someone of humble origins like Lu Tao, so he must not be a main lineage disciple but rather a branch member of the clan. He seems to know his place quite well, which is interesting. Lu Tao suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "The Xia senior disciple has arrived." He also looked up, but Zhao Zhen didn't bother to glance at all. Above, a wooden boat appeared, intricately carved down to the smallest detail, large and imposing, clearly a luxurious item of no ordinary quality. Xia Zongyuan quickly jumped down below, not forgetting to apologize, "I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. My junior disciple arrived a bit late, please don't blame me." Lu Tao and Zhang Yan stepped forward to greet him warmly. Lu Tao smiled cheerfully and replied, "Not at all, Xia's senior disciple arrived just in time, it's only Zhao Zhen who has a sulky face and appears displeased, making it hard for him to speak without being curt." "Is he going to leave as well?" However, Xia Zongyuan paid little attention to his state and continued to speak amiably, "This must be Zhao's senior disciple, right? Lu's senior disciple has mentioned you to me several times. I've heard that the elders in your clan have also been to the demonic abyss, I hope you will spare no effort this time." Zhao Zhen grimaced but still forced a polite response, "Not at all, not at all." Zhang Yan, witnessing this, quickly glanced at him, feeling a myriad of emotions. Being a descendant of a clan himself, he found Xie Zongyuan to be generous and straightforward, never trying to appear aloof, indifferent to others' backgrounds, and quite considerate and dedicated to his friends, someone truly worth befriending. The paragraph glanced at the man whose face was grim, silently forming an assessment. In comparison, the word stabilize fell short in many ways. Openly displaying love and hate, yet considering himself noble. This time, if any oversight occurred, it would surely stem from this person. Then, all four of them stepped onto the large boat that Xie Zongyuan had used for their journey, setting off together on a long trip. They soared through the air for quite a while and soon arrived at the renowned archery palace. It was a towering spire piercing the sky, with brilliant golden streams of spiritual energy radiating in all directions from the tower. Upon seeing it, Xie Zongyuan was extremely excited and exclaimed, "The spiritual energy is surging, the cultivation of Peng True Immortal is truly profound. When operating the mysterious arts, one can feel the connection between heaven and man, moving alongside the clouds and mist. It seems that before long, our Bright Blade sect will have to be renamed among the top 10 masters." Zhao Zhen beside him, however, seemed to have no idea what he was talking about, a sarcastic smile creeping onto his lips, and his words came out even more provocatively, "Is it really that easy? Looks like a step, but it's as far apart as heaven and earth. My senior ancestor once said that if within 100 years, Peng True Immortal can overcome this hurdle, then it would be easier to say, if not, then this life might as well be hopeless." Seeing his arrogant demeanor and contemptuous gaze towards Xie Zongyuan, Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel frustrated. They were already approaching the renowned Archer's Hall, saying too much would only be a mistake. If Peng True Immortal heard them, it might lead to trouble. Then he observed Zhao Zhen puffing out his chest in arrogance, his lofty demeanor made him even more displeased. Throughout the journey, whenever others brought up topics of conversation, this Zhao Zhen would surely step forward to contradict them. The more they exchanged barbs, the more he seemed to thrive, making him quite detestable. If it weren't for having to rely on this guy to lead the way, he would have likely been thrown off long ago. As they disembarked from the boat and set foot before the main door of the renowned Archer's Hall, suddenly a figure flashed by, but could not escape Zhang Yan's keen perception. He immediately turned around and called out, startling the other person. "Feng senior disciple, long time no see.
It turned out to be Feng Ming. He appeared flustered, his gaze darting around, stuttering a greeting. "Oh, it's Zhang Junior Disciple." He saw this and gently added, "I didn't expect Senior Disciple Feng to also be here."
After the small mountain of mausoleum, I get to see Senior Disciple again.
It seems that our Senior Disciple is quite faded. Feng Ming increasingly felt awkward, his words coming out in fits and starts.
Yes, indeed.
Ignoring his forced smile, Zhang Yan's attention was more drawn to the figure hiding behind the pillar. Suddenly, he burst into a joyful laugh, placing his hands on the other's shoulders with enthusiasm.
This time entering the demonic abyss is extremely dangerous.
Senior Disciple Feng is an elite in our sect, but still, we must be cautious. If he were to be caught off guard, he might be startled out of his wits. With Senior Disciple Feng here, we can at least feel a bit more at ease.
After finishing his words, Zhang Yan waved his hand cheerfully in farewell. Goodbye.
Senior Disciple Feng and I truly feel as if we've known each other for ages. It's just a pity that today we have other teammates, so we cannot chat for long. Next time, I will definitely light a candle and have a heart-to-heart with Senior Disciple.
Feng Ming nodded in agreement, certainly. But after he had walked far away, Feng Ming found it puzzling, when had he and that person become so familiar?
Suddenly, a figure approached from behind, softly speaking, "Feng Junior Disciple, you and Zhang Junior Disciple seem quite close, don't you?" Upon hearing this, he was startled and quickly turned around to explain, No.
We just happened to meet on the road."
"Senior Disciple, please don't misunderstand." The one who arrived was Feng Jin, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth.
"Is that so?" Feng Jin placed a hand on Feng Ming's shoulder, his voice dripping with menace and eeriness.
"Feng Junior Disciple need not worry, the Zhang Yan group won't last much longer.
Why should we bother with a bunch of soon-to-be dead people?" Hearing this, he trembled and asked, "What does Senior Disciple mean by that?"
Feng Jin glanced towards the four individuals gradually making their way deeper inside, unable to hold back his words.
"Do you really think the demonic abyss is easy to traverse?" Xie Zong Yuan and his companions only knew a few fragmented pieces of information, not to mention the demonic spirits and the numerous true demons wreaking havoc within.
If we were to encounter them, exterminating a group of pure spirit energy cultivators would be as effortless as flipping a hand.
He revealed a cunning smile, showcasing his own demonic aura.
Years ago, when Zhang's Senior Disciple was cultivating within the demonic abyss, there were still places with established restrictions, allowing us to cultivate there with peace of mind. However, Xie Zong Yuan and his group are completely unaware of this. Feng Jin's gaze grew increasingly scheming, every word he uttered carried no benevolent intent. This time during the cultivation, I have also brought along the 5 divine firearms. Even if Zhang Yan and Xie Zong Yuan truly have good luck and are not targeted by the Demon Lord, I should still conveniently resolve the grievances between both sides a little. Feng Ming behind him, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly reminded, this matter might not be appropriate. Among the companions, there is also Han Shi, a descendant of the Han clan, and I fear that many variables will arise. If this were to leak out.
Feng Jin waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for the warning.
You need not worry about that fellow, nor should you fear his Han clan title. In my view, there is an 80 to 90% chance that this guy will die here. When the time comes, if he obstructs me, with murderous intent radiating from Feng Jin, then we shall kill him together. In his mind, countless profound strategies had opened up, giving him an air of boundless confidence. Feng Junior Disciple, the likes of Zhang Yan and Xie Zong Yuan are but dried bones in a grave. In this lifetime of the Bright Blade sect, sooner or later, it will be our world. As long as you obediently follow me, this time you will smoothly advance into the mysterious Radiance realm and demonstrate your abilities in the sand by battle, gaining even more merits. In the future, if I establish a cave dwelling, there will certainly be a seat for you among my disciples. At this moment, a woman spoke up to inform the 4 of them, senior brothers, the guest quarters are full, and all the residents within the archery hall are women, so it's not convenient to receive guests from outside. You are all cultivators who live on the wind and drink the essence of the earth, surely, you wouldn't mind sleeping outside for a night, would you? Zhao Jun felt a surge of frustration, his face contorted with displeasure.
Is this even reasonable?
Just a moment ago, I clearly saw another group of people enter. Zhang Yan, standing behind him, silently cursed him for his loose tongue. Who told you to offend others with your big mouth? Suddenly, someone called out from behind Brother Zhang. The one arriving is Qin Nan. She was smiling brightly, her cheeks flushed. He then asked Junior Sister Song, "Are you cultivating here?" She softly spoke to the person beside her, several senior brothers. "These are guests from afar. If the guest house is full, then prepare a side hall for them to rest." The person replied respectfully, "Yes, Senior Master." Zhang Yan was extremely surprised and asked back, "Senior Master, so it turns out that Junior Sister is a top disciple under Peng True Immortal?" He thought to himself, since their separation less than half a month ago, he never expected that she had already reached the peak of pure spirit energy at the first level, and judging by the present situation, she would soon break through to the second level. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation was truly hard to imagine. Qin Nan shyly smiled and explained, "Originally, I was a registered disciple under Qin's senior disciple, but later Grand Master took me as a direct disciple." Xia Zongyuan, who was behind them, noticed that the two were happily chatting and suggested, "If junior disciple has accidentally met an old friend, there must be a lot to talk about. We shall take our leave first." Lu Tao covered Zhao Zhen's mouth with his hand to prevent him from speaking wildly again. He smiled and said, "This is also my first time coming to this renowned archery place. I wonder what beautiful scenery there is, so it's just right for Brother Zhao to guide us around for a bit." Then the three of them left, leaving a comfortable space for Qin Nan and Zhang Yan. She shyly asked, "Senior disciple, are you also going to cultivate in the demonic abyss?" He cheerfully replied, "That's right, Junior Sister, have you been there before?" She eagerly recounted, "Not long ago, I used to cultivate here every day." Then, she hurriedly reached into a small bag as if searching for something. "All right, Senior Disciple, please wait for me a moment." Finally, she pulled out a large map and handed it to Zhang Yan. Qin Nan explained about the item, "This is a map of the demonic abyss that I saw in the Master's study. I secretly copied it. I'm not sure how useful it will be. If Senior Disciple doesn't mind, please take it." He gently patted Qin Nan's head, continuously expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Junior Sister." She enjoyed it very much, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Senior Disciple is being too polite. I hope we can practice the sword of perfection together again in the future." At night, in a small house on a spacious plot of land, with lush trees in the back, Xie Zongyuan placed a box containing a deep red pill on the table, still emanating spiritual energy. "Brother Zhang, Zongyuan has not failed the mission, the cloud sand fire system is here." Zhang Yan also responded very politely, "Thank you for your hard work, Senior Disciple Xie." He then took out a blue vial and gently set it down. "This is a divine pill personally refined by my master, and I ask Senior Disciple Xie to pass it on to the senior brothers." He was delighted to see it. With these vials of elixirs, we need not fear the disturbances of the evil spirits anymore. Zhang Yan, with a serious expression, spoke up, "Evil spirits are easy to manipulate, while petty individuals are hard to guard against. Fang Zhen and his group may have learned that we are also heading to the demonic abyss. They might sneakily plot against us from behind. It seems this trip will not be smooth sailing." Xie Zongyuan, upon hearing this, also became very serious, his tone firm and prepared. "I, Xie Zongyuan, am not someone who is soft-hearted or lenient. Senior Disciple, you can rest easy." On the day the CI opened, Zhang Yan was leisurely making his way up the stairs to the front door of the Pavilion of Flying Crane. The door creaked open, revealing many groups of cultivators from various places gathered inside. In the center, there was a clear pond surrounded by large, sturdy stones. He slowly stepped in. On one side stood Feng Ming and Fang Zhen, glaring at his figure. Fang Zhen's gaze was filled with arrogance and disdain, casting a look at Zhang Yan as if he were an eternal enemy. However, his attention soon shifted to a refined young man with white hair in the distance. The person on the other side appeared to be a member of the Han clan. The tall young man with ivory white hair was none other than Han Qi. Zhang Yan quietly speculated that the individuals surrounding this young cultivator seemed to be his attendants, yet their expressions revealed no trace of respect. Suddenly, a mournful voice drew Zhang Yan's gaze back. He puzzled and asked Xia's senior disciple, "What's going on?" He turned to the woman who was sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down like rain in the distance, and spoke to explain that is Madame Chen, originally a renowned archer disciple. Her husband, after achieving victory, entered the CI but did not return. Therefore, this time she is pleading with everyone to allow her to accompany them into the demonic abyss. Although she is a cultivator, she holds a deep and sincere love for her husband. Suddenly, the water in that area erupted violently, startling everyone. After the water calmed down, a deep whirlpool appeared in the middle of the lake. Fang Jin and Feng Ming, along with their fellow cultivators, did not hesitate to jump down below. Now, he earnestly announced, "It's time, the CI is open." Han Qi immediately took out a sacred artifact. Streams of brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire group. Without delay, they quickly plunged into the center of the whirlpool. Lu Tao clasped his hands and spoke, "Zhao senior disciple, we can depart now." Zhao Zhen immediately took out a jade token, from which brilliant spiritual energy radiated. A large and sturdy ship gradually materialized within the dazzling golden spiritual energy. They prepared to board the ship one by one to enter the demonic abyss. However, only Zhang Yan was still gazing back. He looked towards the weeping woman and then turned to speak to Xie Zong Yuan, Xia's senior disciple. "Madame Chen is a renowned archer disciple and is surely familiar with the way into the demonic abyss. This will be beneficial for us. You should take her along." Upon hearing this, Xie Zong Yuan replied, "I had initially considered that as well, but the sandalwood ship can only carry 5 people at most, there is no room for her." Thus, Zhang Yan proposed a reasonable solution. "This is simple. We have the illusory void Dao robe that the Jinwang Water Kingdom gifted us. It can avoid water, fire, and 5 metals. Senior disciple can take her ahead, and then I will catch up with you." Zhang Yan inadvertently directed his gaze towards Zhao Zhen, his words carrying profound implications. His meaning was clear: having an additional reliable guide is always better than relying solely on one person. Xie Zong Yuan nodded in agreement, saying, "It's just that this might put Zhang at a disadvantage." Without any hesitation, Zhang Yan jumped into the water below. He quickly discovered a place where powerful whirlpools were gathering. He silently speculated, perhaps that is the demonic abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yan swam straight into it. The surrounding water began to churn, creating violent waves. Soon after, he was swept into a strange space, resembling an underground cave. Before him was a gigantic water vortex, continuously sucking water from all sides, forming a fierce and intense waterspout. He stretched his arms wide, feeling each stream of orange-gold spiritual energy gradually entering his body. The spiritual energy here seemed to be competing to penetrate every pore, and in the blink of an eye, it had replenished the amount he had just expended. This is just the entrance, Zhang Yan thought to himself. If the spiritual energy inside the demonic abyss is as intense as this, with a density nearly double that of Spirit Crest Island, if I dive deeper, after a month, breaking through to the mysterious Radiance realm will no longer be a challenge. After absorbing the energy, Zhang Yan continued to move. After flying for a while, 2 towering spires appeared before him, surrounded by floating white clouds. In the distance, his 4 teammates were waiting. Xie Zong Yuan cheerfully stepped forward, his voice brimming with excitement. "Brother Zhang, you finally made it." The moment Zhang Yan looked, he recognized that this was an illusion. Without hesitation, he unleashed a bright green spiritual energy orb. He murmured, "This just arrived? What a shame, too good to be true." Then he waved his hand, directing the swirling green energy to fly forward. It spiraled in mid-air, as if trying to break through the illusion before him. Immediately, the green spiritual energy shattered the illusory space, bringing Zhang Yan back to reality. As everything returned to normal, he realized he was standing in a cave. Above him were sharp stone spikes, and all around, streams of spiritual energy continued to emanate from every direction. Looking at the rushing water below, Zhang Yan thought to himself, what I just experienced must have been created by the illusions of the demonic path, there's no doubt about it. It is said that these demon heads can sense the desires within a person's heart. So, they used illusions to enchant their prey, just as it is. He recalled the situation he had just faced, and a smile crept onto his lips. Just now, the only thought that arose in my heart was to seek out my companions, along with a stubborn attachment to pursuing the great Tao. Immediately, the demon head sensed this and created an appropriate illusion. But clearly, they cannot delve deep into my inner self, they can only infect a faint layer on the surface. Zhang Yan chuckled softly to himself but did not dwell on it further. For someone with a steadfast heart, these illusions were merely a minor challenge. He prepared to continue onward, determined not to let anything obstruct the path ahead. How could the top scholar Zuan smile at others like Zhaozhen? This is truly a joke. It seems that as long as one remains vigilant in their heart and is prepared early, it is not difficult to cope. The following places increasingly feature more perilous high cliffs. Zhang Yan walked while glancing around, pondering. Xie Zong Yuan values promises and has said to gather at this spot, yet he is not here. Could it be that something unexpected has happened? Or has Fang Zhen and his group taken action? He hurriedly unfolded the map to examine the geography. Junior sister, mark a few caves where we can hide and cultivate, he instructed. Or let's check out these places first. Even if we don't find Xie Zong Yuan's group, we can temporarily reside there and not delay our cultivation. With this thought, he continued on his way. But along the journey, he unexpectedly saw something that left him astonished. On top of a rock, something was lying there in a relaxed manner. As I approached, I realized it was a person lying motionless. His mouth was filled with blood, and his eyes were tightly shut. Zhang Yan felt suspicious. Isn't this one of the members of the Han clan? Before the feeling of astonishment could dissipate, two figures suddenly appeared. One of them spoke up, Junior sister, how do you see my newly forged blood essence? Zhang Yan immediately channeled his energy, enveloping himself in a shield of spiritual energy. He quietly retreated behind a large rock to assess the situation. The two individuals drew closer. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man held a peculiar gourd, from which a stream of spiritual energy transformed into a deep red humanoid form, looking extremely terrifying. The woman beside him frowned, questioning, Senior disciple, is this what you call blood essence? While the dispersing aura might be overlooked, it lacks any spiritual consciousness. At best, it could move 2 steps, whether it can even injure someone remains uncertain. The man was not angry, he simply smiled and replied, of course, it can't be compared to the spirit of my junior sister. But I haven't been refining it for long, given some more time, I might not be weaker than you. Upon hearing this, the woman was extremely excited and exclaimed, Master is truly impressive. Just by facing a spirit, he was able to subdue 3 disciples of the 3 layers of clear energy from the Bright Blade sect. As soon as the man heard this, his expression immediately changed to one of displeasure. He grumbled, the cultivators of the Bright Blade sect are indeed formidable, especially the one wielding the spirit artifact that breathes fire. Not only did he incinerate a malevolent spirit that I painstakingly refined, but he also injured Master's spirit. I'm afraid it will take at least another year and a half of refinement before I can use it again. Zhang Yan remained seated behind the rock, listening attentively. Could these 2 be disciples of the Blood Soul sect, one of the 6 great demon sects? He thought to himself. The group led by Xie Zong Yuan must have encountered these individuals, forcing them to leave reluctantly. But the problem is, this place is located beneath the sea eye of the Bright Blade sect, how could they have gotten in? Is there another way into this place? The woman outside was still unaware, continuing to chatter on, revealing her entire plan. She said, for now, let a few Bright Blade sect disciples jump around. After half a month, once the master has subdued the true demon and comes over, they won't be able to escape their fate. Upon hearing this, the man's expression grew even more excited. He said, I initially intended to follow the path of the minor demonic abyss to seek out the major demonic abyss. I never expected this place to lead directly to the heart of the Bright Blade sect. On the contrary, unexpected misfortunes cannot be revealed to the outside. The future will have a significant impact. After returning, the elders will surely reward us. The anxious woman spoke up with a question. Senior disciple, senior disciple, they said we would meet here again in 3 watches, but why haven't we met yet?
Is it possible that we are facing a difficult opponent?
At that moment, Zhang Yan understood the whole story. These two were likely still disciple radiant energy vessel, but there was another senior disciple who wanted to come.
That would indeed be troublesome.
If we wait for another disciple from Blood Soul Sect to arrive, I fear I won't be able to leave. Right now, I have no choice but to take action. Finishing his words, he immediately unleashed the spiritual energy as before, creating and compressing the spiritual power within. Raising his voice, he declared, I have just recently mastered the Netherine heavy water, and you are just in time for me to test it out. After that, he launched a direct and lethal strike forward. The man, caught off guard by the sudden attack, was at a loss for how to respond, and could only freeze in place, raising his hands to protect his neck. But it was all in vain. The technique pierced through both the gourd and the man's chest, sending him flying and crashing against a large rock behind him, causing him excruciating pain. The woman, witnessing this, was also greatly alarmed. Even Zhang Yan himself was surprised by its destructive power.
Is it really that strong?
The mystic Lan Cloud secret tome records that after reaching the second level of the realm of clear qi, one can use 16 channels of pure qi to condense and refine Netherine heavy water. This cultivation method is relatively complex, requiring 16 channels of pure qi to be continuously filled in the chest. Every day at the hour of the pig, one must absorb the dark qi transmitted from the cold waters deep underground. After 108 days, one will be able to condense a single drop. At the same time, during the process of refining, no offensive techniques can be used, otherwise, it will be a wasted effort. But once it has formed into a drop, it possesses the strength of 1,000 pounds that is hard to resist. If there are 10 drops of heavy water among the crowd, there are few rivals. If there are 100 drops, 1,000 troops will flee. If there are 1,000 drops, then it can make waterfalls flow upstream, and rivers will change their course. At this moment, Zhang Yan was hiding behind a large rock, looking out. He gently extended his hand and performed a cultivation method. A stream of emerald light suddenly shot out. Then, he thought to himself, earlier, I was in such a hurry to break through to the next realm that I didn't pay any attention to this Netherine heavy water at all. I never expected its power to be so formidable. If I had refined 2 or 3 drops earlier, perhaps a single strike could have taken both of them down at once. As for Yang Ying, she was passing by when suddenly the source of power unleashed by Zhang Yan came rushing towards her. Immediately, she sensed it and quickly performed a graceful roll to evade the incoming force. After landing, her complexion changed along with her sharp gaze.
She angrily shouted, "Who ambushed me?" And then she immediately unleashed her secret technique.
Resolutely, she raised her hand towards her abdomen, and instantly, a source of bright red energy continuously gathered towards her hand, forming a small orb.
Then, she shouted loudly right away. The sources of power coalesced into a powerful human fish. At that moment, the human fish let out a piercing sound. Seeing this, he immediately performed a secret technique. He raised his hand slightly to chant a spell, and a stream of emerald power was created and launched towards his opponent. Instantly, he propelled the force with formidable speed. Yang Ying, seeing this, lifted her leg and kicked straight at the stream of power rushing towards her with great force. After the streams of power were struck by her kick, they rebounded and rushed back towards Zhang Yan. At the same time, at that very moment, she immediately ordered Lingyu to charge straight towards Zhang Yan. Seeing this, Zhang Yan quickly leapt back, thinking to himself, this blood soul is both real and illusionary, it is not something that those mindless spirits can compare to. It seems to be a unique technique of the Blood Soul Sect. His current sword strike had yet to incorporate mysterious radiance, and against such a substance that had form but lacked essence, he still couldn't break it with just one move. On Yang Ying's side, the streams of power continuously returned to attack her.
Seeing this, Yang Ying kept delivering precise kicks and shouted loudly, "Senior disciple, watch me send this guy to his doom, avenging you." As for Zhang Yan, he immediately launched a large brush, charging straight ahead, and said a go. The pen was launched, flying straight towards the figure of Lingyu. As the pen passed by, he screamed in agony before gradually dissipating into thin air. As Lingyu vanished, Yang Ying was hit by a backlash, clutching her stomach in pain. Instantly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite her condition, Yang Ying did not hesitate. She immediately got back on her feet and looked at Zhang Yan with a sharp gaze. Then, she invoked a secret technique, and a stream of fiery red energy was generated in her hand. Zhang Yan continuously unleashed streams of power rushing towards her. Seeing this, Yang Ying quickly dodged the streams of power heading her way. When those streams collided, the rocks erupted in a violent explosion. In a moment of peril, she swiftly took cover behind a large boulder. Nevertheless, the streams of power continued to assault her relentlessly. Turning back towards him, Zhang Yan wasted no time and conjured a sharp blade in his hand, charging straight at Yang Ying, thinking to himself. Although this woman was injured, her expression remained calm, and she continued to move around in this place. Perhaps she intended to buy time to wait for the least senior disciple she mentioned to arrive. Could she really think that this would prevent me from doing anything to her? And immediately, he struck Yang Ying's head with a powerful palm strike. After striking Yang Ying's head, he stood majestically, smiled slightly, and thought to himself, no wonder many cultivators prefer the path of strength, having a divine weapon in hand. If there were still supreme arcane techniques to protect the deities, then there would be no need to worry about rushing into battle with sacred artifacts or flying swords. Just raising the blade and bringing it down would suffice to kill a person. It truly is an indescribable thrill. Then, he sat down and looked towards Yang Ying, who had been knocked out by the team leader and was lying on the ground, silently thinking, I had considered the possibility of capturing a certain person before, but the methods of the disciple demonic sect record are perplexing, not to mention whether the information obtained through questioning is even true. If there are still techniques to track souls or something like that, wouldn't he be turning skill into clumsiness? It would be better to just kill him outright. And then, he raised his hand to his chin, deep in thought. Just now, he heard these two talking, and it seemed that their master would be arriving in half a month. This person actually managed to send out a soul fragment thousands of miles away and could effortlessly control countless pure spirit energy cultivators. Their strength was indeed formidable. It was unclear what level of mastery they had reached. The cultivation method recorded in the Grand Golden Book can only unleash its power when one reaches the mystical radiance realm. With my current level of cultivation, there is definitely no chance of winning against a master of this caliber. It would be better to find a safe place to stay and urgently increase my own strength. If I can successfully cultivate soon, then by that time, I might be able to put up a fight. In a place where sharp rock formations jutted out in abundance, Li Weide suddenly appeared upon those rocky outcrops. Li Weide manifested with a dignified posture, gazing ahead. The individuals in the sect immediately bowed their heads respectfully to pay their respects to senior disciple Li. At that moment, they brought forth someone who looked utterly wretched. One of them stepped forward and clasped their hands in reverence, saying, "This is the disciple captured from the Bright Blade sect, specifically brought here to be handed over to senior disciple for handling." Hearing this, Li Weide immediately activated his secret technique, and a massive hand was conjured, rushing towards the disciple of the Bright Blade sect, grabbing him. Then, that hand brought him before Li Weide. Seeing this, he was so frightened that he tightly shut his eyes, not daring to open them. Li Weide, observing this, gently asked, "I ask you, how many of you will be going to the demonic abyss next time? What are their names? What skills do they possess?" At that moment, the disciple of the Bright Blade sect, gripped tightly by the arm, slightly opened his eyes, glancing at him and spat out, "Your ghastly appearance clearly shows that you have practiced the blood origin art, transforming into something that is neither human nor ghost. How could someone like you dare to interrogate Master Zhao of your house? Just go ahead and do it." Hearing this, Li Weide chuckled softly and replied, "All right, you've got some spirit, I shall accommodate you then." The moment his words ended, the arm he created tightened, causing the disciple of the Bright Blade sect to scream in pain. Then, the hand clenched Huan tightly, and what happened to the disciple of the Brightblade sect seemed to be understood by everyone. After he tightened his grip, sending the disciple of the Brightblade sect to the west to seek scriptures, he looked towards the fellow disciples below and spoke, "The master is refining the true demon, and while the disciple is assisting, you all should search in all directions. If you encounter any disciple of the Brightblade sect, you must quickly return and report." The disciples below, upon hearing this, clasped their hands respectfully and replied affirmatively. After speaking, Li Weide performed the cultivation method and left. At that moment, Zhang Yan witnessed this and thought to himself, under the control of the 10 Taoist sects, the great demon sect has been cautious in its actions for hundreds of years, with many brutal and sinister cultivation methods forbidden from being practiced. The balance of power between the immortals and demons has always been maintained, and whenever the sects of the Donghua region are mentioned, it is always the 16 great sects that are referred to. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged on a large rock, with streams of jade-like energy continuously radiating, enveloping his entire body. Meanwhile, he was deep in thought, reflecting on the recent rumors circulating within the sect. The millennial demonic tribulation is approaching, and the demonic heads in the demonic abyss will only increase. The 4 other demonic abysses, whose locations are unknown to anyone, are also about to emerge one after another. Therefore, the sect leader has decided to capture Sanbai to enhance the sect's strength in order to deal with the demonic tribulation. Zhang Yan continued to ponder, if this is truly the case, then it will completely disrupt the current balance in the Donghua region, and a brutal war between the two sides of the demonic path is only a matter of time. After that, he raised both hands and gathered his energy. Streams of power continuously converged towards his hands. Demonic tribulation is also a form of tribulation, and the demonic heart represents the human heart, with the calamity of slaughter arising. For those of us cultivating the way, how could this not be an opportunity? At that time, perhaps the ones who are genuinely worried about this will only be those from the mystic sect, who have always schemed to maintain the status quo. Next, he immediately consumed a pill, thinking to himself, these are all matters yet to come. The current situation is that in order to keep the secret of their potential entry into the demonic abyss, the people of the Blood Soul sect will definitely want to find every possible way to eliminate all the disciples of the Brightblade sect in this place. It is even very likely that they will send people to guard the exit of the CI on the 15th, so by that time, there will surely be a conflict with mutual slaughter. After he swallowed the elixir, streams of deep green energy immediately enveloped a golden mystical radiance above his head. Now I have no choice but to exhaust all my abilities to elevate my cultivation. As time went on, the streams of emerald energy radiated fiercely, enveloping the mysterious radiance seed. After a while, the mysterious radiance seed absorbed his power, erupting into a powerful beam of light. Finally, this seed coalesced into a mystic radiance seed. He then gently brought the mystic radiance seed towards his neck, silently thinking, from now on, I will continuously use the secret method to condense and nurture it to grow. When even the aura of light from this seed can shine brilliantly, I will be able to enter the first level of the mystical radiance realm, where the spirit's brilliance first illuminates. At that moment, various mysterious radiance particles appeared above his head, hovering there. Seeing this, Zhang Yan thought to himself, I have the mystic radiance seed now, I can also transform the lightning sword surrounding my body and fly away. With this technique, even if I encounter a powerful cultivator and can't win, I can still escape far away and won't have to just stand by and wait for death. This is great. If things are progressing smoothly, I might as well go ahead and refine all of the cloud sand at once. The world within the gem is truly enchanting. At this moment, Zhang Yan is sitting, holding a source of energy, swirling it into a small vortex. He silently thinks, this is the mystic radiance seed of the Earth system, yet it can transform on its own without the need for cloud sand. Then, he gently raises his hand, condensing a source of energy in his palm. Suddenly, his gaze became sharp. He gently placed his hand on his chin, lost in thought. The 5 elements mutually generate each other. After the metal seed is cultivated, it stimulates the metal energy within. When the water seed is condensed, it happens several minutes faster, and then the water energy continues to nourish the wood element. The wood energy aids the fire element. Once these 4 types of energy succeed, they will once again activate everything. The remaining original essence has nowhere to go, so it transforms into the earth element. Therefore, it's clear that for this final type, there is no need to continue using cloud sand, it will naturally flow like water into a river.
Zhang Yan continued to ponder deeply.
No wonder everything has been speeding up after refining the mysterious seed, it turns out to be for this reason. Then, a beam of rainbow-colored light enveloped his body, gently lifting him into the air. If the 5 types have been achieved, when the day comes that I enter the mysterious radiance realm, I will be able to cultivate the 5 elements' supreme mystic radiance. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and thought to himself, could it be the disciple of the Blood-Soul Sect? Then, he waved his hand, and a surge of water energy enveloped his body. Immediately, Zhang Yan was enveloped by a stream of water, moving towards a high cliff nearby. Upon reaching the cliff, he looked down at the base of the rock face and thought to himself, so it's this person after all. Below the cliff, Han Shi was surrounded by 3 armed men. Seeing this, they began to threaten him. Han Shi, today we will take your life. We are merely following orders to work, you shouldn't blame us. If you are willing to stick your neck out and wait for the execution, we can certainly fulfill that for you, allowing your primordial spirit to depart on its own. As for Han Shi, upon hearing this, he could only respond helplessly, so it was indeed my father who sent you to take action? I thought he would leave me to fend for myself here. In a desolate wilderness, where towering rocky mountains rise up, the sky is unusually dark, without a glimmer of light. The scenery seems to blend into the gloomy stillness of the surrounding space. At this moment, Han Shi is furious, his face flushed, unable to contain his emotions. He shouts loudly towards Han Quanda, his voice filled with resentment, Han Quanda, I know that since childhood, my father has never liked me, and there have been many times he has tried to harm me. Fortunately, my mother has protected me, she has sheltered me many times, helping me to keep my life. He continued to speak, his voice filled with pain and unable to contain itself, but I just don't understand why my father insists on pushing me to the brink. Can you tell me why? Han Quanda, hearing this, replied coldly, without a hint of emotion, until today, I have not hidden anything from you. Years ago, when you had not yet been born, your father invited the master strategist from our sect to predict your fate. The result of the divination was that you would bring harm to your father. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Han Shi felt a mix of anger and confusion that made his whole body tremble. He stammered, each word seeming to struggle to escape his throat, is it really just for this reason? Suddenly, he grabbed the collar tightly and burst out laughing. Then, his expression turned angry, with veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted loudly, Han Shi, I swear to the heavens right here. If I do not die today, I will definitely destroy the Han clan in the future. Han Shi continued to shout, make your move. Hearing this, Han Quanda, while Zhang Yan stood on the cliff, witnessed everything. Thoughts kept flashing through his mind, and his expression darkened. He told himself, well, I might as well save you this once. Then, he channeled his strength into a white robe. In a moment of life and death, Zhang Yan moved the robe, flying towards them. Seeing this, Han Quanda stared blankly at the cloak racing towards him. Gradually, the cloak drew closer. Han Quanda and his underlings turned pale with fear and shouted, this is bad, it's someone from the Blood-Soul Sect, run quickly. After saying that, they abandoned Han Shi and fled with their tails between their legs. Han Shi, at that moment, stood there in confusion, watching their backs as they ran away. At that moment, Zhang Yan also jumped down from the cliff and approached him. Zhang Yan gently said, fortunately, that disciple of the Blood-Soul Sect had a cloak from their faction in his bag. Are you all right? Seeing Zhang Yan appear behind him, Han Shi asked in confusion, Brother Zhang, what was that just now? Zhang Yan looked at him and gently asked, do you know me? At that moment, Han Shi knelt before him and respectfully said, thank you, senior disciple Xie, for saving my life. After that, Zhang Yan turned his back and walked away, while a voice echoed, this place looks quite visible, how about you, Han, come inside with me. I still have a few matters I would like to ask senior disciple for guidance on. Han Shi, upon hearing this, replied, I cannot accept that.
If senior disciple has any questions, I will certainly let you know if I know the answers. Inside a vast cave, sharp rock formations protruded from within. At this moment, Zhang Yan and Han Shi were sitting opposite each other on a large stone. Zhang Yan then spoke up, "May I ask why you, Han, entered the demonic abyss? Has he ever seen the group of Xiezong Yuan senior disciples?" Zhang Yan continued to ask.
Han Shi replied, "Of course, we encountered members of the Blood Soul sect shortly after we entered.
The opponent had a very powerful blood avatar.
After we were pushed back, we also separated from there." Han Shi continued, "That blood avatar, aside from its floating and unstable body, looked exactly like a real person.
Its true form is definitely a core formation cultivator, no doubt about it."
Then, he looked at the pill that Zhang Yan had handed him, thinking to himself, "This is a qi replenishing pill." Zhang Yan, hearing what he said, gently replied, "If that's the case, it seems I can also cultivate here for a while. On the 15th, when the door of the CI opens, I will carve a path of blood to leave this place." Zhang Yan continued to ponder, "But if that's the case, I'm afraid it may take another 6 months or even a year before I can reach the mystical radiance realm.
By then, I might not be able to participate in the battle to eliminate Sanbai."
As for Han Shi, when he swallowed the elixir, his expression darkened. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, looked towards Zhang Yan, and shouted loudly, "Senior brother Zhang, save me." Zhang Yan had nothing to say in response, he simply listened. Han Shi continued, his voice contemplative, "If you trust me, I will find a way to help you extend your time by 2 months, assisting you in your cultivation."
Zhang Yan, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, "No, may I ask how senior disciple Han was able to do that?"
Han Shi, upon hearing this, took out a vial of elixir and replied, "This is the mystic blood pill, crafted by Ru Huang True Immortal of the Blood Soul sect. Back then, my ancestors participated in the extermination of Ru Huang True Immortal, and this mystic blood pill was obtained from that demonic body." Han Shi continued to explain, "This pill has no effect at all on mystic sect cultivators like us, but for the disciple demon sect, it is a supreme elixir. If that expert from the Blood Soul sect were to see this elixir, he would definitely swallow it immediately to refine it. Without a few months' time, it would be impossible to fully absorb its power." He continued, "Thus, it could help the senior disciple gain at least 2 months of time."
Zhang Yan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, "Senior disciple Han actually brought the mystic blood pill with him. Could it be that you had other plans all along?" At this moment, Han Shi's expression darkened unusually as he looked at the vial of elixir and softly said, "I was injured while still in my mother's womb, my aptitude is insufficient, and my desire to continue developing on the path of cultivation in Huan Gong is already hopeless in this lifetime. Just last year, there happened to be a fortuitous opportunity. Obtaining a copy of the demonic sect's scripture, if one were to join the demonic sect, there might even be a chance to attain enlightenment. And this mystic blood pill is precisely the initiation gift." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan thought to himself, to switch to practicing demonic arts means completely discarding all the cultivation methods I have practiced before and starting over. In just one night, 30 years of hard work would be rendered meaningless. There aren't many who can be so ruthless. Then, he looked at the boy and spoke, "Han senior disciple, have you made up your mind?" Hearing this, Han Shi was filled with enthusiasm and spoke loudly, "Brother Zhang, you come from a common background, yet you were able to join the lower house and become a true disciple. That is truly a rare occurrence in 100 years. Although I, Han Shi, may not be as accomplished as the senior disciples, I have a fervent spirit. If I don't try, how can I be at peace with myself?" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Who was I just talking about?" The voice attracted Han Shi and Zhang Yan, causing both of them to look out towards the entrance of the cave. Outside, a figure gradually approached, accompanied by the incessant sound of speech, "So it turns out to be the little thief Zhang Yan, you are up to your tricks behind the scenes. It turns out that Han Quande and his gang have entered the cave." Xiong Huang said, "Han Shi, I advise you to obediently take the test to avoid causing more trouble." Han Shi was taken aback and shouted loudly, "Han Quande," and Zhang Yan behind him calmly said, "If you've already left, why come back to take the test?" Hearing this, Han Quande burst into laughter. After that,
he immediately began to criticize Zhang Yan. "Zhang Yan, how dare you meddle in the affairs of my Han clan? No wonder Feng Junior disciple said that you would become a tiger blocking the path of our clan in the future." It seems he was indeed not wrong, but he was only half right. If you die here today, then naturally there will be no more trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan felt curious about the name Feng Junior disciple. As for Han Kuande and his group, he burst out laughing and said, "Two junior disciples, come join me in taking them down. Once we kill these two, we'll go back and receive our rewards. The family head will definitely reward us handsomely." On Han Chi's side, upon seeing this, he panicked and said, "Brother Zhang, be careful. That's Wind and Thunder Crown Cloud Dominance and Purple Star River Moonweave. Han Kuande, it seems the old lady is indeed plotting against you behind your back. Where did he get this Purple Star River Moonweave from?" Han Kuande, upon hearing this, laughed louder and louder, accompanied by a provocative voice that rang out, "Han Chi, do you finally understand today? I'll tell you the truth, the reason your deceased mother was able to steal the mystic blood pill and cultivation method is that the madam had this intention and secretly sent someone to report it to the old master, which ultimately led to her demise." Upon hearing this, Han Chi became furious, looking at him with a gaze full of hatred, and shouted loudly, "You scoundrel!" At this moment, Zhang Yan stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Han Chi's shoulder, and gently said, "Brother Han, you go ahead, I will handle things here." Upon hearing this, Han Chi clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Senior disciple, I understand your intention. My profound skills are lacking and cannot be of any help, nor do I want to implicate you. Han Chi, I am also a man of my word, and regarding the matter we just discussed, I will definitely find a way to fulfill my promise." After speaking, Han Chi immediately soared into the air, leaving them to deal with Zhang Yan. Meanwhile, the group led by Han Kuande shouted, "Trying to escape?" He continued, "Junior disciple, step up and stop him, don't let him get away." Hearing this, the man in the yellow robe brandished a knife enveloped in lightning and charged toward Han Chi, aiming to block his path. But at that moment, he was sent flying backward by Zhang Yan's cultivation method, unable to take another step forward. In a very short time, Zhang Yan quickly took down one of them. Meanwhile, Han Kuande and the senior disciple beside him were momentarily stunned for about 5 seconds. After a while, he regained his composure, his expression darkening as he saw his senior brother killed by Zhang Yan in an instant. He thought to himself, Zhang Yan has condensed the mystical radiance seed, which allows his sword to change form at will. From the very beginning, he targeted me, I fear I will be cut down by that blade. He then shouted loudly to the senior brother beside him, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and throw the Yen Ju Sha." Upon hearing this, the senior brother immediately executed the Yen Ju Sha cultivation method. A huge surge of power rushed toward Zhang Yan. At that moment, Han Kuande released a stream of white smoke that shot forward, continually enveloping Zhang Yan in a shroud of mist. Soon, Zhang Yan was surrounded by dense smoke. At this time, Han Kuande and his senior brother hovered above Zhang Yan. Han Kuande said, "Zhang Yan, with your sword in hand, you could originally have transformed into light and escaped, I couldn't do anything to you. But now, with smoke covering all around, this can be called a net of heaven and earth. Let's see where you can run to." Zhang Yan, upon hearing this, slowly threw a turtle shell into the air and then softly said, "You think you can stop me just with your numbers?" Zhang Yan continued, "I'm coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the turtle shell enveloped in a green aura suddenly grew unusually large. Then, it formed a green shield that surrounded him, deflecting the relentless attacks from Yen Ju Sha. At that moment, he firmly planted his right foot on the ground as a pivot and threw a massive weapon straight towards Han Kuande's brotherhood. Zhang Yan's throw was impeccably accurate, heading straight for his face. Han Kuande, upon seeing this, was taken aback and exclaimed, "What?" After that throw, he and Yen Ju Sha plummeted like birds from the smoke. Zhang Yan, seeing this, reached out to catch them, smiling lightly and saying, "Another trophy for me." Seeing this, Han Kuande's expression gradually became tense as he looked at Zhang Yan. He had chosen the 36th stratagem to flee as the best course of action, attaching the motor and running away like the wind. Noticing this, Zhang Yan used the mystic radiance seed to pursue him. Instantly, the mystic radiance seed caught up to him. Seeing this, Han Quan took the silk scarf in his hand, creating a thick cloud of smoke and continuing his escape. When the mystic radiance seed plunged into the cloud of smoke he created, it was instantly repelled back. But he knew that this alone would not be enough to stop Zhang Yan for long. As he fled, he hurriedly called back, "Zhang Yan, we have no enmity between us, so why must we go through such hardships to suppress each other? Let me go, and I will remember your kindness. Otherwise, today I will face your attacks to the end, and you won't be able to do anything to me." At that moment, the mystic radiance seed shot towards him at the speed of light. Instantly, it pierced through Han Quan's body. He collapsed to the ground, while the silk ribbon floated in the air. Seeing this, Zhang Yan gently reached out to catch the silk ribbon and murmured, "This item is suitable for female cultivators. It would be better to take it back and gift it to a fellow cultivator." The scene shifted to a cave. A violent surge of energy descended, pressing directly upon the group standing inside the cave. At this moment, Han Qi, along with Li Weimin and Li Weide, knelt on the cold ground. Li Weide clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Master, fortunately, I have not disgraced." Wu Guxia looked towards Han Qi, a strange smile appearing on his face as he spoke. "Good, indeed a handsome figure. The Blood Soul sect has always been open to expanding its disciples. If you wish to pay your respects and take me as your master, I will not refuse you." Han Qi immediately bowed his head and replied, "Disciple pays respects to master." Wu Guxia gently raised his hand and said, "No need for such formalities, stand up. After all, I am merely here in a blood form, and the rituals are quite inconvenient. For now, you can temporarily be considered a registered disciple. After we meet my true form, we will conduct the formal initiation rites. What do you think?" Han Qi respectfully replied, "Everything is at master's discretion." At that moment, Li Weide chuckled softly and said, "Master, Han Junior disciple and I have become quite familiar since we first met. Knowing that he wishes to join our sect, I presented him with a mystic blood pill and immediately sent a message to you, not daring to delay even for a moment." Li Weimin, standing beside, hurriedly placed a hand on Han Qi's shoulder, but was met with a loud rebuke from Li Weide. "Li Weimin, master is asking, what right do you have to interrupt? Hurry and step back." Hearing this, Wu Guxia chuckled softly and turned to Li Weide, saying gently, "It's all right. Li Weimin has done well, there's no need to reprimand him too harshly." Li Weide bowed his head and replied, "Yes, master." After that, he approached Li Weide and whispered, "Today, you traveled all night to escort Han Junior disciple to me yourself. This matter is crucial and cannot be lost. Do you understand?" Li Weide replied, "If I'm not here, all esteemed guest senior disciple might not be able to fend off the ambush of the Death Warriors from the Bright Blade sect." He reassured him, "It's fine, they are scared of me and lack the guts to come forward. As long as you don't provoke them in the coming days, it's all good. You just need to bring Han Junior disciple here. When the time comes, I will send someone to assist you. Can you make it back before the new day?" He continued, "The spirit soul in my blood essence has been corroded by the blood fire and can no longer endure. The 5 divine fire weapons truly live up to their reputation as a legendary artifact. Be cautious when you encounter them again." Having said that, he transformed into a vibrant red mist. After turning into mist, he soared away. As for Li Weide, he stayed behind and softly said, "Yudi obeys master's command." After Wu Guxia left, Li Weimin approached Li Weide and asked, "How did it go, elder brother? Did I achieve a great feat this time?" Li Weide frowned and replied, "Li Weimin, while I am not here, you must ensure to stop the disciple of the Bright Blade sect. Absolutely do not let a single one escape. Otherwise, all esteemed guest's junior disciple would have truly died in vain." Li Weimin smiled gently and replied, "I understand, don't worry. Elder brother, quickly take Han Junior disciple on the road, don't let master feel anxious." Li Weide stepped forward, grasped Han Qi's shoulder, and said, "Han Junior disciple, let's go." After finishing his words, he and Han Qi transformed into a stream of red smoke and left the cave.
A massive dragon-headed ship hovered in the air.
Above the ship were spacious and magnificent palaces. At that moment, Zhang Yan appeared, chatting with Lu Tao and Xie Zong Yuan.
Lu Tao spoke first. Brother Zhang is truly fortunate.
It's only been a few days since our last meeting, and you've already cultivated the mystical radiance seed. It seems you won't need a whole year to enter mystic radiance.
Zhang Yan replied, that day when I went to CI, I didn't see any of the senior brothers.
I was pursued by 2 disciples from Blood Soul Sect and had to hide in a secluded cave. I never expected that place would turn out to be quite favorable. After immersing myself in cultivation for a few days, I came out and formed the mystic radiance seed. I consider myself very lucky.
Xie Zong Yuan exclaimed, lucky? Clearly, it's the opportunity of a senior disciple that's come.
Even those around you should not feel envy. Lu Tao, sitting beside him, added, in recent days, our group has been hiding everywhere, evading the pursuit of the Blood Soul Sect disciples. Although riding on the Dragon Fawn airship, secure from being caught up, our minds have always been as tense as a drawn bow. In the end, we couldn't completely calm ourselves to cultivate. After finishing his words, Lu Tao looked towards Zhang Yan and thought to himself, Brother Zhang can cultivate in solitude, even condensing the mystic radiance seed. His resolute mindset far surpasses ours.
No wonder he can become a true disciple.
On Xie Zong Yuan's side, he gazed at Zhang Yan and softly said, Brother Zhang, given the current situation, it seems that 15 months from now, when the CI opens, if we want to get out of the demonic abyss, there will definitely be a brutal massacre. Zhang Yan immediately replied, as long as one of us manages to escape, this battle can be considered a victory. Lu Tao gently raised his hand to his chin, pondering before saying, exactly. The reason the Blood Soul Sect disciples want to block us is merely to conceal the news that the demonic abyss is connected to the outside world. As long as one of us can get out and inform our sect, there will surely be highly skilled cultivators sent here. If the Blood Soul Sect disciples remain reluctant to retreat, their fate can be easily predicted.
Xie Zong Yuan then added, that makes sense. But according to you, Brother Zhang, who among us would be suitable to go outside? Zhang Yan lightly raised 3 fingers and said solemnly, this matter is not for me to decide. If everyone wants to go out, then none of us will be able to leave.
However, if we agree to expend all our strength to send 1 to 3 people out, then there is still hope.
Xie Zong Yuan asked in confusion, but this is not something we can decide.
At that moment, the door to the study was opened. Fang Zhen entered with a group of disciples from the sect, followed closely by a crowd of people. As soon as Fang Zhen entered, he said, without the 5 divine firearms of Fang's senior disciple leading the way, who dares to say they can definitely get out? When Fang Zhen stepped into the study, he immediately recognized Zhang Yan. He spoke up, Brother Zhang, you are a true disciple, so you must be the first to go out, right?
Zhang Yan smiled slightly and replied, why would Fang's senior disciple say that?
Of course, I will not leave.
The disciples behind Fang Zhen looked at each other in confusion and exclaimed, what?
Zhang Yan continued calmly, as a true disciple, I usually enjoy the comforts of the sect.
Now, if I were to abandon Dong Men and hastily flee, what kind of reasoning would that be in this world?
Fang Zhen looked at Zhang Yan, his eyes filled with resentment, thinking to himself, is Zhang Yan subtly mocking me for retreating during the battle at Small Wave Mountain last time?
Zhang Yan also suddenly became dazed, thinking, with the excess demonic abyss spiritual energy, this place is a cultivation paradise.
With Han Chi's support, it would take at least a month for a Dan transformation cultivator to reach this place. If a mystical radiance cultivator really does come, I can just find a hidden cave to hide.
At that moment, Zhang Yan's face darkened. He thought to himself, I really can't believe that the demonic abyss is so vast, and yet the enemy can still find me.
If I don't attain mysterious radiance, I absolutely won't leave this place. At that point, Hung Ming appeared. He gently placed his hand on his chest and said, regarding Lu Tao. Lu Tao gestured towards Xie Zong Yuan and spoke, in fact, as I see it, our group should allow Xie's senior disciple to go out first. Fang Zhen stepped forward, his tone mocking, Lu Tao, I remember you come from Cold Codex.
Since when did you become a vanguard of the Xie clan? Lu Tao calmly replied, let's discuss the matter at hand. What I said has its own reasoning. Why does Fang's senior disciple need to make sarcastic remarks? Fang Jin gave a faint laugh and responded, alright, then I would like to hear your reasoning. Go ahead. Xia Zong Yuan interjected, Lu junior disciple, it seems that might not be okay? Lu Tao seriously stated, Xia senior disciple, you are a disciple of the Xie clan. After reporting the situation here to the sect, even if the sect cannot respond in time, you can still invite powerful clan members to come and rescue us. Therefore, only if you go out can we feel at ease. The others cannot. Lu Tao continued, this is Zhaojin's senior disciple's agarwood boat. Our lives rely on senior disciple now. Having said that, he presented an agarwood boat to Xia Zong Yuan. Xia Zong Yuan, seeing this, turned to Fang Zhen and asked, Fang senior disciple, what do you think? Fang Zhen replied, Xia senior disciple, just take it. Lu Tao seems to have a point. He continued, however, it is not appropriate for just one person, Xia senior disciple, to go out of the demonic abyss. In my opinion, we should add Feng junior disciple and one disciple of Sun elder to the group. What does everyone think? Hearing this, Feng Ming looked confused and said, Feng senior disciple, but I. Fang Jin placed a hand on Feng Ming's shoulder, reassuring him, I have 5 divine firearms in hand, there is nothing to fear. Just rest assured. Feng Ming hesitated and said, senior disciple, how about you go first? At this moment, Zhang Yan spoke up, a Feng junior disciple has outstanding talent and limitless prospects, he cannot be easily lost here. I believe this can work. Just then, Jin Ming entered the room. Xia Zong Yuan, seeing him, asked in surprise, Jin Ming, is there something you need? Jin Ming replied softly but firmly, I am very grateful for the care of all esteemed guests these past few days. However, I have come to the Sound Cave to find my husband. Since I have not found him yet, I will certainly not leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Zong Yuan took the agarwood boat that Lu Tao handed over and nodded, saying, alright, then let's decide on this. In 5 days, we will proceed according to this plan. He then turned to everyone, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, I, Xia Zong Yuan, will not disappoint all esteemed guests if I manage to leave the Sound Cave. Outside the corridor, a voice echoed in, tonight, I have come here to ask senior disciple for a favor. It turned out to be Xia Sang Yuan visiting Zhang Yan's chamber to talk. Zhang Yan gently raised his hand, smiling as he said, senior disciple need not be polite, please go ahead. Xia Sang Yuan looked towards Zhang Yan and spoke, Brother Zhang, you know that the battle in 5 days is very dangerous, and among us, we do not know how many will survive. I have a junior who lost both parents at a young age, and I have taken care of him for the most part. He then handed him a jade pendant and continued, if I die in this battle, I would like to ask senior disciple to pass this item to her. Zhang Yan questioned, are you asking me to help after your death? He said to Lu Tao, Lu senior disciple, I might be the one to remain in this demonic abyss, with no next life. Life and death are unpredictable, wouldn't it be more appropriate to entrust this to Xia's senior disciple rather than to me? Lu Tao smiled and replied, I originally came from a poor background, my family has been in decline for a long time. It was only when I turned 50 that my master guided me to cultivate on the Immortal Island. He continued, this junior of mine has exceptional talent, my master once said that no one in the apricot Immortal Peach could be her teacher. Not stopping there, Lu Tao added, I've heard that senior disciple is the disciple that Zun Jiyan, the true master, values highly and is close to Ning's senior disciple. Ning Rongxian is also a direct disciple of Director Zhu, who is of the same generation as the sect leader and Grand Master, and moreover, has a wide network. Ji's senior disciple could casually mention a word in front of him, perhaps a good master could be found for my junior. Zhang Yan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, if he can safely escape from this battle, then I can pass this jade pendant to senior disciple. As for the other matters, it depends on fate. Lu Tao joyfully said, then thank you, Xia senior disciple, I am truly grateful. At the hour of the snake on the 15th of November, the exit of the demonic abyss was somewhat chaotic, and from the exit emerged a ship made of wood, intricately carved, exuding an imposing aura. Li Wei Min saw this and thought to himself, has it arrived?
He then waved his hand, commanding the subordinates behind him, "Go see the capabilities of the cultivators from the Bright Blade sect." Two of his subordinates immediately cast their spells, and behind each of them appeared a tall, muscular spirit with a fierce face. One of them said, "We just need to buy a little time. As long as we wait for my elder brother Li Wei to return, dealing with these people will be as easy as flipping a hand, right?" The two spirits, under their control, ferociously flew towards the ship that was about to attack. Zhang Yan coldly raised his hand and unleashed a stream of wondrous blue power. Seeing this, Fang Zhen felt an itch in his heart. He also wanted to lend a hand. Thus, a stream of purple power emanated from his palm. It wasn't violently intense, but it was enough to destroy the two spirits, causing them to wail in pain. Li Wei Min, witnessing the scene, felt extremely angry and uncomfortable, clicking his tongue. One of his subordinates then spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Li Wei Min lamented, "So powerful. No wonder elder brother warned me to be careful, just a moment of carelessness and a disciple has been killed. If we confront them head-on, without elder brother here, it would indeed be difficult to stop them." Zhang Yan withdrew his power and turned to Xie Zong Yuan, saying, "Xie senior disciple, it seems that the Golden Core cultivators and the mysterious Radiance cultivators of the enemy are not here. We can fight with full force." Xie Zong Yuan was skeptical and said, "How can we be sure?" Zhang Yan slowly explained his reasoning. If they were here, there would be no need to put on such a defensive posture. Xie Zong Yuan did not respond to him. Instead, he turned and smiled, clasping his hands as he spoke to Fang Zhen. "It seems this mist is unusual. Senior disciple Fang, I must rely on your 5 divine firearms to guide us." Fang Zhen crossed his arms and replied with a frown, "I know." After saying that, Fang Zhen activated the 5 divine firearms, and a golden circle appeared surrounded by ethereal purple lights. Feeling it was sufficient, he unleashed his technique and declared loudly, "You all protect me." Fang Zhen continued, "I command the esteemed brothers behind to follow." The purple energy from his hands surged forward, blooming like fireworks, yet it was powerful and dangerous. Li Wei Min, seeing this, sneered disdainfully, showing no signs of fear. He thought to himself, "I buried a piece of gathering essence jade beneath the layer of sand and stone here, which can absorb the continuous flow of spiritual energy around, providing power for this sacred artifact." At this moment, Li Wei Min could no longer remain still and began to take action. He held the magical artifact in his hand and tossed it up, calling forth its power while thinking, "As long as the main flag is intact and the flag bearer is still standing, even if that side entrance is destroyed, it can condense again at any time." Lu Tao had a vague feeling that something was not right. He questioned, "The time for CI to activate is drawing closer, yet we cannot disperse that thick layer of clouds. Who would dare to recklessly venture inside? I wonder what kind of deadly tricks are hidden within." Zhang Yan turned to ask Fang Zhen, "Fang senior disciple, based on your earlier observation, how many flagpoles can you blow down in one breath if you give it your all?" Fang Zhen replied, "There are a total of 36 flagpoles. If I attack with full force from the front, I could probably take down at least 18 of them." He seemed quite satisfied with Fang Zhen's answer. "Looking at the situation," he said, "then we can blow down half of them. That will be enough." Seeing this, Xie Zong Yuan asked, "Does senior disciple have any ideas already?" Zhang Yan directed his attention to him and said, "Xie senior disciple, earlier when Fang senior disciple cleared a small section of the mist, I caught a glimpse of someone in the center holding a large door. After this person waved the flag, the mist began to gather again. That person must be crucial to this formation. We need to think of a way to eliminate him." Fang Zhen smiled and said, "Zhang junior disciple, that person is deep within the clouds. If we want to get in and kill him, we must disperse the mist first. If we could disperse it, why are we still standing here?" Lu Tao asked Zhang Yan, "Has Brother Zhang come up with a plan already?" He replied, "I believe the mist can be utilized. If Fang senior disciple's divine weapon can disperse it once more, I can take advantage of the brief moment when the mist hasn't closed in again to use my sword to slip inside and strike down that person." Fang Zhen was startled by his decision, hesitatingly asking Zhang junior disciple, "Have you thought this through? If you fail after entering, we won't be able to rescue you." Zhang Yan smiled, his eyes sparkling with hope as he said, "Of course I've thought it through.
Right now, the opponent's mysterious Radiance Realm cultivator is not here.
If we don't take the chance to try, once he returns, we might not even have an opportunity like this again." Fangjin sensed his boldness and laughed heartily, saying, "All right, if Zhang Jr. disciple has such spirit, then Fangjin will not shy away." He turned forward, angrily and proudly declaring, "Today, I will let you all see the might of my 5 divine firearms." Suddenly, the ship shook violently, a strong wind arose, and a towering whirlpool appeared. Xia Zhongyuan turned back to everyone and said, "The great door of the sea is opened, and the water is pouring down, everyone is struggling." Lu Tao said with difficulty to him, "Xia senior disciple, you and Feng junior disciple should quickly board the Agarwood ship while you can. What Zhang is about to do is definitely well planned." He continued, "Once the formation is broken, without hesitation, jump into the water column with all your strength and flow downstream to escape from the demonic abyss."
Xia Zhongyuan replied with great sorrow.
Over there, Zhang Yan told Fangjin, "Senior disciple Feng, it's time to take action." He immediately began to act, summoning the power of the 5 divine firearms, which seemed even more intense and powerful than before. Waves of purple energy continuously swirled around the massive golden circle, creating a chaotic scene. Li Weimin had witnessed everything. He was holding a flag in his hand, feeling extremely frightened. After sensing that the flow of power had become sufficiently strong, Fangjin pushed both hands forward, directing the 5 divine firearms towards the thick clouds, uttering the command to open. The streams of purple light surged from the circle, dispersing a path through the clouds, heading straight for the center. There stood Li Weimin, holding the flag. He was hit by the weakening strike but still struggled to hold on, rising to wave the flag in an attempt to restore the dissipated clouds.
Zhang Yan squinted his eyes, fully focused, thinking to himself, "This is the moment."
The Agarwood ship emitted 2 powerful beams of green light from above, aimed at the layers of clouds, but at the same time, a streak of red light suddenly appeared, shooting off at an incredible speed.
Lu Tao exclaimed in panic, "Not good, it's the mysterious Radiance cultivator returning."
Li Weimin, at that moment, looked at the bright red streak and felt relieved, cheerfully saying, "Big brother is back."
His subordinates echoed, "Li senior disciple is back." At that moment, the blue light continued to act. Li Weimin was surprised and didn't have time to grasp what was happening before he was attacked by the force. To the astonishment of his subordinates, Madame Chen suddenly realized something important and exclaimed, "Look, the fog has cleared." Lu Tao turned to Xia Zhongyuan and said, "Xia senior disciple, hurry up, brother Zhang has succeeded." Then a golden glow merged with the swirling column of water. Fangjin frowned as he watched the ship in the distance racing towards the vortex. Could it be that the disciple of Blood Soul Sect has no contingency plan? Xia Zhongyuan was unaware that this was an act of self-destruction. He was reluctant to go down with him. The ship had begun to collide with the outer edge of the vortex, but fortunately, it was not pulled into the storm. The whirlwind continued unabated, and the boat was unaware of when it had managed to break free. Fangjin was taken aback and exclaimed, "And yet, we have successfully escaped." He clung to the railing, looking at the people below, then turned to gaze at the boat that had made it outside. A pensive expression crossed his face as he thought, "How infuriating, it turns out I have overthought this. If I had just timed it right earlier, perhaps I could have charged out in one go. But as for the present..." At this thought, he gritted his teeth in anger. Fangjin flew to the front of the boat, and one of the crew shouted, "Follow me to break through and escape." Lu Tao, seeing this, panicked and shouted, "Feng, senior disciple Feng, according to the original plan set by the people of the Bright Blade Sect, the objective of getting the 2 Xia Feng out has been achieved. We should quickly retreat now to avoid a direct confrontation with the disciples of the Blood Soul Sect who are at the mysterious Radiance stage. We should patiently wait for the high-level cultivators from the Nether Spear sect to come to our rescue. However, staying in the demonic abyss is far too dangerous. If we take the initiative, we might still be able to escape from this place. The hope of survival is right before us." Xia Gongyuan and Feng Ming left easily, causing Fangjin and the others to feel uneasy. Fangjin cast a spell, creating a golden circle, thinking that this was the boundary between life and death.
If that mysterious radiance cultivator arrived in time, there would be no chance to retreat. Everyone was surprised as he rushed forward, his face full of confidence. Suddenly, the red thread advanced. The red thread gently slipped through his hand, leaving him stunned. The red thread began to wrap around his arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Fangjin clutched his arm in agony, looking at the person in front of him. The culprit behind Fangjin's arm was Li Weide. He looked at Fangjin, and they faced each other. The three people on Fangjin's side prepared to attack simultaneously, shouting loudly and charging forward. Li Weide closed his eyes, calmly exuding a great source of power. He nimbly dodged all the attacks, leaving those people in shock. This was the arrogance of the mysterious radiance cultivator. If the pure spirit energy cultivator did not have a sacred artifact for protection, just a single brush with mysterious radiance would lead to a fate of shattered souls. The person on Fangjin's side was terrified and tried to flee, but how could it be that easy? Li Weide pointed at him and said seriously, "Want to run?" Then he unleashed a red thread. The red thread shot straight towards the back of that person, causing him continuous pain. He was already wearing protective armor, so he quickly escaped from Li Weide. Seeing this, Li Weide said, "Humph, do you think having a piece of protective armor can protect you?" Li Weide cast a spell, creating a gigantic phantom hand. The two phantom hands of Li Weide grabbed the person from Fangjin, leaving him in utter fear. Li Weide soared into the air amidst a swirl of black energy, radiating a source of power around him. The phantom hands, with their claws, aimed to eliminate that person, but unexpectedly, the hands were unable to do anything. He still managed to escape. At that moment, Fangjin's ring also fell down, then flew back up. The ring flew straight into the vortex, accompanied by a stream of golden energy. Li Weide looked in that direction and thought to himself, surely this person has a powerful cultivator protecting him, which is why the primordial spirit has not been destroyed. He thought to himself, ignoring Fangjin, and then ran after the boat that was slowly drifting away. Lu Tao saw that the lady was still standing there, and he shouted, "Madam Chen, hurry up." The boat had already gone far, but Li Weide did not give up. He charged forward, using his red thread to attack. The boat was halted by that red thread. The thread pierced through the chests of Lu Tao and Madam Chen, leaving both of them stunned. Zhang Yan landed on the boat, and before him were two invisible figures, only visible by the red threads surrounding them. He unleashed the mystical harmony shield, but immediately after, the shield shattered into pieces. In one hand, Zhang Yan held some kind of token, while in the other, he grasped a sphere that resembled a belly of curses. That sphere created a barrier, separating him from everything around. Zhang Yan was inside it, solemnly gazing at the two invisible figures. The red thread advanced, producing a swish sound as its ends touched his barrier. Zhang Yan's expression was very calm at this moment. He used the token in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to chant a spell. The boat continued to sail forward. Li Weide stood behind, watching the boat grow increasingly distant, his eyes blazing with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Wei Min, don't worry, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will kill that bastard and avenge you." 16 days later, aboard the Long Na spaceship in the cabin, Zhang Yan was meditating. He slowly opened his eyes and gently said, "Is it here again?" Stepping outside to take in the scene before him, he thought to himself, 16 days have passed, and these days have been spent in evading pursuit. Zhang Yan looked towards the approaching figure and thought, it seems that the opponent will not stop until they have killed me. Li Weide reappeared, employing the same old trick, throwing out a red thread. Zhang Yan immediately summoned two swords, but his mind was racing, not understanding why. Clearly, it was past December 1 estate, and the sea should have opened again by now. Logically, the Brightblade sect should dispatch high-level cultivators to come down and provide assistance. At the very least, someone should have come down to check. Yet, until now, no one had come down here. Two swords fought fiercely with the red thread of Li Weide. The stream of thoughts continued in Zhang Yan's mind. In recent days, while battling this person back and forth, he had also discovered the characteristics of this bloodline. This item would actively devour anything with sentience and spiritual energy. If the thing being gnawed on during this process was flesh and blood, the bloodline would seem to extract nutrients from them.
However, if it encountered a high-grade magical artifact, the bloodline itself would be completely depleted by the spiritual energy.
Thinking this, Zhang Yan unleashed countless high-grade magical artifacts. He smiled faintly, confidently thinking, I may not have other things, but I have countless sacred artifact flying swords. After all, ever since I obtained the Sword of Perfection, I no longer need these anymore. Li Weida was stunned and said, this guy is too extravagant, using all the flying swords classified as low-grade spiritual energy to block, and moreover, each one follows one after another, just like scraps of meat being thrown out. After a while, he was exhausted, panting heavily. Nevertheless, Li Weida still shouted loudly to assert his dominance. Junior, I will definitely kill you. After the battle, Zhang Yan continued to ponder. With the sacred artifact spaceship in hand, there was truly no need to fear the enemy. He sat down, his hands resting on his knees, and his mind kept swirling with thoughts. He wondered, but clearly, I have accumulated enough Xia brothers, so why can't I break through the final barrier? After thinking with his eyes closed for a long time, Zhang Yan asked himself, could it be because of divine will? Then a new thought emerged in his mind, the Seven Loves Golden Heavenly Book regarding the two paths of metal and fire? These two systems inherently possessed a fierce will surging forth, representing a bold and resolute path. Yet during these days, he had been cooped up in the Long Na spaceship, constantly avoiding confrontation. It looked dangerous, but in reality, it was extremely peaceful. With a retreat path in his heart, naturally, it would not stimulate the thoughts of life and death combat in his mind. Thus, with the divine will misaligned, it was impossible to achieve the realm of unity with mysterious radiance. Not creating any waves, he found that he still could not complete this final step from beginning to end. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. He realized that his purpose in this life was to overcome difficulties, to break down and rebuild. Having come this far, the only thing left was to seek a way to survive in a place of death. With that thought, he called out loudly, is Su Yilang there? The green jade orb in his hand began to glow. Su Yilang appeared, bowing his head and saying, what can I do for you, my lord? Seeing the ethereal image of Su Yilang materialize, Zhang Yan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Su Yilang quickly lowered himself to the ground, kneeling in cold reverence, continuously expressing his gratitude. Thanks to my lord bringing me here, I have been able to attain this day. Then, he raised one hand, rubbing his head, looking a bit apprehensive, and continued, this place is devoid of sunlight, and the underground is filled with murky and ominous energy. For a spirit like mine, it is a great tonic. Thus, during these days, I have been experiencing comfort, and my damaged primordial spirit has been gradually recovering. Zhang Yan stood with his arms crossed, and happily continued, it's just that your opportunity has come. Listen carefully, this time I need to break through to a new realm, and there must be no mistakes. You will help me keep an eye on the situation outside, and you need to observe carefully, do you understand? Su Yilang immediately cried tears of joy. He rushed over, tightly embracing Zhang Yan's arm and expressing his gratitude repeatedly, Master, why have you only now allowed me to contribute my strength? Su Yilang, I have always had no chance to achieve merit. Today, I finally have the opportunity to step into the spotlight. I will definitely work diligently and absolutely will not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Zhang Yan smiled with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indulgence on his lips, then said, you, this little brat, really are used to relying on others. The ship continued to move forward, passing through the dark and dangerous cave. From the train, Zhang Yan quickly jumped down to the ground below, his face serious, thinking to himself, this time, I consider it as cutting off my retreat, burning the boats behind me. Under the influence of his tense mood, it seemed as if a gloomy aura was radiating around him. He continued to remind himself, at most, in 3 to 5 days, that mysterious radiance cultivator from the Blood Soul sect will catch up. If I can't get through this step, then I will be a dead man. Su Yilang, pointing in a direction with curiosity, asked, old man, there are many evil spirits around here, I wonder if I can touch them? Zhang Yan calmly replied, they are originally unowned objects, use them as you wish, you can cultivate on your own, no need to ask me. After confirming this, Su Yilang's body began to grow larger, one hand reaching out to grasp the evil spirit in front of him. Zhang Yan looked on with some confusion, not understanding how he was able to do this, but he did not stop him. Su Yiling tightly grasped two demon essences in his hand, and began to articulate clearly. Initially, the demon essence was formless and immaterial, originally born from the star of the netherworld. For an ordinary cultivator, it is something to avoid at all costs, but for beings like us with spiritual bodies, it is a great tonic. In the demonic sect, there is also a cultivation method that involves severing the flesh to cultivate the spirit, but that method is extremely dangerous. However, I am a cultivator of open meridian, and the primordial spirit is not something a mere mortal can compare to. He displayed an emotionless expression and continued, regardless of anything else, cultivating in the demonic abyss is a privilege reserved for the disciples of the demon sect's master. However, this place is merely a small demonic abyss, not comparable to a true demon eye, yet it has already reached the level of a typical cave abode.
The demon leader here is truly one of a kind.
At the same time, Su Yiling placed the demon essence in his mouth, causing it to struggle incessantly.
Zhang Yan, at this moment, remained silent and contemplative.
He recalled Han Chi's earlier words: if he sought the demonic sect, there might still be a glimmer of hope for enlightenment. Then, he pondered silently, the demonic sect, like a drop of water condensing and falling from the stalactites above the cave. Zhang Yan focused his mind on cultivation, as a faint golden energy continuously emanated from his body. Sui Nong, with his mouth biting into the body of the demon, called out in warning, "Master, he's coming." After waiting for a response that never came, he hurriedly waved his hands, repeatedly reminding, "Master, Master, he's here, he's here."
At that moment, Zhang Yan was deeply concentrated.
He sat there, telling himself, right now, the mysterious radiance occupies my mind, like a stagnant pool of water. I must stir this mysterious radiance little by little, awakening the spiritual essence within it. At this point, Zhang Yan encouraged himself, these first steps are the hardest. It's not about standing still but rather about not having reached the right level. It's like adding firewood to boil water, melting iron, patience is essential. In the large pit before him, Su Yiling was hiding, one hand pointing forward, his face extremely panicked, and then he shouted a warning, "Master, he's coming, he's right in front of us." At that moment, Li Weide quickly appeared, his body hovering in the air, unable to suppress his doubts. This place was clearly a lifeless land, and this cunning man had always managed to escape effortlessly after several previous encounters.
Why was he suddenly digging his own grave? Was he up to some trick?
Zhang Yan below sensed the commotion and thought to himself, if the enemy is strong and at the door, it's the most critical moment.
Can we overcome this? It all depends on this one time.
He brought his palms together, and fierce energy sources appeared around him, blazing like a fire. Then, powerful bolts of electricity formed a barrier around him. The two sources of energy merged together, creating a complete unified entity, accompanied by an incredible amount of power. However, Li Weide's weak abilities could not withstand it all, his power was quickly nullified. Zhang Yan gradually emerged from within that powerful energy, looking ahead with immense confidence.
Seeing this scene, Li Weide couldn't help but be taken aback, exclaiming, "Mysterious radiance, is it?"
He thought to himself, frustrated, clearly, this junior is just a pure spirit energy cultivator. How could he have transformed in the blink of an eye into a cultivator at the same level as me, with the same cultivation? Zhang Yan gently raised his hand, unleashing an astonishingly intense surge of energy, and spoke clearly, "The practitioner of the Blood Soul sect has been chasing me for many days, so I have no choice but to use you to test the might of my mysterious radiance a bit, thus seizing this opportunity to express the turmoil in my heart." After that, the powerful energy surged forward. Li Weide could only conjure a hand to defend himself, but his abilities were far inferior, and he quickly found himself exhausted, causing his body to be pushed back. Li Weide, unwilling to accept this, questioned, "Impossible, he has just mastered the mysterious radiance, how can he be so formidable?" Filled with rage, he exclaimed, "Junior, are you really so audacious?" Simultaneously, a silver ring shot out from the palm of his hand, enlarging as it spun, generating an immense force. Suddenly, a small energy sphere emerged from Zhang Yan's body, flying forward. It was as if he had just realized a profound truth, and he thought to himself, I've heard that the mysterious radiance, perfected in the Grand Golden Book, can match the power of a sacred artifact flying sword. I wonder if that's true. A somewhat sinister smile appeared on his lips. He unleashed a fierce flame towards Li Weide, who was fleeing. In an instant, Zhang Yan appeared right before him. He extended his index finger, preparing to strike. Li Weide could only conjure a weak barrier to shield his body. The power of Zhang Yan was immense, dense around him. Li Weide's body was filled with wounds, and he began to curse, "You little brat, how dare you toy with me? A man can die, but he will not endure humiliation." Next, Li Weide, without any hesitation, plunged headfirst into danger. Zhang Yan, seeing this, was extremely pleased and immediately indulged him, saying, "If you are so eager to seek death, then I shall grant your wish." A strike from Zhang Yan came down in front, instantly sweeping away everything that remained. Zhang Yan stood there emotionlessly, watching, while secretly thinking, the people of the Blood Soul Sect, the people of the Bright Blade Sect, Lu Tao, Fengzhen, and also Madame Chen, I only know that they no longer know that guy. All of them have turned to dust. Witnessing all that had happened, he silently told himself, the great way of eternal life is truly heartless, the path of cultivation is still long, and the road to the great Tao before me is just the beginning. At this point, the great Tao contest at CI Demonic Abyss came to an end. Please look forward to the next chapter. The punishment of Sanbai once again ignited the calamity of war. The gem in Zhang Yan's hand emitted a mysterious blue power. Before long, the energy within the gem was depleted, and it shattered into pieces. He was sitting in meditation, with a massive pillar of light behind him, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy gradually approaching, and another gem appeared in his hand. This time, Zhang Yan absorbed the power within it through his third eye. Yeah. He stood up, exhaling a breath and softly said, "This is one of the cultivation methods that Brother Xia controls within the Sword of Perfection, as recorded in the primordial sword scripture of the Radiant Separation Technique. This method, when in conflict, can cause the sword light to decompose and injure others. 2 becomes 3, 3 becomes 1,000 becomes 10,000. Until it returns to its original essence, each tiny particle of spiritual essence can be regarded as a sword of perfection. However, to master its application, one must slowly refine the sword of perfection together with Brother Xia first, integrating it into the body along with the mysterious radiance. At present, attempting to use it again would be somewhat forced." At this moment, he clasped his hands behind him, his gaze following the distant mountaintop. Today was the 12th of December. In 3 days, Zhang Yan could borrow the Scroll of the River's Might to return to the Dragon Abyss Great Estate. However, up to this point, he still did not understand why there had been no response from the Bright Blade Sect. Zhang Yan pondered inwardly, not to mention the other fellow disciples trapped here, he said, as a true disciple, the sect would definitely not abandon me once they learn of my situation. Moreover, once Shu's senior disciple finds out, even if he cannot come himself, he will certainly invite other experts to rescue me. The greatest possibility he feared was that Xiezong Yuan and the others had encountered trouble along the way and could not bring the news back to the mountain gate. He had no choice but to compromise in his mind. Well, it's rare to be in a place with such abundant spiritual energy, extremely suitable for cultivation. After all, I have to stay for a few days. It would be better to increase my strength a bit before deciding what to do next. As for the members of the Blood Soul Sect, aside from the alchemist, the others are currently no match for me. If I encounter them, I'll kill one if I find one, and take down a pair if I find 2. From the palm of his hand, a powerful surge of spiritual power began to erupt into the sky. Zhang Yan, filled with melancholy, thought, moreover, there are still troubles that need to be resolved. The golden tome of Tayat that I am cultivating has an unclear origin. As soon as I unleash the mysterious radiance, anyone with discerning eyes will be able to recognize it. This is an extremely profound cultivation method, and it will surely raise suspicions. If I want to hide it, I must refine the water-based mysterious radiance from the mystic Lan Cloud secret tome. Suddenly, a voice came from him, "Master, Master." He slowly lifted the hem of his robe to retrieve something and asked, "What is it?" Suinan, tiny and just freed from a cramped space, clasped his hands and pleaded, "Master, I want to stay here." Zhang Yan exclaimed in surprise, showing doubt, "Why?" He quickly replied, "Master, now that I have lost my body, returning to the sect wouldn't help you, on the contrary, it would only cause trouble." After thinking it over, Zhang Yan felt somewhat conflicted. Su Yiling continued, speaking earnestly, "It might be better to stay here and follow the path of the demon lord. Who knows, in the future, you might even become a support for the old master." Zhang Yan was currently staring intently at him. One must understand that in the demonic abyss, it takes 100 years for a mere spirit to transform into an illusory demon, another 100 to become an action demon, and yet another 100 to become a true demon. So, after 3 years, a demon's intelligence might awaken, allowing them to resemble living beings. Such legends are told. Beyond the true demon, there are several more levels, and it is even possible to cultivate to the legendary heavenly demon, possessing powers that are fundamentally no weaker than those of the great cultivators. Seeing Zhang Yan stroking his chin in contemplation, Su Yiling urged, "Old master, after spending just a day in the demonic abyss, I can now separate a true soul to stay with you, attending to your needs. This soul is originally part of me. Whenever there is a need, Zhao the Humble can emerge at any time, indistinguishable from my main self." Zhang Yan's mind was filled with calculations. Su Yiling lacked a physical body. Without that true soul, he would certainly lose over half of his awareness, becoming as dull as an ordinary demon and losing more than half of the advantages compared to other demons. The outcome could easily be imagined. By saying this, he was expressing his loyalty. However, allowing Su Yiling to remain here would conversely be a hidden agenda. In the future, there would come a time when he would be needed. Thinking that, he immediately opened his mouth to respond, "All right, I agree with you. Before I leave, I will allow you to stay here." Su Yiling quickly bowed his head in gratitude, thanking the master for his consent. Afterwards, Zhang Yan took him along and soared into the air, simultaneously creating a vortex akin to a protective barrier. "For the next few days, I want to meditate and cultivate. You will stay by my side to guard me, and if there is any disturbance, immediately inform me." He responded clearly, "Yes, master." At this moment, Zhang Yan's heart was filled with worries. After Han Qi, now there was Su Yiling. The demonic way of the Bright Blade sect was growing increasingly numerous. It was not only me who was using all my resources to seek the path of eternal life. As soon as this thought finished, Zhang Yan took out the gem containing the cultivation method to practice. Spiritual energy surged and swirled around his body. Not long later, Zhang Yan opened his eyes, once again falling into deep contemplation. The progress he had made in the past few days was swift, sufficient to conceal his cultivation. If he could spend a few more days to refine and obscure his essence further, that would be even better. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook violently. He was startled, wondering, has it arrived already? Zhang Yan quickly stood up, his eyes fixated on the waves of white mist rolling over the jagged cliffs. They gradually gathered together, forming an extraordinarily large column of water. It was at that moment, around noon on the 15th day, that the sea eye opened. Seeing this, Zhang Yan spread his arms to welcome the pure water droplets approaching his body, unable to help but marvel quietly. Although this was not the first time he had witnessed such a scene, each time he saw it, he felt the marvel of creation. Therefore, it can be inferred that there are many rare and extraordinary sights in the world. Among the 9 continents of the world, the Eastern Flower Continent occupies only a small corner. If in the future, one's cultivation becomes profound, it would allow for wandering across the world, seeking to experience the Tao and broaden one's knowledge. Suddenly, the column of water began to tremble violently, bursting apart without warning. This undoubtedly made Zhang Yan more vigilant. From within the waves, a figure clad in white emerged, resembling an immortal. It was none other than Qi Yun Tian. As soon as he appeared, he gently asked, "You must be Zhang Yan? Zhang Junior disciple?" Zhang Yan quickly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Yes, I am. May I ask how to address senior disciple?" Qi Yun Tian replied calmly, "I am Qi Yun Tian." As soon as his words ended, Zhang Yan immediately fell into deep thought. Qi Yun Tian stood at the top of the 10 major disciples of the Bright Blade sect. He observed the person who was slowly descending to the ground, his mind bombarded with countless thoughts. This person was none other than the first disciple of Meng True Immortal, and Meng True Immortal was the sect leader's greatest disciple. In other words, Shi Yun Tian had the potential to be the future sect leader of the Bright Blade sect, which shows just how significant this person's identity was. Originally, senior disciple Ning Rongxian intended for me to become his disciple, but I never expected that the master-disciple lineage would send this person to escort me outside. At that moment, Shi Yun Tian spoke up. According to the reports from the 2 junior disciples, there were 7 others accompanying Zhang junior disciple.
Do you know where we currently are?
Zhang Yan shook his head and clasped his hands in report. On that day, to send off Xia's senior disciple and the others, I lost several senior brothers. After that, I engaged in battle with the disciples of Blood Soul sect. As of now, I am the only junior disciple left.
Upon hearing this, Shi Yun Tian asked, have the disciples of Blood Soul sect appeared at all in the past few days?
He calmly replied, at first, we could still see them, but for the past few days, there has been no sign of them. They must be wary of our Bright Blade sect sending people here, and they don't dare to stay long. The pressure from Shi Yun Tian erupted, his anger soaring as he said, the Blood Soul sect dares to kill the disciples of the Bright Blade sect without reason. I will definitely report this to the sect leader when I return, to seek justice for you junior disciples. At that moment, Zhang Yan spoke up, filled with doubt. Today, the senior disciples must have come here to rescue us. However, Xia Feng and the 2 senior brothers left the demonic abyss 15 months ago. The sect must have known about this long ago.
Could it be that something unexpected happened on the way, causing such a long delay?
Shi Yun Tian shook his head in dismay and replied quietly, it is also due to the misfortune of those junior disciples. Pang True Immortal, the renowned archer, was at a critical point in his cultivation and, to avoid any disturbances, ordered that the island be sealed off, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Therefore, even though Xia junior disciple and Feng junior disciple had exited the demonic abyss, they were unable to leave. It was only a few days ago that Pang True Immortal lifted the ban, and the sect finally learned of the news.
Zhang Yan, upon receiving the explanation, stroked his chin and understood, so that was it. He couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation within.
Indeed, when he first arrived on the island, Pang True Immortal had a forewarning about a breakthrough in his realm, but it turned out to be a coincidence, truly unfortunate. Shi Yun Tian recalled something and said, that day, after I heard about this matter, I initially thought that after so many days of delay, it would be too late. However, junior disciple Ning told me that perhaps others would find it hard to escape a calamity. As for you, junior disciple Zhang, you would naturally be safe and sound, who knows, you might even escape on your own without our assistance. I asked him why he thought that way, but he only smiled and did not respond. I then wagered with him. Looking back now, it truly seemed to be the case. Zhang Yan then seriously expressed, She's senior disciple, it seems like you might be falling into Ning's senior disciple's trap. Others may not know about my life and death, but Ning's senior disciple definitely does. He appeared puzzled and asked, why is that? Zhang Yan replied boldly, in the past, Ning's senior disciple gifted me a wish-fulfillment divine vessel for protection. If I were to die, the divine vessel would surely be taken by someone else to be refined. At that time, Ning's senior disciple would definitely sense it, which is why he dares to say such things. Shi Yun Tian put his hands on his hips and laughed, saying, what a clever junior disciple Ning, you've made me miscalculate completely. Zhang Yan set this matter aside, feeling grateful as he bowed to him and said, in any case, I must thank the senior disciple for your help. It seems that today, I can return to the sect. Shi Yun Tian surely agreed, and then said to the junior disciple, close your eyes. Following his gesture, a massive blue spiritual power slowly approached Zhang Yan's body. After a while, Shi Yun Tian called out, junior disciple, can you open your eyes now? Zhang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and to his surprise, he saw the fairyland of Penglai before him. Where is this? Zhang Yan thought in astonishment. In such a short time, he had already left the merfolk. It was said that once one's cultivation reached the stage of transformation, a magical power would manifest around the body, allowing the creation of a passage. He wondered what cultivation method Shi Yun Tian had just used. Shi Yun Tian seemed to see through his confusion and replied, junior disciple, this technique is called the minor na-di shifting technique, which is a small branch of divine power developed from the 5 elements concealment technique. He laughed and said, in the Bright Blade sect, apart from various types of secret methods, there are also superior cultivation methods such as the 5 arts and 3 classics, and the 12 divine powers. After you have made some contributions, you will also be able to choose a secret manual from the Spirit Foundation Institute to cultivate. Shi Yun Tian said seriously, I know that although the aptitude of the junior disciple is not considered extremely high, your temperament is very good. If you can maintain your original determination and continue on, there is hope for the great Tao. However, the path of cultivating the way requires not only advanced cultivation methods but also fellow practitioners to guide you along the way. You cannot walk this path alone. You need to remember this well. Zhang Yan respectfully replied, I will remember the teachings of the senior disciple. He thought to himself that before entering the demonic abyss, he had not heard any news of Qi Yun Tian emerging from seclusion, so he must have just come out and rushed to this place. He pondered lightly that most of the top 10 disciples in the sect had their own factions, and this was clearly an attempt to draw him into his camp. If Qi Yun Tian were to be groomed as a future sect leader, then... Zhang Yan looked up at Qi Yun Tian and silently thought the Winged Master sect is very likely to want to cultivate me as a potential assistant to the sect leader, that is, the future Elder Dong Tian. Qi Yun Tian said, now that you, junior disciple, have entered the mysterious radiance realm, if you can achieve some significant merits in the Sanbai battle, I can also help you behind the scenes. However, currently, there are also outstanding disciples under the other senior brothers, and they are your competitors. In the future, remember not to fall too far behind them. With that, he turned and left. Zhang Yan respectfully replied, yes. Then he followed Qi Yun Tian down. As they walked, Qi Yun Tian recounted last month, Pang True Immortal achieved great merit, and from now on, our sect has another True Immortal. Suddenly, he fell silent for a moment and then continued, before I arrived here, someone from the Pang clan came to congratulate us, and the True Immortal did not close the door to visitors. It seems that indeed, being from the same lineage, they have never forgotten their kinship. Zhang Yan silently observed Qi Yun Tian's expression and thought to himself. It was said that Pang True Immortal originally belonged to the Pang clan of the clan faction, but later had conflicts with his family, which led to him being expelled from home. Afterward, he received care from the sect leader, which allowed him to cultivate in the hidden name palace. However, this time, after successfully breaking through the barrier and becoming a true immortal of the cave heaven, when the Pang clan sent someone to congratulate her, she did not refuse, and the underlying meaning of this deserves careful consideration. Qi Yun Tian, being the direct descendant of the sect leader, must be somewhat displeased. He secretly smiled. The situation within the sect had become increasingly complex, and the opposing faction was growing stronger. The master-disciple side needed more assistance, and he also had more room for survival. This was indeed a great opportunity for him. Suddenly, a group of people approached to greet him, and before Zhang Yan could say anything, he heard the greeting, Xi senior disciple, greetings. Qi Yun Tian spoke as he saw off Zhang Yan and Zheng junior disciple, you go ahead. I will come to find you another day. Zhang Yan replied affirmatively. After Zhang Yan left, Qi Yun Tian then greeted the other person, thank you for your trouble. As Zhang Yan walked past, a man disdainfully spoke up, you are the disciple that Qi's senior disciple rescued from the demonic abyss. I see the mysterious radiance on you is so faint and weak, and yet it was still worth Qi's senior disciple lowering himself to help you. He continued to ridicule, I wonder where all the talented men and beautiful women in the sect have gone. Zhang Yan calmly stepped outside the gate, reflecting on how desolate and quiet this island was when he first arrived. Aside from the 10 disciples, there was no one else around. He looked at the people hurrying inside and couldn't help but feel contempt. Now that Pang True Immortal had just become a true immortal in the Dongtian, everyone was rushing to seek him out, afraid they would miss the chance to flatter him. Zhang Yan spoke softly, life is like a dream. Since I have dedicated myself to the path, what others do has nothing to do with me. He continued, and when 100 years have passed, looking back at the present will only reveal it as a joke. With that, Zhang Yan turned and left. He quickly flew to Spirit Crest Island and calmly entered. La Ping respectfully greeted him, "Congratulations, sir, on entering the mysterious Radiance realm." The servants here were delighted for their master. Zhang Yan responded with a smile, "You are too courteous, fellow cultivator."
He then asked, "I have been away for 2 months, has everything in the mansion been well?"
La Ping replied, "Reporting to my lord, I have managed everything in the mansion properly on your behalf. The servants have never gone hungry or cold, and we have opened 2 additional pavilions in scenic locations on the island.
When will my lord have the leisure to explore a bit?"
Zhang Yan slowly walked into the room and said, "I have always been at ease regarding you." She suddenly picked up a letter and said, "There is only one thing. 10 days ago, the Xie clan sent someone to deliver a letter along with a parcel. Aside from that, there is nothing else." Zhang Yan reached out to take it. "Why must Xie's senior disciple go to such lengths?" La Ping replied, "Because Xie Zongyuan could not convey the news that you are in danger in the demonic abyss in time." She pointed to the item on the table and added, "Although it cannot be blamed on him, he must feel a sense of shame in his heart, feeling embarrassed when meeting the elder, so he sent a letter of apology along with a gift to compensate for his guilt. The item he gifted you is already on the table, I haven't peeked at it." Zhang Yan put away the letter and chuckled, "You've seen the letter, but there's still one gift left, right?" La Ping responded, "It's fine to have seen it, it's just a few items that Xie's senior disciple gave me." He took out 3 sacred artifacts and said, "Speaking of this, I managed to acquire several sacred artifacts during my cultivation in the demonic abyss this time. I can't possibly use all of them by myself, so it's just right to share them with you." Zhang Yan displayed the 3 sacred artifacts and said, "Come and take a look at these sacred artifacts, feel free to take them if you like."
La Ping happily took the sacred artifacts and exclaimed, "Is the old man suddenly wealthy? Did you happen to meet some powerful cultivator this time? And there's even a high-grade spiritual energy item among them?"
He mentioned that the other 2 were similar, but this particular item was special because he had obtained it specifically to gift to a fellow cultivator. In the future, when we are outside, having a few types of magical artifacts on hand can help us when facing enemies.
La Ping suddenly asked, "Earlier, you mentioned wanting to go out with servant, could it be that you plan to eliminate Sanbai?" Zhang Yan was taken aback.
He hurried to comfort, "Fellow cultivator, I know that it is indeed difficult for you to lay your hands on your former kin. You need not participate in this battle, but I would still like to ask you to redraw the familiar paths in Sanbai to facilitate my actions." La Ping said, "Although the servant is well acquainted with the routes of the Jade Blood Discourse, there are some secret areas of the Water Retreat Estate that are not fully known." She smiled and said, "However, the servant knows of a fellow cultivator who can certainly lend a hand to the esteemed one."
Zhang Yan asked in surprise, "Who might that be?" La Ping beamed and replied, "Could it be that the esteemed one has forgotten? That fellow cultivator is still waiting below, hoping for you to come and take them on as a servant. Its former residence lies beneath Sanbai, while it cannot be said to be as familiar as the palm of one's hand, it is still recognized." Zhang Yan nodded in realization. It turned out that La fellow cultivator was referring to the golden dragon down by the river going out to cultivate for a while, something he had indeed forgotten about. He asked La fellow cultivator, "How did you know I was familiar with the way to Sanbai?" La Ping replied, "For the past 2 months, I have been remembering the old master's instructions, not loosening the restrictions, nor going outside. Out of boredom, I occasionally went to find Gao fellow cultivator to chat, and since we frequently interacted, we ended up discussing a lot of things." Zhang Yan praised, "Good, this matter cannot be delayed, I will go and collect him now." Suddenly, something made him pause. Zhang Yan quickly flew up to the place where the golden dragon was, where Fan Changchang and Shi Yun Tian were present. He asked Fan Junior disciple, "Have you always had a keen eye? Do you think the golden dragon is an ancient aberrant species?" Fan Changqing replied, 10,000 years ago, it was said that this type of aberrant species was everywhere in our sect, but now it is hard to find even one." He laughed and said, "This thing travels with the clouds and the wind, rides the waves and parts the waters. It can reach the Phoenix vast sea of the north and swim in the southern abyss of Fire Cave. If used as a mount, it would be unparalleled for leisurely travels everywhere. Zhang Junior disciple is indeed fortunate to have obtained such a creature." Zhang Yan politely replied,
it's just a golden dragon. If the two senior brothers like it, feel free to take it. Fan Changqing said, Zhang Junior disciple, don't tease me. Just now, this golden dragon has already recognized you as its master, how could you possibly give it to me? He continued, I heard that Zhang Junior disciple is a direct disciple of Director Zhu, it would be more practical to take out a few pills instead. Zhang Yan gently asked, may I know how to address you, senior brother? He replied, I am Fan Changqing, a disciple under Master Chang, and I am a fellow disciple of Qi senior disciple. Zhang Yan respectfully suggested, so it is Fan's senior disciple. Since the two senior brothers are here, why not come to my cave abode for a while? It would allow me to fulfill my duty as a host. Qi Yuntian nodded in agreement, that sounds just right. At the foot of the mountain, Qi Yuntian clasped his hands together and said, this visit is to inform you, junior disciple, that you have returned from the demonic abyss and have successfully cultivated the hero Xia. Naturally, the sect will assign you to stand by to establish your merit. However, you have not yet been in the sect for a year, and with a lack of assistance from fellow disciples, it will be quite challenging. La Ping brought out a plate of fruit and gently added, I have specifically called for Fan Junior disciple to come. You two can take care of each other. Zhang Yan observed for a moment and contemplated, this person was overflowing with true essence and appeared to emanate a significant killing intent, clearly a cultivator far beyond the path of the wicked. He clasped his hands together, realizing that what was referred to as mutual care essentially meant the other would take care of him. It seemed that Tian Tian was concerned that his prideful nature might lead him to feel ungrateful, which is why he spoke so tactfully. Fan Changqing, seated on a chair, also performed the gesture of clasping his hands. Zhang Yan took a cup of wine from the table, however, he certainly would not be so impatient as to refuse such goodwill. He stood up, bowed his head, and said, I hope to receive more guidance from senior disciple in the future. Changqing reached for the cup of wine nearby but hesitated to accept it. Zhang Yan noticed this as well. Senior disciple Qi had deliberately come to the demonic abyss to escort this Zhang Junior disciple out and had now made the effort to personally come to his residence, clearly placing significant importance on this junior disciple. He took the glass of wine and drank it all in one go. It was said that this junior disciple Zhang cultivated the mystic Lan Cloud secret tome under senior master son and was even a direct disciple, clearly held in high regard by both his master and senior master son. In the future, as his cultivation advanced, his status would surpass mine. I must not act arrogantly, instead, I should establish a good relationship with him early on. Changqing spoke softly, junior disciple, in this battle, you cannot afford to show mercy or hold back. Whatever means you have, you must use them all. There's no need to hesitate over earning credit. I know you've just returned from the demonic abyss, so I'll give you some time to take care of trivial matters. In 10 days, come find me in Wangfeng City. He set the glass down, producing a sharp clinking sound. Zhang Yan replied, I will accompany you to subjugate the three whites. A while later, Changchang and Yun Tian bid their farewells and left. Zhang Yan silently watched them until they disappeared from sight. He then walked to the waterfall and invited a fellow cultivator to meet him. At that moment, the surface of the lake rippled with undulating waves. Ngao Tong emerged, staring intently at Zhang Yan. He asked, surely, you know why I've come here today? He said, did you not just declare in front of Fan's senior disciple that you would take me as your master? Are you really considering changing your mind? La Ping gently asked, do not think that the old man necessarily wants you to be his servant, he is merely intrigued by you as an ancient exotic being, drawn to novelty. You can see how quickly the old man's cultivation is progressing. In the future, as his cultivation rises, his horizons will expand as well. Do you think he will still pay attention to you? It would be better for you to follow the old man, you might even gain many benefits. She moved closer, reached out to catch a petal, and held it up in front of Ngao Tong, saying, look, this is the high-quality spiritual energy that the old man has just granted. I also come from the demon race, and I know that we have always been impoverished. Aside from our own bodies, how much wealth can we really possess? Upon hearing this, Ngao Tong also showed some interest. La Ping was slightly annoyed and said, do you really think you can still escape?
you failed to transform, and others took you away. At most, they will strip you of your skin and tendons and skin you alive, which will be of no use." She was so angry that she clenched the fabric tightly and continued, "Only my master still wants to keep you. If it were me, I would have swallowed you whole by now, cleansing my bloodline and enhancing my cultivation." "Isn't that better?" Ngao Tong sighed helplessly. All right, I understand." Ngao Tong was willing to accept the master. After saying that, it spat out a glowing orb like a will-o'-the-wisp towards Zhang Yan, who gently caught it. "If fellow cultivator Ngao has decided to regard this place as your home, then there's no need for formality." He reached out to touch the dragon seal and said, "If you feel troubled, you can take a trip to the dragon's grand abode." Upon hearing this, Ngao Tong had a slight reaction and then dove back into the water. At this moment, Zhang Yan noticed the bag beside him. He picked it up and thought, "Senior disciple Xia is truly thoughtful. Knowing that I have a golden dragon but cannot laugh, he provided this item to help control and keep it, which can also be considered a low-grade spiritual energy." He placed the item down and fell into deep thought. The memory of drinking and chatting under the moon with Lu and Xie, his two senior brothers, felt as vivid as if it had just happened. Zhang Yan turned his face away, but in the blink of an eye, Lu's senior disciple had met a tragic end, even his primordial spirit unable to escape. He stepped out to the balcony to ponder. "In our mystic sect, we value the camaraderie of cultivation together, ultimately asking for nothing in return, yet a single failure leaves no opportunity for redemption. If a cultivator's primordial spirit could escape, they might still have a chance to return as a person." He reached into his pocket. If he had the guidance of a trusted fellow disciple, there might still be a chance to tread the path of immortality. Yet Lu's senior disciple's soul had been shattered, leaving no trace in the heavens and earth. He took out a string attached to a pendant, which was engraved with the name Lu Tao. Zhang Yan gazed at the pendant and thought to himself, "It has been 3 days since Lu Tao's senior disciple asked me to leave demonic abyss, and in 10 days, I must head to Sanbai." An idea struck him. Why not deliver this pendant first and quickly conclude this matter? Having made up his mind, Zhang Yan flew toward Apricot Immortal Peach. He quietly observed the scenery around him gradually passing by, and after a while, he had arrived at his destination. He landed right in the middle of the courtyard, startling the young man who was there, but he quickly bowed respectfully, unsure of what this senior brother had come for. Zhang Yan cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Zhang Yan from Spirit Crest Island, Lu Tao's senior disciple who once practiced here." Upon hearing this, the young man exclaimed in surprise, "So you are Brother Zhang?" However, his expression gradually fell, and his voice became softer, lamenting that 2 months ago, Lu's senior disciple had gone to the demonic abyss, and it was feared that he had perished. It seemed that the senior disciple's trip had been in vain. Zhang Yan asked, "I have come here on his behalf to find a junior of his. I wonder if he is here." The young man replied, "The junior of Lu's senior disciple. I heard that Lu's senior disciple has died, so he has returned to his hometown." He spoke while avoiding Zhang Yan's gaze. He noticed that this person kept talking and avoiding him, which made him a bit curious, but he didn't ask. Zhang Yan then flew back up into the sky, while the guy from earlier was so surprised that he broke out in a sweat, not expecting that Lu's senior disciple had such abilities, being able to associate with the mysterious Radiance disciple. The junior disciples had actually made a mistake in this matter. At this moment, Zhang Yan was flying high and thinking, the junior of Lu Tao's senior disciple was someone who had been expelled only after learning of Lu's senior disciple's death, so he certainly hadn't left the Dragon Abyss Great Estate in a short time. Suddenly, he noticed a boat anchored on the sea. He strained to look inside the boat and saw the figure of Lu Yanyi, who was holding a rag to clean the floor. Zhang Yan landed right in front of her and gently asked, "Are you Lu Yanyi?" She immediately stood up, clasped her hands in respect, and replied, "Yes, esteemed immortal, it is I." Zhang Yan held out a jade pendant in front of her and asked, "Do you recognize this?" She then recognized it and said, "This is the 7-heart dragon of my uncle." The hand holding the rag suddenly dropped down. She softly said, "Before leaving, my uncle reminded me that if someone brings this jade pendant, I must obey that person in everything." Zhang Yan pointed at her and asked, "Who ordered you to do these laborious tasks here?" He sternly said,
You don't need to worry about what she is doing here, just speak freely. The worker there immediately bowed down to confess, I didn't know she was a member of the Immortal family, I deserve to die. Yenny stepped in to stop him, saying, this has nothing to do with my uncle, the shipmaster. My uncle graciously agreed to take me thousands of miles home without charging fare, so I willingly do these tasks to help. Zhang Yan said, I'm not making things difficult for you, this is just compensation for your work. The shipmaster raised his face, realizing that Zhang Yan had left without him noticing. He quickly expressed his gratitude, thank you, Immortal. 2 beams of light appeared in the sky. They belonged to Zhang Yan and Yan Yi. He flew while looking at her, captivated by her beauty. The eyes of this young girl shone like stars in the sky. The skin of this girl is as white and smooth as jade, and on top of that, there is a colorful cloud revealing her extraordinary qualities. Even Qin Nan is far inferior. No wonder Lu Tao, the senior disciple, said that the Taoists on Apricot Immortal Peach do not dare to take her as a disciple. Perhaps she is the reincarnation of some powerful cultivator, and they fear that if they accept her as a disciple, they won't be able to bear the consequences. The 2 of them gradually flew towards an island. Zhang Yan sat on a rock next to Yan Yi. He secretly glanced at her, his heart troubled. Logically speaking, a powerful cultivator like this would usually have fellow disciples or followers. If not, at least there would be some living friends to guide her early on. Why has no one come even now? Female cultivators are different from male ones, if she waits another year or 2, she will miss the prime age for cultivation. Zhang Yan turned to her and gently asked, Yenny, I want to ask you, living peacefully on Apricot Immortal Peach, why do you want to leave? She stood up, clasped her hands, and replied, Dear Immortal, although my Lu clan has fallen, my uncle has accumulated some resources over the years. I noticed that after a few uncles heard rumors about the disappearance of their elder, they looked at me with disapproving eyes. I am young and weak, unable to protect those belongings. I fear that one day, I might not even be here myself, so it would be better to quickly let go of these things and leave. Zhang Yan also had to commend a sensible girl like her. You are still young, yet you understand that innocent people are not at fault, while those with hidden motives are. No wonder, given this situation, you can take a bit of loose change with you, enough for your journey home. Why bother doing menial tasks on the boat? Upon hearing this, she was quite delighted. I am young, and the road back home is far. I feared that someone might have ill intentions, so I asked the captain uncle to let me do some chores. Those who do not know better would think I am a relative of the captain, and they would not bully me. Zhang Yan quietly assessed her. She was indeed a clever little girl. With such talent and intelligence, if he took her as a disciple, she would surely be of great help in the future. He gently asked her, Would you accept me? I would like to take you as my registered disciple. What do you think? Yenny sincerely replied, Respected Immortal, the other immortals have all said that I am bound by karma, and they do not dare to accept me. Zhang Yan burst into laughter, saying, If others do not dare to accept you, does that mean I, Zhang Yan, have any reason to refrain? You only need to say whether you agree or not. Yenny bowed her head and responded, Master, please allow disciple Yenny to pay you 3 bows. On the way back, Zhang Yan saw Zhu Chongchu searching for something in the study, murmuring, It's been 2 months since we last met, and you've already become a mysterious radiance cultivator. He turned to look at Zhang Yan, curiously asking, Oh, who is this young lady? Zhang Yan gently pushed Yenny forward, softly encouraging, Now, go and bow to your senior uncle. Yenny obediently stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Disciple Lu Yenny pays her respects to senior uncle. Xu Chongchu smiled warmly at her, saying, So you're the disciple that junior disciple Zhang just accepted. No need for such formalities, please stand up. He looked at Zhang Yan and continued with a smile, I see you did not shy away from calling me senior disciple in front of this little one, which must mean you are planning to cultivate her just like your direct disciples. Zhang Yan said, In a few days, my junior disciple will have to go to pacify Sanbai, so I'm afraid there won't be time to teach you. There is too much killing intent on Linghead Island, which is not suitable for your cultivation. Therefore, I can only leave you in the care of senior disciple, where you can also receive guidance from him regularly. Chongju raised his hand to his chin, pondering for a moment, then said, "That's no problem."
Come, you can follow him.
He pointed to his junior disciple. Yenny obediently bowed her head and replied, "Thank you, Master Uncle." She then went outside with that person onto the balcony. Chongju watched the two children leave, then turned to Zhang Yan and asked, "Your junior disciple has found a good apprentice. This girl has an extremely high aptitude. In my hundreds of years of cultivating the way, I have never seen anyone comparable to her. Although it seems she has some karmic ties binding her, for junior disciple, this is not an issue. If we advance against the Chu clan in the future, she will undoubtedly be of great help." Zhang Yan also expressed enthusiasm, saying, "Only recently have I realized that a solitary path does not lead to success. Without a trustworthy peer, if one suffers serious injuries, those disciple clan members will always have their own family to worry about. As for those on the side of the diagram, the only ones to trust are the disciple and the master." He turned around and said to him, "Perhaps senior disciple has also heard the news. My emergence from the demonic abyss was due to Chi's senior disciple. Shi Yuntian personally came to my aid, and the profound meaning behind it is something that senior disciple can surely deduce." Chongju stroked his beard and said, after subduing Sanbai, "I fear that within the sect, disciple recruitment will be carried out openly. Then, there will be the elder sister trials within the sect, along with preparations to counter the millennial demonic tribulation. The elixirs needed are not few. Currently, over 70% of them come from our alchemist peak. There are many things that sect leader needs my assistance with, and I will handle all of them well. Thus, you only need to focus on your cultivation." Zhang Yan furrowed his brow slightly and clasped his hands in response. No wonder Chi Yun Tian came personally to the demonic abyss. "Thank you, senior disciple, for your support." Chongju felt a bit embarrassed and said, "What is there to thank? If you weren't a true disciple and highly regarded by Master Sun, even if I were to cast aside my elderly face, someone like Chi Yun Tian, the head of the top 10 disciples, would probably not even spare you a glance." He returned to his meditation room. Behind the door, his voice resonated, "As a fellow cultivator, please write a letter to Apricot Immortal Peach on my behalf, informing them that I have accepted Lu Hao's granddaughter, Lu Yanyi, as an enrolled disciple. I hope the cultivators on the island will return Lu's senior disciple's material possessions. By the way, in the letter, you might inadvertently hint at my relationship with Chi Wen-Tian and Fan Shangcheng. The island master of Apricot Immortal Peach is merely a disciple of Meng True Immortal. If they understand the intricacies of this relationship, they will naturally handle this matter appropriately." La Ping stood below, clasping her hands, and said, "Yes, my lord." She stepped out of the door. Zhang Yan murmured to himself, if he acted alone with supreme origin, gold fire, mysterious radiance, and various sacred artifacts on him, he would be adequately prepared to deal with any situation. However, if he were to accompany Fan's senior disciple and other fellow disciples, he needed to prepare even more, ensuring they would not easily discern the roots of his actions. He pulled a book from his sleeve. Aside from netherine heavy water, the most suitable thing for cultivation at the moment was the magical sigil. Taken from Shen Lefeng, he recalled that during their fight, those talismans had the ability to block sacred artifacts, which was truly impressive. He looked at the book and suddenly remembered that the Guan Yuan sect was once a major sect. Although it had now declined, this cultivation method still had its unique features. Zhang Yan set the book down, secretly contemplating that he might as well use these few days of leisure in Shattered Jade to practice, so that when the time comes, he would have an additional means to deal with his enemies. Currently, he had already become a mysterious radiance cultivator, and this item could also be utilized. He reached into the pocket of his robe and took out a yellow talisman. However, the usage of this talisman required careful study from within the magic pouch or charm case. He pulled the book out again and continued to read diligently. The Guan Yuan sect from 1,000 years ago was indeed worthy of being a prominent sect in cultivating the way, with its own unique resources. Zhang Yan began to enter a state of intense cultivation. According to the contents of the magic pouch or charm case, the methods for refining the magic scroll or charm record of the Guan Yuan sect were divided into 5 categories: sub-school, fighting sect, lifegate or emerging school, main sect or authentic school, and training school or practice sect. This book recorded the methods for refining and the legal principles regarding two types of talismans, branch sect talisman or sub-school charm and fighting sect talisman. The techniques surrounding the guiding principles gradually began to surface. The branch sect talisman, or sub-school charm, consists of 4 basic seals: hold, lock, protect, and release. The fighting sect talisman, or combat school charm, also has 4 seals: sword, weapon, shadow, and object. Various types of magic scrolls or charm records are meticulously categorized. This one book, the Way Book, alone has recorded over 100 types. The number of those not documented or that have been lost to time is even more uncertain. Each type of magic scroll or charm record contains a secret method and a specialized coordination of scripts. Only by becoming an official disciple of the Guan Yuan sect and reaching the level of cultivation through Dan can one be taught a type of secret method to refine a true life talisman or guardian charm. At that point, there is no need to draw symbols or chant spells anymore. One simply needs to use the corresponding magical sigil in the true life talisman or guardian charm, complemented by the 5 elements divine sand, to activate the secret method for combat. The greater the power of the innate celestial talisman, the higher the ability to mobilize magic scrolls or charm records from a distance. At this level, sacred artifacts and magic scrolls are no longer distinguishable from one another. It is said that in the Guan Yuan sect, there was once a high-ranking elder who refined true life talismans or guardian charms, which enabled ascension to the celestial realm. Zhang Yan lightly hissed and remarked, "Each type of magic scroll or charm record requires the support of 5 elements divine sand. The greater the power, the higher the quality of the required divine sand. Even so, it may require a significant amount of cloud sand. I'm afraid that even if one were to sell off an entire sect, it might not be enough to forge this heavenly talisman or celestial charm." He turned to the next page and discovered an important piece of information. Over the thousands of years, the teachings from the Guan Yuan sect must contain a fraudulent cultivation method. It involves borrowing power from the primordial talisman or original charm to condense and forge the imprint of the talisman. He continued reading, and the next line explained, "During combat, one can directly infuse the essence of the 5 elements into the talisman. This method is more convenient than pre-drawing the symbols on the talisman by about 3 parts. However, the only drawback is the excessive waste of essence." Zhang Yan pondered, "This is truly the way to utilize the primordial talisman or original charm. As long as I practice diligently, and then purchase some talisman drawing paper and essence, I can employ this technique." He continued to read and felt that he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge from this book. This talisman text unexpectedly used edible script as its foundation for development. He exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder when I read the introduction of the talisman text, I felt so familiar. Edible script is my forte." This magic scroll or charm record seemed quite mystical at first glance, but after understanding the secret method, for someone well versed in edible script like him, it was merely a matter of dedicated practice. If 1 attempt fails, then practice twice. If 2 attempts fail, then practice 4 times. If 4 attempts are not enough, then just practice 100 times, 1,000 times. He held his magic scroll or charm record in his hands. This spell scroll was concise yet profound, rich in meaning. Shin Lafon, a disciple of the Guan Yuan sect, actually overlooked this superior cultivation method to focus on sword techniques. It truly is a waste of heavenly resources. In reality, just mastering the 2 cultivation methods of sword and weaponry and the fighting techniques would already yield power that was not inferior to swordsmanship. Zhang Yan began to enter his meditation state. Although there were only 8 or 9 days left until the time for the Sanbai expedition, if he focused on cultivating this cultivation method, within 6 or 7 days in the entire Jade, he would at least not be weaker than Xin Lefeng's initial level. 8 days later, at Wangfeng City, within the Bright Blade sect, Tin Sufai and everyone else were discussing among themselves. What is Zhang Yan's background? Why is he making us wait so long? Fan Shangqing sat in meditation, not moving or speaking, only quietly listening to their conversation. 2 men were talking to each other. One with a goatee spoke up, I heard he is a direct disciple who recently reached the Ying Xia realm and is valued by Qi senior disciple.
The scar-faced man was surprised and asked with suspicion, direct disciple? Those idle youngsters probably have never faced a demon cultivator, have they? In our place, who hasn't followed Fan's senior disciple into life and death, going through bloody battles to rise up? What does this little brat rely on to come here?
He scoffed and continued, the arrows of Xia's senior disciple and Nian's senior disciple have long since left.
If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the credit will go to them. Fan Changqing quietly listened, showing no reaction to their conversation. Another person asked Ren's senior disciple, has Fan's senior disciple lost his mind? Why did he bring someone like this along this time?
He retorted sharply, don't speak nonsense.
Fan's senior disciple has his own reasons, just sit there quietly and don't meddle.
Suddenly, Fan Changqing noticed a signal and announced to everyone Zheng junior disciple has arrived.
Zhang Yan landed with a spectacular display of light.
He stood there, respectful and courteous, clasping his hands, and introduced himself, I am Zhang Yan, paying respects to Fan's senior disciple and all senior brothers. Fan Changqing stood on the platform and said, come, junior disciple, sit beside me.
Zhang Yan replied, yes. He then walked over, under the gaze of everyone.
Zhang Yan wore a smug expression as he looked towards Ren Mingjiao, who was sitting.
Fan Cheng continued, since everyone is here, let's set off.
Along with that, a circle of fire was created in his hand. The voice of Fan Changqing echoed throughout the mountain, and after the situation was assessed, the barriers were activated. Even Essence Core cultivators could do nothing about it, and they could move freely within the killing formation. It could be said that this was a sharp tool in battle. This time, the Brightblade sect besieged Sanbai, deploying a total of 3 flying bows to the battlefield. Each bow was guarded by a core formation cultivator, connected remotely to one another. When one side was attacked, the other would speedily fly over to provide support. At the same time, the mountain containing the house with everyone inside gradually moved forward. Inside, he continued to relay military orders down from the sect. Xia's senior disciple will attack the Fool's Valley, so the senior disciple will strike the entrance of the Sea of Escape Rock, while we will attack the South Lamp River to create a pathway leading to the center of the Green Mysterious Lake or Azure Mystical Pond, removing obstacles for the sect.
Shi junior disciple has taken out the items.
Hearing this, the young man with the surname Tan embraced a pillar of resolution.
He waved his hand, causing it to hover and be controlled by him. As the painting unfurled from the pillar, an image of a beach with a colossal mountain appeared.
Fan Changqing explained, I invite all junior disciples to take a look. This is the geographical map of the Jade Blood Discourse that I figured out a way to retrieve.
It outlines the islands and the distribution of the water retreat estate in South Lamp River. Although it's not very detailed, it's sufficient for our needs.
He continued, among the 18 islands of South Lamp River, return to Origin Island is the closest to us. The island lord's name is Quan Gong Wang, who is a refined black shrimp. This demon has been cultivating the way for no less than 3 years, achieving the 3 levels of mystical gateway cultivation, and was once a demon general for the dreamy Wax Mountain.
Fan Changqing's expression darkened as the image of that red shrimp appeared in his mind.
Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed, and someone entered to reporting to Fan's senior disciple, there is a demon general ahead, with cultivation mysterious radiance blocking the path. He claims to be the guardian of return to Origin Island and continuously curses at us, demanding that we retreat quickly. Otherwise, he will launch an attack on the hall. Upon hearing this, Fan Changqing waved his hand, sending a streak of golden light through the image on the scroll. The figure of an old man wielding a trident, adorned with a shrimp-shaped hat, appeared. Fan Changqing says, this must be the demon general Guan Gong Wang.
Then, a ball named Qigong Bai appeared in the boy's hand, his gaze directed forward as he spoke, Ren junior disciple, this is the first battle, you should go yourself.
Ran Mingjiao's expression was one of pride as he took the ball from Fan Changqing's hand.
He bowed his head and swore, Ran Mingjiao will not disgrace the mission.
A large bird suddenly appeared above, with Ran Mingjiao riding it. Then they immediately burst through the door and flew away. From the palace, he rode the bird down and said to the demon general Guangong, "A group of scaled animals has also learned to speak human language." The demon general Guangong was taken aback, exclaiming as he brandished the trident in his left hand. Ran Mingjiao sneered, conjuring a black rectangular shape in his hand. A golden circle appeared in the sky, incapacitating the demon general Guangong. "Over here." Fan Changqing saw this through the scroll and turned his gaze to Zhang Yan, saying, "Junior disciple, look, this is the 10,000 slaughter sword platform of Ren Junior disciple. In this sacred artifact, no less than 15 divine weapons have been refined, and it has produced over 1,000 types of named and renowned swords, draining all the gold essence into it. Once unleashed to attack the enemy, it will be like 1,000 swords pursuing and striking together, sharp and difficult to resist." He replied, "This object is called the 10,000 slaughter sword platform, but it only has 1,000 swords. It seems that this sacred artifact still holds other mysteries."
Fan Changqing immediately agreed, the junior disciple is absolutely right. This item is the relic of an esteemed senior from the Yuan-Yang sect back in the day.
Originally, this sword contained countless divine weapons forged from metal, but with the passing of that elder, they have mostly disappeared. Ren Junior disciple claims to value the power of this treasure, which is why Master Meng True Immortal passed it down to him.
At that moment, the demon general Quan Gong was still gripping his trident tightly in defense.
Suddenly, one of his arms was severed while he continued to hold the trident with both hands.
The demon general Quan Gong panicked and shouted, "Oh no! Oh no!" He turned to flee.
But Ran Mingjiao was relentless.
He swung his hand and said, "Want to run? It's too late." A golden sword shot forward, shattering the right side of the demon general Quan Gong. Numerous lights flashed, attacking him. The demon general Quan Gong swung the trident in defense.
Nevertheless, Ren Mingjiao threw out 2 light blue objects, a satisfied smile on his lips. His trident was still pointed skyward. At that moment, many swords were attacking the demon general Quan Gong.
A blue dimension was created, surrounded by red streaks.
Ran Mingjiao laughed loudly, a surge of red power erupted. Then he appeared in the hall, still bearing the traces from the portal. He knelt down and said, "Fan Senior Disciple, fortunately, I did not disgrace the mission." Fan Changqing retracted the treasures and praised, "Ren Junior Disciple, with just a flick of your wrist, has defeated the demon general and conveniently slain over 1,000 demon soldiers. Indeed, you have lived up to our expectations. The other junior disciples need not worry.
There are a total of 8 demon islands in the south, and this is just one of them.
We are entrusted by the Grand Master to punish Sanbai, and naturally, we must attack and eradicate all those places. The junior disciples need not worry about not achieving any merits."
Everyone present fell into deep thought upon hearing this.
Fan Changqing continued, "Although progress is generally smooth, I think we should pause and call for a truce today." Suddenly, the bell rang again. "Someone came to report, reporting to you, Fan Senior Disciple, a demon general has emerged from the lake ahead, declaring that it wants to fight us for a while."
Fan Changchun unexpectedly asked, "A demon general, just one?"
At this moment, a figure appeared on the scroll, completely clad in green, wielding an iron axe in hand. At this moment, the man with the surname Chang spoke up, "The Fan Senior Disciple should be next in line for the junior disciple to take the stage, right?" Fan Changqing hesitated slightly. "Cheng Junior Disciple, this monster seems too suspicious, perhaps you and Chang Junior Disciple should go together."
The man with the surname Chang replied loudly, "If we go together, wouldn't that scare the monster away? Just one junior disciple like me is enough."
He thought to himself, Fan Senior Disciple is being unreasonable, killing a monster will earn a small merit, so it's better to go alone.
Isn't that a blessing delivered right to my doorstep? If Chung Junior Disciple accompanies me, who will ultimately receive the credit? Fan Chang Chung waved his hand in acceptance, "Then you go ahead."
He responded with pride, "I will not dishonor the command." From above, the man surnamed Chang leaped down towards the demon general. On the scroll, the scene of the two colliding vividly came into view. Suddenly, the demon general dashed past the man surnamed Chang, causing him to wince in pain as he fell to the ground. A disciple knelt down and reported, "I report to you, Fan senior disciple, that Cheng senior disciple has been killed by that demon general."
Upon hearing this, Fan Changqing asked, "Who will go next?"
Immediately, one of his senior disciples soared up, enveloping their body in a beam of green light, and shouted, "Junior disciple, I wish to go." Then, Fan Changqing turned to look at Zhang Yan with a worried and uneasy expression. Suddenly, a disciple rushed forward. He knelt down in salute, his voice filled with panic. "Respected senior disciple, when we went down, senior disciple Chang had the upper hand, but for some reason, despite using mysterious radiance, he was unable to harm the demon general. On the contrary, he was killed by a single axe strike." Upon hearing this, both Fan Changchang and Ren Mingjiao were astonished, their expressions changing and startled. Then, Ren Mingjiao turned to look at Zhang Yan and spoke, "Senior disciple, he." Zhang Yan, upon hearing this, was also taken aback, his expression shifting slightly. He knew that the situation had become much more serious. Ming Jiao extended his hand and expressed his opinion. "Senior disciple Fan, previously I achieved a merit in battle. Continuing to seize the merits of the junior disciples is not quite appropriate. Junior disciple Zhang Yan has never participated in battle, so perhaps this time we should let him take action to eliminate this demon. We can also closely observe the skills of the true disciple," he added. Zhang Yan frowned and looked at him with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, Chang Qing appeared worried, pondering something. He recalled that his senior disciple had once mentioned that junior disciple Fan and junior disciple Zhang had a significant relationship. "If you do not protect him carefully, I will hold you accountable." He bowed his head and reverently replied, "Yes, senior disciple." A few seconds later, Chang Qing voiced his objection, "This is not right, this demon general is concealing deadly moves. No matter who it is, I fear that one person alone cannot contend with him. In my opinion, we should all come together to kill him, otherwise, this place is vast and full of islands scattered everywhere. The cultivation of this demon general is not lower than ours. If we send out a large force, he will surely flee. By then, how can we catch up? It would seem that Cheng junior disciple and Cheng junior disciple would have to die unjustly. Ran Mingjiao boasts that he possesses exceptional qualities and is regarded as one of the favored disciples under Meng True Immortal. However, everyone knows that only when he is valued by the esteemed senior disciple, who is a third-generation disciple and has a strong potential to assume the position of sect leader, Shi Yun Tian, will he have a seat within the sect. Some people rest their hands on their chins in contemplation, while others turn to say, "Senior disciple NM makes a valid point." However, in recent years, Shi Yun Tian has not called for any members, and Ran Mingjiao was not in any rush either. Both Qi and Ren were students of the same master, and each believed they had the best chance of being favored by him. However, the appearance of Zhang Yan caused a surge of vigilance within him, especially since Qi Yun Tian had just exited seclusion to welcome Zhang Yan out of the demonic abyss. This action was thought-provoking. Ming Jiao frowned and pondered, this individual could not be kept around. At the moment, there was a very good opportunity. It would be best if this Zhang Yan were to be eliminated by that demonic general. If that did not happen, it could also serve as a chance to observe his strength, and he could find another way in the future. At the same time, Chang Chang lowered his head and pondered. If he openly favored Zhang junior disciple in front of everyone, it would be hard to avoid being unreasonable, but since Qi's senior disciple had entrusted him, he couldn't disregard it. It seemed that he had no choice but to abandon his dignity and protect him no matter what. Suddenly, Zhang Yan stepped forward decisively. Right after that, he performed a salute and spoke up, "A senior disciple, how about I, as the junior disciple, go down to fight this demon once?" Chang Qing thought to himself, well, Ming Jiao is praising him, how commendable, voluntarily asking to kill the enemy, truly just a clumsy fool running with a jar. Ming Jiao continued, his tone full of admiration, "Senior disciple, if Zhang junior disciple has already said that, you can't be too unreasonable, can you?" Chang Qing rested his chin on his hand and replied, "Then you should go ahead." After receiving Chang Qing's consent, Zhang Yan turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Ming Jiao raised a hand to say goodbye and cheerfully said, "Junior disciple Zhang is going into battle, he will surely achieve great success."
We will be here waiting for good news from junior disciple.
The sky at this moment was a deep blue, and the flowing waters along the embankment were truly beautiful. Zhang Yan closed his eyes, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought for a long while. Seeing this, the others began to discuss, could it be that Zhang Yan is scared? Lacking real talent, he still dares to go to Sanbai to slay demons? What kind of true disciple is this? Even if he loses his life, it would just be a joke. As soon as Zhang Yan stepped outside, a voice rang out, Zhang junior disciple, why are you so slow and sluggish? Are you waiting for that demon general to escape on his own? Zhang Yan ignored the words and thought to himself, that's right, this is the moment. Then, from the city tower, a brilliant beam of golden light appeared, shining straight down. The beam rushed directly towards the demon general, causing him to be taken aback. The demon general gripped the staff in his hand tightly and raised it high to block. The name of the demon general seemed unable to withstand any longer and leaned back. The beam of yellow light grew increasingly blinding, accompanied by a flashing blue light. At that moment, the surface of the water was covered by the blue light, while the yellow beam illuminated the city. Zhang Yan slowly stepped in with great poise. The head of the demon general was decisively thrown onto the ground. Zhang Yan spoke up, can the head of the demon general here be offered in tribute to the souls of the two senior brothers in heaven? Seeing this, Fan Changcheng shouted with a beaming expression, good. Everyone around couldn't help but be astonished and whispered among themselves. A powerful demon like that was beheaded in an instant. Could it be that the true disciple really possesses such formidable strength and exceptional skills? Then, Ren Mingjiao stepped forward and said, Zhang junior disciple eliminated this demon in the blink of an eye, it's truly remarkable. However, as a senior disciple, I would like to inquire about one thing, what cultivation method did Zhang junior disciple use to kill this demon? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan raised his hand to create a beam of golden light and asked, does Ren senior disciple want to know? The next moment, he launched the golden light straight towards the green dagger, leaving him so astonished that his mouth fell open.